Chapter 1 Wealth Conversion System Year 2009. Handong Province, Jingzhou City, Handong University. Brother Qian, wake up. You're going to be late for class. Today is the vice president's class, but please ask for your name. Pei Qian woke up from his sleep, rubbed his eyes, and wondered who was calling him. That am I not renting a one-bedroom? Who came to my room? When he opened his eyes, a long face almost occupied Pei Qian's entire field of vision. Am I young? Pei Qian was stunned and almost thought he was dreaming. Come on, I woke you up. You can't blame me for not making the roll call. Ma Yang's long face quickly left Pei Qian's field of vision, turned around, and hurried out of the dormitory. Wait, the bedroom? Pei Qian woke up instantly. A salted fish stood up and sat up from the bed. University dormitory, 6-person room. I was still in the lower bunk by the door. I still remember that the door was not closed tightly in winter, and there was a small crack that always leaked air inside. For this, Pei Qian complained a lot. The only 2 buddies left in the room were also packing up and going out immediately. Hurry up, Brother Qian. Hurry up and run 2 steps, and you can still catch up. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to call for you when the name was called. It would be miserable if you were caught by the vice president. The 2 roommates also hurried out. Pei Qian couldn't help pumping himself twice. Hiss. The cheek hurts. Really or not, isn't this the time of college? The vice dean's class. And I'm calling. That's the freshman. Year 2009? Isn't that going back 10 years? Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and soon accepted this fact calmly. After graduating from college in 2013, he moved between 2 industries, changed jobs to many companies, met extremely nasty leaders, and experienced infighting in the workplace. In short, one social animal. Of course, I am overjoyed to encounter such a good thing as time travel. To be able to go back to 10 years ago and start all over again is something that many people wish for. Pei Qian didn't feel sleepy at all. He rolled over from the bed and sat up. What's next? Do you want to report the situation to the Time and Space Administration? I won't be shot and killed on the spot, right? Or, the first thing after crossing over, go to class first. Are you crazy? The memory of 10 years ago is already very vague, but Pei Qian still barely remembers that he skipped a lot of classes in his freshman year, including the deputy dean's class, but he did not hang in the vice dean's class. Although the vice principal said the name was called, he did not actually call it that. On the contrary, it was a young male teacher who seemed to be kind. He never called names, but suddenly called once at the end of the term, which was also included in the test scores. I don't want to call names. I just want to get to know everyone. He said so. Now that Pei Qian thinks about it, he still has a deep feeling of being ripped off. After all, he was still too young at that time, and he was full of trust in this kind teacher. This moment, a transparent light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Pei Qian, and the lines of writing were continuously displayed that the wealth conversion system is binding. The host binding is successful. Host. Pei Qian, please read the instructions for the use of this system. What's the situation? Pei Qian was startled and then fell into ecstasy. Sure enough, there must be a system after crossing. This is the golden finger. Calmness, calmness. These are all routines. Nothing to make a fuss about. Pei Qian quickly calmed down and began to observe the text messages on the light curtain. Wealth conversion system profit/loss conversion ratio. To be determined system capital. 50,000 personal property. 443. This is a generic template. Below the general template, there is an area similar to a dialog box, which is used to display some dynamic information, which should be instructions for use. Wealth conversion rules. Every once in a while, the system will provide the host with a certain amount of system funds, which can only be used for the company's normal business activities and cannot be squandered. The settlement will be carried out after a period of time, and the surplus or loss of the system funds will be converted into personal property at your discretion according to a certain proportion. Special note. In order to motivate the host to focus on work, the host cannot directly pay himself a salary through the company account. Next step. View detailed rules. This system earns blood. You provide me with funds and give me money back. The conscience system. Pei Qian instantly understood the function of this system. Although the system funds and personal property here are both money, they are 2 completely different concepts. The personal property 443 is displayed here, which means that Pei Qian's current money is only 443 yuan, which is the money he can freely use. The 50,000 yuan is the funds of the system. According to the system, the money can only be used for business activities, such as starting a company. And after a period of time, no matter whether you make money or lose money, the corresponding part will be converted into personal property according to a certain percentage, and Pei Qian can spend it at will. Exciting. Look at the detailed rules. Pei Qian continued to click on the like curtain to check. The host must engage in normal, reasonable, legal, and technically commercial activities. The following behaviors are all illegal. Please pay attention. Excess Category 1. Large-scale purchase of real estate and real estate speculation. 2. Purchasing digital currency, participating in Ponzi schemes, illegal fundraising, and other illegal activities. 3. Speculation, reselling materials, disrupting market order. Click to expand the remaining 97 violations. Loss Category 1. Do charity or donate company property to others. 2. Purchasing, hiring employees, renting office space, and purchasing office supplies at standards far higher than market prices. 3. Passive slack, too low efficiency, and failed to create any value for a long time. Click to expand the remaining 97 violations. Supplementary terms. The host shall not disclose or imply the existence of the system itself or the challenge to anyone or in any way. The system has the final right to interpret the definition of violations. Next step, randomly generate profit and loss conversion ratio. The rules are really strict. Pei Qian checked as many as 200 violations, and several plans that appeared in his mind were rejected one by one. Real estate speculation, purchase of digital currency, etc., are prohibited by the system. Normal investment and financial management behaviors are fine, but in terms of the general annualized rate of return, it may be difficult to meet Pei Qian's needs. There are as many as 200 violation rules, which not only limit the surplus activities that Pei Qian can carry out, but also limit the loss activities that he can carry out. In short, all crooked ways are prohibited. Pei Qian continued to click on the like curtain to go to the next step. The profit and loss conversion ratio is being randomly generated. The ratio of profit conversion is 100 to 1, and the ratio of loss conversion is 1 to 1. Hey, wait a minute, this ratio. Pei Qian took a closer look and found that this seemed to be a bit of a bug. The loss conversion ratio is a bit high. After all the system funds are lost, they can be converted into personal property in equal amounts. Losing money is equivalent to earning blood. Randomly generated, such a good conversion ratio? I am a European emperor. It's a pity that the conversion ratio of earnings is a bit low. But it doesn't matter. It's easier to lose money than make money. Pei Qian feels that his luck has exploded. Final step. Please name your company. Click here to enter. Pei Qian thought about it for a while and entered the input box with his mind. Tena Network Technology Company Limited. The meaning is flying up. That is to say, I hope that the company Tingda can quickly turn yellow. Tingda Network Technology Company Limited is registered. After the last step was also completed, the text information on the light curtain disappeared, returning to the initial state of the panel. Wealth conversion system host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio 100 to 1, loss conversion ratio 1 to 1. Next settlement time. 14 days later. Remarks. 1 week before settlement. If there are unreleased products, the settlement date will be postponed, and the postponement time will be determined by the system. System capital, 50,000 personal property. 443 Pei Qian check the meaning of this note. 1 week before the settlement. Pei Qian cannot have unreleased products. This is reasonable. If there is no such rule, Pei Qian can put all the company's property into production on the day before the settlement, so that the system capital becomes 0, which is equivalent to taking advantage of the loophole. With this rule, Pei Qian must list all the products in his hand to make a profit 1 week before the settlement. Whether it is profit or loss, this step cannot be skipped. There is one less way of exploiting loopholes, but it doesn't matter. So, the next thing to do is to make 50,000 of system funds become 0, and then make 443 of personal assets become 50,443. Isn't it just losing money within the rules? I don't think it's difficult. Pei Qian was full of confidence. Open a company normally, create value, and develop products normally. Then, as the boss of the company, Pei Qian only needs to deviate a little from this direction and walk on the wrong path that isn't it done. There are very few companies that succeed in starting a business, but a lot of companies that fail to start a business are caught. Which one is less difficult is obvious. Chapter 2: Small Changes in the World. Then the next question is which field to choose. After careful consideration, Pei Qian decided to first figure out the general environment of the world. Turn on your laptop, open the 1000-degree search engine, and start flipping through recent news, especially technology news. There are some changes, but they are not big. Pei Qian knew it. Compared with the world of Pei Qian's previous life, this world has not changed much, but the speed of technological development is faster. Communication technology and information technology are developing rapidly, and the configuration of digital hardware, such as computer chips and graphics cards, is also advancing by leaps and bounds. Many technologies that Pei Qian remembered that appeared in 2015 or even later have already sprouted here. For example, the wave of smartphones was supposed to be around 12 years ago, but in 2008 it was almost universal in this world. And now there are some high-quality games on mobile phones that in addition, the awareness of copyright protection in this world is obviously stronger. Pirated resources in various fields have been completely blocked and severely cracked down, and the threshold for piracy to be punished has been lowered. As for other aspects, not much has changed. The Twitter mainly appears in the internet, technology, games, culture, and other industries, which is similar to the previous life. Pei Qian can choose to join any industry, and the system has no restrictions on this. However, at the same time as starting a company, in order to create value and not be judged illegal by the system, Pei Qian also had to recruit some relevant professionals. For an industry that he doesn't understand, it is difficult for Pei Qian to control the direction. What if these professionals recruited are very powerful? What should I do? Therefore, after thinking about it, Pei Qian decided to first choose the game industry. Although Pei Qian has never been engaged in the game industry, but after playing so many games, he still has some understanding of this industry. Compared with other industries, Pei Qian believes that he has a stronger ability to control the game industry, that a little change in the gameplay can cause a game to die violently, which is a huge advantage. What's more, the game industry burns money quickly. The physical industry can sell fixed assets if it loses, but the loss is not thorough enough. While the game industry loses, it is pure loss, and a bunch of codes are worthless. Pei Qian has memories of 10 years later, as long as he deliberately avoids games that have the potential to make money. Isn't it enough? The first step is to make a game. The second step is to lose money and convert all system funds into personal property. The third step can be Manhwa. Well, it's that perfect. Pei Qian felt that he was simply a genius. After determining the direction, Pei Qian searched the official website of the Bureau of Commerce, downloaded the personal company management terminal, and successfully logged in through the ID number and initial password. There is already a company in his name, namely Tingda Network Technology Company, Limited, and the company account has 50,000 yuan of funds. This should be the system's black technology to help him register in the entrepreneurial environment. The situation in the simple and difficult parallel world is very different from Pei Qian's previous life in this world. In order to encourage all people to start a business, the threshold for individuals to start a company is very low, and most of the company's processes have become intelligent, which can be completed on the internet and on the client. This, even more advanced than the original world 10 years later, is very friendly to individual entrepreneurs. There are other changes like this. For example, benefiting from the rapid development of communication technology and cloud technology, human resources in many industries have been integrated, greatly improving the efficiency of online office work. Taking the game industry as an example, there is a unified official organization, Entertainment Software Rating Organization. The English abbreviation is ESRO, which will be responsible for the supervision and review of various games at the same time. ESRO has also launched an official resource station for entrepreneurs to use. ESRO's official resource station can be regarded as a large collection of game resources in the entire domestic game market. Here, you can spend money to buy some general art resources, program templates, design drafts, and you can also spend money to find some professionals. Customize your own game. These art resources, program templates, etc. are all voluntarily shared by other companies or individuals in the industry and paid for use. Of course, these are some relatively low-end, Common resources.in, the resource station. You can also contact some big names in the industry, such as top painters, and directly communicate with them and negotiate business.in addition. ESRO has also launched an official game editor, which integrates the more common game editors on the market and simplifies the use method. As long as you study for a period of time, most people can master it even if they have no programming skills. These changes all occurred within 2 or 3 years of rapid technological breakthroughs. That is, roughly from 2007 to 2009. IT is precisely because a powerful official organization such as ESRO has vigorously supported the game industry that such changes can occur. Of course, other industries such as film, animation, and other cultural industries also have similar changes, but Pei Qian does not need to know about it for the time being. I look at the configuration requirements of this resource station client and editor. Well, it's okay. My laptop can barely move it. It's just that the limitations of the computer configuration still exist, and I can't do 2 large games. It doesn't matter. I don't plan to make a big game anyway. Pei Qian's laptop was bought shortly after entering the university. It has only been a few months now, so it can still bring the client of the resource station and the editor of ESRO. But also because the notebook that Pei Qian bought was only low-medium, so the configuration was not very good. It was fine for general games, but not for large ones. That it's nothing. After all, Pei Qian didn't plan to make a big game at all. He didn't have enough manpower and funds, and he didn't plan to make money. That IT is not bad for him to make an independent game that can pass the trial. Pei Qian first opened the editor and studied the editor tutorial carefully. An hour later, Pei Qian fell asleep. It said that you can learn without programming foundation? Fall! Pei Qian was speechless. Although the learning cost of this editor has been greatly reduced compared to programming languages or some traditional game editors, it is still difficult for Pei Qian, who has no programming foundation at all. However, he learned the relatively simple operations of applying ready-made game templates and changing art resources. Let's go to the resource station first and analyze the games on the market. Pei Qian entered the resource station and checked some existing resources. There are still many types and various game types, such as driving simulation, fighting, shooting, RPG, etc. have some common templates. These templates are relatively basic, and the price is not high. For example, the template of a shooting game, put this template into the editor, you can achieve a series of basic functions such as walking, shooting, changing clips, and some firearms also have default ballistics by some art resources and paste them. Even if you make a very simple shooting game with a single gameplay, that if you want to do it more complex, you have to learn some high-end usage of the editor. For some particularly difficult functions, you still need to find a special person on the resource station to complete them. Chapter 3: The Lonely Desert Highway. As for the current game industry environment, it is basically similar to Pei Qian's previous life in 2009. For example, the most popular online game at present has changed from Yamaguchi Mountain to Fantasy World. CS has become Anti-Terrorism Plan, and Dota has become Shinchi. The packaging is not the same, but the gameplay is quite different. Mobile games have improved significantly, which may be because the hardware development is faster than in the previous life. For example, Pei Qian's card mobile game in his previous life benefited from the popularity of smartphones, which only appeared in 2012. In the parallel world, because smartphones appeared earlier, similar games appeared around 2008, and they are now very mature. Type of game. In this case, the situation is very clear. I just need to spend money to purchase templates and art resources on the resource station, spend all 50,000 yuan, and then make the game that no one plays and can't sell. After 2 weeks, it is equivalent to a total loss. Perfect. After making up his mind, Pei Qian began to search the resource station for the template he wanted. Basic template for driving simulation, 20,000, comes with a set of interior and exterior textures of the vehicle. Scene template, desert highway template, 15,000. If you need dynamic changes in the environment, you need to add 8,000, a total of 23,000. It's a bit expensive, but I just want expensive. There's a little money left to spend. Radio music, choose 30 music out of 100, or play it randomly in the music library by the system, 6,000. There are 1,000 yuan left. Let's buy a simple ranking function. I can't afford anything else. After a little consideration, Pei Qian frantically placed an order on the resource station and quickly spent the 50,000 yuan. These resources are honestly not expensive. For example, this basic template of driving simulation class can be implemented into the game editor to realize the basic functions of driving simulation games. Accelerator, brake, cornering, collision, etc. Everything is available. The desert road scene itself supports free adjustment of the length of the journey in the editor, and some random changes will appear in the desert scene. After adding the environmental change simulation function, there will be environmental changes such as sunrise, sunset, wind, and sand. Because they are all common templates, many independent game makers will also buy them and use them. So bumping into the face is 100% something that will happen. In order not to bump into faces, some producers will customize some art resources to replace. Of course, in that case, the investment will continue to increase. But Pei Qian doesn't care about this. Face? Hit it. Anyway, I'm trying to lose money, and I can't ask for more if players don't play this game because they bump into their faces. Pei Qian started making games. Although it is going to lose money, the game must at least pass the review of ESRO and be successfully put on the shelves. If it is a semi-finished product with serious missing functions, it cannot pass the review of ESRO, and the system may judge Pei Qian to violate the regulations. Therefore, no matter how tricky the game is, the basic functions must be complete. Drag the base template into the editor, and then drag the scene template into it. Then the big frame of the game is there. After players enter the game, they can drive their cars on the desert road. However, the purchased resources must not be wasted. Pei Qian added a radio function to the vehicle. Players can turn on the radio while driving and listen to random music. They are all niche music or very traditional classic music, and those popular songs cannot be bought for such a small amount of money. Next is a more critical question. What is the core gameplay of this game? Pei Qian himself didn't know. Race. Don't make trouble, I don't have the money to do it. I can only afford a basic template, a texture for a car, and a scene. Those complicated tracks, beautiful cars, and related gameplay. Programs for racing, can't afford it. Can't afford how to play. Pei Qian slapped his head and got it. The core gameplay of the game is very simple. Just drive from start to finish, it's over. But this alone is not enough. All of them are pieced together from general resources. Without any innovation in gameplay, it is estimated that it will be difficult to pass the review, that a little change has to be made to ensure that the game can pass the review. But this change cannot be too good. It has to ensure that the game can lose money and no one is playing. Pei Qian thought for a while and directly lengthened the desert track scene infinitely. Pull the full game time to 8 hours. That's right, players need to drive on this road for 8 hours to drive to the end, and during this period, the desert road will turn every once in a while. It is impossible for players to pass the level with just one button. In this way, the gameplay is different from the general driving simulation games on the market, and it should be able to pass the review. Moreover, such a foolish gameplay should not be scolded by the players to death. This game can only make money to have a ghost. Pei Qian was very excited and felt that he was a genius. Finally, use a very simple method to make a game clearance interface. Just display a line of words. Congratulations, you have successfully wasted 8 precious hours of your life. Even if someone can pass the level, he must be so angry that he will never play our company's games again. The ranking function that you bought can't be wasted. Make a time-wasting ranking and count the clearance times and effective game time of each player. This ranking list is useless. It is just to arrange the functions that money bought. 3, 5, and 2, and it's done quickly. These functions belong to the basics among the functions supported by the editor. You only need to perform some simple operations of dragging and changing parameters, which is almost enough. That self-taught editors, buying resources, and making games all add up to less than 2 hours. I'm at a loss for such a mentally handicapped game. After Pei Qian finished the game, he tried it on his computer. Then he quit the game in 5 minutes and almost vomited. Going in is driving, bored to the point of explosion. Pei Qian was very satisfied and immediately released the game. Game name: Lonely Desert Highway. Game description: on a desert road, drive alone for a few hours, and you will get some thoughts about life. When writing the introduction, Pei Qian was very confused. Blow yourself up? Inappropriate. What if it really attracts a group of headline parties and loses less? Black yourself? It's not suitable either. It's too obvious. On the one hand, I'm worried about being judged by the system to violate the rules. Therefore, honestly write the introduction so that players will not be interested in this introduction. Then there's pricing. Pei Qian set a price of 1 yuan for the game, that he didn't want to set it too high. If it must be too high, there are really a few secondhand goods who bought it at a stroke. Didn't he lose money? The price is low enough that even if dozens of players buy it, it will have little effect on Pei Qian's losses. After everything was done, Pei Qian uploaded the game, waited for the game to be reviewed and approved, and automatically put it on the official game platform. This process generally takes a few hours to 2 or 3 days. The official platform is a fully automatic recommendation effect. The same batch of new games will be automatically recommended according to the changes in the data. Unless there is a malicious brush list, the management staff will not intervene. Pei Qian was not worried at all that it's just such a rubbish game. After it's on the shelves, no one cares about it, and the speed of light is cool. After 2 weeks, it will be 50,000 yuan. Isn't it wonderful? Pei Qian closed the laptop, feeling refreshed and happy. Chapter 4: Finding Junk Games at Noon. The roommates came back one after another. Then Yang carried a plastic bag in his hand, which contained the food he had just bought from the cafeteria. Brother Qian, you're really fat. You really don't go to class? But this time you're lucky. The vice president didn't name him. Yang had a "what a shit luck you kid" expression. The other roommates opened their laptops each. There is no class in the afternoon. Come here. Is it dark? Go hurry up. Yang, where are you? Wait a minute. I haven't finished my meal yet. Hurry up, dawdling. Whoever goes to the other dormitory and shouts. The others in the dormitory have already set up small tables on their beds and opened their laptops. The school's accommodation level is so difficult that they can't even get on and off the table, so they can only sit cross-legged on the bed and play games. Pei Qian has always suspected that the discomfort of his waist is the fault that fell at this time. So, in order to get the best gaming experience, it is very convenient even if you have your own computer and the dormitory is dark, and many students still go to internet cafes. Yang was holding a stainless steel rice bowl with food wrapped in a plastic bag. Today is okay. There is a class in the morning, so I go to the cafeteria to buy it back to eat. If there is no class in the morning, then everyone will lie on the bed together. When the first person decides to go to the cafeteria, the others will immediately start to beg for help. Of course, takeout came later, but there was no takeout software at that time, and all orders were made by phone. There would be poor students with difficult family conditions who would run errands and do part-time jobs to earn some living expenses. Yang shouted outside, and the game room was quickly occupied by 7 or 8. Pei Qian glanced at the computer screen. This is a 5v5 battle game called Shinchi. The gameplay is similar to Dota, but the packaging is completely different. In terms of time, League of Legends started to become popular in 2011. Although there were also in 2009, it was too rough. Moreover, that was the situation in Pei Qian's memory before. Now, the world has changed so much. Whether League of Legends can appear or not is another question. This time, MMORPG still dominated the internet cafes, and the most popular game was called Fantasy World. The game God's Revelation is indeed popular, but it is obviously more popular in the bedroom because it is not a pure online game. Internet cafes can also play, and there are battle platforms, but the popularity is still not as good as MMORPG. Brother Qian, why do you feel that you were so stupid today that you didn't wake up? Yang was a little confused about Pei Qian's state today. Wait, are you coming? Pei Qian shook his head. No, you can find someone else first. Okay, then I'll pull the old king next door. Yang didn't ask any further. Soon, the bedroom and the next bedroom began to shout. Hey, the middle passer is gone. Walk carefully. Fuck. How did he kill me? Ha. 3 fights and 1 was killed. Dish. Pei Qian stood behind Yang, watching him quickly click on the screen with the mouse, tap on the keyboard with his left hand, and crack the keyboard of the laptop very expertly to ASA result. Looking at the record again, the team headed 10-9 in the first 10 minutes, and Yang's record was 0-0. The teammates played anxiously, and he missed the knife under the tower. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh that everyone was young in 2009, and it was great that they could still experience the fun of the game. After he worked by himself, he bought a lot of games, each of which was a good game, but after he bought it, he was all ashes and he couldn't remember to open it at all. Every day I go to work and work hard. I lie on the sofa after I get off work and just want to browse the web and watch live broadcasts. I am lazy even when I play mobile games, let alone play games that require frequent operations. Fortunately, everything is different now as long as you lose all the system funds. You can lie down and make money, and you don't have to struggle at all, and you can be a salted fish happily. Pei Qian lay on the bed, happily thinking about the future life. So, how should the first 50,000 yuan be spent? Why do you have to set up a high-end computer first? Then go out to rent a house and live a life. Without shame, Pei Qian couldn't help laughing out loud. Then this issue of Trash Game Big Tutsao is here. If you viewers think the video in this issue is not bad, please don't forget to collect, share, and subscribe. In a rental house in the imperial capital, a puffy young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a lethargic expression is sitting in front of a computer and recording a video that he is a well-known up master in the fengshi.com game area. His birth name is Qiao Yang, and his online name is Qiao Laosher. He is also affectionately called the Godfather of Game Channel by fans because he always calls his father at the end of each show. As a full-time up master, although Qiao Yang is well-known and has many fans, this is 2009 after all. After receiving the video of the meal, you can be proud and have a good meal at the restaurant that if I can't receive the video of Cha Fan, I need a bowl of clear soup to make noodles. Losing weight depends on starvation. Qiao Yang has tried many directions, but in the end, the column of Trash Game Big Tutsao is the most popular with a relatively high number of broadcasts and has also attracted a group of fans who like games. Qiao Yang also has a column called Recommendations for New Travels this month, which is dedicated to just eating. After all, his popular column is called Trash Game Big Tutsao, and any game company who asked him to make a good meal video would not dare to post it in this column. Therefore, Qiao Yang also made recommendation for New Travels of the month to use it as a meal, but the attention of this series is too far from that of Trash Game Big Tutsao. After the recording of the new issue of Trash Game Big Tutsao was completed, Qiao Yang has not released it, because I always feel like something is missing. Well, yes, if a little soul is missing. This game seems to be rubbish with no features. After writing the copywriting, doing the material, and dubbing carefully, Qiao Yang felt that this program was acceptable, but no matter how much he thought about it, it seemed that it was difficult to form a breakthrough point. Well, this game is so bad that it's not topical. This gave Qiao Yang a headache. After all, he relies on this to eat. If the video playback volume does not increase, it will be difficult to receive a better video. Therefore, Qiao Yang did not rush to release this video, but habitually opened a recommended list of new tours on the official platform and began to dig for gold and shit. Before that, he felt a little hungry, so he took out a pack of instant noodles and boiled a pot of water, ready to add some energy. The water boiled, and Qiao Yang continued to search for new games. Lonely Desert Highway? What the hell is this game? Qiao Yang saw the introduction of the game. A driving simulation trip to think about life. How do you think about life? This introduction slightly aroused Qiao Yang's curiosity that he is a full-time video writer in the game area. Qiao Yang basically plays games that he is a little interested in. He clicked to download the game, and soon, the game was downloaded and opened automatically. Chapter 5. This game can really make people think about life. This is the beginning. The water in the electric kettle hasn't boiled yet, so Qiao Yang ignored it for the time being and entered the game. The beginning of the game. There is nothing, no opening animation, and no options, and it directly enters the scene that I in the vast desert. A road twists and turns, extending into the distance. The perspective of the game is in the car. There is a simple description interface. The operation methods are divided into two types, keyboard and handle, which are exactly the same as the mainstream racing games on the market. Qiao Yang looked at the picture, and this operation felt okay. After all, this is a set of templates. The upper limit is not high, and the lower limit is not very low. Qiao Yang took the controller from the side, connected it to the computer, and started the game. The car started. Qiao Yang drove along the desert road. Now the time in the game is morning. The morning sun has just risen, and the light is not so dazzling. The sandstorms in the desert are constantly flying, and waves of sandstorms can be seen in the distant view, and these sandstorms will affect the vision of the game, sometimes making the visibility very low. The desert road winds forward, not in a straight line, but with turns every other distance. Click! The water in the kettle has boiled. Xiao Liang was driving the car and fell into contemplation that what am I doing? What should I do? What does this game want me to do? He had been driving for 3 minutes, and he did turn a few corners, but other than that he didn't see anything that interested him. Driving, turning, watching the sand blowing in the distance, other than that, there is nothing in this game. Even on this desert road, no other car passed by. Xiao Liang wanted to soak the noodles first, and subconsciously pressed the menu button. The result is no response. Xiao Liang. In other games, pressing this button is to pause, but in this game, there is no response at all. Xiao Liang thought it was because the game had a bug and didn't support the controller, so he pressed the ESC key, spacebar, and enter key on the keyboard one after another. Still no response. This game cannot be paused. Xiao Liang was shocked that in the neutral position he was shocked he didn't pay attention to the direction of the car, and he rushed out of the road without turning a corner. And the tires were stuck in the sand. The GMEOVER. Simple 8 letters appeared on the screen. Xiao Liang opened his mouth wide, and the whole person fell into a sluggishness. This game refreshed his understanding of bad games. No, it's not strictly a bad game in the strict sense. Bad games are often caused by insufficient level of producers, insufficient funds, and gaps in objective ability. They can only compromise in some aspects, giving players a feeling of shoddy production. But this game is not like that. It seems to be disgusting people. Otherwise, why is there no pause function, and every time it fails, the game is over directly, and there is no save point? Wait, this game seems to be interesting. Make a tutorial video. Maybe it will be popular? Xiao Liang hurriedly soaked the noodles in hot water, and while eating, he studied the name and introduction of the game. Lonely Desert Road. I also specially emphasized loneliness. A driving simulation trip to think about life. Well, indeed, I'm really thinking about life. This introduction didn't lie to me at all. In this way, this game is really full of malice. The company that developed this game is called Tenda Network Technology Company Limited. I've never heard of it. It seems to be their only game. TSK. After eating instant noodles, Xiao Liang picked up the handle again. But this time, he turned on the video recording software and prepared to record the whole process of his game. 3 hours later, Xiao Liang's spirit was slightly relaxed. He didn't turn a corner, the car fell into the sand, and the game was over. What? Fuck. Xiao Liang was so angry that he almost smashed the handle on the table for 3 hours. He drove in the desert without doing anything for 3 full hours, and the game over on the screen ruthlessly declared his failure. The precious 3 hours in his life just left him, without creating any value except electricity consumption. And the recorded video is useless. After 3 hours of recording, only the last few seconds can be used, and it can be cut into the failure highlights. Xiao Liang threw the handle on the computer table and got up to calm down. He didn't drop the handle because of poverty. After all, this handle costs more than 200 yuan. If it breaks, Xiao Liang will be too distressed. Calm. It's all about work. Very good. The game succeeded in inflaming my anger, which is a very good trait for a crap game. Xiao Liang quickly regained his composure. The ASA up master who specializes in spam games. I have never seen such a big storm. This kind of small scene should be completely hold. However, Xiao Liang also realized that it is not an easy thing to get through this game. It's a challenge. So, Xiao Liang called and ordered a takeaway. Fortunately, the game ended early. If it was too late, the takeaway would not be given. Taking advantage of this period of time, Xiao Liang took a nap in bed and regained his energy. When he woke up and was full, Xiao Liang put a large glass of water on the table, ready for a long battle that he already understands the game a little bit. Is this game difficult? No, it is no exaggeration to be able to pass the customs with a hand. There are no sharp corners, no police cars that will rush over to make trouble, and there is not even any requirement for the player's speed. The only difficulty is time. I didn't run the entire distance in 3 hours, and I still don't know how long the distance is in order to finish the run quickly. The player will habitually accelerate and run at the highest speed of the vehicle, but this requires more concentration. Otherwise, it may be too late to turn when encountering a curve. Once off the track, it's all over again. That if you want to be safe, you have to drive slower. But in this way, the game time will be longer. Poor, really pitiful. Xiao Liang felt that his desire to challenge and complain was unprecedentedly high. If this game can be made into a Tutsao video, the title alone can deceive a lot of clicks. Xiao Liang gritted his teeth and continued to enter the game to fight. More than 8 hours later, late at night. Fuck! I've cleared the customs, and I actually passed the customs. Xiao Liang wanted to cry. He finally saw the finish line. It is a very common finish line, which seems to use common art resources found in many racing games, but for Xiao Liang at this time, the black and white finish line on the ground is so kind. Simply tears. He took the handle and got up from the computer chair. My back was sore, my hands were cramping, and my eyes were almost unable to open because I stayed up too late. But for a full 8 hours, I persevered. It all makes sense, Xiao Liang was moved by himself. What kind of spirit is this? At the moment when he crossed the finish line, Xiao Liang felt that he was possessed by a car god. At this point, he is the most handsome boy on the track. But then, the screen went black, and a line of words appeared. Congratulations! You have successfully wasted 8 precious hours of your life. Chapter 6: How come there are thousands of downloads? Xiao Liang people are stupid. Is this gone? Is this closed? 1 line of customs clearance? You can make me a trophy. Be a podium. Without these art resources, you can make me a cheering sound effect. How much does the cheering sound cost you? And how about it? After you clear the level in 8 hours, you will put a black screen on me and mock me with 1 sentence. Xiao Liang felt that he couldn't take it anymore, both physically and mentally, that he is really into the play. He is really so angry with this game that he wants to cry. However, despite the collapse and anger, Xiao Liang still had a little relief in his heart, a little relieved, not because he is a masochist, but because he knows that these are valuable material. Seeing that the Up Master has suffered so much, the audience gentlemen have no choice but to like and retweet. Xiao Liang checked again, and the entire 8 hours of his game had been recorded very complete. You wait. I'll arrange for you when I wake up, Xiao Liang said viciously to the game, then saved the recorded video and fell asleep on the bed. 3 days later, Pei Qian slept on the bed in the bedroom until he woke up naturally, feeling very happy in life. During this time, he has readjusted to college life. I sleep until I wake up naturally every day, without worrying about going to work, without the pressure of KPIs, and without looking at the bad face of my boss. All in all, in one word, enjoy. Of course, it would be better if it were a little richer. The first thing to wake up is to call the system, Wealth Conversion System host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio 100 to 1, loss conversion ratio 1 to 1, next settlement time. 11 days later, system funds 0.500. Personal property 367. Seeing the 0 of system funds, Pei Qian felt a sense of relief. Comfortable. As for the poor figure behind his personal assets, Pei Qian has nothing to do. It's enough to save money, but not at all. There is only 1,000 yuan for living expenses every month. Even if you eat in the cafeteria, it is still not enough. After all, this money can't be used for food. There must be some other expenses in daily life, right? Pei Qian couldn't wait a little bit. He just waited for the settlement in 11 days, and all the loss system funds were converted into personal property, which would be great. The system capital is still 0. This is because the division of the game platform has not been transferred to the company account that ESRO's official game platform is divided into accounts once a week, which is automatically carried out by the system, and the developers and the platform are divided into 5 and 5, which is also quite intelligent. Before splitting accounts, if you want to check your income and game downloads and other data, you can go to the editor background to check that in the 2 days after the game was just put on the shelves. Pei Qian went to the editor's background every once in a while to take a look and found that there were really a dozen or so hapless people who bought and downloaded their own games. After all, it's a new game, and it's a corner recommendation. It's normal that there are so many gamers who don't care enough to download and play. After more than a dozen downloads and sharing with the platform, all that came to Pei Qian was a few dollars, which was harmless. And as expected, these players all gave a 1-star negative review, which made the score of the game Lonely Desert Highway already appalling, and there should be no heartless players to download it in the future. After confirming that his game was bound to be thrown, Pei Qian had a very happy day yesterday and did not open the editor to view it. Although it felt that opening the editor background again today would not be any different, Pei Qian opened it subconsciously. Pei Qian's mentality is very strange. Other designers open the background to check the data of their own games, all expecting that the higher the better. They can't wait to add tens of thousands of downloads every time they refresh. And Pei Qian opened the background, but hoped that the lower the download volume of his game, the better, preferably a big 0. If I'm not mistaken, the download should still be in double digits. Fuck, what happened? Pei Qian is stupid that he was shocked to see that the download volume of the game had reached 4 figures, and it was growing towards 5 figures. Snapped. Pei Qian patted his forehead with his right hand, almost thinking that there was something wrong with his eyes. How could more than 8,000 people download my game? And it looks like it's going to break 10,000. There are still 10 days until the next system settlement. Pei Qian panicked, completely panicked. Things were a bit completely beyond his expectations. This is a math problem that elementary school students can figure out clearly. More than 8,000 downloads are equal to more than 8,000 running water, and the platform deducts half of it, which is a net profit of more than 4,000. According to ESRO standards. Most game income is taxed at about 5%, and this kind of independent game released on ESRO's official platform has preferential tax policies, which are basically negligible. That is to say, when the platform transfers the money to the company account this weekend, the system funds will become more than 4,000. What does that mean? Pei Qian made more than 4,000. Do not. On the contrary, Pei Qian lost more than 4,000. Originally, Pei Qian lost 50,000 of system funds and made a net profit of 50,000 of his personal property. As a result, the system funds have now earned back more than 4,000, so the net loss is equivalent to 46,000. And the money that Pei Qian can convert has shrunk from 50,000 to 46,000. Even more frightening is that this download is still growing steadily. Every time Pei Qian refreshes the background, this number jumps up once. Sometimes it jumps by dozens, sometimes it jumps by hundreds. Every jump is like rubbing salt on Pei Qian's wound, because as much as he earns here, the personal property he can get will shrink by how much? What's more, there are still 10 days before the next settlement if the download volume increases tenfold during this period. Something happened. Pei Qian couldn't sit still. What do you mean? Is there a bug in the official backstage? How can such a garbage game have thousands of downloads? Are you kidding me? He still couldn't believe this fact and hurriedly opened the official platform to find the comment area for the game Lonely Desert Highway. What shocked him was that the game's ratings did not change much, but the comments skyrocketed by hundreds. Qiao Lao Wet Sightseeing Group. Qiao Lao Wet Sightseeing Group +1. I'm dying of laughter. There really is such a garbage game against humanity. I've learned a lot. I downloaded it, I challenged it, and I was defeated in 5 minutes. $1. It doesn't seem worth the effort to get a refund. Let's spit and go. I recommended this game to my friend and told him that he must persevere until the end. There will be big surprises and Easter eggs. Now my friend wants to break up with me. What should I do? Are you still a person upstairs? I told my friend very honestly that there was nothing at the end of the game, just a black screen and a sentence. And even the sentence was told to him word for word, but he thought I was lying. You have to go and see for yourself. Now that he has not gotten through, he has already dropped 3 handles, and I think the 2 of us are not far from breaking up our friendship. Does anyone know the address of this producer? Nothing else? I just want to send him some souvenirs or something. I suggest that everyone stop playing. Just go and watch Qiao Laosher's entire game live. Qiao Laosher recorded it for 8 hours. Oh, let me tell you, this game can indeed trigger some thoughts on life, but you can't experience it through video fast-forwarding. Fuck, keep fooling. It's true. Does Monk Tang have to go through 9981 hardships to get Buddhist scriptures from the West? Do you think you can become a Buddha just like Monk Tang after reading Journey to the West? Pei Qian looks stupid. What is this all about? Where did so many comments come from? Joe Old Wet Tour Group? Could it be that this was flipped by a big V? Confused, Pei Qian opened the browser and searched for the keyword Qiao Laosher. Soon, he searched for Qiao Laosher's personal page on sweetpotato.com and saw a video posted a day ago on it. Trash game, Big Toots Out, issue number 64. I spent 8 hours on a garbage game without stopping, but the number of plays has exceeded 200. Pei Qian was speechless that he seems to have found the culprit. Chapter 7: The culprit has been found. Pei Qian clicked on the video. Xiao Laosher's unique, hoarse, and long voice with a dialect accent impressed Pei Qian deeply. Hello, dear viewers and dads, I'm still the familiar game called Father Xiao Laosher. There were people who urged me to update every day before, saying they wanted to watch me complain about sand sculpture games. Why did I delay the update? It's not because I'm lazy, it's mainly because the sand sculpture games I found are not tasteful enough. Finally, hard work pays off after a long time of digging for gold and shit. I finally found this shit. Oh no, this shit. That's right, it's the lonely desert highway you see now. This is a very interesting game. In this game, you can enjoy a philosophical journey of 8 hours, bracketed in real time. This is a driving simulation game with a high degree of restoration. You can not only drive, but even honk the horn, listen to music, and enjoy the unpredictable scenery in the desert. Yes, although the surrounding is full of sand and dust, there is no good scenery to watch, but believe me, those changing wind and sand will make every second of the scenery outside the car window different. And after watching too much, it will still be difficult to see. We'll make you see the mirage. What? Didn't you see it? Don't worry, during the 8-hour journey. As long as you can persevere, you can definitely see it. In addition, there is also a very advanced ranking system in the game, which can count the number of clearances and the accumulated time of each player. Oh my gosh, what a great feature. It's a constant reminder of how many lives I've wasted in this game. Cough, okay, everyone should have heard it. What I said just now is ironic. In fact, this game can be rated as the most boring game in history. No one. Yes, you heard it right. No matter it is the past or the future, whether it is domestic or foreign, there should not be a more boring driving simulation game than it. It's an 8-hour drive, and you have to keep your eyes on the front all the way because every few minutes there is a turn, and if you don't make it in time, then sorry, you failed and your game has to start from the beginning. Don't ask me why I don't pause, why I don't save, because this game is fundamental. Original? No. Yes. Pause. Pause. Function. Function. The only fun in this game is honking the horn and listening to the song, but the problem is, you can't listen to the song you want, you can't even change the station. All you hear are some unpopular, niche, or old-fashioned songs. You can't even skip a bad song when you hear it. And the magic trick that shocked me the most was that at the end of the game, it mocked me with a line of subtitles. Congratulations, you managed to waste 8 precious hours of your life. Yes, this is a game that makes people think about life, and it successfully made me think about life. It made me realize how precious my time is, and what a waste of time gaming is. If the boredom of this game can be included in the score, then out of 10 points, I can give this game 100 points. Of course, even a game like this isn't perfect. As the first hardcore player to clear the game, as evidenced by the leaderboard, I strongly recommend that the game add the following features. First, why does the game end when you drive to the end? I strongly recommend that you can turn your head and drive back when you reach the end, so that the endless mode was developed logically. How can you say that you have conquered this game without going back and forth 10 times? In addition, I strongly recommend adding multiplayer online features. Other players can also join the room, sit in the car and watch the scenery, or interact with the driver. I hope the makers of this game can listen to my advice and arrange a version update for the game, so that it will definitely sell well. Then this episode of AtoZ is over. The next 8 hours are video recordings of the entire game. For those who are too busy, they might as well try not to fast forward and watch the entire game. Trust me. After this, you will also gain some thoughts about life. Pei Qian dragged the video back a bit, and found that the remaining 8 hours were really Xiao Laosher's whole game video. The popularity of the common area below is about to explode, and the audience is extremely enthusiastic. I didn't fast forward after watching the whole 8 hours, and now I seem to be starting to think about the meaning of life. Xiao Laoshui's sacrifice is too great. He really takes his life. Xiao Laosher, stop it. Your hairline can't take it anymore? Do you have to risk your life to make a video now? I've already downloaded it. I believe that I can find the meaning of life in the desert. Upstairs, take me one. The full name of the game, Lonely Desert Highway, can be found in the official game store. Don't thank me. I'm just so helpful. Take me a +1 inch, the tour group starts. Looking at the comments in the comment area below the video, Pei Qian fell into a state of complete sluggishness. There must be something wrong with this world. I made such a rubbish game. And the video creator even used it as material, and the response was so enthusiastic. Although still confused, Pei Qian has roughly understood the cause and effect of this incident. His game was so deadly discovered by Xiao Laoshi, a video author who specializes in game complaints, and then Xiao Laoshi burst into inspiration and made a complaints video. With Xiao Laoshi's excellent copywriting, extensive attention, and meticulous editing techniques, this video has become popular. Soon, this video attracted a group of tourist groups, and many people wanted to see it. How bad is this game? Most of the people here have played for a while and stopped playing. After all, this game is really boring, but most people don't care about this dollar, and they don't even think about refunds. And a small number of players even have a comparison mentality because of the ranking system, and even players with ulterior motives begin to spread rumors and deceive people. Some people say that when you look at the desert for the 4th hour, there will be a fun Easter egg. Some people say that if you clear the game 3 times in a row, you can unlock hidden levels. There are even many people who leave a message below the video asking if this video can be reprinted. Pei Qian realized that the situation seemed to be a little bad. Why does this game seem to be on fire? Could it be, isn't this game worth it? This is absolutely not possible. I have to do something. Pei Qian didn't plan to sit still. He wanted to save himself. If this game really becomes popular, Pei Qian will lose everything. Pei Qian felt that there might be a problem with his game introduction, that it's too vague, causing players to misunderstand. We must be frank with the players, we must persuade those new players, and we must not let them spend any more. Chapter 8 Settlement. However, how to dissuade these players? Pei Qian himself is a little transparent. Even if he shows his identity and says that he is the producer of the game Lonely Desert Highway, how can this news spread so quickly? Pei Qian thought about it, and it is better to write it directly on the game details page of the official game platform. .in this way. When players come in to download the game, they can directly see the text written by Pei Qian, which has an excellent persuasion effect. Thinking of this, Pei Qian immediately opened the background and began to modify the game. Introduction. Apologize to everyone. Sorry, this is a really rubbish, terribly rubbish game. It's boring and not worth playing at all. Don't play. Players who bought it, please hurry up and refund. Thank you. Pei Qian changed the profile and waited silently. ASA result. An hour has passed, and the hourly downloads of the game show no sign of dropping at all. Not only that, but there are some new messages. Hey, the introduction of the game has changed. Did the producer get any stimulation? For the sake of your apology, I forgive you. But €1 is not worth a refund. The process is too troublesome, so it's time to buy an ice cream for the maker. This designer is ridiculous. Do you think we don't know this is a rubbish game? We play it just because it's rubbish. I feel that the makers of this game are very self-aware. For your honesty, I will give you €5 as a reward. I took this game as a gift to my friends. Seeing these replies, Pei Qian almost cried. What should I say in the profile so you can get a refund? Now Pei Qian realizes that it was a huge mistake to set the price of the game at €1 before, because the price is too cheap and many people are too lazy to go through the program to refund after buying it. But the key is that Pei Qian doesn't dare to set too high, because this game is an independent game. If you set €100, not only will Yesro's audit meeting be difficult, but the key is that the system will definitely warn him. Pei Qian was in despair. Seeing that the popularity of this game was still high, he felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. On Monday, Brother Qian, did you skip the class this morning? Ma Yang had already packed his things. Seeing Pei Qian, who was clearly awake in bed but stared at him thinking about life like a salted fish, he asked with some doubts. Pei Qian waved his hand, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. Brilliant. Ma Yang took the textbook and went out. After all, this is a freshman year, and most students do not start to develop the habit of skipping classes and sleeping until noon until their sophomore and junior years. After all, Pei Qian passed through it 10 years later, and it doesn't matter if he knows that these classes are skipped. After all, he was not in a major like medicine or law, and he would fail a major in a few minutes after skipping a class, and he would fall into a major that doubts life. As an ordinary liberal arts major, even if he usually doesn't go to class at all, he can pass it with a surprise attack. Besides, Pei Qian is still in the mood to go to class now, opening the game editor to refresh in the background every day. Seeing the skyrocketing data will make him think more about life. After lying on the bed for half an hour, Pei Qian finally summoned up the courage and called the system. After the settlement on Sunday, the revenue share of the game platform should have been credited to the company's account early this morning. Now, the system funds in the system should also be refreshed. Pei Qian looked at the row of numbers on the system's light curtain with the feeling of asking Jean in the autumn. Wealth conversion system host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio 100 to 1. Loss conversion ratio 1 to 1 next settlement time. 7 days later system funds. 51,394.5, 1394.5. Personal property. 367. Oh. Pei Qian closed the system interface and felt like he was dying. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. For this number, Pei Qian was actually a little mentally prepared. After all, he could roughly calculate how much money he would earn from the accumulated downloads of the game before. Since the video of Qiao Laozui was released, the daily downloads of this game have skyrocketed. Qiao Laoshir's video was reprinted crazily by many marketing accounts, and many people were chasing the popularity of Lonely Desert Highway, which even triggered a wave of video authors to follow suit. When the heat comes together, once the wave of transmission is formed, it will be difficult to stop it. Pei Qian watched helplessly as the daily downloads of this game soared from dozens to hundreds of thousands, and then to thousands. And the soaring download volume of the game has made it better recommended on the game platform. Independent game recommendation, simulation driving game recommendation, racing game recommendation, etc. One by one, every time Pei Qian opens the system background, he can always receive system messages. Congratulations! Your game Lonely Desert Highway has been recommended by XXX. During this period, please try not to update the version to avoid the impact of unknown bugs on the game experience. Now that Pei Qian saw this sentence, he was completely indifferent. There is still a week left, and now the system funds have exceeded 50,000 yuan, which means that when the settlement is completed, the money earned will be converted into Pei Qian's personal property at a ratio of 100 to 1. If it is 1,000 yuan, can it be converted? 10 yuan? Pei Qian looked at the numbers above and felt like crying without tears. A week later. Bedroom. Inexplicable. How did this sand sculpture game become popular? Please get out of my computer. Someone on the leaderboard has been in this game for more than 40 hours. Crazy. Ma Yang played Lonely Desert Highway on the upper bunk and quit the game within 5 minutes, and was very puzzled as to how the game became popular. And Pei Qian shivered in the lower bunk. Hey, brother Qian, have you played that very popular sand sculpture game recently? Is it that Desert Road? Ma Yang asked, leaning his head down from the top bunk. No. Pei Qian was telling the truth. He really didn't play this game much, because he knows too well, this game is disgusting. How can he play it by himself? Ma Yang slapped his thigh. It's too embarrassing. I don't know which unethical person made this game. It's heart and lungs. Pei Qian, I really didn't intend to let you play. You have to play one by one. Can you blame me? Pei Qian never imagined that this game would also become popular on campus and in his own dormitory. In the past week, after the crazy forwarding of many video authors and game media, Lonely Desert Highway was completely popular, and the fire made Pei Qian doubt his life that he is very fortunate. That is, the live broadcast platform in 2009 is not as popular as it was 10 years later, that if live broadcasts are as popular now as they are 10 years later. Pei Qian couldn't imagine the consequences at all. Chapter 9. A Genius Bastard. Today happens to be Monday, which is not only the day when the game platform is divided, but also the day when the system settles. For Pei Qian, this should have been an extremely anticipated day, but at this time he felt dull and even wanted to cry. The 50,000 yuan that was supposed to be guaranteed is gone. However, what should come is still to come. Pei Qian did not call out the system interface, but perhaps because of settlement, the interface automatically appeared. In Pei Qian's field of vision. Wealth conversion system host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio 100 to 1. Loss conversion ratio 1 to 1 to be settled soon. System funds 125,463.5, 75463.5. Personal property 153 payment in progress wealth conversion in progress system fund. 12546 3.5 personal assets. 907.6 754.6. Seeing these two numbers, Pei Qian was like a salted fish, paralyzed on the bed and lost his dreams. In 2 weeks, the game sold more than 200,000 copies. For other game makers, this is a fantastic start, enough to blow a lifetime. However, for Pei Qian, this was an outright nightmare. On the light curtain, new entries continue to appear at next settlement time. 30 days later, the system funds will be replenished soon. The target amount, 300,000. The system fund, 174,536.5, is being supplemented. The system funds are replenished. System capital, 300,000 personal assets. 907.6. Seeing these few lines, Pei Qian completely lost his dream, and it was no different from death. Worse yet, salt the wound, at the time of settlement, the profit of 70,000 yuan was only converted into 700 yuan, which was enough to make Pei Qian heartache. But at that time, he also comforted himself that at least the extra system funds he earned could continue to be invested in the next round, and he could lose more at that time. After the settlement, Pei Qian found that after each settlement, the system funds seemed to have a fixed value. Below this fixed value, the system will make up for it. The minimum capital value for the first time is 50,000, and the second time is 300,000. That is to say, if Pei Qian's system capital at this time is less than 300,000, whether it is 10,000 or 290,000, it will be replenished to 300,000. Before the last settlement, losing money or making money does not affect the starting capital in the next stage, unless Pei Qian can earn more than 300,000 with 50,000. Pei Qian can no longer calculate how much money he has lost this time, but he just feels heartache. On the bright side, I still have at least 700 extra income, which can improve my life a little. Looking at the 300,000 system funds, Pei Qian drooled that it's a pity that he can't spend the money casually. Pei Qian went to the online bank to check his bank card balance and found that there was an increase of 754 yuan and 6 cents, which was exactly in line with the increased number displayed by the system. However, there is no transfer information, just like the balance number of the bank card has changed automatically. Pei Qian probably understood the working mechanism of the system. The powerful ability of the system is to directly change the balances of company accounts and personal bank accounts without raising the suspicion of any person or institution. At the beginning, the 50,000 yuan issued by the system was in the company account of Tenon Network Technology Company Limited. Pei Qian, as the company's boss, could use the money independently and invest in any industry. But once there is a violation, such as spending the money for food, drink, and personal consumption, the system will immediately withdraw the money, suspend the current wealth conversion cycle, and even release the binding relationship with Pei Qian. How specific violations are determined depends on the system, but also follows general rule perception. For example, if Pei Qian also spends money on meals, it is not enough for Pei Qian to invite friends to dinner, but it can be used for company dinners and team building activities. After the game is profitable, the money settled by the game platform will also be distributed to the company's account, which is the same as other game companies. But Pei Qian still can't mess around. When the system settles, the system will convert the balance of the company's account into personal property according to a fixed proportion and directly change Pei Qian's personal bank card balance. And this money is what Pei Qian can spend freely, and the system will not limit it. The next settlement is 1 month later. No, this time I have to find a way to lose all 300,000. Not a penny left. Pei Qian rolled over from the bed and sat up, turned on the computer, and started searching for how to lose money. As a result, all the content found in the search is how to not lose money. 1,000 degrees of garbage. Pei Qian looked up at the sky, his grief and anger beyond words. There is no class this afternoon. Come, it's dark. I don't know who shouted, and the people in the dormitory responded. A Yang looked down from the upper bunk again. Brother Qian, are you coming? You haven't been with us for a long time. Seeing how frowning you look, could it be that you have some emotional problems? God is so emotional that it's more important than emotional issues. The 50,000 yuan I got flew away. Pei Qian was too lazy to say anything and couldn't say anything. Because of the rules of the system, Pei Qian cannot reveal or imply the existence of the system itself or the challenge to anyone, in any way, or even make others suspicious. Okay, let's play a game with you today. Pei Qian turned on the computer and opened Shinchi. Pei Qian has studied it before, and the game Shinchi is not too different from Dota. Although he is not very good at playing, it is not bad. With Pei Qian's advanced understanding at the level of the dormitory battle, he should still be able to carry too if he is smooth. Then Yang was very happy. Brother Qian is here. We will definitely blow up the opposite dormitory. Soon, the sound of tapping the keyboard and clicking the mouse sounded in the dormitory, and several shouts broke out from time to time. Nice! Neo X! Show! How about you, my Yang? Old horse. Why are you not here every time you play in a group? Don't be greedy for soldiers. The intense battle made Pei Qian temporarily forget the pain of 50,000 yuan and quickly immersed himself in the game. Although Pei Qian was not familiar with the game Shinchi, but benefited from his full understanding of similar games in memory, he still performed quite carry after half an hour. Defeat. Pei Qian looked at his own exploding base on the screen, and then looked at his own record in the upper right corner, point 11-2-7. This is so. You can lose. Pei Qian was about to vomit. Originally, he played well. He killed the quartet and was not smooth. As a result, in the midterm, he couldn't beat it, and in the later stage, he lost a wave and was directly pushed. Glancing at the four teammates, Ma Yang's 222 record was quite eye-catching, and it's a pity that Shinchi doesn't have the function of statistic data on the group participation rate. Otherwise, the statistics on Ma Yang's group participation rate would be quite touching. Pei Qian carefully recalled what happened in the previous battle. That it seems. I really have been fighting 4 and 5 on my side. Others grouped together to grab the order, and Ma Yang was taking the line. Someone else grabbed key resources, and Ma Yang happily stole the little monster on the opposite side. When his teammates were arrested, Ma Yang remembered and shouted, "People are gone," and then continued to eat soldiers. "I'm tired," Ma Yang said regretfully. "Hey, it's a pity that I lost." He looked up at Pei Qian in the lower bunk again. "Brother Qian, don't patronize your own fat. You have to carry." Pei Qian almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood. "That am I not a carry? Do you want me to hang up and blow up the main base with a skill to be called carry?" But Pei Qian did not refute, because he knew very well that Ma Yang was actually such a person. Ma Yang didn't mean to be disgusting, just a simple dish. It belongs to the type where the lower limit is not high and the upper limit is extremely low. That in Pei Qian's memory. For 4 years in college, Ma Yang actively participated in various clubs, ran errands for teachers, and was serious in class, never absent. That as a result, when he graduated, he didn't find anything good and he didn't find a good job. In the end, he went home and went to work in the unit his parents found for him. Of course, everyone has their own aspirations, and this choice cannot be said to be bad, but definitely not good. When it comes to playing games, Ma Yang also belongs to the type of non-stick type. You said that he played well, but his consciousness was always half a beat. After playing games for so many years, he hardly ever had a carry. You say he played badly. Every time he gets out of the game, the data is justified, and you can't say that he is the worst one at this level. There is no room for improvement, and there is no room for decline. Just such a person. Honestly, he's a born jerk that he couldn't help but remind Pei Qian of the famous Otto quote, "Silver equals advanced cancer." What is there to argue about such a person? And many more. Pei Qian suddenly realized a problem that he realized just now, that Ma Yang is a natural bastard. Not enough to succeed, but more than enough to fail. He belongs to the type of professional who has held back his teammates for 100 years. Isn't this the kind of talent you really need? Chapter 10. The first employee. Pei Qian suddenly felt that his money path had become brighter. Before, he only had 50,000 yuan of system funds in his hand. To say that using this money to recruit an employee is a bit too much. However, now Pei Qian has 300,000 system funds in his hands. Hiring an employee, isn't it too much? After thinking through the pain, Pei Qian also briefly summed up the lessons of his previous failures, which are nothing more than the following points. First off, bad luck. Who knew that he made a garbage game and was targeted by a famous sub-master in the game area? If there is no such Xiao Laosher, would it be a loss? Secondly, Pei Chien also had some doubts about his ability. Did I it because I'm so smart that I'm in the wrong position to lose money? Some people try hard to make money, but they always fail and lose money. And some people rack their brains to lose money, but they can't lose it. Pei Chien felt that he seemed to be the latter. So he felt he should ask someone for help. Hiring. As long as some bastards are hired to take charge of these tasks, can't they comfortably lose money? Thinking of this, Pei Chien suddenly wasn't angry with Ma Yang at all, even though he had just been tricked by Ma Yang. Ma Yang is simply a gift from God. Isn't such a genius bastard the perfect employee I expected? Other classmates think about it too. Anyway, a sheep is also released, and a group of sheep is also driven. If you pay more wages, you can also lose some money. No. Everyone else is too reliable. Pei Chien originally wanted to consider other students, but quickly gave up. After all, Handong University is also a key university. If you can get in, your IQ will not be too low. Bastards like Ma Yang are a special case, and they can be met but not sought after. Looking for someone else, maybe it's possible to get things done, and then Pei Chien will just cry without tears. After making up his mind, Pei Chien called Ma Yang out of the bedroom alone. What's the matter, brother Chien? Do you have any secret tactics to tell me? Ma Yang was full of anticipation, thinking that Pei Chien was going to tell him about the game. I'm making games by myself recently, and I'm short of manpower. Are you interested? Pei Chien went straight to the point. Anyway, Ma Yang doesn't have the guts, and it's not good to say that it's complicated. Ma Yang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. What a mess. There are so many classes this semester, and they're still doing these flowers. He paused for a while, then said, Are you also deceived by the illusion created by that stupid indie game? That lonely desert highway became popular with a lot of luck. Besides, it costs money to play games. Where does the money come from? Pei Chien coughed twice. To tell you the truth, I'm actually a hidden rich second generation. My family gave me 300,000. Is it enough? Ma Yang opened his mouth, and it took a long time to hold back a sentence. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? Ma Yang didn't know about Pei Chien's family background, but he also knew that Pei Chien was not the kind of person who had nothing to do with making fun of others. Only at this time did Ma Yang take this matter seriously. Apart from money, are there other problems? Ma Yang asked. Pei Chien asked back. Apart from money, are there any other problems? Ma Yang was taken aback. Are you good at art? Are you good at programming? Pei Chien shook his head. No. But does it matter? Can you spend money to buy resources from the internet and find someone to customize it? Ma Yang opened his mouth, finding it difficult to express his current mood. Is it too much fun? That's not what money is made of. Pei Chien patted him on the shoulder. Relax everything. I will ask you a question now. Do you want to join? If you want, I will reserve a place for you in the design team. Ma Yang hesitated. Brother Chien, it stands to reason that our relationship is so strong. Of course I should help you unconditionally. However, the two of us know nothing about game production. Although the 300,000 yuan was given to you by the family, I think you should consider it carefully and don't decide lightly. I'm afraid that the 300,000 yuan will be worthless by then, so I'm so sorry for you. I really can't come. Pei Chien was speechless. He never expected that Ma Yang's conscience would become an obstacle to this matter. But after thinking about it, it is true that Ma Yang is a bit stupid, but his character is nothing to be deceived, a standard good-natured man. Pei Chien could not disclose the source of the funds, but could only say that he was a rich second generation, and the money was given by his family. As a result, Ma Yang was afraid of making Pei Chien lose money, but did not want to join. Pei Chien had no choice but to come up with a successful case to prove himself. Actually, I have already made a game, and I have already made money. Ma Yang was taken aback. What game? Cough, cough. Pei Chien coughed twice. The Lonely Desert Highway. Pfft. Ma Yang almost spat out. You made that sand sculpture game? Ma Yang was taken aback, but he had complained to Pei Chien before. And after all, it was the heartless designer who made this kind of shitty game, and he complained about the master. Pei Chien was also helpless. I really did it. The scene was very embarrassing. Then Ma Yang blinked his eyes and suddenly raised his thumb. Okay, yes, Brother Chien, I can't see that you have such a talent for game design. You are a genius for this game to be so popular. I said before, there is an inexplicable sense of intimacy when playing this game. So that's what happened. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. This old horse changed his face really fast. It's all right, don't let the rainbow fart. I'll ask you come or not. I'll give you a salary of 3,000 yuan a month. No matter the profit or loss, you don't have to be responsible. Pei Qian said. This time, Ma Yang's attitude was completely different, and he nodded sharply. No problem, no problem. Then I'll mess with you, Brother Qian. You know, although I don't have any advantages, I'm reliable. After knowing that Pei Qian had made a successful game, Ma Yang felt that he was not playing tickets, but doing something promising, and of course he couldn't wait to join. Pei Qian and Ma Yang strongly agreed. Yes, yes, I just fell in love with your reliable energy. Then don't tell others about this news. Among the classmates I know, I think you're the most talented. I didn't find anyone else. Ma Yang raised his eyebrows. No problem, no problem. Okay, let's do this first. Pei Qian didn't have anything else to say. There is still a lot of preparatory work here. You should do something first, and I will follow you when there is progress. Say. Ma Yang nodded vigorously. Okay, don't worry. I will go to the bookstore in the afternoon to see if there are any professional books, buy them back, and study them. Don't worry. I will never hold back. Ma Yang turned around and went back to the bedroom, packing up and preparing to go out. Actually, you don't need to buy a professional book to study. Pei Qian shouted this sentence in his heart, but raised his hand. But in the end, he didn't say anything. He was a little doubtful that his decision to find Ma Yang was correct. Can such a responsible and reliable person really cooperate with him to accomplish his goals? But then I thought about it again, based on my understanding of Ma Yang over the years. This guy is really reliable, but his ability is indeed limited. Let him open. To read professional books, it will not affect the overall situation. Chapter 11 Switching Ideas. Ma Yang packed up and went out. He went to a nearby bookstore to buy a professional book on game design. Pei Qian doesn't know if he can buy it, but with so many big bookstores, you can always find it, right? In fact, at this time, some shopping platforms have appeared on the internet, including websites dedicated to selling books. However, many people have not turned this corner, and even some relatively dull students have not opened online banking. For example, Ma Yang is a more traditional kind of student. When thinking of buying a book, the first choice is to go to the bookstore. After reading some of the content, he decides whether to buy it or not. Of course, this situation will change dramatically in the next few years. Pei Qian went back to his bed, opened his laptop, and thought about the next thing in the afternoon. Ma Yang came back. Holding 7 or 8 books, there is also a large tome, about 2 fingers thick, 16 format. The book is called Summary of Advanced Programming. In addition to this, there are a bunch of other books, for example, Survival Guide, Outside of Code, Program Development and Management Collection, Code Encyclopedia, Design Patterns, and Cervical Spondylosis Rehabilitation Guide. Ma Yang felt that he had gained a lot. Pei Qian flipped through the books that Ma Yang brought back and finally settled on the Cervical Spondylosis Rehabilitation Guide. You are so prepared. Have you even considered the possibility of cervical spondylosis in the future? But the biggest problem that programmers face is not cervical spondylosis, but death from overwork. Also, you are not a programmer. Before, Pei Qian saw that Ma Yang was so attentive and diligent about this matter. He almost thought he had chosen the wrong person to as a result. Pei Qian was sure of the books Ma Yang had selected that Ma Yang is his best partner. He didn't run away. Look, this guy ran all the way out to the bookstore and came back with so many books. Say it's useless. And you can't say it's useless at all. Anyway, say it's useful. It's useful. Typical white. Hustle. Pei Qian patted Ma Yang's shoulder. Ma Yang, we are doing design, not programming. Besides, do you know that editors are used to make games now? Furthermore, with the explosive development of technology now, the speed of innovation is too fast. The technologies in these books are already half obsolete, and they are really unusable. Ma Yang's face turned pale. I said why the bookstore is offering discounts. It turns out that it can't be sold. I searched the bookstore for a long time, but I couldn't find any books about design games, so I found these. When I saw the discount, I picked a few and bought them. What should I do? The discounted books will not be refunded. Ma Yang was a little flustered. Pei Qian was completely relieved and said with a smile, It's okay. It's fine if you have a heart. If you think you can't buy these books for nothing, just take a look at them. It's still a little helpful. Ma Yang was a little relieved when he heard this. Then do you want to watch it? We can take turns watching. Pei Qian's face darkened, and he quickly waved his hand. No, no. Whoever wants to read these books will feel too embarrassed to put on a pillow. Ma Yang lay on the bed and opened the thickest book summary of advanced programming. After only 5 minutes of watching, a snoring sound came from his bed. Pei Qian was very satisfied. Well, reliable. Look at this attitude, 100 points. Look at this ability again, 0 points. Isn't this the designer you are looking for? It's a pity that Pei Qian only knows one talent like Ma Yang, that if there are more, then Pei Qian can't go to heaven? Lose 300,000? Simple. Pei Qian opened the official editor of ERSO, somewhat melancholy, ignoring that Lonely Desert Highway has added thousands of downloads today, and began to study the next plan. As an independent game, the popularity often comes and goes quickly. What's more, the game Lonely Desert Highway has no technical content and no sustainable gameplay. In fact, Pei Qian had a similar example in his previous life. Games with poor quality, rough art resources, and boring and simple gameplay became popular due to some special reasons. However, such examples are actually very few. Among hundreds of similar games, only one or two may appear. Pei Qian never imagined that this kind of thing could be hit by himself. In the next period of time, the popularity of Lonely Desert Highway will inevitably drop rapidly, and the download volume and income will naturally plummet, which is a normal phenomenon. However, whether it plummeted or not, this game has already made real money, which is the most uncomfortable for Pei Qian. After thinking about the pain, Pei Qian decided to change his mind. This time, I can't do independent games anymore. I have to change it. Because in the short term, Tenda Network Technology Company Limited has been tied to the game Lonely Desert Road in the minds of players. Pei Qian faced a dilemma. If you make a foolish game, you might have to replicate the success of Lonely Desert Highway. Even if the popularity is not so high, it will be a devastating blow to Pei Qian. But if you don't make a shitty game, make a normal independent game, maybe players will buy it because they think the quality of this game is acceptable. This is very uncomfortable. What's more, 300,000 is used to make independent games, which is a bit hard to spend. How expensive templates and art resources do you have to buy to spend 300,000 yuan? Moreover, after buying these expensive art resources, the game is so beautiful. Maybe it can attract a large number of appearance party players to enter the pit, or it is not a loss. Therefore, after thinking about it, Pei Qian decided to temporarily abandon these players who are keen on independent games and change their field. 300,000. Making large-scale games is beyond the reach. Although Pei Qian's goal is to lose money, but still, the finished product of the game must at least be produced. That if the game fails to pass the review and the 300,000 system funds are spent without results, the system will determine that this is a violation. Therefore, the money has to be spent and the game has to be made. Pei Qian rummaged through the official platform and finally determined his goal. Mobile game. This is also a last resort. On the one hand, the money in hand is not enough to make large-scale games. On the other hand, it is not suitable for independent games to play in a short period of time. Mobile game players and indie gamers are not the same group. Indie gamers might see this new game because they know the company Tenda, but mobile gamers won't. As long as the mobile game he makes is rubbish enough, Pei Qian is sure that no one cares about this game. After the direction is determined, it is market research. Pei Qian entered the official game platform, flipped through all the popular mobile games, and downloaded several popular mobile games to experience it. Pei Qian had noticed before that in the field of mobile phones, the technology of the parallel world seems to be much faster than the previous life. Chapter 12. It's You, the card game. The popularity of smartphones in the previous life was around 10 to 11 years. Benefiting from this trend, some popular mobile online games, such as card mobile games, appeared around 12 years ago. However, the smart machines in this world appeared earlier, so similar card games have appeared around 2008. Up to now, in 2009, the card game mobile game has been regarded as a very bad street game. The mobile card game was indeed a fairly innovative game mode when it was first launched, and it has been popular for a long time. But now, due to the emergence of a large number of card mobile games that change skins, this gameplay has aroused the rebellious psychology of players, and the good things that can make money by changing skins in the past no longer exist. The creator of the mobile card game in this world is called Manhwa, and the reasons for its success are nothing more than a few points. The QQ version of the painting style, the traditional card gameplay, and so on. Last year, the IP of the Three Kingdoms was not bad, and players generally accepted it. And this game took advantage of the popularity of smartphones to create a miracle of mobile games in one fell swoop. In this world, game editors are well developed, and many independent game makers can quickly join the competition, so all kinds of skin-changing card mobile games have sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. In a little over a year, it's been enough. Now many players see a card game mobile. There is an instinctive rejection and resistance. This is exactly what Pei Qian wants. In addition, Pei Qian noticed that there is a big difference between Qming Three Kingdoms and his previous card mobile game, in terms of payment. It is relatively restrained. This game is a buyout system in the mobile game market, and it sells for 5 yuan. In addition, the prices of various commodities in the game are also quite conscientious. Something like recharging 2,000 yuan to get a rare card is simply not enough. Does not exist. The upper limit of Krypton gold in the game is basically at the level of 1,000 yuan. If it exceeds this line, there is nowhere to spend the money. But even so, Qming Three Kingdoms is still scolded by players for cheating money every once in a while. Because this world is different from Pei Qian's previous life. Probably because of the strong awareness of copyright protection, piracy in this world is not so rampant, and standalone game manufacturers are living well. Therefore, the standalone buyout system and the online game point card system are the main profit models, and players have also recognized and used to this model. When it came to Qming Three Kingdoms, the producer obviously did not dare to go too far, but just made a buyout price of 5 yuan, and then made some in-app purchases in the game. Even so, he was scolded by the players. After investigating the market, Pei Qian began to think about how to smash the game. The most direct way is to hit the muzzle of the gun. If there is already an extremely successful game on the market that is the originator of this genre, then as long as it is imitated in its entirety, it will basically die ugly. The mobile card game is now the Red Sea. So make it a mobile card game. Qming Three Kingdoms is popular, right? Then I will also do the Three Kingdoms theme, copy the gameplay, go to the resource station to buy a similar card mobile game template, and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. Of course, art resources cannot be copied, which will involve the issue of infringement. Pei Qian didn't intend to copy the art style at first because he was still pointing at art resources to burn him money. Otherwise, how could the 300,000 be burned so easily just by buying templates? Another very important point is the payment model of this game. The fees of Qming Three Kingdoms are very restrained, so should this game Pei Qian make players die? Wrong. Big mistake. Pei Qian doesn't think so, that he knows the mentality of the players too well. Most of these players are disgusting with integrity. The mouth is talking about game pits, Krypton gold, never play again, and so on. As a result, a new item was sold at a sky-high price, and the local tyrant still scolded and paid for it. If Pei Qian really made the gold ceiling of this game very high, such as reaching the level of tens of thousands of yuan, what if he encounters a bunch of local tyrants? The consumption of a local tyrant alone can exceed thousands of ordinary players. At that time, a small number of local tyrants will directly turn the game into a profit. Isn't Pei Qian vomiting blood directly? So, it has to be the other way around. In order to prevent local tyrants from kryptonite gold, the Krypton gold ceiling of this game must be low enough. Pei Qian thought about it. The gold ceiling of Qming Three Kingdoms is about 1,000 yuan. Then I will press it down to 500 yuan. No, 100 bucks? Still no, 30 yuan. Let local tyrant players want to spend money and have nowhere to spend it. Of course, as a card game, there must be some common cards and some rare cards. The general practice is to draw Krypton gold from rare cards and use it to generate income. Pei Qian refused this practice because he didn't want to pull in income. He would lose money. The most expensive item in the game is a permanent membership card, which only sells for 30 yuan. After you buy it, you will be given a few extra card draws every day. Besides, you have nowhere to spend your money. Want to send money to Tenda? There are no doors. And ordinary players, even if they don't charge the 30 yuan, they still have the chance to draw cards. Just a little less. In this way, players have no reason to charge money at all. As for the price of the game, Pei Qian really wanted to set it to be free, but on second thought, it was not very good. Because of the current mobile games, there are not many free games, and most of them are set at a base price of 1 yuan. If Pei Qian's game is free, it may attract a large number of players. What if it catches fire? Therefore, Pei Qian did the opposite and set the buyout price of the game at 10 yuan, more expensive than Qming Three Kingdoms. This 10 yuan is a very high threshold, and 90% of the players will be persuaded first. Think about it, a mobile game that completely uses the card game template, without any innovation in gameplay. And the price is 5 yuan more expensive than the current hottest card mobile game. Who would buy it carelessly? Of course, this threshold cannot be too high, because 10 yuan is enough to persuade players to quit. If the price is higher, Pei Qian will make more money for the same number of players. More money equals more loss, which is absolutely not acceptable. Therefore, Pei Qian determined his goal. First of all, this is a parody of only the most basic card hand-playing methods. There is no way of playing in other card games, and I definitely don't have it here. There are ways to play in other card games, and I may not have them here. In short, they are all broken systems, and players will never be allowed to see any innovative gameplay. Secondly, this is a game that tragically crashed with Qming Three Kingdoms. The same theme of the Three Kingdoms. The same as a card game. Others are genuine, mine is fake. Let players have no reason to choose this game instead of Qming Three Kingdoms. In the end, this is a game with a stupid pricing strategy. First, use the high threshold of 10 yuan to persuade ordinary mobile game players. Then use the recharge ceiling of 30 yuan to block those local tyrants, so that they can't even think of gold. I'm such a genius. Perfect plan. Pei Qian admires himself a little. If he makes this kind of urine, is it possible to make money in this game? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 13. Spend money. After making up his mind, Pei Qian entered YesRO's official resource station and searched for general templates for card mobile games. Soon, Pei Qian found one that this is not the template of Qming Three Kingdoms. Because Qming Three Kingdoms is the creator of the card game method, it is also the most popular card game on the market. It is equivalent to a cash cow. This company can't be stupid enough to sell its own game as a template. But just because they don't sell, doesn't mean others don't sell. Many game companies follow the trend to make card mobile games. The code is written by themselves, but it is just a reference to Qming Three Kingdoms in terms of gameplay. And because these companies did not make money from the game, they had to change their own games and send them to the resource station to sell templates, which could recover some costs. The template that Pei Qian has found now comes from an imitation of a mobile card game that has failed. Failed work? I like it. Pei Qian thought this was a good sign. Click inside to see the gameplay system inside. From the popularity of mobile card games in 2008 to the present, Qming Three Kingdoms has already undergone many version innovations, and the gameplay has increased again and again. And this template is obviously a bit outdated, only the most basic things. For example, levels, raids, arenas, etc. There are no new ways to play. The whole game looks pretty shabby. Pei Qian is very satisfied with this. This is the kind of card mobile game template he has dreamed of. It has no fun features and absolutely can't form any advantage in gameplay. Look at the price, 100,000. How come it's only 100,000? Pei Qian was quite dissatisfied with the price. It was too cheap. You set a price of 150,000 directly, and I bought it right. But on second thought, the template for the driving simulation class is only 20,000 yuan. Although the template of the card mobile game is more complicated, it contains many relatively complete gameplay systems, and it is not cheap to sell it for 100,000 yuan. It can be seen from the download volume that the download volume of this template is far worse than the simulation driving game template that Pei Qian bought before. This shows that its price has been inflated, and it is not very practical. Pei Qian did not hesitate to place an order. I just like this kind of inflated price of goods which can burn more money without being warned by the system. After buying this template, the basic gameplay is all there, and the next step is to fill it with art resources. Art resources include a series of content such as interface UI, combat special effects, original card paintings, and so on. In addition to the expenses, there are also purchasing music sound effects, renting cloud servers, etc., but these do not cost much. The main part is still in the art resources. Pei Qian considered that he should keep 20,000 to 30,000 yuan for music and sound effects and another 10,000 yuan for other expenses, and the remaining 160,000 to 70,000 yuan would go to art resources. 160,000 to 70,000 yuan. This money is not a lot, and it is not too much. However, Pei Qian still didn't think too much about what to make of art resources. Card games are the most suitable games for skinning. It can also be understood that for card games, skin is the most important. It is precisely because this layer of skin is so important that Pei Qian must ensure that it must be smashed. Of course, it's not okay to deliberately draw ugly. Due to system regulations, it is not possible to purchase goods or services that are obviously of low quality. After spending the 160,000 to 70,000 yuan, if you only buy art resources worth 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, the system will not be able to pass that level. Roughly equivalent services must be purchased, allowing for a little up and down, but not too much. This time, Pei Qian needs to move his little head. How can we not only buy good quality art resources, but also ensure that players do not like it? It's very simple. Let the painter use superb painting skills to paint a style that players don't accept. Isn't it enough? The key is to come up with an art demand plan. Pei Qian is not very confident in his ability in this area. After all, he has experienced the failure of the lonely desert highway and has some doubts about his execution. This time, Ma Yang's role is reflected. Pei Qian downloaded a general template of the art resource requirement form from the resource station. On this requirement table, the size of the various resources required is specified in detail, and then some simple descriptions of these resources are required. The resources are roughly divided into two categories. One is the original painting, which is more expensive and has higher requirements for the artist. It must be painted in more detail, and the demand must be very clear. The other category is other resources, such as interface UI, special effects, etc. These resources are similar on the internet, and they can be used by changing them. But of course, Pei Qian is not satisfied with changing it casually. How can he spend the money by changing it? Therefore, all art resources are customized. Pei Qian first listed all relatively less critical resources such as system UI and special effects, and then filled in some very simple requirements, like be cool, to conform to the Three Kingdoms style. It's all such a vague statement. As for the final product, Pei Qian doesn't care. What is love? Then, Pei Qian sent this list directly to Ma Yang. Ma Yang had already woken up at this time. However, he held the tome and watched it for 2 minutes, and there was already another sign that he was about to fall asleep. Seeing Pei Qian send him a form, Ma Yang instantly regained his spirits. He threw the book in his hand on the bed, leaned his head down from the upper bunk, and whispered, "Going to work?" Pei Qian nodded. "Fill out the form. Use your imagination and fill it out with confidence." Ma Yang nodded sharply. "No problem." Work enthusiasm is very high. Ma Yang looked at it. This is an art resource requirement form. There are quite a lot of parts that he needs to fill in, mainly the description of the original character painting requirements. Pei Qian has already decided on the theme of the game, Three Kingdoms. There are only so many characters in the Three Kingdoms. Pei Qian picked out a total of 50 characters, including 15 rare cards, 25 excellent cards, and 10 ordinary cards. In terms of price, the price of an original painting fluctuates a lot, ranging from 7 to 800 yuan to the most expensive one to 4 or 5,000. If you go to the Academy of Fine Arts in a second or third tier city to get a student, you can buy one for 100 yuan. Looking for a well-known big touch customization, it is not surprising that a card costs 7 or 8,000. Anyway, you get what you pay for. It is absolutely impossible for Pei Qian to find a well-known big touch to customize it, although it can make him spend more money. Because the fame of the famous Big Touch is there, it is very likely that it will in turn make a publicity effect for the game. In the same way, buying 4 or 5,000 original paintings can indeed cost more. But once such a beautiful original painting is released, what if players like it? Again, the most important thing in a mobile card game is a skin. If you make the skin so beautiful, it is possible to make money even if the gameplay is rubbish. So Pei Qian decided to buy a cheaper original painting. If you want to spend more, buy more 50 characters and then make different states of different characters after they are upgraded and upgraded. That is to say, it is equivalent to 50 base maps, each of which has 4 changes, which are used to express the effect of upgrading. Based on the price of 3,000 for each base map plus 4 changes, this is 150,000, and Pei Qian's budget is just right. After all, the first-generation card game did not require a model, which saved a fortune. Of course, the specific price has to be mentioned by the other party. Pei Qian is only a rough estimate. Yang has some doubts. These things have already been set, so what work am I mainly responsible for? After carefully reading the notes written by Pei Qian, I understood. His job is to create originality and make magic changes. In other words, it is to open up the brain and completely subvert these 50 characters and change them beyond recognition as the best. Chapter 14 Ma Yang's work. Pei Qian has already thought about it. Since he wants to crash Qming Three Kingdoms, he can only choose the theme of the Three Kingdoms. However, the theme of the Three Kingdoms itself is actually a decent IP. Not too good, but not too bad. To make players hate these characters of the Three Kingdoms, the best way is to make magic changes and completely subvert their traditional images. In this way, those players who love the Three Kingdoms will naturally curse, anger, and retreat when they see this messy change, which will lower the reputation of the entire game. And the heavy task of this magic reform was left to Ma Yang to complete. For Ma Yang's ability, Pei Qian gave full trust. As long as Ma Yang does the work seriously, he will definitely be able to be almost yellow. Looking at the names of these characters, Ma Yang looked embarrassed. He stretched out his head from the top bunk and said in a low voice, "Brother Qian, I've only watched the TV series of the Three Kingdoms, and I can't match the number of people here." Pei Qian couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. Isn't that just right? If you are familiar with the characters of the Three Kingdoms, I am not at ease to entrust this task to you. It's okay. I believe in you. It was originally intended to subvert the tradition. You can rest assured that the more subversive, the better. And you don't have to worry about what kind of image to draw. It depends on the artist's design. You just provide a direction. You open up the design, it's subversive anyway, and no one will pick on common sense mistakes. Pei Qian comforted him again and again that he didn't want Ma Yang to retreat and push the job back. Then Ma Yang finally nodded. "That's fine, I'll try my best." Pei Qian was worried and ordered again. "Remember, it must be subverted. The more outrageous, the better." Ma Yang sat on the top bunk and started scratching his head. Hold for 10 minutes. No progress. He couldn't bear it any longer and probed again and said, "Brother Qian, why don't I buy the romance of the Three Kingdoms first?" Pei Qian immediately stopped. "No, absolutely not. I just like your innovative spirit, understand? You are not affected by the traditional image of romance of the Three Kingdoms, so you can achieve this subversion. Don't think about what his original image is. You can give me the imagination and the magic to change." Ma Yang had no choice but to say hey, then retracted his head and continued scratching his ears. After a while, he stretched out his head again and asked Pei Qian, "Brother Qian, I want you to be a dragon, okay?" Pei Qian nodded. "Okay." After a while, "Brother Qian, I'll set Ma Chao as a horse, okay?" "Row." After a while, "Brother Qian, I set Zhou Tsang as a dragon girl, Zhuge Liang as a great inventor, Huang Yueying as a mechanical puppet, Su Chu as a tiger, Chao Pai as a tentacle monster, and Lu Ming as dragon slayer Lolita. It's okay." Pei Qian slapped his thigh. "Okay, it's too good." "Old Ma, you are a genius. Do you know that? Just continue this way." Ma Yang was originally full of doubts about his own setting, but seeing Pei Qian's approval so much also ignited his self-confidence. Seeing Ma Yang working so seriously, Pei Qian was overjoyed. "You didn't find the wrong person. Design Zhou Tsang as a dragon girl and set Lu Ming as a dragon slayer. Look what genius crap this is." This makes Pei Qian think to himself, it is absolutely impossible to come up with it. It's a completely unreliable solution when I hear it. Then I'll find a cheaper artist to spend a lot of money. Can I still see the original painting of this game? Imagine that the players drew Chao Pai and found that it was a tentacle monster. I drew Ma Chao and found it was a centaur. When I got Lu Ming, I found that the great governor had become a dragon slayer Lolita. Shouldn't this be scolded to death by fans who like the Three Kingdoms theme? A famous international movie star once said that jokes are not nonsense, and changes are not random fabrications. Now this is just nonsense and messing up. This game is made, and it is properly spurned by thousands of people, making the players who like the Three Kingdoms tears in their stomachs. Pei Qian's haze in the past few days has been swept away, and he instantly feels that his life has become brighter again. Loss of 300,000. Net profit of 300,000. Pei Qian felt that a beautiful life was beckoning to him. While Ma Yang was filling out the form, Pei Qian went to the resource station and took a look at the situation of the painters. This resource station of ESRO integrates a large number of resources in the domestic game field, including human resources. Whether it is a designer, an artist, or a programmer, they can provide services to buyers at a clear price on the resource station. Buyers can see the resumes and works of these people in the resource station, and if they are satisfied, they can discuss cooperation. For example, how many original paintings of a certain artist to buy. Pei Qian searched for painters who were good at original paintings and began to quickly eliminate them one by one. Very famous big touch, all excluded. Elite painters with good reputation in the industry are all excluded. Just go to those novice painters who sell an original painting for only 7 or 800 yuan. After rummaging through and looking at the works of many people, Pei Qian found that they seem to be almost the same. This resource station has a threshold, which does not mean that any art student can obtain certification. The staff of ESRO will review it. All novice painters who can put their names on it basically have good painting skills. Pei Qian looked around and finally settled on a new artist with few representative works. The representative works of this painter are all in the two-dimensional cute style, and there is no realistic style in the works. This shows that he is probably not very good at realistic style. And the game that Pei Qian is going to do is an original painting in a realistic style. It's him. Pei Qian made a decision immediately. Of course, Pei Qian couldn't just find one painter because he wanted too many original paintings that in some card games. The original card painting will be as fine as a poster, so even a senior artist would have to work for a week to complete it. For example, the original painting that Pei Qian requires now is a card on the screen of the mobile phone, and the fineness can be greatly reduced, but if the artist is capable enough and it is relatively hard, it will take about 2 days. That is to say, an artist can only produce about 15 original paintings at most, regardless of quality. Of course, Pei Qian's original paintings are said to be 200, but they are not completely different 200, but there are only 50 characters, and each character has 4 original paintings, which are in different star status. Just like Zhuge Liang, from 1 star to 4 stars. Only some details and special effects have changed. Not all of them are designed from scratch. Therefore, the 4 original paintings of each character can be produced as a set. Even so, to make a safe estimate, Pei Qian had to find 6 or 7 painters to ensure that all these contents were completed on schedule. Pei Qian planned to find a painter to discuss the price a little, and then find someone else. Hello? Our company is currently preparing a mobile card game. We need to customize a batch of original paintings in batches. We would like to discuss the pricing and construction period with you in general. If you are interested, please reply. Pei Qian left a message for this painter named Wan Guangjian, waited for a few minutes, but there was no reply, probably not online. Pei Qian is not in a hurry anyway. Ma Yang's demand table will not be available until tomorrow at the earliest. Looking at the time, it was already night, and Pei Qian felt that his stomach was already growling. Old Ma, go to dinner? Pei Qian got off the bed and looked at Ma Yang in the upper bunk, and Ma Yang was still racking his brains, typing on the keyboard at the same time, and there were already large paragraphs of text on the demand form. Don't be so serious. Go and eat first. Pei Qian said that Ma Yang was still a little addicted to work, but he was really hungry and rolled over and got out of bed. Canteen? Ma Yang asked. Pei Qian shook his head, patted his chest, and said, No, go out to eat today, please. 10 minutes later, the waiter brought a bowl of ramen noodles and a bowl of egg fried rice and placed them in front of the two of them. Chapter 15 Reverse Bargaining. Boss, add another piece of meat to the ramen, and add another fried egg to the egg fried rice. Give me a side dish. Just shoot the cucumber. Pei Qian spared no expense in order to reward Ma Yang. Ma Yang happily ate the ramen noodles with plenty of meat. Okay, Brother Qian, you don't have to pretend now. The rich second-generation pie is starting to show, right? But the money is enough to go to the next restaurant to order 2 side dishes. Pei Qian waved his hand. Hey, no, the restaurant next door is not expensive, but I can't eat enough. To be honest, in order to celebrate the start of construction, I should have eaten something better. But now I have to keep all my money to make games, and I am quite nervous. In fact, the converted personal assets are too small, only 700 yuan, and it is simply reluctant to spend lavishly. A Yang nodded while eating ramen. Understand. This is what it should be, and it is still a stage of hard work, so you can't waste money. Pei Qian said, when this game is out, I'll take you to a barbecue buffet for 50 yuan each. Ma Yang nodded sharply. Okay. At this time, buffets are generally still in the 30s. Pei Qian wants to eat a buffet of 50 yuan, which is quite high-end of course. The buffet in 10 years will have to run to 1 or 200 per capita, which is immeasurable. What Pei Qian thinks is if all these 300,000 almighty are lost and turned into personal assets, what good food can't be eaten? By the way, there's still the contract. Pei Qian was eating egg fried rice. I'll go to the next template later. Let's sign an internship contract directly, with a salary of 3,000 per month. Ma Yang hurriedly said, Brother Qian, you are being too polite. It really doesn't matter if you have money or not, and the contract isn't necessary, right? Pei Qian shook his head. That won't work. You can contribute to me, and you can't take a penny less. We are serious business owners, and we all have to follow the formal process, and the contract must be in place. Okay, then I'll let you arrange it. Ma Yang didn't insist anymore. Who doesn't want money? I just feel that 3,000 is a bit too much, which is very embarrassing that in fact, Pei Qian wanted to give more, but the system didn't allow it. The system stipulates that Pei Qian can't hire employees at a salary that clearly exceeds the reasonable level. After testing, Pei Qian determined this reasonable level, which probably cannot exceed twice the reasonable salary. Take Ma Yang, for example, that he is now working in a serious game company. According to the current basic salary of an intern, it is a level of 1,500. Of course, it is not ruled out that some companies are more generous, and the interns work more and have higher wages. But we must also consider Ma Yang's ability to work, which is at most a burden on the company. Therefore, Pei Qian gave him a monthly internship salary of 3,000, which was already the highest salary allowed by the system. While eating ramen, Ma Yang suddenly slapped his thigh. Hey, Brother Qian, I suddenly had a good idea. You say, how about we make all the generals of the Three Kingdoms women? Is this subversive enough? Pei Qian almost spit out a mouthful of fried rice. No. Pei Qian categorically refused, and Yang was a little puzzled. Why not? Didn't you say that you want to subvert it? Pei Qian was speechless. Why not? Of course, it's because it's really possible to succeed. In fact, the idea of the transformation of the generals of the Three Kingdoms has long been tried in animation works, and it is quite successful. Although this is 2009, the two-dimensional game is not so popular, but at least there is this trend. Many card mobile games are deliberately made in a Q version, which also caters to this trend objectively. What if this game aroused the love of the AtoZ people because of this, and it became popular? Pei Qian will never allow such a thing to happen. Of course. This is Pei Qian's true thoughts and cannot be told to Ma Yang, that he coughed twice and explained. This idea is not acceptable. It is equivalent to making the characters lose their characteristics. For example, Ma Chao is also a woman. Zhao Yun is also a woman. Gong Sunzan is also a woman. They have all become women, and their characteristics are not obvious. Your current plan is very good. Ma Chao is a centaur, and Guan Yu is a dragon. So the recognition is very high. So, I think your current plan is better. Ma Yang was stunned and nodded. Oh, that's how it is, I understand. Pei Qian let out a sigh of relief. It seems that recruiting employees is not necessarily a good thing. Although a little more salary can be issued, Pei Qian's decision may also cause confusion and doubts among employees. At this time, Pei Qian has to give a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, if the employees really suspect that Pei Qian is deliberately causing the company's losses, and thus become suspicious, this is also a behavior that is expressly prohibited by the system. It's also fortunate that Ma Yang's brain is not very good. If you want to recruit more people in the future, you will have to recruit more people who are not very smart. Pei Qian said silently in his heart. After dinner, we walked back to the dormitory. Then Yang continued to climb up to the upper bunk energetically, opened his mind, and filled out the art request form. Pei Qian turned on the computer, entered the resource station, and found that the previous message had already been replied. Ruan Guanjian, how many sheets do you want? What are the specific requirements? Pei Qian briefly mentioned his needs, including the number of cards, general style, etc. Of course, the specific demand table has not yet come out, and it can only be briefly described by Pei Qian orally. Art style, don't ask for the Q version, the rest is optional. There are 50 characters in total. Each character has 4 original paintings, a total of 200. The request form is still in the making, I will give it to you later. It took 3 full minutes over there, and there was no reply. It is estimated that Ruan Guangjin was also stunned that MY representative works are all Q version. And the first sentence he said to me was, "Don't Q version?" After a while, Ruan Guangjin replied, "Okay, the price is 2,000 for a set. Okay? I know this price may be a little more expensive than a rookie artist, but don't worry, my strength is definitely top-notch. But I'm still in school, and I don't have a good representative. Work? A set of 2,000? Isn't that only 500 apiece?" Pei Qian was not happy at the time. The price was too low. "So I can't spend my money?" The original psychological price was 3,000 sets, but now it has shrunk to 2,000 sets, that a total of 50 characters, less than 50,000 yuan. "No, absolutely not. I don't think this price is right," Pei Qian replied. "Ruan Guangjin, how much do you think is appropriate? This is almost my bottom line." Pei Qian, our situation here is a bit special, because what we want to do this time is a style that no one else has done, a very subversive image, so the difficulty is relatively high, you understand. Moreover, the design on our side doesn't know much about art, and the demand is relatively vague. So, you need to use your brains and design it. Considering the extra workload in this area, a set of 2,000 yuan is too unfair for you. I think a set of 3,000 yuan is more appropriate. This includes the image design of the original painting and subsequent modifications. At the same time, I hope you can draw more finely. How about it? Ruan Guangjin fell silent again. Obviously, it seems that there are not many customers like Pei Qian who haggle in the opposite direction. A set of original paintings cost an extra 1,000 yuan. However, Pei Qian's behavior was not illegal, and the system did not give a warning. Because Pei Qian's reasons are reasonable, the extra money includes additional design costs due to unclear needs, costs to improve the quality of the original painting, and subsequent modification costs. Ruan Guangjin took a few minutes before replying. "Yes, there are 50 sets, 200 original paintings, 150,000, and there are 20 overhauls and 50 minor revisions." Pei Qian smiled slightly, that I can indeed spend money to buy modifiable times, but I can also choose not to. Anyway, it's better to draw it if you don't like it. The two immediately made a decision and prepared to sign an electronic agreement on the resource station. Pei Qian thought of one thing. How many original paintings can you produce in 3 weeks? I'll change the specific number in the agreement here. The system stipulates that there must be no unreleased products in Pei Qian's hands 1 week before settlement. Therefore, Pei Qian's game had to be released a week before the settlement, leaving only 3 weeks left for Ruan Guangjin. Ruan Guangjin, 200 pictures will definitely not come out. However, I can distribute these work to the classmates in the same dormitory. You can rest assured that with my supervision, the quality of their original paintings is guaranteed, and I can help you unify the style. Pei Qian was very happy. "Yes. Then I'll leave it all to you." Ruan Guangjin is still in school. He can achieve the original painting level required by the resource station, but his classmates may not be able to achieve it. This can be regarded as a small loophole, spending money and objectively reducing the quality of the original painting. Delicious. Chapter 16, Unreliable Demand Table. At noon the next day, Mayang sent the revised demand form to Pei Qian. Pei Qian looked at it and saw that this demand table was really well done, that it's just like not writing it. Although Pei Qian has never been in the game industry, this demand form is a template on the resource station. The above also briefly mentions some basic rules for writing demand forms. Simply put, the more details the better. The image the designer proposes is often illusory and vague, while the image the artist wants to draw is often figurative and detailed. That I end this process, it is easy to make mistakes. For example, a designer wants a super handsome male character, which is a fairly vague and impossible to quantify standard. What does it mean to be extremely handsome? If the artist draws a character that he thinks is particularly handsome, will the designer be satisfied? Not really. After all, aesthetics is a very subjective thing. Therefore, designers should be as detailed as possible when raising requirements, preferably to be precise about what clothes, hats, weapons, and obvious features the character wears. That IT would be better if there are similar reference pictures. There is a joke in the game circle, designed to tell the program, what kind of function do I want? What is the design concept of this function? And what effect does it want to achieve? The program said impatiently, just say which function of which game you copy and show it to me. The designer said to the artist, what kind of character do I want? What kind of appearance and character should this character have? To highlight the feeling of so-and-so. The artist said impatiently, just tell me which character to copy and show me the picture. Not all because I want to be lazy, but mainly because too much information is lost from text to picture. When making a similar demand table, it is natural that the more detailed the description, the better, and the richer the reference picture, the better, so as to ensure that the things drawn by the painter and the image in the designer's original mind do not deviate too much. Look at this demand table given by Ma Yang. Totally hilarious. Take Guan Yu as an example. He's a dragon, a humanoid dragon. As the dragon martial saint, he is considered the pinnacle of martial power. Walking on the tip of a knife all his life, his understanding of fighting and killing is completely different from that of ordinary people. Gong. Another example is Ma Chao. The shape is half human and half horse, so it is called alien. Ma Chao is different from other centaurs with obvious characteristics of dragon blood, such as dragon horns borne on his head. Perhaps it is precisely because of half of the dragon blood that Ma Chao has obtained a powerful strength similar to that of the dragon. Another example is Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang in his youth was known as the greatest inventor, physicist, mechanical engineer, and electrical engineer during the Three Kingdoms period. His research covers many cutting-edge fields such as artificial lightning, weather weapons, aircraft, autonomous vehicles, and robots. At the same time, he has the titles of poet, philosopher, music connoisseur, linguist, etc. Zhuge Liang has more descriptions than the previous two people. Obviously, Ma Yang rode high when he wrote IT.IN edition. There are the Guardian Dragon Girl Zhou Song, the Phoenix Orphan Pang Tong, the Crystal Ice Girl Su Shu, the Mechanical Puppet Huang Yueying, the Blood Lord Guijia, the Dragon Hunter Lori LV Ming, the Knight Ranger Taisher Ci, the Lonely Swordsman Zhou Yu, and so on. Series of characters. Basically, except for the name and some corner features, it is completely incompatible with the characters of the Three Kingdoms. These contents are basically of no help to the artist's creation. And obviously, it could be written in more concise words. For example, it is enough to write Guan Yu as a humanoid dragon directly, and the following words are completely nonsense. But for Pei Qian, this is a perfect demand table. He even thumped himself with J.O.Y.as expected of Ma Yang, reliable. It is absolutely impossible for Pei Qian to write such a thing by himself. Sure enough, it was a very correct choice to bring Ma Yang as his own employee. Pei Qian did not change a single word and directly sent the request form to Ruan Guangjin. 5 minutes later, Ruan Guangjin replied, "Is your request form too omitted? It's difficult for me to draw like this. There is no clear standard." Pei Qian was already prepared and immediately said, "It's okay. You open up the painting and design it at will. Even if you think this requirement is unreliable, it's fine if you don't follow it completely. I believe in your professional ability." Ruan Guangjian. "No, we have signed a contract. There must be a standard. If the time comes, won't it be troublesome?" Pei Qian hurriedly said, "Really? I completely trust your artistic level. You can rest assured that what you draw will be what you want, and you will never be allowed to revise it repeatedly. You can keep a screenshot of my sentence as evidence. Or if you think it is necessary, we can write it into the contract." "That's not necessary." "Okay, then I'll look at it," Ruan Guangjian replied. Pei Qian was relieved. He was really afraid that Ruan Guangjian would be so stunned that he would have to publish a particularly detailed version of the original painting requirements here, and then paint it seriously. Now that this is the case, both parties are relieved and happy. There was still some money left, and Pei Qian didn't keep it. The next step was to buy music sound effects, buy other art resources, rent cloud servers, and so on. These don't cost too much money. Pei Qian calculated it just right, and only left about 10,000 yuan for emergencies. As for the promotion expenses made by the game. Of course, not a penny left. No promotion at all. It's better that no one knows about this game. Pei Qian felt that his future was bright and continued to spend money. A University of Finance and Economics in Magic Capital. Art bedroom. The accommodation here is much better than that of Handong University, where Pei Qian is located. On the bed and off the table. The dormitory is air-conditioned, very new, and very spacious. Thanks to the resource station established by YesRO, many art students can receive some private work online during their college days, improving their lives a little. Moreover, the works during this period are also beneficial to the future job hunting after graduation. Huang Guangjin put the mouse down and shouted, "Old Huang, Lao Zhou, hurry up, call the others, finally come to live." Soon, the other 5 people in the dormitory gathered around. 3 weeks, 50 sets of original paintings, a set of 4, 3,000 yuan. How about it? Awesome. Ruan Guangjian is a very spirited young guy with short hair, fair skin, and straight facial features. He has absolutely no artist style. His roommates are quite different. Some have long hair and tattoos. Anyway, they have their own characteristics. Lao Huang, with a mustache, was the first to come over. For pieces for 3,000 yuan? Damn it, it's okay. Just charge this price, and I also recognize the Q version. For the sake of life. Ruan Guangjin shook his head. What is the Q version? This time it's not the Q version. The customer said by name that they don't want the Q version, and other styles are optional. Lao Huang was shocked. Ah, I remember that the representative works you uploaded are all Q versions? This client has also nominated Q versions, so is he out of his mind and looking for you? Fart. This is a person who knows people with discerning eyes. Ruan Guangjin rolled his eyes. I hate drawing Q version the most, but now that the Q version characters are popular in mobile games, I can only receive orders from the Q version before, which is also a last resort. Now that I don't draw the Q version, I finally have the opportunity to show off my skills. You want to paint your own style? It's not suitable. Lao Huang hesitated. The client spends money, but you use the money to paint what you want to paint. The client said that he believed in my artistic level and professional ability, and let me design completely by myself. And when you look at this demand table, it just coincides with my thoughts. Chapter 17, The Passionate Original Artist. Everyone looked at Ruan Guangjin's computer screen. On the screen is the demand table given by Ma Yang. Guan Yu is a dragon. Ma Chao, is it a horse? Is Zhuge Liang a pig? Lao Huang came to a wave of reasonable speculation. Ruan Guangjin glanced at him. God, Zhuge Liang is a pig. He is a great inventor. It's not as good as a pig. Lao Huang complained. Glancing at the demand table, Lao Huang fell into a sluggish state. Is this a requirement table? Apart from forcibly making changes to these historical figures, nothing else was written. Not to mention the reference pictures, it is too extravagant, and there is not even a little description of the appearance. The direction of the magic change is varied. There are animal transformations, sexual transformations, and high-tech ones. A whole smorgasbord. Is this party a heartless? Such a sloppy demand table, this. The old yellow man was stupid. He never expected Ruan Guangjin to take over this kind of work. He is not afraid to draw the other party's dissatisfaction, and both sides argue. They are all poor students in the art department. Although they are a little richer than students in other majors, if they really have a conflict with Party A and the two sides shirk their responsibilities, it will be a headache. What are you worried about? They have even sent the money to the resource station. Ruan Guangjin showed it to Lao Huang, and the order status showed that the buyer had paid. ESRO's official resource station is a bit like a middleman. As a platform, it gives a guarantee. Party A determines the demand, and Party B starts to make it. During this period, Party A needs to pay to the platform, and the platform keeps these funds for Party B. After the transaction between the two parties is concluded and Party A is satisfied with the acceptance, these funds will be transferred from the platform to the account of Party B. If the two sides argue, the platform will naturally come forward for arbitration. At that time, Ruan Guangjin has chat records here, and the original copy of the demand draft is also kept on the platform. No matter what, Ruan Guangjin and the others have the advantage. Guangjin, I still think this is not very reliable. Otherwise, You should confirm the requirements with them again and ask them to give a detailed report. Lao Huang still thinks this is not very reliable. Ruan Guangjin was unhappy. Old Huang, you are confused. Could it be that you still want to continue to draw those Q-version characters? Haven't you vomited yet? Now the market is full of Q-version games. It's really easy to make money, but ask yourself, do you really like to draw things that don't have any technical content? What about your artistic pursuits? Now there is such a good opportunity, there is no limit to the style, and the demand is so relaxed. This is how much creative space it has given us. If we were an instant hit with this set of original paintings, the road would be much smoother in the future. Maybe it would be no problem to set up a studio directly after graduation. Or do you want to be unknown after graduation, work as a coolie in an outsourcing company, and continue to paint in a style you don't like at all? The other people looked at each other and were obviously moved by Ruan Guangjian. They are still students, not the kind of old fritters who have been in the workplace for many years that in terms of art. Everyone has their own ideas, which is the stage of inspiration. We would like to be a migrant worker painting those traditional things completely according to Party A's framework. Everyone wants to draw the style they like and are good at. Now encountering a Party A who doesn't care about anything, this kind of good thing is not common. Lao Huang was also a little persuaded. Okay, then Guangjian, you decide, we will help you. How do you plan to paint? Now it's right. Ruan Guangjian was very satisfied and opened a picture on the computer. I'm going to do this style. Epic ink, painting style. The corners of Lao Huang's mouth twitched slightly, because this style was created by Ruan Guangjian on a whim. The character on this picture is a tall Tauren with a broken horn, and the black heavy armor on his body is also damaged. The shoulder armor is impressive. It is a huge monster head, and the chains tied on the body make it a little more unyielding and fighting. The tone of the whole picture is dark. The dark sky and the dark ground battlefield depict a despair and sad atmosphere. If you just look at this image, it will remind people of the Tauren in fantasy world. But if you look closely, you will find that this cow is very different from the Tauren in the West. Ruan Guangjin used a lot of details to highlight the oriental elements on its body, such as the more oriental armor and weapon design, the more oriental aesthetic facial features, and the red shirt and so on. The reason why this style was named Epic Ink Painting Style by Ruan Guangjian is because it has the three characteristics of epic, ink painting and oil painting at the same time. The picture is not as fine as every pore of the characters, but is smeared with oil painting techniques in large quantities, and the blurred background is easier to create this unique atmosphere at the same time. A large number of ink and wash techniques have been added to the original painting, giving people a strong Chinese style. In addition, the picture itself also gives people a feeling of extreme sadness, which is the creation of an epic sense, as if the cow has just experienced the epic war between gods and demons. Lao Huang and other people in the dormitory have long known about this painting. They also admired Ruan Guangjian. After all, the technique, lighting, and other details of the painting, the average art student couldn't catch up with the horse. However, can this be used as original game art? No one can tell. Now the popular mobile games are the original Q-version paintings, and the jobs that Ruan Guangjian and the others took over were also the original Q-version paintings. Even if some end games adopt a realistic painting style, they basically prefer the original painting with perfect details and bright colors. As far as Ruan Guangjian style is concerned, it looks awesome, but it may also make people feel that the picture is too dark and the game is depressing. Therefore, Ruan Guangjian did not dare to put it on the resource station for fear of affecting his business. Lao Huang hesitated. 2 questions. First, can this style really meet the requirements of Party A? Second, only you are good at this style. We may not be able to draw it. Ruan Guangjian had been prepared for a long time and answered confidently. That's why I said this demand table simply coincides with my thoughts. My original idea was derived from fairy tales and fairy tales. What I want to highlight is a sense of epic, and the most important aspect of epic sense is the shape. A fair and awe-inspiring immortal and an impersonal demon. These two completely different shapes can easily collide with sparks. In other words, the more the shape deviates from humans, the better. Strictly speaking, the general Three Kingdoms game is not suitable for this style because the Three Kingdoms is a group of people. how to highlight this feeling. But this demand table subverts all the characters of the three kingdoms, which is exactly in line with this feeling. Guan Yu is a dragon, Ma Chao is a mixed-race prince of dragons and horses, and Su Chu is a tiger. Isn't this a natural fit with my style? As for the style, you don't have to worry about it. I'll do the image design and line draft. You help me improve it, and finally I'll finish it off. Don't worry, with me in control of the general direction, the style will never deviate. Chapter 18, the card drawing is over. Lao Huang looked at Lao Zhou. What do you think? Lao Zhou thought for a moment. I think there is something to be done. The others also nodded. Lao Huang thought for a while. Okay, this is a job. Anyway, if the uncle of Party A pays the bill, it's just a test of the water. If this style is not popular, Party A will lose money anyway, which just makes you give up this style earlier. If this style is popular, then maybe we can really graduate and set up our own studio. As long as the fame is made, everything can be said. Ruan Guanjin nodded. Yes, that's what I thought. Now we are equivalent to taking Party A's needs to give ourselves a reputation, and Party A has given us a lot of money. The next 3 weeks will be as hard as a few brothers. Let's follow the highest standards, and we will do our best. Let him finish this job beautifully. If this set of original paintings is very popular, then we can take this opportunity to gain popularity, and the future will be bright. Several people finally reached an agreement and got busy. Ruan Guanjin made the concept drafts of the characters one by one. Lao Huang gave the line drafts, and then the other guys who were a little bit worse, or who were not familiar with this style, were only responsible for the refinement and coloring. According to the normal process, Ruan Guanjin's original line draft should be shown to Pei Qian after it comes out, so that Party A can determine whether the line draft meets the requirements, and then continue to refine it. But Pei Qian was too lazy to care about this, so he omitted this link. The whole bedroom started to get busy. Handong University, dormitory. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks have passed. Pei Qian called out the system to check wealth conversion system host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio, 100 to 1. Loss conversion ratio 1 to 1 next settlement time. 16 days later marks 1 week before settlement. If there are unreleased products, the settlement date will be postponed, and the postponement time will be determined by the system. System funds, 8,792 to 9108. Personal assets, 1607.6. The system funds have been lost by Pei Qian by 290,000 yuan, leaving less than 10,000 yuan. In addition to buying art resources, buying music sound effects, and renting cloud servers, Pei Qian also spent money to buy a set of skill templates for card games. Originally, I didn't intend to buy it, but when I found that the system funds were not used up, Pei Qian felt that there was no need to keep it. Unspent system funds cannot be converted into personal property, and Pei Qian is equal to blood loss, which is unbearable. This skill system, Pei Qian has all been matched to the game. For example, Guan Yu's skill is the Green Dragon and Moon Sword, and Zhou Yu's skill is to burn the red wall to deal full-screen damage. Anyway, the skills of the cards are nothing more than that. Most of the card games are copied from Qming Three Kingdoms, and the skill mechanism is not too much, so the skills in the template are also these. Pei Qian gave these skills a little bit to the characters in the game, and almost all of them made the best use of them. Of course, in the process, some work that Pei Qian felt was troublesome was thrown to Ma Yang. Pei Qian didn't even expect him to match all skills. It's better to match some values wrong or some bugs. Asa result. Ma Yang was quite attentive. After the entire skill system was configured, Pei Qian checked it again and found no problems. But after thinking about it anyway, the point of losing money is not here. So Pei Qian feels that it doesn't matter. In the end, of the more than 8,000 yuan, 3,000 yuan is the salary reserved for Ma Yang, which can only be paid at the end of the month. With the remaining more than 5,000, Pei Qian considered spending it before the settlement, and just went to the resource station to buy something. Anyway, all the system funds must be completely lost, and there is not a single cent left. As for why there are so many personal assets, because the family gave living expenses 1,000 yuan. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. As a systematic person, he still needs to pay for living expenses from his family, which is shameful. It's a shame for the host world. I originally wanted to lose 50,000 yuan, but I accidentally made 70,000 yuan. Only 700 yuan was converted, which was not as much as his original. Living expenses. Shame. But this time is different. 300,000. As long as the game fails, it can all be converted into personal assets. Just one word: cool. Thinking that the huge sum of 300,000 was about to arrive, Pei Qian felt that his sense of happiness came spontaneously, and he was even willing to go to class. Now that everything is ready, just wait for the art resources to be in place, put them in the game, and then the game will hit the market at the speed of light, and you're done. A week later, Magic City, the dormitory of the Fine Arts Department of a University of Finance and Economics. Ruan Guangjian, with two big dark circles under his eyes, threw the pressure-sensitive pen on the table. Okay, you're done. Then he turned his head to look at the others. Some were lying in front of the computer and sleeping. Some were sleeping on the bed, only he was still awake. There are a lot of instant noodle boxes and snack bags piled under the table, and there are many empty cans of energy drinks on the table. The whole bedroom looks like a mess. Phew, finish it on schedule. Ruan Guangjin felt a little pity that no one shared this historic moment with him. There is no way. Other people don't have such strong energy as him, and they can't stand it in this high-intensity work state where day and night are reversed. Fortunately, the work is still completed on schedule. In fact, it could have been faster, but Ruan Guangjian had high requirements for this whole set of original paintings, and many drafts were repeatedly revised for many dissatisfied areas. So in this case, where everyone burst into the liver together, it was just stuck at the deadline. Date completed. Take a quick look at this batch of original paintings. Ruan Guangjian is very proud. Artwork. Perfect masterpiece. Each character is carefully designed by him, each with its own characteristics and distinctive character, perfectly combining the original historical image, the magic reform scheme, and traditional elements. Each one is guaranteed to be impressive. However, Ruan Guangjian is not sure whether these original paintings can be popular. Aesthetics is a very subjective thing, even if it is a famous painting in the world. Many people think that the painting is not good-looking. This is especially true of the original game paintings. Sometimes, no matter how superb your techniques and design are, players may not necessarily buy it. Instead, they may instinctively dislike it just because the picture is a bit dark. Why do many inferior games like Big Bling Wings? Do they really like their main art? Not necessarily. It's because local tyrant players like Big Golden Wings and will pay for it. Therefore, if it is other companies, most of them will dislike this set of original paintings. But after all, President Pei of Tenon Network Technology Company Limited has already said that he can create and design freely, and it should be fine to draw like this, right? Ruan Guangjian vigorously logged on to ESRO's resource station and sent this batch of original paintings to Pei Qian. A total of 50 sets and 200 original paintings. Please check. After sending it, there is no reply there. It should be not online. Ruan Guangjin looked at the time. The sky outside had gradually brightened, and it was now more than 7 o'clock in the morning. He reached out and took a ham sausage from the side, peeled it, filled his stomach a little, and climbed onto his bed to rest. Finally, the busy work is over. I must call my brothers to have a big meal at noon. Ruan Guangjin was relieved and fell asleep on the bed. Chapter 19. The quality of the original painting is astounding. At noon, Pei Qian woke up that he has slept very peacefully in recent days, and he doesn't know why. Maybe this is the magic of money. Pei Qian felt a lot more at ease when he thought that there would be 300,000 to spend at will and completely get rid of the current poverty-stricken state. Turn on computer. Open the resource station. A new message was found. Receive the original painting sent by Ruan Guangjian. The transfer speed is not slow. But after all, the accuracy of these original paintings is too high, so the download still took some time. It's very efficient, and it's really all completed on schedule. I don't know how the quality is. Don't draw me too beautiful. Too beautiful will kill you. There is still nearly a week before the settlement, and Pei Qian has to put the finished game on the shelves as soon as possible. The system stipulates that 1 week before the settlement, Pei Qian cannot have unreleased products in his hands. In other words, 1 week after the official release of the product, the system recognized that Pei Qian had carried out a normal and complete business activity process, and only calculated profits and losses. If there are unreleased products, the system will postpone the settlement date, which is absolutely unacceptable to Pei Qian. Pei Qian opened the original painting sent by Ruan Guangjian. When he saw the first picture, he was stunned. Fuck. Why is this precision so high? Is this really an original painting for 700 yuan? Pei Qian almost thought he was wrong. Although he doesn't know much about the original painting, he can still see the value of a painting. The most obvious difference is the fineness, because every detail of the original painting was carefully drawn by the artist. The more details, the more effort the artist put into the painting. Generally speaking, the original poster-level paintings are often priced in the thousands or tens of thousands, and the artist has to paint for a week, and the details will be particularly rich in general. Original paintings of several $100s are given in batches, and the construction period is very tight. Even if the painter wants to paint a little more detailedly, he does not have that much time. But this original painting is much more detailed than Pei Qian imagined, and it is an original painting with a very distinct style. This original painting is Guan Yu, the Dragon Clan martial saint. Ma Yang's demand table before only set him as a dragon, and some details were not mentioned at all. The ASA result. All the details were added to the original painting. The background of the original painting is a green mountain full of ink style. The green pines and cypresses on the mountain are surrounded by white clouds, which has the feeling of blank space in traditional Chinese painting. And in the main position of the picture, it is Guan Yu with the Yu knife in his hand. This is a very subversive image. He is a traditional Huaxia dragon. His face, arms, and most of his exposed skin are cyan. His head has 2 horns, and his dragon-like characteristics are extremely obvious. But from the clothes, it can still be seen that this is Guan Yu. Wearing a green robe, the left shoulder armor is golden, and there are some red pendants. These are very common elements in the traditional Guan Yu original painting and are very naturally integrated into this original painting. This original painting allows people to see the typical characteristics of Guan Yu at a glance, but it subverts the image. The most important thing is that it has its own style of art, which is completely different from most of the original paintings on the market. It combines the styles of ink and oil painting, which is eye-catching enough. Looking at other original paintings, both in quality and style, they are very close to this one. Of course, the specific image is based on Ma Yang's demand table, and not all of them are this kind of beast. There are alien beasts and monsters in the whole set of original paintings. Even if some characters maintain human form, their images are often subverted. For example, Lu Meng became Dragon Slayer Lolita on the basis of Ma Yang's description of the needs. Ruan Guanjian adjusted the details of these characters, redesigned the entire style and image, and finally, on the premise of ensuring the unity of all the original paintings, highlighting each character to the greatest extent possible. Feature: Pei Qian was sluggish. 3,000 yuan to buy 4 such original paintings. What about Trouble? Painter Bloodloss. Is this really painted by Ruan Guanjian? However, you have such a great work. Why are all the representative works on the Resource Station Q version? Pei Qian wanted to cry, but had no tears. He obviously took advantage of him, but now he is not happy at all. Because he was originally looking for someone at the price of 700 or 800 original paintings in order to buy some low-quality original paintings. And he also deliberately found someone who was suspected to be only good at Q version characters. ASA result: why did you accidentally bump into a future big touch? Others don't know, but Pei Qian knows it too well. This art style is awesome because Yang Qi, a well-known concept art designer in his previous life, liked this style very much, and his influence was quite extensive. That don't know who Yang Qi is. Have you ever heard of God of War? Yang Qi is the main artist. That's right, the original set of paintings that Ruan Guanjian gave to Pei Qian is similar to the style of God of War. Of course, there is a lot of difference in precision. After all, it was made by Ruan Guanjian. But this style, this atmosphere, feels very close. If Pei Qian had known that Ruan Guanjian could draw works of this level, he would never have asked Ruan Guanjian to paint. But what now? The money has been given. Works have also been received. Refund for breach of contract? That's impossible. What's more, Pei Qian has to let the game go online today and tomorrow. Otherwise, the system will delay the settlement. That it's too late to change. Pei Qian couldn't resist the temptation of 300,000 yuan, and he felt at ease one day later. Calm down. Things are not as bad as I thought. Think for the better. First of all, God of War is not a successful project. Secondly, it's hard to say how the players in this world taste. The style of these original paintings can be said to be distinctive, but with distinctive features, players may not like it. The popular style of painting now is the Q version, and this set of original paintings may have the opposite effect. Um, that's right, that's it. Pei Qian calmed down and thought about it. It didn't seem that bad. This set of original paintings has high precision and distinctive features, which makes people impressed at first sight. But is it really in line with market demand? Not necessarily. Pei Qian has seen too many high-quality games die violently, which shows that many times the market is unreasonable. What is the current mobile game field in this world? Q version. It is because of this that Q-Ming Three Kingdoms became popular, and it can represent the aesthetic tendencies of players to a large extent. Like the original painting by Ruan Guangjian, it is a bit epic and dark, and it also mixes the techniques of ink wash and oil painting. Players really don't like it. What's more, Pei Qian didn't pin all his hopes on the original painting. His game itself uses a template, and the gameplay is single. Other art resources, music resources, etc., did not spend too much energy on it, nor did it stand out. Moreover, he didn't plan to spend money to promote it. So he was going to put the game on the platform and just hang it up that if he can't make any money after a week, it will naturally count as a loss. Therefore, after thinking about it, this set of original paintings can only be used. Pei Qian opened the editor, put all these original painting resources into the game as cards, and then asked Ma Yang to check a little for bugs that Yang saw this set of original paintings, and it took a long time for him to say, Neo X. He was shocked. He never expected that the image he designed with a slap of his head would be drawn so well. Pei Qian said calmly, the main thing is that you raised your art needs well, which gave the painter a good inspiration. Ma Yang beamed with joy. Really? That's great. So why am I so talented in this area? Pei Qian's light rainbow fart made Ma Yang so that he didn't know his surname. Pei Qian is very satisfied with this. Ma Yang continues to maintain such a working state, which will be very helpful to his future plans. Chapter 20 game release, Ghost General. Chinner, it's over. I ran it twice and found no bugs. Is it ready to be released? Ma Yang is much more excited than Pei Qian. After all, this is the first game he participated in the production of, although he just filled out a request form. The so-called bug checking only took 3 or 4 hours, but Pei Qian really didn't plan to waste any more time. Mainly because this game is a template, and the template itself is already a version that has been checked and has almost no bugs. Pei Qian just changed a little bit of skill settings, changed a lot of text descriptions, and other things didn't change at all. So naturally he won't fix any big bugs that, of course. Even if there is a bug now, Pei Qian can't fix it, and he has to spend money to find someone online, announced. Pei Qian still submitted the game for review directly according to the original process. Before that, you must first determine the game name and introduction. Pei Qian decided to stick to the previous idea, keep the name and introduction simple, and it is best for players to be completely confused and unable to guess the content of the game. Also, try not to get involved with any hot search terms. For example, Three Kingdoms must not appear in the title of the game. Otherwise, players who like the Three Kingdoms game may find this game when they search for the keyword Three Kingdoms and then download it to play. Pei Qian thought for a while, and with a flash of inspiration, he tapped the keyboard to fill in the name and introduction.name. Ghost General Introduction. This is an ordinary card game. Price. 10 yuan plus in-app purchase. .it is guaranteed that players will not be able to guess what kind of game this is when they see this name and this introduction. At the same time, the threshold of 10 yuan is enough to persuade a large number of players who accidentally stray into this game. Compared with the last Lonely Desert Highway, the game capacity is much larger this time. After all, it is also a mobile game with rich content. Therefore, the review time should be slightly longer this time, and the review will not be passed until tomorrow at the earliest. After arranging all this, Pei Qian's previous worries suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even if the quality of the original game art is not bad, so what? Players have no way of knowing this game at all. So how can they see the original paintings in the game? Pei Qian closed the backstage happily, satisfied and looking forward to the settlement in a week, that he seems to have seen 300,000 in the account, and he can eat, drink, and play as a salted fish in a bright future. In the afternoon, Ruan Guangjin woke up from hunger. Several other people also got up. Lao Huang is cleaning up the house, using a large garbage bag to collect all the leftover instant noodle boxes and all kinds of garbage. ready to pack and throw away. Guanjin, are you awake? How are you? Have those original paintings crossed over? Does Party A want to revise it? Lao Huang asked while packing up his things. Ruan Guanjin turned over and got up. No, Mr. Pei said that he is very satisfied and does not need to be modified. Very satisfied? Lao Huang was a little surprised. What kind of immortal Party A did you meet, and you didn't ask for revisions even once? Ruan Guanjin nodded. Well, I'm also wondering. Although there is really nothing to modify the quality of our original pictures, but according to the general urination of Party A, hey, is there any instant noodles? No, it's all over. Let's go out to eat at night and celebrate. Lao Huang suggested. Ruan Guanjin nodded in agreement. Okay, I think so too. Go out to eat a big meal, and then divide the money. Everyone has worked hard these days. Hey, it's mainly because you are working harder. Lao Huang dragged a large bag of garbage and went out. Ruan Guanjin didn't expect Pei Qian to accept these original paintings without saying a word. Because the average Party A, even if he is very satisfied with the plan, will find some small faults by nitpicking for the first time. That IT is not to say that Party A is sick. It is mainly a workflow problem. Most Party A is not a person, but a unit or a company. That IT is often only a certain staff member of Party A who is handed over with Party B. If Party B submits a version of the plan, and the staff responsible for the docking of Party A accepts it, then it will be difficult for this staff member to communicate with the leader that if you can't pick out any faults at all, doesn't that make you seem useless and haven't done a good job in this area at all? Therefore, most representatives of Party A will find some faults to prove their existence. There will even be such a desperate situation as let's stick with the first version, Ruan Guanjin. Also sighed that this time he really met the angel Party A, that there is no ambiguity in the payment, and there is no bargaining, but instead, they take the initiative to add money. Just give you one of the demand forms, and you can design as you like. After the design is finished, there is no need to modify it, and I accept it with satisfaction. This made Ruan Guangjin feel embarrassed. But thinking about the excellent quality of the original paintings he provided, Ruan Guangjin felt that there was nothing wrong with IT. IT can only be said that it is so open and bright to cooperate with refreshing people. Several brothers in the dormitory worked together for 3 weeks. Now that the work is done and the money has arrived, it is time for a big meal. Ruan Guangjin took a few people to the small restaurant next to the school, asked for a private room, and bought 2 cases of beer from the nearby supermarket. This is the plan to eat high side today, and I won't go home if I don't get drunk. By the way, Guangjin, which game are our original paintings made for? When will the game be launched? Lao Huang was eating cold dishes and suddenly remembered this very important question. These people certainly want to see the games they are involved in making go live sooner rather than later. If it can explode, even better. I don't know when it will be launched. I didn't ask. But similar games should be tested repeatedly before they can be launched. I guess there should be no drama in the near future. By the way, I can check. Ruan Guangjin has an account on the SRO resource station. He can follow Pei Qian's account to find his company, and then find all the games released by this company. Fuck, Lonely Desert Highway is made by this company. Ruan Guangjin was shocked that he had already heard about this bullshit game. Although he didn't play it himself, he also knew some news about it some time ago. Take a look at the second game. It's called Ghost General, a mobile card game, and it is under review. It should be the game that used our original painting. Wouldn't it be possible to play it soon? No, the efficiency is too fast. I just handed over the batch of original paintings this morning, and it will be arraigned in the afternoon, so I can play it tomorrow. Ruan Guangjin was shocked by the wind-like speed. Why do other people's games have to be tested for 3 to 5 days or a week? Otherwise, what if the game has bugs? As a result, it was good here, and it was sent out on the same day. Lao Huang chewed on the peanuts. It's normal, maybe the program has already been done, and it's just waiting for the art resources to be finished. There's nothing surprising. Ruan Guangjin nodded. Well, yes. Then we can download it tomorrow and have a look. Come. Let's talk about the game tomorrow. Let's go first. Lao Huang raised his glasses, and several brothers clinked happily, planning to drink one or not get drunk. Chapter 21. This game seems to have a problem. At noon the next day, Ruan Guangjin got up from the bed, feeling a little dizzy. Fortunately, the beer is drinkable, and I will wake up almost after a sleep in wine. Hey, yes, the game. Ruan Guangjin remembered. That game should have been reviewed by now. He couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and search for Ghost General on the official platform. These original paintings were created by him and his brothers in the dormitory day and night. They cherished them like their own sons. Of course, he hoped that this game would become popular. At that time, he will be able to justifiably hang the name of a concept design in the future. Whether you are looking for a job or investing, throwing out these original paintings of your own will definitely have a leveraged effect. Therefore, although he did the outsourced work, he was actually more concerned than Pei Qian. Hey, our game has been reviewed. Download it and check it out. Just search for Ghost General. Ruan Guangjin shouted, and several buddies who had woken up also took out their mobile phones to download. Taking a closer look at the game details interface, Ruan Guangjin frowned. How is it so simple? Especially in this introduction, saying it doesn't hurt or itches is to flatter it. It's simply not distracting. This is an ordinary card game? Could it be that the producer has a grudge against his own game? Moreover, other games will put some promotional pictures and good-looking posters on this page to fill the cover party. Anyway, the best-looking art resources in the game are all thrown on the game's details page, just to trick players into it.as for the fact that the actual picture in the game doesn't match the promotional image. That's okay. Anyway, players can always leave part of it when they go in.as a result. The game Ghost General is not good. There is not a single picture. Therefore, when Ruan Guangjin searched for this game, its cumulative downloads were still 0. Even Pei Qian had not downloaded it yet. It may be that the game has just been reviewed and has not had time to publicize it on a large scale. Well, it must be like this. Ruan Guangjin downloaded and entered the game while comforting himself. The game cost 10 yuan, and Ruan Guangjin naturally paid it without saying a word. A fairly primitive card game. The gameplay reminds Ruan Guangjin of the version of Qming Three Kingdoms half a year ago. But that's not too bad. Mobile games do not need too complicated systems and gameplay. In this era, relatively light and casual mobile games are still popular. The time most players can currently accept is to accumulate 2 or 3 hours of entertainment every day, and these hours will be spread throughout the day. Therefore, card mobile games in this period basically used challenge levels, sweeps, etc. as active gameplay, and used physical strength and the number of level challenges to control the player's game time. Playing too many bells and whistles is really a low-yield behavior. But for a game like Qming Three Kingdoms that has been in operation for nearly a year, there is another paradox. Updating the gameplay is thankless. The game looks bloated, and players also think this game is too livery. But if you don't update the gameplay, players will always get bored of playing the same set of things all the time. Therefore, Qming Three Kingdoms is updated every 2 or 3 months, adding new functions and new cards, and the whole game becomes more and more bloated, which is really helpless. But as a new game, Ghost General does not have this problem. Although all of them are based on the old gameplay of Qming Three Kingdoms. But after all, it is a classic gameplay that has been verified by the market, and players have a high degree of acceptance that as long as you change the skin, you won't get tired. Moreover, there are some relatively simple basic gameplays in the game. Card game players can get started quickly, and they will not feel too liver or too tired. Ruan Guangjin quickly drew some cards, all of which were basic cards for beginners that he looked at the overall effect. Very good. When designing the original paintings, Ruan Guangjin knew that these original paintings were used for card games. So he specially made some unique designs in the shape to make the shapes of the characters on the cards more dynamic. Just like Guan Yu's card, this dragon is in a state of wielding a knife to kill people. And with the shaking effect of the card, it looks particularly interesting. Ruan Guangjin became more and more proud. As expected of me, I can draw such a perfect original painting. At the beginning, Ruan Guangjin was worried that his original painting style would look awkward or inappropriate in the game, but now it seems that there is no problem at all. The integration of these cards is not weak, and it gives the game a unique charm. Beautiful cards, decent interface effects, and decent music and sound effects. These combine to give Ruan Guangjin a pretty good gaming experience. Ruan Guangjin has played other mobile card games, so he can get started quickly. Maybe it's because the original painting of this game was drawn by himself, and there is a feeling of pro-son, so Ruan Guangjin naturally loves this game a little more. After playing for a few minutes, the routine entered the card drawing session. Most card games will arrange this part at the Beginning, the purpose is to keep the player with a rare card that, of course, in order to ensure the gold ceiling of the game. This card is generally an ordinary purple card, which looks good to newcomers, but it is actually not easy to use, and it is a bad street thing in the later stage. Ruan Guangjin was naturally well aware of this .asa result. After clicking the 10th draw, he was stunned. Did you draw 2 orange cards? Ruan Guangjin is very clear about the value of these cards, because it is clearly written on the art requirements table that some generals are rare generals. Now the 2 generals he has drawn are Guan Yu and Zhuge Liang. These 2 are uncompromisingly rare generals, and they are the rarest type in the game. Ruan Guangjin was stunned. His first reaction was that the game might still be in the testing stage, so the odds of getting a rare general would be high if the table of values was mismatched. But soon, the second outrageous thing happened again. Ruan Guangjin was surprised to find that only one item was sold in the game's mall, which was a permanent membership card. Players who do not buy membership cards can only draw once a day, while players who buy membership cards can draw twice a day. Apart from that, Ruan Guangjin did not see any other commodities, nor did he see anything like the noble system. In other words, this game does have in-app purchases, but it only allows you to spend 30 yuan, and you can't spend any more or even fill the game. This also because it is in the testing phase, so the function is not complete. No, this is already the version submitted to ESRO for review. Ruan Guangjin felt something was wrong. After submitting to ESRO for review, if you want to update the version or change the bugs in the game, you must submit it again for review. Moreover, there is a limit to the number of times to submit for review each month, and it cannot be submitted repeatedly, wasting the time of ESRO staff. Generally speaking, the basic version submitted for review is basically the official version, and there should be no errors in these basic functions. After all, after the review is passed, the game will be put on the official store and displayed in front of players, and some players will pay to buy it. In line with the attitude of being responsible to the players, developers should not frequently and irresponsibly change the game content. Ruan Guangjin was stunned. Since it is not a low-level error, it is intentional by the designer. He didn't expect that Ghost Sword turned out to be such a conscientious card mobile game. Shouldn't this be a loss? Chapter 22 President Pei is too loyal. Soon, other people in the dormitory also raised similar questions. This game, why is there only one product sold in the mall? Only allowed to recharge 30 yuan. And after buying it, it's just one more chance to draw 10 times a day. It doesn't seem to be useful. What about the nobility system? Qming 3 Kingdoms has been opened to Noble 8. Everyone looked at Ruan Guangjin. But Ruan Guangjin himself didn't know it. He thought for a while, I don't know what's going on, or I'll ask President Pei a little bit. Maybe there are some special considerations, or maybe this game isn't the official version yet. Ruan Guangjin was very puzzled and left a message to Pei Qian through the contact information on the resource station. Mr. Pei, I don't think there is a noble system in this game, and there is only one commodity in the mall. Is it because the game is still in the beta stage? Should it be added to the official version? It didn't take long for Pei Qian to reply. This is the official version. Ruan Guangjin was shocked. Then, what about the things in the mall? Pei Qian, our game only sells this lifetime card, and we don't plan to launch new products in the future. Ruan Guangjin, why? Pei Qian, why? There is no reason. The pricing strategy of our game is mainly based on the buyout system. Players have already spent 10 yuan to buy our game. How can they open too many in-app purchases? Actually, I originally planned to not sell the 30 yuan lifetime card, but after thinking about it, there may still be some players who need it, so I added it. Ruan Guangjin was completely shocked, and for a long time, he didn't know what to say. President Pei's conscience. The Krypton gold ceiling in Qming 3 Kingdoms is nearly 1,000 yuan. Only the Krypton gold local tyrants can obtain those extremely precious and rare cards, while ordinary players often have to live a long time to get a purple card. But in Ghost General, almost everyone is equal. The only difference is a 30 yuan lifetime card. In Qming 3 Kingdoms, this money is not enough for 10 consecutive draws. Ruan Guangjin suddenly felt that he was treating the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, that he also thought that Pei Qian didn't do the Krypton Gold system for the time being because the game had not yet been completed or for some other reason. But only after asking this question. Pei Qian didn't even consider making a Krypton Gold system. He wanted to make a very fair card mobile game. He wants those ordinary players to enjoy the fun of drawing rare cards. Ruan Guangjin's eyes were wet, and he even felt that it was too much for Pei Qian to charge 3,000 yuan for a set of his original paintings, that I should give a discount for producing original paintings for such an ideal and character designer. Ruan Guangjin thought of another question and hurriedly asked, Mr. Pei, there is another question. I think the download data of this game is very poor. Is it because it has not been promoted yet? Pei Qian? Promotion? No promotion. Ruan Guangjin was stunned. Why didn't you promote it? Make a game but not promote it. Why is this? Good wine is also afraid of deep alleys. If you don't promote it, how will players know about your game? Pei Qian. Because I have no money, I invested a total of 300,000 in this game, buying templates, art resources, music and sound effects, renting cloud servers. Basically, it has been spent. Ruan Guangjin was moved to tears. What kind of spirit is this? Ruan Guangjin still remembered that when Pei Qian bought the original painting, it could be said that he had a lot of money. Originally, Ruan Guangjin proposed 4 original paintings for 2,000 yuan, but Pei Qian felt that Ruan Guangjin was very hard to design, so he felt sorry for only 2,000 yuan, and forcibly increased the price to 3,000 yuan. At that time, Ruan Guangjin thought that Tena Network Technology Company Limited was a company with deep pockets and didn't care about the tens of thousands of dollars. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. Tena doesn't have that much money at all, and the research and development funds are only 300,000 yuan. It is urgent to make a card mobile game, and there is no extra money to promote it. After careful calculation, this is unexpected, but it is also reasonable. Tengda Network Technology Company Limited has only launched one game before, that is Lonely Desert Highway. Although this game is a little popular, the price is only 1 yuan. How much can you earn? It's easy to run out of money to invest in research and development funds for the second game now. Even if the research and development funds are so tight, when President Pei is talking about the original painting, he can't bear to squeeze it, but proposes a relatively fair price that both parties feel reasonable. Righteousness. So righteousness. Ruan Guangjin suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Maybe if he ordered a little less money, could Mr. Pei be able to squeeze out some publicity funds? But Ruan Guangjin couldn't mention it either, because he knew that Mr. Pei's character would definitely not ask for this kind of money. And after all, he was the boss of a company, and he was someone who wanted face no matter what. Ruan Guangjin suddenly felt that his heart was blocked, which was very uncomfortable. Such a conscientious game, without publicity funds, is about to face the situation of being buried. What an embarrassing thing this is. Brothers, I think Ghost General needs us now. Ruan Guangjin shared his speculation with the brothers in the dormitory. Lao Huang and others were also shocked. This game is so conscientious. Don't you plan to make money? It's not that they don't intend to make money. They start a company and make games. How can anyone who doesn't intend to make money? In my opinion, Pei always wants to be high and clean and doesn't want to make those unscrupulous money. That's right, if you don't make money, Mr. Pei might as well just make the game completely free. He still wants to rely on the buyout system of 10 yuan per person to earn money standing up. It feels very difficult. No matter how conscientious the game is, without the pre-promotion, it will not catch on at all. Why don't we make tap water? It's not impossible to tap water, but just the few of us. It's useless. If we are big versus or popular video bloggers, of course we can go to tap water, but we don't have these resources. Several people fell into contemplation. Lao Huang and others were also persuaded by Ruan Guangjin. They all felt that such a conscientious game as Ghost General must not be buried, otherwise it would definitely be a major loss to the domestic mobile game market. However, after thinking about it, there is no good way. You can't always post on the internet with human flesh and keep reading Ghost Sword is a good game, right? That's too inefficient, and it's likely to be a waste of time. Suddenly, Ruan Guangjin slapped his thigh. Yes, I have a group, and there are some well-known painters in it. I will beg them to see if they can help and think of a way. Old Huang was stunned. You still have such a group? Why didn't I know it earlier? Hey, that's a long story. Ruan Guangjin turned on the computer and said, last year, Didn't I do a part-time job in a concept art competition? At that time, I met Mr. Chin-chi. I showed him my work and he appreciated it, so he encouraged me. Going in this direction a little more, it also pulled me into a group. He paused for a while, then said, "Unfortunately, this group is a bunch of bigwigs in the industry. I'm too embarrassed to talk, so I've been diving silently so far." Chapter 23 Chat Group. Lao Huang was a little worried. Is it possible? Although Mr. Chin Shi is a big name in the industry, he might have forgotten what happened a year ago. Who still remembers who you are? Moreover, the big guys in the industry usually have a clear price for promotion, and they will not be cheap. We hope that people will help promote Ghost General, but we can't get any benefits. Ruan Guangjin shook his head. Not necessarily, according to my observation. These big cows are usually relatively easygoing, although they also receive a lot of commercial promotion, but it is also very common to advertise each other on Weibo. The point is whether they like our work or not. If you like it, someone must be willing to retweet it. If you don't like it, there's nothing you can do. Lao Huang can only nod his head. Well, I can only try. Ruan Guangjin opened the chat group, and Lao Huang came over to take a look, and the group was really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The group leader is called Chin Chi, who has already made a name for himself in the circle of original artists in the domestic game circle in the early years. He goes to various game concept art competitions, and basically he is a judge, and the other administrators in the group are all people with names and surnames. Some are very famous in the national comic circle, some specialize in concept design. There are even some game designers, producers, novelists, etc. These are all people Chin-chi knows. Most of them are painters, and a few are practitioners in games, animation, and other circles. Speaking in such a circle of big bosses, Ruan Guangjin felt a lot of pressure. Ruan Guangjin thought for a while, but he couldn't say that he would let others promote the game as soon as he came up. That would definitely be unanswered, and it would be very rude. Guys, I'm a senior art student, and I recently released a set of original paintings. Please help me to see if there are any shortcomings in this original painting, and if there is anything that can be improved. Can you? Ruan Guangjin's tone was very polite. Although he is very confident in his painting skills, he is a junior after all, so he should be humble when he should be humble. This group is not particularly active, and the big guys are usually very restrained in chatting and blowing water. Therefore, Ruan Guangjin's words were not quickly dismissed, but stayed in the chat group for a while. Just 2 minutes later, a person named Painter Lao Lu replied, "Okay, send it over to have a look." Ruan Guangjin sent a few representative works that he was particularly satisfied with to the group. "Thank you for the guidance." Painter Lao Lu, "You're welcome. Everyone is in the same industry, communicating with each other and making progress together. I just entered the industry a few years earlier than you." A few seconds passed. Painter Lao Lu, "Hey, I take back what I just said. You are the real boss. This light and shadow, this shape, this detail. Are you really a senior?" Soon, all the people diving in the group were blown up by these pictures. Another big guy who pretends to be cute, with such a skillful technique, he still calls himself Mingxin. "You are Mingxin, so what am I?" This foundation is too solid. This way of expressing is very unique. This dragon is Guan Yu. The image is so subversive, but it won't feel awkward, but it's very natural. This feeling is really majestic, whether it's the characters or the scenery. It's full of tension. Are all newcomers monsters? There is no way to evaluate an original painting of this level in terms of skills. This is talent. It actually gave me the feeling of a foreign master's work, the original painting of Fantasy World. I am afraid it will not be better than this. I can't say that. There is still room for improvement in the details. Of course, it's okay to crush me. As soon as a few pictures came out, the whole group exploded in an instant. These people are professionals and naturally can clearly see the advantages that many ordinary people do not see. When ordinary people look at a painting, it is nothing more than to see whether it is like fine or not, or at most, it sticks to some very subjective feeling. But in the eyes of professionals, you can see the light and shadow, details, shape of this painting. In other words, if two similar paintings are shown to ordinary people cannot tell which painting is better. But if they are shown to professionals, they can see at a glance which artist has a higher level. And now, these original paintings by Ruan Guangjin belong to the type that is in the eyes of the bigwigs in the industry, and they're also extremely powerful. Amazing. The key is imagination. Recreating beyond the framework of traditional characters requires unrestrained imagination. But to turn this imagination into a specific image requires a deep foundation and excellent talent. If this set of original paintings can be made into a game, it will be amazing. The speaker is Chun Chi, the group owner of this group, and a famous concept design master in the domestic game circle. He paused and typed. When did this friend join the group? Why don't I remember? Ruan Guangjin's mouth twitched slightly, and sure enough, Chun Chi had forgotten him. After all, it was accidentally pulled into the group last year. Ruan Guangjin didn't speak this year, and many people came in later. Chun Chi had already forgotten about him. But it doesn't matter for the artist, the most important thing is the work to speak. As soon as these pictures were released, everyone in the group knew about Ruan Guangjin, a talented rookie painter. Brother, don't you consider coming to our company after graduation? The salary is definitely higher than the industry standard. Let's come to our side. Our side has better development prospects, and the game projects have more dividends. The group has already started to rob people. Ruan Guangjin is naturally very happy. His works are highly recognized by these industry insiders, which is a very happy thing in itself. In fact, before this set of original paintings came out, Ruan Guangjin had no idea whether his original style could be a great success. This is the case in similar fields. Before a book is written, no one knows whether it will be popular. Before a movie is made, no one knows whether it will be a box office hit. Though what's more, the original painting has a very strong subjective aesthetic tendency. But now, seeing the feedback from these professionals in the group, Ruan Guangjin is full of confidence in himself. However, he didn't forget what he was doing. Actually, this is the original painting for a game called Ghost General. Ruan Guangjin typed and said, "It's just that this game has encountered a little trouble now, so I want to ask you guys for help." Chun Chi, what's wrong? Ruan Guangjin, hey, the company that developed this game is a very conscientious small company. It doesn't have much money, and it's all used to develop and improve the quality of the game, but it didn't leave any publicity funds. So, here I beg you all to help promote this game, and just forward it on Weibo. Chun Chi, okay, don't you just post a Weibo? It's easy to say. What's the name of this game? Which company made it? Ruan Guangjin, Ghost General. The company is Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Tenda? Huh. Why is it so familiar? Chun Chi was a little puzzled. Chapter 20 for the Circle of Painters is on fire. After a moment, the group is fried. Isn't Tenda the company of Lonely Desert Highway? Stop making shitty games and make mobile games instead. This kind of company is still called Conscience. It's true. These people all searched, and then they found out that this game is actually produced by the same company as the popular game Lonely Desert Highway a while ago. To say that this company has a conscience, this is unlikely, right? Ruan Guangjin hurriedly explained. Really, if you don't believe me, download the game and take a look. This game is really fair. You can buy it for 10 yuan and play freely. The only extra fee in it is the 30 yuan lifetime card. One more chance for 10 consecutive draws, and there are no other charges. Real or fake? Chun Chi was skeptical that a mobile card game with almost no in-app purchases. So what are you expecting to make money from? Counting on $10 per player to recoup costs. Isn't this a game project destined to lose? Everyone didn't quite believe it, and they bought the game at checkitout.asa result. After entering, I found that this game is really such a conscience. There is indeed a mall system. But there is only one product in the mall system, which is a lifetime card priced at 30 yuan like. Those payment points that other card games have, such as stamina potions, level challenges, card draws, etc., this game, Ghost General, does not have all of them. In other words, all players experience almost the same game experience. There is no distinction between high and low, and there is no difference between rich players and free players. Even the only in-app purchase service lifetime card is only 30 yuan. This is only equivalent to a point card money in Fantasy World, and it is still enjoyed for life. Chun Chi was shocked. He is incomprehensible. As a well-known game concept artist in China, he works for a top game company in China and is a serious industry insider. Although he is in charge of art, he also knows a thing or two about game design. The in-app purchase service in card games is the most profitable. Many local tyrants recharge hundreds of thousands of dollars at every turn, and one person can top hundreds of ordinary players. This set of profit models started from Qming Three Kingdoms in the field of mobile games. The in-app purchase revenue of this game has indeed made many game companies jealous. Of course, there are also many players who will call this game too dark. But how can game companies get along with money? Chinchi didn't expect a company to be so arrogant. Not only did it spend all its research and development funds to improve the quality of the game, leaving no money for publicity, but it also took the initiative to cut off its own source of income, just to provide all players with equal gaming experience. What kind of spirit is this? Very childish, but also very noble. Chinchi's eyes were wet. He thought of himself when he had just entered the industry. At that time, the domestic standalone game was booming. Gamers like him did not forget their original intentions and always worked hard to make a standalone game called Conscience. And now, there are really not many companies with such conscience. No problem. I'll go to Weibo to help you promote it. This kind of good game can't be buried. Chinchi spoke first. Others, naturally, also responded in groups. It's really a game of conscience. I'm going to promote it too. I don't have many followers on Weibo, so I'll go to other groups to shout. For those who posted on Weibo, don't forget to attach these original paintings. These original paintings are the essence of the game. Of course, some people were a little suspicious. Could it be that you came here to rub the big guy's free publicity? But on second thought, it doesn't feel like it. The key is that Ruan Guangjin's original painting is really good-looking and convinced everyone. Otherwise, these people are well-known figures in the industry who will help him promote it for free. What's more, this game is really conscientious, and even the payment points in the game have been cut cleanly. This kind of conscience company did not buy the Water Army, did not review the evaluation, and was sitting upright. What is there to doubt? Judging from the current situation, most of the game is going to lose all its money. If you help to promote it, it can be regarded as a little bit of death. Soon, several bigwigs in the group reposted Ruan Guangjin's Weibo and original paintings. Chinchi also forwarded it and wrote a paragraph of his own. A friend in the group especially likes this original painting style. The reinterpretation of the traditional characters of the Three Kingdoms is very imaginative, and the style can be said to be a style of its own. P.S. This seems to be a feed to a game company, and the game is called Ghost General. Chinchi didn't introduce too much. On the one hand, because of his personality, he was really not good at stacking too many gorgeous words. On the other hand, he didn't want others to think that this was a business order or advertisement. Blow too much and you'll overdo it. The original text of Weibo gives people the feeling that I mention it casually and share my friends' works with you. Of course, although these painters are big names in the industry. Strictly speaking, there are not many fans. Like Chinchi, although he holds the position of main art and concept design in large-scale domestic game projects, and also has many popular original paintings, his Weibo fans are only on the order of more than 100,000. A similar Weibo may only have a few hundred comments at most, not more. However, Chinchi's Weibo friends are not the only painters like himself who only focus on original game paintings. Among the people who follow each other, there are big touches of drawing comics, some well-known producers of game companies, and even some second and third-tier stars, novel authors, etc. also have some connections. This group of people in Chinchi and promoted together, and their influence was still there. Soon the number of comments on Weibo grew rapidly. Is this all the characters of the Three Kingdoms transformed by magic? So handsome. Is it the work of a foreign artist? It's the work of a Chinese painter. How can Chinese painters draw original paintings with such a unique style? Surprised. Just looking at the original painting makes me feel so emotional. This game is called Ghost General? Why have I never heard of it? All the mobile games are in the Q version, and I almost vomited. This style feels refreshing. Go and see. The response was unexpectedly enthusiastic. In fact, this is also normal because the game Qming Three Kingdoms has been popular for a year. During this year, Qming Three Kingdoms has been continuously expanding the number of mobile card game players, so that most mobile game players can play card mobile games without obstacles. But on the other hand, players are gradually getting tired of the mode of Qming Three Kingdoms, especially this Q version style, after watching a lot of games that follow the trend. Many players have already developed serious aesthetic fatigue, and they feel sick when they see the Q version. Ghost General is completely different. This set of original paintings is enough to make players feel that this is a completely different game from Q-Ming Three Kingdoms. And naturally, they will be more interested. Chapter 25, What is the situation with this data? Ma Yang frowned. Brother Qian, is the game we make really so rubbish? No one cares at all. I saw that the new game was released and the number of downloads on the first day was in the tens of thousands. How come we have only a dozen downloads on the first day? Ma Yang was simply hit. After the game was released, Ma Yang would go to the official game platform to check the data of Ghost General almost every few minutes, check the downloads, and check the evaluation of players.asa result. 1 hour passed, 3 hours passed, 5 hours passed. The data is basically unchanged because Ghost General is only a recommended spot for the time being. The name itself is not very good, and there is no beautiful promotional image. Who will notice? Lonely Desert Highway was discovered by Xiao Laosher because he is an up master who specializes in making complaints about standalone games and will regularly go to the standalone game area to search for new games that it's a special case of a special case, so to speak. The average mobile game player will not regularly look for new games, unless it is some very popular games that are very popular with reservations that a new game like Ghost General will be almost 100% buried in the initial stage if there is no good publicity and promotion measures. It's okay, new games are like this, just wait. Pei Qian comforted. Just wait it out? No wonder. On the surface, Pei Qian pretended to be as anxious as Ma Yang, but in fact he was already happy that it is normal to have no downloads. This game has no exposure channel at all. Where does the download come from? Let alone a day or two, even in a week or a month, this game will only end in an uninteresting ending. Pei Qian is now waiting for a week to pass quickly. At that time, Ghost General will also come down from the recommended position on the top of the game platform, and the heat will be cool. Once the system is settled, all the 300,000 system funds will be converted into individuals. Property. Delicious. Pei Qian's comfort had no effect, and Ma Yang still had a sad expression on his face. Hey, I'll look at the data again. I don't know if there has been any change after 3 hours. Ma Yang said and opened ESRO's official game platform again and searched for Ghost General. After searching the game details page, Ma Yang was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was wrong that I watched it several times before, and the number of downloads was only a dozen. But this time, the number of downloads turned out to be more than 2,000. Ma Yang thought he had read it wrong. But after looking at the game ratings and player comments, he confirmed that he had read it. Right. Indeed, a group of players discovered the game. The first thing Ma Yang saw was the game's rating, which came to an exaggerated 9.7. Originally, the comment area of Ghost General was crowded, and there was not a single comment, but now there are hundreds of comments. How can this game sell for 10 yuan? What the hell is it that is more expensive than Q-Ming Three Kingdoms? You didn't enter the game upstairs. You think 10 yuan is too expensive, it's too cheap and too conscientious. I played it seriously. This is a card mobile game full of sincerity. The key is that only one lifetime card is sold in the game, and the total consumption in the game is only 40 yuan. 40 yuan to play, everyone is equal, and there is absolutely no recharge and consumption traps. I am shocked. Is this still a card mobile game? The quality of this game is very good. As a loyal player of mobile card games, I finally found another unique mobile card game. What impresses me is the characters in this game. I never thought that the characters of the Three Kingdoms could have such a peculiar interpretation. These characters are all imaginative, and although they are full of absurdity, they make people feel it feels refreshing. The original painting is so amazing. So I'm just looking at the original painting, and I've decided on this game too. What? Can't make gold? Then I can only give a 5-star praise. Ma Yang's hands trembled with excitement. He flipped through the players' comments page by page, and he didn't even find a single bad review. There are no bad reviews, but it's not all because the original painting of this game is good-looking and the fee is conscientious. And another very important reason is that the first batch of players basically came for the original painting. After Chin Chi's group of artists posted these original paintings on Weibo, they immediately received a large number of likes, and many people came to find them according to the game name. Although many people are a little disappointed to see that Ghost General is a mobile card game rather than a standalone game or a large-scale online game. As long as you play it a little, you are embarrassed to give a low score. Because this game looks really good, the quality of the game is good. Whether it is art resources or music resources, Pei Qian spares no expense, and the first impression is very good. And the game itself has no characteristics of Krypton Gold, and it has harvested the favor of a group of passersby. Therefore, after the influx of the first batch of players, the word of mouth of Ghost General was overwhelming, and all of them were praised. Ma Yang excitedly poked his head down from the top bunk and said to Pei Qian, "Brother Qian, now that we have it, our game downloads have gone up." There are still many people's comments, all of which are 5-star praise. Pei Qian was drinking water. He spat it out with a puff and then coughed for more than a minute because he choked on the water. "What did you just say?" Pei Qian almost thought he heard it wrong. Yang repeated it again excitedly. The number of downloads has skyrocketed to more than 2,000, and everyone's comments on the game are very good, and some people specifically praise my character design. Pei Qian is stupid. Downloads skyrocketed by thousands. How is it possible? Where did these players get the news? And are they all 5-star reviews? It doesn't make sense. This game is just a general template for a card mobile game, and there is no innovative gameplay, so it deserves a 5-star praise. If it is someone else's game, Pei Qian's first reaction must be that the game dealer bought the Water Army and asked someone to rate it. However, this is Pei Qian's own game. Does Pei Qian still know? If he has invited the Navy, there is only so much money in total, and all of it has been spent. How can there be money to hire a Navy? Besides, even if he has money, Pei Qian can't use it to invite the Navy and review the ratings. What he wants is to quickly cool down the game in obscurity. How can he do such a hot thing? Other companies ask the Navy to brush the data. Is it wrong? No way. Which Navy has such a poor level of business that it can be crooked to brush the data? Could it be that the kind of coincidence that happened in the last game happened again? Pei Qian hurriedly logged into the ESRO resource station and glanced at the game data. Yang didn't lie to him. The game data has indeed skyrocketed. Moreover, the evaluations of the players are all the same as those of the Navy, and they are all complimenting how conscientious the game Ghost General is. The number of players who have downloaded the game is growing. The number of people who have purchased lifetime cards in the game is also growing. Looking at these two numbers that kept beating, Pei Qian fell into a sluggish state. What the hell is going on in this world? Where is the problem? Pei Qian's eyes darkened and he fell on the bed. Chapter 26. The friendship between gentlemen is as fresh as water. Brother Qian. Pei Qian woke up leisurely at Ma Yang's call. "Hey, I know you've put a lot of effort into this game, and it must be very exciting now that you've finally done your best, but don't be too excited. It's not good for your health. Quickly calm down. We succeeded." Ma Yang's excitement was beyond words. Pei Qian was helpless and rolled his eyes in anger. Am I happy? Am I excited? I am desperate. Pei Qian's face was ashen, and he forced a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Well, we succeeded." He was puzzled. What part went wrong? Although it was very painful and desperate, and had to admit his failure, Pei Qian still had to figure out where he failed. Why is this game popular again? This time, it can't be a video blogger complaining about this game again, right? The key is that there is nothing to complain about in this game. First, I searched for the keywords of Ghost General with thousands of degrees, but I didn't find any useful information. In the comment area of the game, I didn't see any more comments like XX Tour Group. Then what went wrong? Pei Qian was puzzled. The key is that there are only a few people who know this game. Pei Qian himself did not do any publicity. It's even more impossible for Ma Yang. Even if he wants to promote it, he doesn't have that connection. The others, only those people on the ESRO resource station that Pei Qian came into contact with when buying resources and templates. Wait a minute. Most of the players who left the message seem to have mentioned the original painting, obviously attracted by the original painting. However, these original paintings are in the game. How did they see it? With the mentality of chance, Pei Qian opened Weibo and searched for Ghost General. This time, there are results. Many well-known painters have all forwarded the original painting of Ghost General, willing to be tap water. These Weibo have also been forwarded by many people, including Big Versus in the game circle, animation circle, and even in the technology circle, ordinary users of other Weibo. The forwarding volume is also very high. Even the topic of Ghost General has been searched on Weibo. Although it is only a hot search at the back and at the bottom, the traffic it can bring is also great. Pei Qian is stupid. Who did it? Who is so powerful that so many bigwigs in the industry forward and promote Ghost General? I am afraid that ordinary brokerage companies and naval forces can't do it. The key point here is that there are many painters who are well-known figures in various fields and have high self-esteem. Even if some companies come to ask them to do a good job promotion, they may not accept it. Following the forwarding one by one, Pei Qian finally found the original PO owner, Ruan Guangjian. This is Ruan Guangjian's personal account, with only 200 or 300 fans, but this Weibo has been forwarded thousands of times, and the popularity remains high. Although Pei Qian doesn't understand why a Weibo account with only 200 or 300 followers can have such a big impact, it is clear that all of this stems from Ruan Guangjian's spontaneous propaganda. Pei Qian slapped his forehead. It's over. The problem this time is actually on my own. But he couldn't figure it out. Why did Ruan Guangjian go to such great lengths to help him promote the game? Doesn't make sense. We have a very simple money relationship. I give you money, you draw the original painting, and the money and goods have been cleared. You are still here to shout for me and help me publicize. Isn't this enough to eat? I didn't give you any extra promotional expenses. Pei Qian doesn't understand anymore. Really doesn't understand. He decided to ask on the ESRO resource station what was going on. You help promote Ghost General on Weibo? After a few minutes, Ruan Guangjian replied. Yes, I found a few painter friends to help forward it. I didn't expect such a good effect. Mr. Pei, you don't have to feel too grateful. I just think that you have made such a conscience game. It's really inappropriate to be buried. A total of 300,000 R&D funds are used to develop games, and there is not even any publicity funds left. I have to say, it is really rare to see a passionate game producer like you. My painter friends are also moved by your spirit, so they are willing to help forward it. Also, the game Ghost General is too conscientious, and the quality is also good. Of course, my original painting is also good, so I can have such a good response. In the final analysis, a high-quality and sincere game like Ghost General should be popular. I just did a little bit of work. Seeing these few words sent by Ruan Guangjian, Pei Qian was dumbfounded. He didn't even know what to reply. Not many passionate producers like me. Ghost General is too conscientious. Should it be popular? Where is this going? I'm not full of enthusiasm. I just want the game to lose money. Should Ghost General be on fire? Do not. How can I lose money when it's on fire? Pei Qian really wanted to scold Ruan Guangjian. Are you free, are you? You said, why do you care so much? Isn't it bad to go eat, drink, and have fun after drawing the original painting and taking the money? You don't need to worry about the promotion of the game. But Pei Qian couldn't say anything. With his hands on the keyboard, he pressed the delete key after typing for a long time. But he can't say anything because he can't suggest the existence of a system or challenge, and he can't make others suspicious. According to the reactions of normal people, Pei Qian can only show a very happy look now. Ruan Guangjian waited for a long time, but Pei Qian did not reply. President Pei must be so moved that he didn't know what to say for a while. Ruan Guangjian typed and said, Mr. Pei, you don't need to say anything. It's entirely my voluntary act to help you promote it. If you didn't take the initiative to ask, I wouldn't have told you about it. You don't have to feel embarrassed. After all, Ghost General became popular, and this set of original paintings of mine can be seen and known by more people, which will be of great help to my future career planning. Come on, Mr. Pei. I believe you will be able to launch more and better game works in the future. I hope we will have the opportunity to continue cooperation in the future. Facing Ruan Guangjian's passionate words, Pei Qian fell into a sluggish state. Hope there will be opportunities for further cooperation in the future. No, there will never be any more. You are a big guy dressed as a novice. How can I lose money in the future when I cooperate with you? Pei Qian was so full of grief and anger that he couldn't express it, and in the end, he could only say 2 words, thanks. Saying thank you in the mouth, but gnashing of teeth in my heart. Seeing the word thank you typed by Pei Qian, Ruan Guangjian showed a relieved smile on his face. Sure enough, the so-called friendship between gentlemen is as fresh as water, and that should be the case. That it's great to be able to work with such an excellent person as President Pei. Chapter 27, I Can't Lose It. Congratulations. Your game Ghost General has been recommended by the mobile game area, the hottest new game this month. During this period, please try not to update the version to avoid the impact of unknown bugs on the game experience. Seeing this news, Pei Qian felt nothing more than death. Here again? Here again. Chain reaction, misfortunes do not come singly. In fact, whether it is Lonely Desert Highway or Ghost General, the fire is due to a small probability event. Lonely Desert Highway is because Xiao Laozui made a spit video, and Ghost General is because Ruan Guangjin's original painting became popular in the circle of Weibo painters. That if that's the case, the consequences are actually not that serious. Because these two small probability events affected a small number of people, that if there is no follow-up heat, then the game will eventually cool down slowly. But the key is the bad thing in the automatic recommendation mechanism of the ESRO official platform. ESRO's official platform will compare the data of games launched in the same period, and games with better data will naturally get better recommendation positions. Whether it's Lonely Desert Highway or Ghost General, after the data of small probability events skyrocketed, it was judged as real data by the official platform, and then it was logical to go to a better recommendation position. And the characteristics of these two games themselves made their data increase again after they got the recommendation position. In this way, the situation is completely out of control. Now, Ghost General is actually on a big recommendation in the mobile game area, which is the hottest new game this month. If this recommendation continues, the number of users pouring in every minute is extremely impressive. Coupled with the high score of Ghost General and the praised word of mouth in the common area, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Pei Qian didn't even dare to look at the background data, because the more he looked, the more desperate he became. He really wants to tell the official, "Can you stop recommending my game, please?" But he can't do it, because the recommendation of the official platform is automatically based on data, and this behavior is illegal and will be warned by the system. Pei Qian only now deeply felt that sentence. People in the arena involuntarily, standing alone on the roof of the dormitory building. Pei Qian had mixed feelings that he didn't want to stay in the dormitory because it was almost time for settlement, and he was afraid that he would cry out for Ma Yang to hear. The system light curtain automatically appeared in Pei Qian's field of vision, and it was time for the settlement of the wealth conversion system. Wealth conversion system host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio 100 to 1. Loss conversion ratio 1 to 1 to be settled soon. System funds 514,723.5. 214,723.5. Personal property 224.6. Payment in progress. Wealth conversion in progress. System fund 514,723.5. Personal property 2,371.8. 2147.2. Pei Qian looked at these few lines of numbers and felt a little unlovable that he never dreamed that a card game could make so much money. Of these 500,000 yuan, part of it is the follow-up income of Lonely Desert Highway. After all, this game is still in operation, and the accumulated income of $1 is quite considerable. But only a small part. Most of this income comes from Ghost General. Pei Qian used his very shallow mathematical knowledge to make a rough calculation that in a week, the net income of Ghost General is about 500,000, which means that the turnover is 1 million. Next week. As the heat continues to ferment, players continue to pour in, and the income will only be higher, even if this game has few payment points and weak follow-up income. But after all, the market is big, and it will take 2 or 3 months to show fatigue. And according to this kind of data, the monthly turnover of this game is very likely to reach more than 5 million. A mobile game with a monthly turnover of 5 million is actually a mediocre level. If it is a small company with 20 to 30 people, it is estimated that it is only a well-off. But it's different for Pei Qian. He made this game from start to finish by himself. Ma Yang only offered a salary of 3,000 yuan a month and helped fill out a demand form. Other program templates, art resources, etc. were bought, and it cost 300,000 yuan in the first week of the game's launch. It paid off, and it also made a net profit of 200,000. The data is not particularly exaggerated, but Pei Qian feels that there is no love for life. What makes Pei Qian even more desperate is that the game Ghost General will continue to provide him with income in the future. Quming Three Kingdoms has been in operation for a year, and it is still prosperous. What does that mean? It means that Pei Qian will lose money by using his milk-feeding energy in the future, and he may not be able to lose it. Every month in the future, there will be a stable amount of funds in the system funds, and the system determines the loss according to the basic system funds. Take this settlement as an example. The way the system judges profit and loss is very simple. It is to compare the current system capital value with the original 300,000. If it is higher than 300,000, it is a profit, and if it is less than 300,000, it is a loss. If there are additional accounts every month in the future, and the system funds are always higher than the initial funds provided by the system, then the system will always determine that Pei Qian is making a profit. Bad news, terrible news. Pei Qian wanted to die. It won't be so bad, will it? I made 200,000 yuan, but it only turned into 2,000 yuan. And in the future, you can make money simply by lying down, and you can't lose even if you lose. No, there must be something wrong. Calm down, calm down. Let me think about it again. Things shouldn't be so bad. Just as Pei Qian calmed down, a new entry appeared again on the system light curtain at next settlement time. 90 days later, the system funds will be replenished soon. The target amount. 500,000. It is detected that the system funds are higher than 500,000 and will no longer be replenished. System fund. 51579, 2.5 personal property. 2,371.8, 2147.2. Really? My mind is broken. Pei Qian was sure that his previous speculation was correct. Every time a settlement is made, the system will replenish the system funds. The settlement time and the replenishment amount of system funds are different each time. The supplementary amount this time is 500,000, and Pei Qian system funds at this time are already higher than 500,000, so there is no additional funds to be credited. And if Pei Qian lost all 300,000 before, this time, 500,000 will be credited. Pei Qian felt hopeless. The 300,000 yuan that was originally guaranteed has become 2,000 yuan. Who can stand this? Moreover, in just a few minutes, the system funds increased by more than 1,000 yuan. This is because Ghost General continues to generate profits. Pei Qian felt melancholy and even doubted himself. Is it possible? Should I change my mind? Still thinking about how to make money in the future. No, it's too late. What's more, I really don't have such good luck in the future. At this moment, Pei Qian even had the thought of, am I thinking about making money in the future? But it was quickly dismissed. The reason is very simple. The cost performance is too low, and there is no operability. Whether it is Lonely Desert Highway or Ghost General, success has a lot of luck. Can Pei Qian have such good luck in the future? Not necessarily. I'm afraid that I want to make money seriously, but I don't make much money, and I don't lose money. Isn't it too embarrassing? The key is that the mode has been selected and cannot be changed. The conversion ratio of profit is only 100 to 1, and it is only after earning 1 million that it can be converted into 10,000. The price-performance ratio is too low. Chapter 28, Hiring Employees, is a good way. Don't think about the ones that don't exist. The most urgent task now is to quickly think about how all this money is spent. Pei Qian stood on the roof of the dormitory building, feeling the cool breeze of the coming autumn and thinking about the future countermeasures. Just buying all the resources necessary to make a game is too slow. Where are the main costs of the company's operations? It lies in rent, utilities, office supplies, employee salaries. Adding all these together, doesn't monthly expenses skyrocket? Well, that's it. Maybe calculate it. Pei Qian took out his mobile phone calculator and made a quick calculation. I made 500,000 in the first week, and I can only make more next week. Based on the monthly turnover of 5 million, the net income is at the level of 25.6 million. There's definitely been a dip in the last 2 months, but it's hard to plummet. The next settlement is 3 months later. A conservative estimate, the net income in 3 months will definitely reach more than 6 million. Fuck, what have I done? If you do nothing, then the converted personal property will be 60,000 yuan. If everything is lost, then the converted personal property will be 500,000 yuan. Hi, the gap is too big, isn't it? In other words, I want to try to lose 6 million in 3 months. Think about it, where do you spend more money? Renting the most expensive office space is calculated at 5 yuan/day/square meter. If you rent 3,000 square meters, it is 450,000 a month. To recruit 30 employees, based on the average salary of 5,000/month. No, 7,000/month. It is 210,000 a month. Why does it feel like a drop in the bucket? Everyone else thinks these burdens are too heavy to start a company. Why do I think it's too cheap? The company's office supplies are all calculated according to the most expensive. Should it be no problem to spend another 1 million yuan? Well, it's really a lot faster to spend money this way. But it feels so troublesome. I've never done finding office space, hiring employees, or purchasing company items. Forget it, let's take a long-term plan or thinking of recruiting and finding an office by himself. Pei Qian had a headache. Because he has never done these things in his previous life, he neither likes nor is good at it. Tired, but it costs money, which is obviously a quicker way. Pei Qian decided to put it on hold for now and consider this issue tomorrow. Back to the bedroom. Brother Qian, the game is on fire. Can we go out for a big meal? Ma Yang's eyes were full of anticipation. Pei Qian remembered that he did tell Ma Yang before that he wanted to invite him to a buffet of more than 50 yuan to celebrate. Okay, eat. Although I didn't get 300,000 yuan, I still have at least 2,000 yuan. With an income of 2,000 yuan, spending more than 100 yuan for a meal is not too much. But Pei Qian still felt completely unhappy. Across the street to the south of the school, there is a good buffet with an average of 58 per capita. For the student party in 2009, this is already quite a luxury meal. Pei Qian sat in his seat and watched Ma Yang with a blank expression as he moved several plates of cakes and a large drink. The buffet barbecue here is given per person, but there are some dishes in the public area, including cakes, stir-fries, fruits, etc., which can be taken at Wildem. A Yang obviously came to eat with the mentality of returning to the original, and the goal was probably to support the wall in and out. Brother Qian, why do you feel that you are very worried? Sure enough, your rich second-generation nature is becoming more and more exposed. This game is done. At least tens of thousands of dollars have been earned, right? Why are you still so sad? Is it possible that you have higher requirements for yourself? Besides, you don't take a second look at so many delicious foods. Ma Yang asked vaguely while eating haisai. Pei Qian looked at the food on the table, picked a few pieces of meat, and put it in his mouth, feeling dull. Although he was an ordinary working class in his previous life, he had also eaten many high-end buffets in the imperial capital, and eating such cheap buffets did not feel anything delicious. The key is that he is not in a good mood now, and of course he is unwilling to eat. That I want to lose money. How can you lose money? At this time, Pei Qian was very envious of Ma Yang. Heartless and have no concept of numbers, Ma Yang didn't understand the profit model of the game, and thought that Pei Qian had made tens of thousands of dollars. But in fact, Pei Qian made more than 500,000 in a week. It's a pity that I can't spend a penny. Hey, it's nothing, it's just that I've been busy with the game in the past few days. I'm a little tired and need to rest. After all, starting a company is hard work. Pei Qian casually agreed. Brother Qian, I should criticize you 2 words. Ma Yang finished eating another piece of cake. You are also the boss of a company now. Why are you so careless about your body? You can't do everything yourself. Hire an assistant and leave all the work to her. How wonderful. Hire an assistant? Pei Qian was taken aback that Ma Yang nodded. Yeah, hire an assistant. I don't think this is how it is played in many TV dramas. The overbearing president drives a luxury car every day to flirt with girls. Anyway, he just doesn't do serious business. All the company's affairs are left to the assistant to do. As the saying goes, if the secretary has something to do, it's okay. Hey, old Ma, you are a genius. I really need an assistant, and it has to be a professional assistant, especially capable. Pei Qian was suddenly inspired. Of course, what Pei Qian thought and what Ma Yang thought were not the same thing at all. Ma Yang's mind is full of plots in the TV series. He simply thought that the boss should have an assistant by his side, so he suggested it. And what Pei Qian thinks is that with this assistant, the ways that he thought of losing money before, such as renting office space, hiring more employees, buying office supplies, etc., can't be left to the assistant to do it, right? The next morning, Pei Qian sat at Exxon's headhunting customer service center in Jingzhou, drinking tea and waiting for the headhunting consultant to arrive. There are actually a lot of headhunting consultants in this customer service center, but Pei Qian has spoken as long as the most senior headhunting consultants here are at the level of regional managers. So, you need to wait a bit. Pei Qian is in no hurry. He has time anyway. It has been decided before that an assistant is to be recruited. As for how to recruit, Pei Qian actually has many choices. For example, posting job postings online for interviews, or simply looking for one at school is fine. However, this does not meet Pei Qian's requirements. One is slow, the other is not enough grade. It is too troublesome to interview by himself. Pei Qian is too lazy to spend that time, and online recruitment is also difficult to recruit assistants with particularly strong personal abilities. What Pei Qian wants to recruit is the real elite in the workplace, the kind who can take charge of herself. It is best if she speaks a word by herself so that she can fully understand the intention and complete the task quickly and with high quality. Pei Qian thought about it for a while, but it would be more reliable to go directly to a headhunting company. Of course, the downside is that it costs more. But for Pei Qian, he spent all the system funds anyway, so he couldn't ask for it. The time of waiting was rather boring. Pei Qian turned on his phone and swiped the web page casually. Asa result, accidentally swiped a game review in the game area of the portal website. Look at the future development trend of mobile games from the conscience mobile game, Ghost General. Chapter 29, Excellent Assistant. Pei Qian never imagined that he could even see a game review about Ghost General on the portal. Out of curiosity, he clicked in and took a look. Recently, a mobile game called Ghost General suddenly became popular. Without the developer's active promotion, the number of downloads in the first week reached nearly 80,000. According to estimates, this game is far higher than other mobile card games in the same period in terms of active numbers, player satisfaction, and retention, and it can even be said to be one of the best and hard to beat. Many people in the industry once analyzed that the current mobile card game market is already a Red Sea. And even Q-Ming Sangwa, the founder of the mobile card game, will inevitably encounter the dilemma of declining active numbers and declining revenue. It seems that no good solution has been found. The game Ghost General can be said to have completely subverted this view. It proves that there is still a lot of room for development of mobile card games. So, why is this game able to buck the trend under such circumstances and become the successor of Q-Ming Three Kingdoms and a new generation of card player cursors in the minds of many players? Next, the author will use professional analysis to reveal the secret behind the success of Ghost General for you. The first point, the game Ghost General does not follow the Q version of the cute style of Q-Ming Three Kingdoms, but uses a new visual style to reshape the characters of the Three Kingdoms, which makes players what a refreshing effect. The stereotyped Q version characters have made players tired, and this new epic ink painting style allows players to see a different Three Kingdoms and makes players feel good at first sight. Second point, the game Ghost General has been simplified, and the current bloated card hand-playing methods have been extracted from the rough, the essence, and the dross, and only the most original and classic basic gameplay is retained for players. Lighten the load! Q-Ming Three Kingdoms and other mature mobile card games only know how to add, which makes the original casual card mobile game extremely time-consuming, and players are already miserable. While Ghost General only retains the most basic gameplay, it only needs to be played for 1 or 2 hours a day, which has won the favor of many light players and avoided the time war with other games. The third point, the game Ghost General is too conscientious. In addition to the 10 yuan buyout, the only consumption in the game is the 30 yuan lifetime card. Players are absolutely equal. Even if they don't care, players can experience the full fun of card mobile games. This is the most critical factor for the success of Ghost General, and it is also the fundamental reason for the rave reviews. Perhaps, Ghost General leads the future development direction of card mobile games. I believe that there will be more and more such fair and easy card mobile games in the future. Below the news, netizens commented one after another. Specialized. So well said. Indeed, I play Ghost General because of fairness, and I can draw rare cards without Krypton Gold. And I really like the style of this game. Just collecting generals and lighting up illustrations is enough for me to play for a year, and so on. After reading the full text, Pei Qian doubted life. Does this work too? Is the Ghost General I made and the Ghost General? You played the same game? The purpose of changing the painting style is to deliberately dissuade those players who like the Q version of the painting style. Simplify the gameplay, It's not that I want to simplify the complex, it's just that the template I bought has only these functions. I can't even use the editor, and I can't change it if I want it. Is the game too good? That's because I deliberately set the price so that I don't want to let the local tyrants affect me to lose money. Why are all the advantages? Pei Qian just wanted to die. The world is so crazy, there must be something wrong. Pei Qian put down the phone and thought about life silently. Mr. Pei, hello, I've been waiting for a long time. A man in his 30s in a suit knocked on the door and entered and shook hands with Pei Qian. I am the regional general manager of Exxon Human Resources Group in Handong Province and a senior executive search consultant. It is a pleasure to serve you. You can call me Lawrence. The headhunting consultant with an English name was very polite because when Pei Qian entered the door, he had already told the receptionist his identity. The boss of Tenda Network Technology Company, limited senior headhunting consultants at the manager level provide one-on-one services, but they have to pay additional consulting fees. Pei Qian did not hesitate at all, which shows that he has deep pockets. The headhunting company naturally did not dare to neglect that, of course. Pei Qian is mainly because he spends the money of the system and doesn't feel distressed at all, so he can be so indifferent. Hello, manager. My purpose here is very clear. I just want to recruit an assistant. Pei Qian said straight to the point. Okay, what are your specific needs? The manager still maintains a very professional smile. Well, the most expensive one. Pei Qian had a not bad money expression. Employee salaries are also deducted from the system funds. Of course, Pei Qian hopes that the higher the salary, the better, the more deductions, and the more losses. Manager Lao smiled. Okay, this is one aspect. I have noted it down. But there are some more specific aspects. For example, do you prefer the executive secretary type general assistant or the youth backbone training type general assistant? Pei Qian was slightly at a loss. Is there any difference? The manager smiled and explained. Of course there is a difference. Administrative secretary type assistants to the president are often very good young women with comprehensive abilities, but they are mainly responsible for trivial matters that the president has no time to focus on, and their nature is similar to that of a celebrity's agent. The annual salary ranges from about 10 to 35. Some of them are very good. Basically, the annual salary of about 400,000 will roughly reach the ceiling. As for the young backbone training type, the assistant presidents are often excellent young men. They are trained as the backbone of the company and may become the company's vice president or the successor of the president in the future. Of course, the two are not absolutely incompatible. It mainly depends on your needs. Pei Qian did not hesitate. The former. There is nothing to hesitate. There are only two people in Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited, and now we are considering whether the question of successor is overwhelmed. What's more, Pei Qian has no interest in male secretaries at all. Not at all. Manager Lao nodded. Okay, wait a moment, we have a few resumes, you can take a look and filter them. After a while, several resumes were placed in front of Pei Qian. All of them are young and beautiful girls with similar resumes. All are highly educated. All are fluent in English and proficient in 3 languages that in terms of resumes. There are also several who have served as assistants to the presidents of domestic first-class large groups. There are also some other bonus points, such as financial literacy, legal knowledge, and so on. Manager Lao added, these candidates are the best general assistant talents in Handong Province. Our headhunters have communicated with them to ensure that whether they are talking, doing things, or dealing with people, they are all generous and orderly. Pei Qian flipped through it and picked out the resume with the most expensive expected salary. Chapter 30, So Cheap. This Xin Hailu was originally an assistant to the vice president of a well-known foreign company. But why did she leave? It doesn't seem to be written on her resume. Manager Lao smiled. Mr. Pei shouldn't watch the news often, right? The vice president had a bad idea after drinking, but he didn't expect to encounter a hard problem. In the end, the vice president was fired, and the assistant Xin, he voluntarily resigned. This matter has had a major impact on the reputation of the foreign company, and it has sparked heated discussions online some time ago. Pei Qian was a little shocked. The hero of the women's middle school? Is this? Manager Lao nodded. You can think so. Maybe it's the big company experience that makes her tired, so she doesn't reject small, startup work. In all fairness, from a business point of view, this is definitely the best assistant candidate. The fishing manager also deliberately added considering the business, which probably means that if it is considered from other aspects, it may not be so suitable. Pei Qian immediately made the decision. Yes, it's her. However, I have a request. Manager Lao nodded. Please say, as long as it is not too demanding, you can communicate. She can only give me advice when I consult her. In other cases, no matter what happens, keep silent and don't ask random questions. Pei Qian said. Manager Lao smiled and said, Of course, even if you don't emphasize it, this is the basic professional quality of a general assistant. 3 days later, Monday, Qian parked downstairs in the most high-end office building in Jingzhou, Shenhua Luxury View. Mr. Pei, we are here. Xi and Hailu opened the car door for Pei Qian and guided him into the luxurious office building ahead. After the headhunting matchmaking, Xi and Hailu has become the third employee of Tingdon Network Technology Company, Limited and the assistant to the president. Xi and Hailu is a standard successful woman in the workplace, with a dignified appearance and decent manners. Even her figure wrapped in a shirt and business skirt is impeccable in all respects. This is the perfect assistant that Pei Qian needs. Highly educated and high quality, fluent in 3 foreign languages, good-looking, easygoing and generous, well-mannered, methodical in handling urgent matters, well-known for business literacy, and never ask questions that shouldn't be asked. After getting along for a few days, Pei Qian had a feeling. Work neatly and reliably, without any hesitation. Pei Qian recruited directly at a 30% premium of the original salary, with a monthly salary of over 30,000. This is 2009, and fresh graduates of Handong University are generally still working hard for the goal of a monthly salary of 3,000. There are 2 main reasons for the high salary. First, Pei Qian's Tingdon Network Technology Company Limited is a startup company. Compared with the foreign company where Xi and Hailu originally worked, it does not have very good career development prospects. Xi and Hailu's ability is very strong. The salary in foreign companies is already very high, and then a 30% premium, this salary level is naturally very exaggerated. Second, Pei Qian's goal is to spend money like crazy, so of course you have to pick expensive ones. Xi and Hailu, a professional with strong abilities, gives a little high premium, which is not a violation of the system. After all, even for a person like Ma Yang, Pei Qian offered him a monthly salary of 3,000. This Qian is a car, just rented in the name of the company. Pei Qian wanted to buy a car in the name of the company, but was rejected by the system. You can buy a car, but the amount depends on the company's current account funds, and you can't buy too expensive. Pei Qian pondered that it would be meaningless to buy a cheap CA or so I simply rented a Qian, which can be regarded as a front door. Although the cost of renting a car and maintaining a car is not much, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. There is such a place to spend money. Pei Qian will never let it go. Pei Qian came to Shenhua Haojing today because he wanted to rent an office space. This is the most luxurious office building in the entire Jingzhou city. Pei Qian roughly estimates that the rent here should be around 5 yuan, 0.5 yuan / square meter / day. The parallel world is now 2009, and Jingzhou, the capital of Handong province, is a second-tier city that if it was an imperial capital in 19 years, it would have to run more than tripled. The average price of other office buildings in Jingzhou is around 2 or 3 yuan. The Shenhua Deluxe View is a super high-end refined decoration, so it will be much more expensive. For other companies, this is a disadvantage. But for Pei Qian, this is a great advantage. Pei Qian just saw how expensive it was. X and Hailu came to the hall and walked directly to the staff in the hall. Now that he has an assistant, Pei Qian naturally doesn't have to do anything by himself. The staff in the office building wears suits and leather shoes. Pei Qian was wearing an ordinary coat and trousers. However, Pei Qian didn't feel cramped at all on this occasion, but felt that the weather was getting cooler and a little colder. That it's not that Pei Qian was born confident, mainly because he followed assistant Xi next to him, and no matter how short, fat and ugly a man is, as long as he is accompanied by a young, beautiful, and tasteful woman, he will always appear to be rich. What's more, Pei Qian is neither short nor fat nor ugly, and he looks a little handsome. These days, it is impossible for an ugly person to pass through. It will affect the reader's sense of substitution. After a while, The manager came to Pei Qian with a smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Pei, my surname is Zhang. If you have anything, just tell me. Manager Zhang didn't know what Pei Qian was from, but seeing that Xian Hailu was his assistant, he instinctively felt that this person was not simple. Pei Qian's clothes are not flashy, and he looks very young. No matter how you look at it, he looks like a poor jiaoxi without a job. However, he actually has an assistant like Xian Hailu, which instantly makes people feel that he is a rich second generation who is informal and unexpected. Maybe the rich second generation likes to wear it like this. Therefore, Manager Zhang certainly did not dare to neglect. I plan to rent a floor here as an office space. Pei Qian went straight to the point. Well, if you want to rent an entire floor, Mr. Pei, and don't share a floor with other companies, then the 17th floor here is still empty. It's condescending and the scenery is excellent. Why don't I show you around? Manager Zhang tentatively asked. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, turn around. Under the leadership of Manager Zhang, the three came to the 17th floor of Shenhua Luxury View. Clean and tidy, spotless, that it's just empty, with nothing. Well, the scenery is nice. Pei Qian came to the floor-to-ceiling window, and he had a sweeping view of the city, as well as the parks and scenic spots nearby. After losing money, you can see more scenery. Working in such a place should make you feel physically and mentally happy. Pei Qian glanced at the area here, got a whole floor. The basketball court can be stuffed 7 or 8, a conservative estimate of 3,000 square meters. If you are a startup company, the country has relevant preferential policies. Shenhua Haojing can allow you to deposit 1-for-1 monthly settlement, which is extremely rare in other office buildings. Manager Zhang introduced quite proudly. Office buildings generally use 1 to 2 months' rent as a deposit, and most of the rent payment methods are quarterly or half-yearly. Such an office building that allows one to pay 1 deposit is indeed worth bragging about. It's quite a competitive advantage. Of course, there are advantages in this aspect, and there are definitely disadvantages in other aspects, such as price. Moreover, this kind of preference is related to the policy and is specially provided to startup companies. Pei Qian fits it here. What's the price? Pei Qian asked casually. Manager Zhang smiled all over his face. For yuan. I know, this price may be a little expensive in Jingzhou, but you have seen the various conditions here. You get what you pay for. Rent our place. The office location will definitely help improve the first impression of your company. For yuan, so cheap? Pei Qian couldn't help frowning. Convenient? Cheap? Manager Zhang was stunned. Chapter 31 Big Shopping. Manager Zhang never imagined that the previous company was too expensive, because the rent of other office buildings was generally 2 or 3 yuan, and the Shenhua Luxury View was 4 yuan, which was almost double. As a result, this President Pei actually thought it was cheap. Are you saying the opposite? Or does he have no idea about money at all? Pei Qian frowned slightly, calculating quickly in his heart. His original psychological expectation here was about 5 yuan. Calculated at 5 yuan/day/square meter, 3,000 square meters of office space can be rented for 450,000 a month. That if you don't do anything for a month, you will lose 450,000 yuan. Where can you find such good things? As a result, the price was a full dollar less than he had estimated. This dollar made him lose more than 90,000 yuan every month, still a little troubled. However, this is also within the acceptable range. The reason why Pei Qian is so anxious is because Ghost General is making money for him every day. After all, Ghost General is still on the rise. With more and more recommendation positions on the game platform, the game's popularity is getting higher and higher, and a large number of players are pouring in every day, and the income is naturally rising. It is not easy to lose all this money. Pei Qian must work harder. I rented this floor, prepare the contract. Pei Qian was very straightforward. Manager Zhang was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. Okay, come with me. Such a straightforward customer is really rare. Pei Qian and Xian Hailu came to Manager Zhang's office to sign the contract, and a series of operations were quickly completed. The deposit plus the first month's rent paid instantly cost 700,000 yuan. Pei Qian didn't frown, but felt somber. The wind blows the eggshell, and the wealth goes to people's happiness. If you don't lose the system's money sooner, how can it be converted into personal property? As for the content of the contract, Pei Qian doesn't have to worry about these things. Assistant XIN is here to help. Ekin Hailu is also proficient in financial and legal matters, and Pei Qian is very relieved to have her check. Then, welcome your company to settle in Shenhua Haojing. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me at any time, and I will definitely solve it for you as soon as possible. Manager Zhang smiled. Pei Qian made a few polite words, took the lease contract from Manager Zhang, and handed it over to Assistant XIN to put it away. Afterwards, Pei Qian and XIN Hailu left Manager Zhang's office and returned to the 17th floor again. Pei Qian walked back and forth in the empty office area, planning the layout of the company. This is also an important part of losing money. A good working environment can improve the efficiency of employees and improve our company image. Assistant XIN, remember it, and come back and give me a shopping list. Office desks and chairs must be expensive. Ahem. It's not simply expensive, but tall. It must be different from other companies. Computers must be of the highest quality. Mechanical keyboards and mice must also be of the highest quality. Screens must be too. Now we are an information society, and we are a game company. Computers are productivity. You have to have green plants too. When you are tired from work, look at the green plants and relax. The green plants are not easy to support, so you have to ask a special ant to take care of them. I think the space over there is very suitable for a small gym. Occupational diseases are frequent in the game industry. Only by exercising more can you work better. In the reception room, the sofa and coffee table can't be saved. It's better to build a set of high-end tea sets. Buy 7 or 8 kinds of good tea. If there is a business negotiation, you can't entertain people to drink pure water. Pei Qian talked freely. This is all system funds used, but it can be made. Anyway, the things that can be used in the company are all the best. Use the best for everything you can't use. As Pei Qian spoke, he observed the system's response. There is no change in the system. No warning, indicating that Pei Qian's behavior is not illegal. XIN Hailu took a small notebook and made a quick record. Okay, Mr. Pei, it will be done for you soon. May I ask what is the total price you can accept? XIN Hailu asked. Pei Qian thought for a while. Around 500,000 to 800,000. Try to lean in the direction of 800,000. Xin Hailu not that unful. Pei Qian didn't dare to go too far. He wanted to be extravagant, but it couldn't obviously exceed the company's needs. For example, a computer for a company office. According to normal thinking, ordinary computers can be used. However, if Pei Qian wants to lose money, he must use a high-end computer. General high-end computers, regardless of the system. But Pei Qian has to spend hundreds of thousands of millions to buy a supercomputer, and the system will judge violations. Therefore, Pei Qian can't spend indiscriminately without limit, and set it to around 800,000, which is already testing the bottom line of the system, after one day. This is the purchase list I made after the last communication. You can take a look. XIN Hailu handed Pei Qian a document in the folder. Above is all the purchase lists, including desks, office chairs, computers, green plants, fitness equipment, sofas, coffee tables, tea, and more. The things that Pei Qian racked his brains to think of are all above. After a rough scan, Pei Qian couldn't help but be slightly surprised that it's so expensive. It can be seen from the price of green plants that a Lohan pine bonsai, $988, but it's not the kind of expensive deceived. It can be seen from the picture that the shape of this bonsai is indeed perfect. It should have been carefully cultivated and trimmed by a special master, and even people think that the 988 flowers are worth it. 10 fortune trees. The unit price is 188.as for why I bought 10 trees, because only one is too lonely by the floor-to-ceiling window. It must be in a row. By 10, this is the meaning of perfect. There are also high-end sofas, a set of 60,000 tea set, a set of pure handmade sterling silver tea set, 20,000, a set of natural stone inkstone tea tray, 10,003, used in turns. There are also tea, bought several kinds, very expensive. Pei Qian looked at the pile of zeros and felt that his eyelids jumped a little. Pretend to look at it seriously and turn to the end. The total price is 780,000. Most of the heads are basically on the workstation. The standard configuration for everyone is a high-end desk, a high-end gaming chair, a high-end computer host, 2 high refresh rate gaming screens, a mechanical keyboard. This set is all over 20,000. Configuring 30 workstations is more than 600,000. Other places are casual, and 780,000 will arrive. Even after reading the unit prices of these products, Pei Qian had an illusion. Only 780,000? So cheap? 30 workstations is the number that Pei Qian considered. Pei Qian is going to lose money, but under the rules of the system, he wants to carry out normal business activities, and he can't recruit a few people to do business and play games in the company every day. That is obviously an act of exploiting loopholes and will be warned by the system. With the current cloud editor, 30 people can barely make a large game, but the quality is definitely not very polished. As for the problem that there are only 30 workstations in the whole company, the office space is too empty. This is a good solution. Pei Qian planned a series of places such as pool table, entertainment room, video room, water bar, snack area, lounge, and so on. The real office area occupies only a small part. Moreover, the various workstations in the office area are far enough apart to ensure that each employee can have sufficient private space. The desk is also the largest one I bought, and it can run horses on it. The employees can put something on it, and they can put it down if they buy a figure that goes bankrupt. With such a plan, 30 workstations can't take up all the space, but it's not too much. Pei Qian looked at Xan Hailu with a face full of admiration, meaning you were awesome. Look, this is professional. Xan Hailu maintained a professional smile and reported. All products are purchased from regular channels and at the lowest internal price, and the company will never spend a penny. Pei Qian nodded. He believed that Xan Hailu could do it. All commodities are from regular channels and the lowest purchase price, and the system has no reason to warn Pei Qian. Pei Qian likes this assistant very much. Fully understand the leadership's intentions, strong execution, big brains, no faults in all aspects. Working with smart people is so open. Very good, I'm very satisfied, just follow this to purchase. Pei Qian praised. Starting from next week, I will interview candidates in the small conference room, and then I have to trouble you to prepare the materials. Xan Hailu smiled and nodded. Of course, this is my job. Pei Qian felt that everything was getting better. Recruitment is very important. Whether the task can be completed or not is here. Seeing Pei Qian's fighting spirit, Xan Hailu smiled and reminded, you seem to have forgotten a very important thing. Do you want to arrange your outfit? Chapter 32 Outfit. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. As expected, Assistant Xan was thoughtful, but I forgot about this. According to common sense, the game industry pays the least attention to the outfit. In many traditional industries and financial industries, business negotiation is very important. From the clothes you wear, the watch you wear, to the car you drive, there are requirements. Some people spend tens of thousands of dollars to customize a suit, which is just needed. Dressing inappropriately will make the first impression on the other party not good. How can this business be negotiated? Similarly, in many traditional industries, it is also the most basic etiquette to wear a suit when recruiting and applying for jobs. But the internet industry, especially the game industry, is different. Many big bosses of game companies usually come to work in t-shirts and shorts. Not to mention that many programmers interview with standard t-shirts, plaid shirts, jeans, slippers, and backpacks. Due to the particularity of this industry, the actual professional skills are more important to the interview than the dress. The overall atmosphere is like this, so most interviewers will not deliberately wear formal clothes and ties, which will appear particularly abrupt and out of place. Therefore, Pei Qian ignored this. But after Assistant Xan reminded him, Pei Qian thought about it again, and he really needed a suit. First of all, this has to go to the company's account, so you can spend more money. Secondly, it is also for the future work to be better carried out. Now Pei Qian is a student. He has just turned 18 and has not been a few months old. Even if he has the memory of 10 years later in his mind, it is difficult to have the kind of mature and calm temperament. The age is here, and this is the limit of the hard conditions. No matter how much a little fresh meat pretends, he can't pretend to be an elite in the workplace. This time, the head of the line is particularly important. Just like in some state-owned enterprises, older leaders can be approachable, but young leaders must always keep a straight face. Why? Because young leaders don't keep their faces straight. It's easy to lose their majesty and be unable to convince their subordinates that if your subordinates don't take you seriously, how can this work be carried out? Pei Qian is young and a college student, and many of these interviewees are old fritters who have worked for 2 or 3 years and are 6 or 7 years older than him. That if Pei Qian wears a t-shirt and shorts that cost more than 10 yuan all day, can these people take him seriously? Pei Qian really wants to screw up the game, but the exact method of smashing is required. The game must at least pass the review and be successfully put on the shelves. Otherwise, it will be judged by the system. As a violation, to achieve this goal, Pei Qian still has to restrain these people and make them obedient. This also means that Pei Qian still needs to establish his own image. Even if you can't establish a young and talented designer, you have to establish a rich second generation who counts at AT this time. An expensive outfit is necessary. After all, from a common sense, it is unlikely that the rich second generation will wear t-shirts and shorts that cost more than 10 yuan every day. Individual. Rich second generation may also wear it, but it should not be the norm. Ekton Hailu smiled and said, "If you think it's necessary, I can accompany you to a nearby shopping mall to choose a set of clothes." Pei Qian couldn't ask for it. The Qian is parked in the underground parking lot of the largest shopping mall in Jingzhou. Pei Qian pushed open the car door and got out of the car. "This way, please." Assistant Exine guided him along the way, allowing Pei Qian to enjoy the treatment in line with the status of the president. This is the largest and most luxurious shopping mall in Jingzhou, and Pei Qian has never been there. But he doesn't care about it. It's just to buy a suit anyway. What Assistant Exine buys, he wears whatever. Men and women go shopping differently. When women go shopping, they really go shopping. From the first floor to the top floor, they walk all over, and they are interested in everything they see. What they enjoy is the process of going around. When a man goes to the mall, he goes straight to what he wants and leaves after buying it. He never stays for a second longer. Pei Qian is a standard straight man, and of course he is not interested in shopping, so he just wants to hurry up and buy a set of clothes and then leave. Assistant Xian obviously understood Pei Qian very well, so instead of taking him around, he went straight to a luxury suit shop. Jessia is an Italian fashion luxury brand with a history of over 100 years, known for its flawless, tailored fit and tailoring. This is Jess's only store in Handong. If you are not satisfied, I can also look for a more high-end suit, but it may take longer to go from tailoring to customization. Before entering the store, Xian Hailu briefly introduced the background of the store to Pei Qian. "Okay, this is it." Pei Qian made a decision immediately to TO him. Bespoke suits are all about the same. Those interviewing can intuitively see the difference between a tailored suit and a non-tailored suit. The former is fit and high-end, while the latter is loose and cheap. The former are like Wall Street elites, and the latter are like insurance sellers. However, it is difficult for them to tell the difference between the two tailor-made suits. To put it bluntly, if you add more money, the improvement will be very small. Therefore, the suits here are very suitable for Pei Qian's requirements. The key is to speed up the time. Pei Qian doesn't like to wait. Although Pei Qian was wearing a t-shirt and shorts that cost more than 10 yuan, he walked into the store with his head held high, and he didn't feel any discomfort. That it's the same reason, because Xian Hailu is next to him. Although you can wear whatever you want, I still recommend these 3 sets. Xian Hailu put the shopping guide lady aside and knew all about the suits here. Of these 3 sets of clothes, the first set is more formal and can be worn on key occasions, such as business negotiations with other bosses or at award ceremonies. The last 2 sets are more casual and are more suitable as usual clothes. The implication is that the last 2 sets are mainly used to fool those interviewers that, of course, you don't have to dress so formal when interviewing others, but you can't dress shabby either. Including the daily work, Pei Qian must feel to the employees that he is a rich second-generation rich and has the final say, so that the work can be carried out easily. The system did not issue a warning. Pei Qian nodded. "Yes." Xian Hailu turned to the shopping guide. "Then get 2 sets of each. The patterns and accessories should be differentiated. You can decide the size as soon as possible." 2 sets of each? Nice job. Pei Qian almost blurted out, still held back. The system does not prompt, indicating that it is not illegal. The shopping guide hurried to measure Pei Qian's body size. This is not the kind of pure handmade customization. Otherwise, it would take weeks for each set, which is too troublesome. The suits of this shop are divided into dozens of volume data, and the most suitable version is selected according to the customer's body data. In this way, it can be delivered to your door in a very short period of time. When the lady was measuring the size, Pei Qian didn't feel embarrassed to rummage around, but just glanced at the price tag hanging on the clothes next to her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 digits. The leading digit is not 1. By 6 sets of such clothes to hiss. Pei Qian felt that his arithmetic ability had deteriorated seriously. After getting Pei Qian's size, Xin Hailu smiled and said, "You are busy with work. Why don't you come here first today? I will buy some daily clothes for you later, so you don't have to choose it yourself." That feeling is good. Pei Qian was very happy. Look at you, look at it. This is called professionalism. Assistant Xin, just look at the arrangement. Chapter 33, The Hermit Master Qian stops at the school's south gate. Pei Qian was about to open the car door and get out of the car. Xin Hailu stretched out a slender hand in the driver's seat, holding a small card holder. "This is what you ordered before, renting a 2-bedroom near the school for you, with the access card and key inside." Pei Qian didn't take it immediately, but observed the system's response. Well, the system didn't say no. That's it. Buying clothes and renting a house seems to have nothing to do with the company's business, but it also involves the boss's personal image. The clothes you bought can't be piled up in the bedroom, right? In the future, if you need to work overtime or go on business trips, what should you do if the lights in the bedroom are turned off and you are not allowed to go out in the middle of the night? So, renting a house makes sense. Moreover, the rent is not expensive. After buying tens of thousands of suits, how much does it cost to rent a house? Now it's 2009, and the rent in Handong, a well-decorated 2-bedroom in a high-end community, is less than 2,000 yuan. That it's like 10 years later, the old and dilapidated 1-bedroom in the imperial capital has to run for 7 or 8,000. That the system didn't prompt that it was impossible, and Pei Qian had no psychological burden and reached out to take the card package. After turning it over a little, there was a key, an access card, and a small piece of paper with the address of the house written in Xin Hailu's beautiful handwriting. The community is not far from the south gate of the school, only tens of meters. Then, take a good rest. The newly purchased clothes will be delivered to your residence within the next few days. The Qian drove away. Pei Qian feels good. The system does not prohibit these behaviors, and it is still very loyal to me. Swipe the access card and enter the high-end community near the school. When he was in school, Pei Qian watched it from a distance and never went in. Following the address on the note, Pei Qian found his own 2-bedroom apartment. Pei Qian was a little shocked when he opened the door. It is said to be a 2-bedroom, but in fact, the area is not much different from that of a 3-bedroom. Visually, it is 134 square meters. Furniture, everything is available. Even sheets, bedding, toiletries, etc. are all ready. It's a real move-in. You don't even need to carry a bag to move in. Pei Qian sat down on the sofa and didn't want to move his butt away again. Compared with this, the bedroom is like a bird cage. No, bird cages are bigger than that. Cooler than that. After Guyu was paralyzed comfortably on the sofa for a while, Pei Qian regained his strength and was ready to get down to business. You can't be happy. You must have a dream. The money is not over yet. Pei Qian called the system to check the current fund status. Wealth conversion system host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio 100 to 1. Loss conversion ratio 1 to 1. System funds 271,145.5. 22854.5. Personal property 1957.6. The income in the first week is more than 500,000. The income in the second week is more than 700,000. And the income in the third week has not yet arrived, and it is estimated that it must be 700,000 or 800,000. From this point of view, Pei Qian's estimated monthly flow of 5 million is quite accurate, but it is still slightly underestimated. Renting office space costs more than 700,000 yuan all at once, and more than 300,000 yuan will be spent every month in the future. The purchased office supplies are about 800,000 yuan, and they have not been spent yet. Pei Qian plans to spend it as soon as next week's income arrives. As for the cost of buying clothes, renting a car, renting a house, etc., adding up to more than 100,000 yuan, Pei Qian even felt that it didn't matter. There are still funds left in the system, but considering the original standard of 500,000, this is already a loss of more than 200,000. Great results. Of course, there are still things to do next. The office space is rented, and the employees need to be recruited. Otherwise, it is illegal to keep such a large office space idle and will be warned by the system. Think about it, who to hire. It's definitely not good. If it's too good, it will affect my plan. It's not too rubbish. The game still has to be done, otherwise the system's requirements cannot be fulfilled. Well, this is a technical job, and I have to think long term. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more difficult it was. But in order to live a happy life now and in the future, the more difficult things are, the more he has to try. After thinking about it, Pei Qian first confirmed one thing. That is, employees can't just recruit online, they have to dig it out themselves. Posting job postings online can only recruit people who think they can qualify for the position. Some people who Pei Qian likes will back down and dare not come to the interview. That is, the lower limit is not low enough. Recruitment information posted online must be written seriously. It is impossible for Pei Qian to write Lonzi on the job description openly, and the system will definitely warn him. Only one confidant like Ma Yang is not enough. Where can there be such talents as Ma Yang? After Pei Qian thought about it, he suddenly thought of a person that if you can move him out of the mountain, great things can be accomplished. After looking for 3 internet cafes near the school, Pei Qian finally found the person he was looking for. This one is a little unsettled, but generally speaking, it's either in this internet cafe or that internet cafe. Either in the internet cafe or on the way to the internet cafe. Maybe it's because I often feel tired when I surf the internet in the same internet cafe, so this person will occasionally change the environment and live in another internet cafe for 10 days and a half months. This goddess is called Bao Su, and people in internet cafes like to call him Bao Su. The expression the liver emperor will only become popular in the next few years. But in terms of Bao Su's performance, calling him the liver emperor makes him look down on him a bit. That has to be called super liver emperor. Now Bao Su is not well known to everyone. But soon, his name will spread throughout the school, and no one will know it, no one will know. Point 2 of his stories are widely circulated. The first thing is that in his freshman year, from the end of winter to the beginning of spring until summer, he spent every day in the internet cafe and kept playing games in the hot summer. Everyone else is wearing shorts and short sleeves. He is still wearing a sweater and long pants with his coat on the back of the chair because he never went back to the dormitory, let alone time to change his clothes. That if you were sleepy, put the chair flat and lie down to sleep. When I woke up, I went to the bathroom to wash my face and continued my liver.in this way, ignoring the seasons of the year. After this incident, he was called Chilu brother. The second thing is that in his sophomore year, he was dismissed by the school because he failed too many subjects. After being persuaded to quit, continued to soak in internet cafes. The family couldn't contact him either and thought he had died in an accident. Bao Su made a living by leveling, brushing, and reselling equipment, so he lived in an internet cafe for 2 or 3 years. Such a god that, of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, this is a late-stage internet addict who needs electricity. But Pei Qian can see his shining point. Such people are real Ashes players. Most of the games on the market are familiar, and there are many detailed settings in it, and you must answer any questions. Is it reasonable for such a hardcore player to be hired as an employee? Of course, the premise is to let him do some personal hygiene. Moreover, Pei Qian also took a fancy to his other characteristic. That is, the game is good at playing, but he doesn't understand design. This kind of person is very easy to go astray. To use a simple analogy, if a person wants to be a good cook, he must be able to taste good or bad food. But conversely, if a person can taste good or bad food, and the taste is very strict, can he be a good cook? The answer is often no. Even the more fussy about food, the harder it is to be a good cook. There is a degree here, too much. Making games does require passion and love for games, but not too much. Too much love for the game, often unable to maintain enough rationality and objectivity. It is easy to take their own understanding of the game as the understanding of most ordinary players. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that Bao Su was a person who met his requirements. That on the one hand, he is an avid game lover, a game master. Recruiting employees and giving him more wages is not considered a violation of the system. On the other hand, he's not very good at design, and there's a huge chance that he'll go to the horns and screw things up. Look what a perfect employee. It's just that Pei Qian is not sure whether he can persuade him. After all, this is a man who in 2 years' time will confuse his family into thinking that he has died in an accident, that it's hard to imagine what would happen to him to leave the internet cafe. Chapter 34 Online Recruitment Based on His Memory. Pei Qian found Bao Su in the internet cafe at the west gate of the school. The features are very obvious that it was autumn now, and everyone else was wearing long-sleeve trousers. He was wearing a sweater and a thick coat draped over the chair. It's not that he is afraid of the cold, but that this suit has been worn since last winter until now. No one can do this except him. Bao Su was staring at the computer screen in a daze. The characters on the screen are riding flying mounts and wandering aimlessly in the main city. Pei Qian came behind Bao Su and smelled a faint smell of head oil, that it's not very serious. Maybe because Bao Su's hairline has receded seriously, and he doesn't have much hair anymore. Well, if you can persuade him to leave the internet cafe, you must give him some money to let him take a shower and change into clean clothes. Bao Su, Pei Qian called out tentatively. Bao Su was stunned for 10 seconds before turning his head blankly. Inside the two huge dark circles, his eyes blinked blankly. Are you looking for me? After confirming that he was not looking for the wrong person, Pei Qian sat down in the vacant seat next to Bao Su. I have a job. Would you like to do it? Pei Qian asked. Bao Su turned his head slowly and continued to stare at the computer screen in a daze. Being a network administrator? Not interested. I'm not a network manager. I'm a designer. Design a game myself, Pei Qian said. Bao Su's face slowly turned around again, looking up and down at Pei Qian. It was finally determined that this seemed like an ordinary student. Don't make fun of me. Bao Su didn't believe it. Pei Qian was speechless. He was thinking that if he wore another outfit, it might be much better. But the suits haven't arrived yet. Pei Qian decided not to ink with him and took out $500 directly from his pocket. It's an advance salary for you if you're willing to come. Seeing 5 red and bright 100 yuan bills, Bao Su's eyes instantly glowed with some light, that he was a little sure Pei Qian was serious, that if it's a scam, then Pei Qian has to ask him for money. How can anyone take the initiative to give money? And a shot as 500.500 in 2009 was a huge sum of money for someone like Bao Su. After all, the price of internet cafes at this time was generally only 2 or 3 yuan per hour. Not only that, the company has the best computer with dual monitors. You can play games casually. Pei Qian made up for it decisively. Bao Su's eyes lit up instantly. You don't need to pay for internet access. You can play games with the top computer. Isn't this much more comfortable than an internet cafe? It's like throwing a handful of dried fish in front of a starving cat. You really don't lie to me? Then what is my job? Bao Su wondered. Your job is to play games. The position I gave you is called Game Experiencer. Experience other people's games as well as our own games. If you find any problems, please give me feedback as soon as possible. Of course, you can also participate in the design work and make comments. I think you're perfectly qualified for this position, don't you? Pei Qian smiled, full of bewitchment. Bao Su pursed his lips, his throat twitched slightly. Isn't this the life he dreams of? Playing games, you can still make money. Why not do it? I'm willing to think about it. If it's what you said, I can consider going out of the mountain. Bao Su originally blurted out, I do, but then he thought about it. What if he was a liar? Therefore, there is some room for speech, and it is still necessary to see the actual working environment before making a decision. Pei Qian was sure that he had persuaded him. Such a good condition, there is no reason to refuse. So now all you need to do is take the $500 and go have a good bath, get a haircut, and buy clean clothes. Our company is in Shenhua Haojing. You are in this body. If you go in, you will be stopped by the guard as a homeless person. As for when to start work, it should be within the next 2 days. I will call you then. You are always ready. After Pei Qian finished speaking, he turned and left. Bao Su looked at the 500 yuan in his hand and suddenly burst into tears. I'm finally being appreciated. He clutched the $500 tightly in his hand and lay on the computer table sobbing. The slightly bald top of the head reflected the light of the monitor, revealing a hint of warmth. The people next to him couldn't help but look sideways. What's going on? What kind of equipment exploded? So happy. After getting Bao Su, Pei Qian is in a good mood. Another capable soldier, Yang, and Bao Su have their right and left arms together, and things are a lot easier. Pei Qian was not afraid that Bao Su would run away, because the expectant look in Bao Su's eyes could not be disguised. Bao Su could not refuse such favorable conditions that it's a pity that talents like Bao Su are rare. Pei Qian still had to recruit online. That IT took 5 minutes for Pei Qian to edit a few recruitment criteria on his mobile phone and send it to Xian Hailu, asking her to post job requirements online according to these criteria. There are 3 positions for this recruitment. The first one is the design post, and the requirements are those who love games and are proficient in using cloud editors are preferred. The second is the art post. The requirements are have a certain level of aesthetics, be able to fully understand the designer's intention, and fully communicate with the outsourcing team. The third type is the administrative post. The requirements are female with good facial features and elegant temperament. In terms of salary level, it is higher than the industry average, and the specific salary is negotiable. There is no programming post because now making games can be done through cloud editors and templates, and using cloud editors is mainly the work of designers, and it is a problem at the execution level. Some special functional requirements can be customized on the cloud editor. Special programmers will complete them remotely. They will be charged according to the workload, and there is no need to recruit programmers by themselves. The art post is mainly responsible for communication. There are a lot of art resources in the cloud editor, and you can also contact a special art team to customize it, and the specific process needs to be negotiated by a special person. Those who negotiate must also have a certain artistic literacy. Otherwise, the communication efficiency will be very low. As for administrative jobs, the company is doing such a beautiful job, and it's not too much to recruit 2 or 3 beautiful female receptionists, right? Xian Hailu is not only Pei Qian's assistant, she is also in charge of all aspects of the company, so she has to assign a few administrative staff to do chores for her. The job requirements written by Pei Qian were very vague. For example, in the design post, only those who love games are written, and those who are proficient in using cloud editors are preferred. There is almost no threshold. The threshold is set too high, and all the industry elites come, which is not acceptable. Pei Qian just had to set a lower standard and put in a few more bastards so that he could screen himself. In this way, the preparatory work is almost completed. The workplace is finalized and the desk and chair can be arranged soon. Pei Qian's outfit is also done. Yang and Bao Su, the 2 right-hand men, are ready. Xian Hailu manages the company in an orderly manner. As long as you recruit all the people through the interview, you can officially start work and then start losing money at the speed of light. Pei Qian thought happily about the future. Chapter 35 Interview Tuesday morning. Huang Sibo came to the entrance of Shenhua Haojing and was in a trance for a while. This game company called Tongda Network Technology Company Limited really works in Shenhua Haojing. Huang Sibo knew Shenhua Haojing, which is a high-end office building of Shenhua real estate. Every company that works here is not bad for money. Before Huang Sibo had the courage to go inside, several young talents came towards him. They were all tall, handsome men and women in suits and leather shoes with dignified manners. These are all young employees of an investment bank in Shenhua, and IT can be seen from a distance that this is a young talent, a successful person in the future. Huang Sibo retreated a little on the spot, a bit square. On the weekend, he happened to see the recruitment information of Tenda Network Technology Company Limited on the recruitment website. Feeling that I meet the requirements, I submitted my resume. As a result, a reply came quickly, and a female assistant with a sweet voice told him that she would come to the 17th floor of Shenhua Luxury View on time at 10 a.m. on Tuesday for an interview. The female assistant also sent an email very thoughtfully, indicating the specific location. Huang Sibo was a little shocked when he heard Shenhua Luxury View. Isn't this one of the most high-end office buildings? But after searching the internet for a long time, I couldn't even find the official website of Tongda Network Technology Company Limited. I checked the internet and found out that this is the company that made the 2 games Lonely Desert Highway and Ghost General. Ashamed to say, Huang Sibo has played these 2 games, but he doesn't know that the company that makes these 2 games is in Jingzhou. I don't know the specific situation of this company, but this company has successful games and works in Shenhua Haojing. It is estimated that the conditions will not be bad. That may not be accurate, not too bad, but definitely much better than the company he works for now. He has to worry about whether he will be able to apply. Huang Sibo changed careers halfway through, and now he has been in the industry for half a year, and he has received the lowest salary for executive planning, 1,500 yuan per month. Working overtime every day, there are some signs of baldness in youth.soi flipped through the recruitment information by chance and wanted to give it a try. Even if you keep the original level of salary and change jobs, as long as you can work less overtime, you will be thankful. But he also knows that with his own experience, he is really not very good at it, and the probability of being brushed off is very high. Even in the small circle of the Jingzhou game circle, he belongs to the bottom and may not be as popular as some fresh graduates, especially when I saw the elites of the investment bank come out one by one in suits and leather shoes, and he was wearing t-shirts and shorts, and he was quite inferior that I looked at the time. It was a little bit earlier. Huang Sibo was afraid that he would be late, so he went out early. It was easier to catch the bus, and there was not much traffic on the road, so he arrived a little earlier. Standing outside is not a problem. Huang Sibo had to muster up the courage to walk into the resplendent hall. After explaining his intention to the front desk, the staff of the building arranged for him to register, and then gave him a temporary card to let him go. Huang Sibo pressed the elevator and felt his heart pounding. That it's more stressful than high school that IT may be, because the ceiling of the hall is very high and the decoration is very luxurious, which made him feel a little small and inexplicably retreated. Ding! The elevator door opened. Just as Huang Sibo was about to go in, he was stunned when he looked up and saw an acquaintance, his immediate boss, now the main planner of the company, Lao Lu. Yesterday afternoon, Huang Sibo just called Lao Lu to ask for leave, saying that there was an urgent matter to deal with this morning, and Lao Lu was also allowed to leave. As a result, this morning, the two happened to bump into each other. The scene was a little awkward. The two were speechless. But if they meet, it's not appropriate to pretend that no one has seen anyone. Moreover, the two of them also knew exactly what the other party was doing. Come to Tingdao Network Technology Company, Limited for an interview. And looking at Lao Lu like this, he should have just finished his interview. The two interviews are for the front and back feet, one in the first half and the other in the second half. Huang Sibo had to take the initiative to say hello. Brother Lu. Lao Lu's face was very bad, and he was not in a good mood. He was very satisfied with the working environment here at Tinda, but the young brat interviewer told him to go back and wait for news. Moreover, while he was chatting, the little brat interviewer was not very interested and felt like he was wandering in the world. This interview is mostly cold. Lao Lu was very upset that my resume this level is also very rare in the entire Jingzhou game circle. How could this little brat interviewer look down on me? Most of them are rich second-generation people who play tickets. This kind of company eats juju pills. Of course, there is a bit of sourness in this emotion. Seeing Huang Sibo, Lao Lu was even more angry. Huang Sibo has been in the business for half a year and has been working under Lao Lu. What can't do? Lao Lu was often so angry that he would not leave work until Huang Sibo could finish his work. As a result, such an idiot still wants to quit? Are you jumping to the same place as yourself? You don't have an AC number in your mind about your level? Old. Lu couldn't help but sighed. This place is very demanding. You can't play. There is still time to come out for an interview. It seems that the workload is not saturated. Go back and reassign the value table. Lao Lu pouted and left. Huang Sibo felt finished. Are the requirements here so high? Not even a senior master planner like Lao Lu? Then it is even more impossible for a newcomer like myself who has just entered the industry for less than half a year. Moreover, after going back, Lao Lu probably had to wear small shoes for himself, that he couldn't bring it up to the boss yet, so he couldn't file a complaint. When the time comes, I will file a complaint myself. Report to the boss. Lao Lu secretly went to another company for an interview. When the boss asked, "How did you know?" Huang Sibo replied, "Because I also went to the interview. I happened to meet him. This is outrageous. Or just go naked. Just quit your job to eat dirt, and then slowly look for a job as a last resort. This is the only way to do it." A lot of thoughts flashed through Huang Sibo's mind. While thinking about it, the elevator reached the 17th floor. Huang Sibo stepped out of the elevator and happened to see the house number of Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Looking inside, Huang Sibo was startled. This is too stylish. Behind the large front desk table, two beautiful front desk ladies are sitting. Still twins. The city of Jingzhou is not small, but it is not big. It is not easy to find such a pair of twin sisters to come to the stage. This reflects the strength of the company. In fact, Huang Sibo is a typical brain supplement. Pei Qian didn't think too much about it when he was recruiting. He just wanted to find 2 or 3 beautiful front desks to fill the facade. ASA result, Xi and Hailu did not know where to find a pair of twin sisters, saying that it would help improve the company's image. Pei Qian was of course happy and immediately offered the salary. According to the highest market price for the front desk and general administrative posts, 5,000 per person per month. It doesn't sound like much, but in 2009, in Jingzhou, most of the front desk salaries were just over 2,000. Even if people were good-looking, it was about 3,000. Pei Qian directly mentioned 5,000 to them, which is already quite a good deal. Of course, Pei Qian doesn't mind paying higher, such as a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, so that the money in his hands can be spent quickly. But the monthly salary of 10,000 at this time is a bit too exaggerated. A receptionist can make a monthly salary of 10,000, even for a pair of beautiful twins. The key is that the system cannot agree. Chapter 36, Expected Salary. The twin sisters Hua really had the desired effect. As soon as Huang Sibo came in, the whole person was shocked. Can a company that can afford such a front desk be a company that lacks money? Impossible! It's a pity that this company is very demanding and I can't get in by myself. Otherwise, tell others that you work in Shenhua Luxury View and the front desk of the company is a pair of twin sisters, which is a lot of face. Huang Sibo looked at the workstation inside again. Continue to be shocked. These desks are big enough. Is the rent in this place free or what? Why are the desks so far away? Almost ready to play badminton. On the desk are 2 huge high-end monitors that look expensive. There's also a row of green plants next to the floor-to-ceiling windows. All of them seem to be too delicate, and there is an ant who is taking good care of them. Huang Sibo felt as if he had crossed into some idle dramas. The company out there is like this. But never in reality that it's the same sentence. But unfortunately, this company has high requirements, and I can't get in by myself. Huang Sibo came to the front desk and reported his name with the mentality of coming and going through the scene. Wait a minute, I'll notify the interviewer immediately. The beautiful front desk on the left is smiling, with a 100-point service attitude and a 100-point healing effect. Please come with me. The little girl at the front desk stood up with a smile and led Huang Sibo inside. What surprised Huang Sibo was that the company was a little empty and there was no one. In such a situation, I will always be instinctively worried, thinking that I have encountered a liar. But looking at the furnishings in the company, you know that it is impossible to be deceived. How can a liar be willing to spend so much money? Liars deceive people. So don't you also have to consider the issues of input and output? After this set of things is set up, how many people have to be deceived to get the money back? Therefore, people are really rich, not pretending. This is a new company opened by a local tyrant, presumably to cater to the trend of cloud gaming. Huang Sibo felt that he had grasped the truth of the matter. When I came to the reception room, a young man sat on the sofa inside that he was well-groomed and dressed in a suit and leather shoes. Huang Sibo instantly felt inferior. This outfit looks more expensive than the little brothers from the investment banks I've seen before. It was so difficult for Huang Sibo to estimate the price of this custom suit. It was definitely beyond his imagination anyway. Huang Sibo has also interviewed several game companies before, but they are all quite casual. The interviewer was also wearing shorts and vests. He was working at the workstation 1 second before, and the next second he was pulled into the conference room to start the interview. But it's different here. This interviewer definitely doesn't look like an ordinary person. Huang Sibo couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Huang Sibo, right, please take a seat. I'm Pei Qian, the president of Tenda Network Technology Company Limited. The young man opposite stood up and shook hands with Huang Sibo. Huang Sibo was flattered, his voice trembling. Hello, Mr. Pei. Don't be too restrictive. Just chat casually. Come and drink tea. Pei Qian casually pushed a sterling silver teacup in front of Huang Sibo. Huang Sibo looked at the sterling silver tea set randomly placed on the table, and it was difficult to estimate its value. Although I haven't seen Pei Qian, this doesn't prevent Huang Sibo from making up his mind. Young and talented. Both games were huge successes. Moreover, looking at the understatement of drinking tea with a sterling silver teacup, it is impossible to pretend. He is really taking money and not making money. Feel that this sterling silver teacup is no different from a plastic paper cup in Mr. Pei's eyes. This made Huang Sibo instinctively feel a sense of cramped. Tell me briefly about your work experience. Pei Qian smiled. Huang Sibo felt his heart beating fast and his mouth was dry. However, he still forcibly suppressed this tension and explained his resume in general. Halfway through the mouth, there were several slips of the tongue, which made him even more nervous. Pei Qian listened while drinking tea, with a faint smile on his face, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Huang Sibo's heart squeaked that it's over. It must be that my resume is too bad. Mr. Pei laughed at me in his heart. Is it to laugh at my self-control? Do you dare to come here for an interview at this level? Huang Sibo's face flushed slightly, and he reluctantly finished introducing himself, wanting to rush out the door immediately. Very good. After listening to Huang Sibo's self-introduction, Pei Qian nodded with a smile. Very good. Huang Sibo almost thought he heard it wrong. I asked this the opposite. Huang Sibo worked in the original company for half a year, basically doing chores under Lao Lu and doing the lowest level of manual work done on this resume. It is better not to say it. President Pei actually said very good? What do you mean, to humiliate me? Huang Sibo didn't know how to respond. Seeing Huang Sibo's expression, Pei Qian also knew that he had probably misunderstood and hurriedly continued. I mean, your conditions are very much in line with our company's requirements. When can you come to work? The day after tomorrow? Huang Sibo casually said the time. Anyway, a little transparent like him, resignation is just a matter of walking away, and there is no problem of handover of procedures. Very good. Come to work the day after tomorrow, complete the resignation procedures, and then sign a formal labor contract. So, what are your thoughts on salary and treatment? Pei Qian asked. Remuneration. Huang Sibo received the minimum wage in the original company, 1,500 per month, without 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. This money is barely enough to survive, and I can't save any money. If you can really come to work here, just this working environment will already be a bloody profit. If the salary can be the same as before. But Huang Sibo also felt that if he changed jobs once, the salary would have to go up a bit, right? I already have half a year of work experience, so adding 400 yuan is not too much, right? Then, round it up, 2,000. Thinking of this number, Huang Sibo himself felt that he was a bit stubborn. But here comes the question. Huang Sibo said tentatively, 2,000 a month? Do you think so? President Pei, don't worry. I'm doing my job with due diligence, and I'll never complain if I work overtime. Pei Qian sighed slightly and shook his head. Huang Sibo's heart squeaked. What's the matter? I want more money. It's a bit too much. Huang Sibo can only wait for Pei Qian to lower the price, thinking in his heart that as long as he doesn't lower the price than it is now, he can accept it. Pei Qian snapped his fingers and said, Look, I'll give you an account. Huang Sibo swallowed nervously, nodded and listened. He knew that this was a common way to lower prices. Pei Qian organized the language. You rent a house in Jingzhou and spend 1,000 yuan a month. Isn't it too much? Eating, even the usual meal and treats, 800 yuan a month is not too much. The living expenses of college students are more than this. Why do you have to buy 2 or 3 new clothes a month, which is another 300 yuan? Isn't it too much? It's not too much to add another 200 yuan to the usual water, electricity, gas, and daily expenses. Transportation costs 100 yuan a month, which is still less. If you are in a relationship and buy lipstick cosmetics for your girlfriend during the holidays, you will have to save another 300 yuan a month. Young people can't get enough moonlight, so they have to keep 500 yuan in savings, right? You do the math, it's more than 3,000, and it has to be after tax. Our company responded to the call of the state and paid the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund in full. In this way, you must have at least 3,500 before tax to ensure your basic life. Moreover, our company has promised that it must provide employees with remuneration packages that are higher than the general level of the industry, plus an additional 500 yuan, which is reasonable and reasonable. Look at 4,000 yuan a month. How about it? Chapter 37 recruitment seems to be too smooth. Pei Qian stretched his fingers and listed Huang Sibo item by item, making him stunned for a while. This wave of reverse bargaining made Huang Sibo stupid for 4,000 monthly salary. This is more than double what I expected. Is there something wrong with Mr. Pei's mind? Or are the rich people like that? Huang Sibo opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time before nodding, and said, "Okay, okay." Pei Qian smiled and said, "Don't worry, the new employees have just arrived, and the salary is relatively low. As long as you work hard, you will have the opportunity to raise your salary every month in the future." Pay raise? Huang Sibo felt like he was dreaming. Okay, then it was decided so happily. Pei Qian stood up. "Remember to join the day after tomorrow. Tena Network Technology Company Limited welcomes you to join." The little girl at the front desk sent Huang Sibo away. Pei Qian was very satisfied and found another employee who met the requirements. Happy. As soon as Huang Sibo sat down, Pei Qian confirmed that this was the person he was looking for. Low IQ, work hard. Simply the perfect staff. As for the monthly salary of 4,000, it is reasonable, and the system can't fault it. Like the main policy surnamed Liu who came before, it is very inconsistent with Pei Qian's requirements. Pei Qian thought about it and started to write interview comments on 2 resumes. Pei Qian commented on Liu Zhutz's resume. Experienced but rigid in thinking, serious in traditional thinking, lack of innovative spirit, regards games as an ordinary job, lacks love for games, and cannot be competent for the task of developing an innovative game. Will not be accepted. Annotation on Huang Sibo's resume. The newcomer is active in thinking, still has enthusiasm for the game, is diligent, and works hard. In order to ensure the basic life of the employees, the monthly salary is 4,000. After commenting, Pei Qian felt very satisfied. Thinking about it, the system shouldn't be able to pick out any faults. Just follow the current rhythm, and great things can be accomplished. A week passed quickly that it's Friday again. Pei Qian was lying on the sofa in the lounge. He was a little full after drinking tea just now, but the refreshing effect of tea was really good, and he couldn't sleep even if he wanted to take a nap. The company's air conditioner was at the right temperature, and Pei Qian turned over on the sofa in a 5-figure suit, relaxed and comfortable. When he first wore this dress, Pei Qian kept reminding himself desperately that he was wearing hundreds of red and bright soft sister coins. But now, Pei Qian feels that this is just an ordinary set of clothes. Anyway, after wearing it for a period of time, XN Hailu would make a trip to his residence and pack all the clothes he wore for dry cleaning. During this period of time, whether he wore it or not, how long he wore it, and after washing it, it was the same. In this case, you are welcome. You can wear it open. If it is really worn out, I will buy it again. Pei Qian felt that he swelled up and swelled so much. During this period of time, he didn't go back to the dormitory very much. He was used to living in 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. And then he went back to live in the dormitory's 6-person pigeon cage. He really couldn't live for a second. The other classmates also vaguely knew that he was busy starting a business, but they were not too interested. On the one hand, now they are busy with their studies. They are all freshmen. They are full of yearning for campus life and beautiful senior sisters, but they are not very longing for money. On the other hand, Pei Qian didn't show off, and these classmates didn't think Pei Qian could succeed. Because every year in the university, there are so many people who suddenly leave the school to start a business, but not all of them come back in despair. Entrepreneurship is a high-risk, high-reward business, but most people can only appreciate the high-risk side of it. Even many people in the industry who have worked for many years and have a certain network of contacts may lose everything, let alone poor students who have nothing. Pei Qian naturally didn't feel guilty about expressing something to these classmates, that he is having fun. Entrepreneurship is indeed a life-and-death situation, but what if I ran to die in the first place? What if I start a business just to start a business and fail? Is this goal easier to achieve? Look, another way of thinking, the cruel life is suddenly full of happiness. During this week, several excellent employees recruited by Pei Qian joined the company one after another, including Bao Su, Huang Sibo, and others. After a quick calculation, 30 places were recruited much faster than Pei Qian imagined. The original plan was to fill 30 places slowly within a month, but now the progress is a little too smooth. Maybe it's because the game companies in Jingzhou are too pitiful. This is also normal. The smaller the game company, the more pitted it is. There are game companies everywhere in the imperial capital, the magic capital, and Yangqing. The employees are unhappy with their work. These bosses don't dare to squeeze too hard. But a small place like Jingzhou is different. There are only a few game companies in total, and the bosses may still know each other very well, and they may even drink together every now and then. You're not doing well in this company. If you want to pat your butt and leave, you have to consider the question of which next house to find, right? In the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital, you will definitely be able to find the next home. It is nothing more than a matter of time that if you really can't find it, lower the company's standards and salary requirements. You can always find a decent job and make do with it for a while. But Jingzhou is different. There are only a few companies. Where can you jump around? And the bosses also know each other, maybe offending a boss. Other companies will not charge you in this environment. Many bosses are even more squeezed, like Huang Sibo, who is a typical example of being desperately squeezed. Therefore, many people are suffocating fire. When you see a new company recruiting, no matter whether the company is reliable or not, there are still many people who are willing to try it. Of course, Pei Qian's recruitment standards are relatively low, which may be one of the reasons. ASA result. Up to now, it has only been a week, and there are only 6 places left for 30 people, and they are full. Moreover, with the current personnel composition, it is almost the same to start work directly. As for when to start work, Pei Qian is more Buddhist that if you don't recruit enough people, you can't start work, and the system won't say anything. But if someone recruits 7, 7, 8, 8, and then drags them out of work, it's a bit unreasonable. While thinking about when to start work, there was a knock on the door outside the reception room. Enter. There will be a knock on the door now, either Assistant Xin or Ma Yang. Sure enough, Ma Yang pushed the door and came in. Come here, drink tea. Pei Qian still slumped on the sofa with Guyu, raising his hand to signal Ma Yang to drink tea. Then Yang carefully took a sip from the sterling silver teacup. He felt that the tea was clear and fragrant, and the aftertaste was endless. Although he didn't understand tea, it felt expensive to drink. A smell of soft sister coins. Brother Qian, your efficiency is too high. You can get it all done in just a few days. How is it? Did the recruitment go well? Ma Yang asked with concern. Chapter 38, there are so many talents. It's okay. Do you want to see their resumes? Pei Qian handed Ma Yang a stack of resumes that had been casually thrown on the coffee table. Can I see it? Ma Yang was a little surprised. No problem. Feel free to watch. Pei Qian said. Pei Qian asked Ma Yang to look at the resumes of these employees, hoping to train him to share some work for him in the future. On the one hand, Ma Yang is Pei Qian's most trusted person. On the other hand, with Ma Yang helping Pei Qian to share the work, it is estimated that the company can turn yellow faster. Ma Yang looked through the information of more than 20 people from beginning to end, that he looked a little puzzled and looked at it again. Doubt is normal. It's not normal to have. No doubts. These people that Pei Qian recruited were originally pure bastards. No matter how beautified their resumes, how could they be beautified? Just like Huang Sibo. Half a year into the business, I've been working on executive planning in the original company. To put it bluntly, I have to keep an eye on the progress, change the schedule, upload files, and other things. I didn't even have the opportunity to write the design draft in person. IT can only be that other senior designers have finished writing the design draft. He takes the design draft and executes it. He goes to the editor to make it. If he encounters problems, he cannot modify it himself, and he has to ask the original author of the design draft for instructions. Then Yang rummaged through all the information and found that none of the employees here had any experience as a chief designer, and they were all chores. Can this be doubtful? Brother Qian, isn't the main designer a bad idea? Why don't you add some money, or ask a headhunter to help dig one? Ma Yang was confused that he could see that the people who were recruited now were barely able to make a start. It was really hard to find someone who was responsible for the core design of the game. He thought that there was a problem in the process of recruiting the chief designer, whether it was because the salary was too low, so he couldn't recruit people. Pei Qian shook his head sharply. No, there is a chief designer to apply for the job, but they were all brushed by me. Ma Yang was at a loss. Why? No, it doesn't meet our needs at all. Pei Qian stood up and took 2 steps in the reception room, which would make him appear particularly imposing. First of all, these chief designers generally have a serious problem, which is rigid thinking. Their heads are bound by old-fashioned rules and regulations, unable to embrace new ideas. Games are an industry that needs inspiration. If the inspiration of the chief designer is locked, can we still have a game? Secondly, these chief designers charge very high prices. and the price/performance ratio is too poor. Now, the monthly salary of a chief designer is almost 8,000, which is 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary employee, which is a burden to our finances. Of course, the main reason is that the price/performance ratio is too low. The last point, and the most important point, their enthusiasm for the game has basically been worn away. When young people are in their blood, they are fighting hard for their dreams. But these chief designers are all in their 30s, and their minds are full of firewood, rice, oil, and salt, and many people even have a full account of fantasy world. Can't come out. Tell me, is their enthusiasm for the game seriously not enough? Ma Yang was a little confused. It seems so. These people really have a big problem. But without them, who would lead the design of the game project? Ma Yang still vaguely felt that something was wrong. Pei Qian patted his chest. Me? Ma Yang hesitated. Brother Qian, of course I believe in your ability, but you are the boss. I think you may need a chief designer to start, otherwise it will be difficult to implement. Pei Qian shook his head. Find a lead designer to help me out? Then didn't he see at a glance that there was something wrong with my design? Absolutely not. Pei Qian looked serious. There are already people who have attacked that Huang Sibo is not bad. Huang Sibo. Ma Yang vaguely felt that he had seen this name just now, but not really impressed. After all, more than 20 pieces of information are all bastards, and it is really not easy to remember a specific bastard. He flipped through and quickly found Huang Sibo's information. Have been in the business for half a year and have been doing executive planning. Can it be done? Pei Qian said sternly. He is actually a buried talent. Don't look at his position all the time. You need to look at what he has done. His original chief designer desperately squeezed him. Most of the original game systems were made in the cloud editor by his hands. The data sheet in the game, he also deserves 70 or 80%. What kind of executive plan is this? It's obviously the executive assistant of the chief designer. The main designer's plan he used to make in the editor, often working overtime, working more than 10 hours a day. If you think about it, a normal person works an 8-hour workday, and sometimes he can work 16 hours of overtime. The work experience of the past 6 months is equivalent to 1 year for ordinary people. What's more commendable is that he still loves games. This kind of love is the driving force that drives him to keep working hard, keep improving, and keep innovating. You can trust my idea. Let him be responsible for turning the idea into reality. It's totally fine. Ma Yang was stunned. Well, then this is really a talent. Should we pay him according to the salary standard of the chief designer? Now it's only 4,000 per month. Isn't it too low? Pei Qian almost held back in one breath. Well, I think so too. But don't worry, I'll raise my salary if you perform well. It's not that he doesn't want to drive higher. The main reason is that the system doesn't allow it. Ma Yang nodded. Well, yes, you are the boss. You have to control costs and save money for the company. Pei Qian almost didn't hold back and hurriedly continued to speak. Moreover, these people you see are all talented and talented. They are all talents buried by other game companies. There are even many talents who have not been able to enter the game industry, such as this Bao Su. He is an uncompromising game god. In fantasy world, everyone else is an all-professional hegemon, but he is not. He is a full professional hegemony of all races. He has 6 if he has a full achievement account. As long as there is a gameplay system in the game, he can play all of it. As for what to do with a group to fight the first kill, it is more commonplace, as simple as eating and drinking. Not only that, he has a wide range of games, even games like Crazy Kart. He is a top player. So, this Bao Su, the position I assigned to him is a game experiencer, to experience other games as well as our own game. At that time, no matter what kind of game we want to make, he can provide us with sufficient suggestions and directions, and the analysis of competing games is even more handy. The most important thing is that I think we can explore his management talents. Think about it, how difficult it is for a dungeon of 40 people to get the first kill. He can manage 40 people, not to mention that we only have 30 employees. Let him be in charge of the progress of the project. That's absolutely foolproof. Chapter 39. 3 days off to celebrate the start of work when Young heard that there are 6 accounts with full achievements. He was already in a WE.M. Young also plays Fantasy World, but he is still just a rookie. This Bao Su is really talented. Hardcore game god, but look at the salary package again. This kind of god. You're gonna offer someone 3,000 yuan a month? It's lower than me? That's too little, right? What if someone quits midway? Ma Yang couldn't help worrying. Pei Qian coughed twice. No, my charisma has conquered him. Pei Qian is thinking that if the next salary increase is really a general increase for all employees, then he will have to spend a lot of this money. Well, perfect. Although the salary of the staff is not much, each person is only 3 or 5,000, but it adds up to a lot, and it is also a large expense to be paid out month by month. Otherwise, so many companies wouldn't be so stubborn. They would have to cut prices for a few $100s and raise wages by $100 or $200. After listening to Pei Qian's story, Yang suddenly felt that Pei Qian was unprecedentedly reliable. Pei Qian not only accomplished such difficult things as starting a company and recruiting people, but also did it very well. A large number of buried talents have been excavated, and the salary level is at a reasonable level that it's like getting 100 points on this test paper. Then, when will we start work? Yang couldn't wait. Pei Qian looked at the date. It's better to hit the sun instead of choosing the day. So let's do it tomorrow. The past few days of Huang Sibo's entry into the job have been a bit like a dream. Pei Qian told him that on the day he passed the interview, he couldn't believe it for fear that he had encountered some kind of fraudulent company. However, thinking of the incident where he bumped into his boss under the building before, Huang Sibo knew that when he went back, he would definitely be wearing small shoes by old Lu. Therefore, Huang Sibo resigned decisively. The resignation did not receive much retention. After all, Huang Sibo was only a chorus at the bottom. Like this, a large number of people graduated from college every year, and Lao Lu was not worried about not being able to recruit people. Lao Lu didn't even ask Huang Sibo where he was going after he left. Although he knew that Huang Sibo went to interview Tingda, it was impossible for Lao Lu to consider this aspect at all. Lao Lu didn't even have a face, so Huang Sibo can get an interview with 2 knives. Lao Lu can't believe it. With the resignation certificate, Huang Sibo successfully joined Tingda. Then on the first day of work, he was a little suspicious of life that go to work at 9 a.m. and leave at 5 p.m. What did you do today? Did nothing. Pei Qian expressed his cordial greetings to him, and then assigned him to recent work tasks. Play games. Play any type of game, no limit. How to play unlimited. Huang Sibo has never seen such a company that I in the previous company. It was forbidden to play games that can't play during work hours. The reason is very simple. Game companies are not companies that play games, they are companies that make games. Playing games will inevitably affect work efficiency. So many game companies prohibit employees from playing games, and even some weird companies do not allow employees to play their own games. Isn't this bullshit? If you don't play your own game, how do you modify it? But this kind of magic realism is indeed common. So when he came to Tingda, Huang Sibo felt that he was living in a panic. Have you seen the game company that gets off work at 5 o'clock in the afternoon? Sitting next to him was a big brother named Bao Su. The exact age is not clear, but judging from the hairline, it is likely to be a senior. Of course, if it is said to be a nearby station, the two are actually very far apart, and they can be 3 or 4 meters apart. In a way, the company is too big. Huang Sibo was originally terrified, but when he saw Bao Su's energy, he suddenly felt ashamed. Look, this is a real good employee who is serious and responsible. The boss assigned a task to play the game, and then this one was really desperate. Before, Huang Sibo accidentally glanced at Bao Su's Fantasy World account. In account is full of characters. All of them are full level, and you can switch characters at will, all of which are a full set of graduation equipment. I don't know how many accounts Bao Su has. Huang Sibo instantly felt inferior, and he felt that his work ethic was inappropriate. The boss assigned a task to play the game, but as a result, he couldn't fully devote himself to the game. How can this work? Looking at this senior, I set a good example for myself. He also started to play the game desperately. Not to mention the top-end computer plus 2 gaming monitors plus a mechanical keyboard, gaming mouse. After this whole set, the gaming experience is really awesome. Don't care about anything in the game. First, fully fill the screen effects. This feeling is one word: cool. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Sibo didn't even realize that he was going to get off work because the sky was bright outside and it was still daytime. Pei Qian drove everyone out with a loud voice, and then drove them all home in the past. Huang Sibo often worked overtime until 12 o'clock in the evening. As a result, he got off work at 5 o'clock and was hit by the sunlight outside and suddenly felt a strong discomfort. Always feel like something is missing. Later, he learned that only one person in the whole company has the privilege to not leave after get off work at 5 o'clock. That's Bao Su. This made Huang Sibo admire Bao Su a little more and decided to follow him. Sure enough, only such truly excellent employees can be recognized by President Pei and have the right to work overtime. Be sure to learn from Senior Bao Su and get President Pei's approval as soon as possible. For the first 2 days, Huang Sibo was a little confused. However, soon found the meaning of struggle and the way forward in the past 2 days. He has gradually adapted to the life here and is full of hope for the future. I don't know why, but I always felt that my life was the life of a loser, and I couldn't be motivated. But now, looking at the green plants by the window and the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window, Huang Sibo suddenly felt that he could fight for another 500 years. Everyone, take the job at hand a little bit. I have something to announce. Pei Qian came to the office area and said aloud. Everyone looked at him in unison. Pei Qian cleared his throat. After this period of preparation, most people should have already entered the working state, which is good. Next, we will officially enter the intensive research and development stage. I hope everyone can work together to make the game well. Starting tomorrow, we will officially start work. As soon as Pei Qian finished speaking, X and Hailu had already taken the lead in applauding. The others were stunned for a moment and then applauded. Huang Sibo drummed the most vigorously. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. It's about to enter the R&D stage of bursting liver. Come on, 996. Please whip me to your heart's content. Huang Sibo rejected 996, especially in the original company, that he believes that this is a ruthless oppression of employees, a very ugly phenomenon. But here, he has such a superior working environment, such a good salary, such an appreciation of his boss, such a hardworking colleague. Suddenly, I feel that 996 is completely acceptable. Isn't it 996? Come on. I can take it. Pei Qian had a serious expression, grabbed his hands in the air, and the applause stopped. Everyone looked at Pei Qian expectantly, waiting for his further instructions. Okay, in order to celebrate the official start of work tomorrow, I'll be here today. Everyone, let's get off work. Pei Qian took the lead. He took 2 steps, thought of something again, and turned back. Today is Friday. I leave work early. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow is a rest day. Monday. Hey, Monday is Singles Day, and Singles Day is also a holiday. What should I do during the 3-day holiday? If you have a partner, to accompany your partner. If you don't have a partner, to find someone. Let's do business. Don't let me catch you working overtime. Who dares to work overtime and deduct wages? Get off work. Get off work. Huang Sibo. He looked at his watch. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 40. New projects. Back at the rental house, Pei Qian changed into home clothes, nestled on the sofa, and enjoyed the afternoon sun, feeling indescribably comfortable. When I was at work, I really wanted to experience the feeling of taking a vacation without a word, and now I finally realized it. It's a pity that this kind of thing can't be experienced all the time, otherwise the system will judge the violation. After taking a can of iced Coke from the refrigerator and taking 2 sips, Pei Qian began to think about his future plans. During this time, the spending plan went smoothly. Rent office space, hire employees, buy office supplies, etc. This operation does cost a lot of system funds. Also, these fixed expenses are a monthly burden that can be spent on an ongoing basis. This makes Pei Qian very at ease. From the perspective of accelerating spending, Pei Qian's goal has been achieved. However, the company still has to operate normally, and the system stipulates that it cannot be passive. After more employees, Pei Qian faced a new problem, that he must choose a wrong direction. Let the company lose money logically, and can't let the employees see at a glance that he is intentional. It's very difficult. Pei Qian roughly thought about it. The key is to choose the right game type. Mobile games will never be touched again, this is a big pit. Having learned the lessons of Ghost General, Pei Qian deeply realized that now, benefiting from the popularization of smartphones, the field of mobile games is at the forefront. Even if a pig is made, it may fly in the air. If that's the case, then go for the end game. The current terminal game market should be regarded as a stage of deteriorating and continuous decline. At present, there is a comprehensive MMORPG game, Fantasy World, on the market, which is almost similar to Yamaga Kiyama in the previous life, that if you want to die, it's a good choice to crash directly to Fantasyland. But Pei Qian thought about it again. It's not right. There are still risks. That wouldn't it be embarrassing if a Jian Wang 3 came out? The key MMORPG games have relatively fixed gameplay. Even if there is a full-scale fantasy world, if you make a 90-point MMORPG game, someone will still play it. Not very safe. What game is there that 99% of you will die after a crash? To hit God's revelation? Absolutely not. If there is a League of Legends, it will be a big deal. As for what kind of games can lose money, Pei Qian can't be sure. He can only choose based on his previous life experience. That if you have had a successful case in your previous life, try not to touch it as much as possible. After thinking about it, Pei Qian finally thought of a good type. There is a very successful game in this genre, and no matter how hard the employees work hard to make it, the game developed by Pei Qian is definitely not as good as this game in terms of experience. In the past life, although there was a successful case in this field, its success was mainly benefited from the big environment that in the parallel world. The environment has changed dramatically. Pei Qian feels that this is a pretty good choice. Add some magical reforms that are bound to fail. This time, losing money. It must be foolproof. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more beautiful he became, considering all aspects. The only problem is that you have to fool the recruits a little bit. Of course, it's fine if you don't fool around. Pei Qian is the boss. Whatever he says, the employees are going to do what they have to do. This power is still there. But Pei Qian is a reasonable person. Forcing these employees to play games that they are not optimistic about, there are two risks. One is that many people paddle, the game can't be played, and they can't pass the trial. This is sabotage and triggers violations. The other is to make employees suspect that Pei Qian is deliberately screwing things up, which may also trigger violations. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Pei Qian still has to unify his thoughts and let these people complete the work, and he only needs to make a little adjustment in the key decision-making aspects, so that the entire research and development direction is completely deviated. And that's it. Tuesday, Tenda Network Technology Company Limited, conference room. Huang Sibo and the others all sat up neatly, looking at Pei Qian expectantly. Today is November 12th. Yesterday, Monday, was originally Singles Day, but Pei Qian also ordered everyone to take a forced holiday and find a day off. These 3.5 days of vacation were given to Huang Sibo to think that he was living in paradise. However, after the holiday, Huang Sibo also strengthened a belief. Pei is always a good boss. He must be gracious for him. Everyone else has the same mentality. Such a good boss is gone. On Singles Day, everyone is on holiday. Those who have an object to accompany them, and those who do not have an object to find a partner. What kind of spirit is this? Where can I find a good boss who cares so much about the lives of employees? So, after this holiday, most people are recuperating with energy and energy. Even Bao Su's slightly bald head seemed to glow with optimism and positivity. Pei Qian coughed lightly and looked at everyone present. The next project we're going to do is an FPS game. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, especially Huang Sibo, that he knows that Pei Qian's previous successful work is Ghost General, which is a card mobile game. According to common sense, the new project is more likely to be a large card mobile game, or at least a mobile game. Suddenly jumping to the end game, or FPS project, this span is a bit too big. Generally, no company will do this. After all, the entire company has never done it, so the risk is too great. Moreover, mobile games should still flourish for a period of time in the future, which belongs to the trend. It seems a pity to give up on this. Seemingly guessing what Huang Sibo wanted to say, Pei Qian continued, "We don't do mobile game projects. Tengda's goal is to become a game giant, and we can't let petty mobile game projects blind our eyes. A little rich is safe. It's not our Tenda's character, nor my character. We Tengda, if we don't make a sound, we will be a blockbuster. When Pei Qian said this, he was just and righteous, with a righteous look on his face. Huang Sibo suddenly nodded and nodded. Did I see? The realm is different. What Huang Sibo thinks of himself is to follow the steps step by step and make steady profits for the company. But President Pei's vision and mind are completely different. If you don't make a sound, it's already, and when you say these 8 words, Huang Sibo's blood boils. Look, this is the difference in realm. The previous company, every day thinking about how to take money from the players, is simply a slap in the face, which is disgusting. Looking at Tenda, the difference between companies and companies is so big. Pei Qian looked at everyone's reaction and was very satisfied. Then here are some of my requirements for this project. This project, Huang Sibo, Bao Su, you two will take the lead. Bao Su is responsible for proposing the design concept, and Huang Sibo is responsible for the implementation as the main executive policy. Both Bao Su and Huang Sibo were shocked and almost thought they had heard it wrong. Holy crap, such an important task? Concept design can be said to be the soul of a game. The implementation of the main policy is to be responsible for advancing the progress and ensuring that the game can be made smoothly. Basically, the 2 most important positions in the design team were handed over by Pei Qian so lightly. Bao Su is okay. After all, he doesn't know much about the structure of the game company, and he has no clear concept of what kind of responsibility he has undertaken. Huang Sibo was completely shocked that I said okay to execute the plan and become the main strategy of execution in one step. This suddenly skipped 5 or 6 years of career. Chapter 41, 3 Conditions. Pei Qian didn't give the 2 of them much time to react and continued on. I only have 3 requests for this game. First, I hope this game can have a sufficient number of plot modes, not simply a player versus player game. Our game must have depth and connotation. Second, we must take care of the feelings of novice players to the greatest extent and make the game as simple as possible. Third, we're going to make epic weapons. The price of the weapons, 888 yuan, is permanent. You can see how much it will sell for a limited time experience. The crowd fell into a state of stunned mass. Pei Qian laughed inwardly that it's that easy to screw up a game. Making an FPS game was something Pei Qian thought about early on. Letting a team with absolutely no experience to make an FPS game from the beginning is a sinkhole in itself. Because FPS games are different from other game types, the requirements for hand feel are too high. There is a mature FPS game in this world. That is Anti-Terrorism Project, which can almost be said to have achieved a 100-point feel. Even if there is another game on the market with a score of 99, it will still hit the street. Because the difference is only 1 point, it will be infinitely enlarged in the feeling of FPS hardcore players. Who's going to play a botch knockoff when there's plan for terrorism? This is completely different from mobile card games and MMORPGs, because these 2 games are repackaged games. Once the packaging is changed, the others are not bad. Even if there are some defects, it can be regarded as a new game. But in FPS games, a difference of 1 point in feel is a difference of 1 point, and it is difficult to make up for it. To crash the anti-terrorism plan is a kind of death in itself, and these 3 requirements of Pei Qian are even more cruel. Plenty of story mode looks good, but it's actually way beyond the capabilities of this team. The plot mode is a typical high input and low output. The final result is likely to be thankless, making the project members spend a lot of time and energy, and the players do not buy it at all. The same research and development time, manpower, and more investment in the plot mode will inevitably affect other aspects of the game. Taking care of the novice experience and making the game as simple as possible will inevitably lead to the dissatisfaction of those core players. An FPS is a game type that favors Ash's players. The most important thing is the 3rd point, Krypton Gold Weapon. This is what Pei Qian thought of after learning the lessons of the previous Ghost General done in the previous life. Crossing the line of fire, achieve corner overtaking while feeling worse than Counter-Strike. And this world does not have crossfire, not even a similar game. As for why, Pei Qian feels that this is because of the game environment in this world. There is no living space similar to games. On the surface, what Pei Qian is doing is similar to crossing fire, which is to raise the game's gold threshold significantly, but the effect will be completely different because the environment is completely different. In the previous life, free games were in power in 2009, and Krypton games were commonplace. But in this world, the mainstream is to pay for buyout and point card. For a mobile game like Q-Ming 3 Kingdoms to make a 1,000 Krypton gold ceiling, players will be crazy to diss. When Pei Qian made Ghost General, he made a huge mistake. That is, he made the game too conscientious so that it aroused the strong goodwill of players and gave a reputation that Pei Qian did not expect at all. In a sense, Pei Qian also belongs to the initiator, selling the commodities that could have been sold at a higher price at a low price. Of course, what kind of chain reaction this will have, Pei Qian doesn't need to care about it for the time being. He only needs to care about how to pay for the next game. It may be a good idea to make Krypton Gold very heavy and smash word of mouth. Think about it. FPS game that doesn't feel as good as Anti-Terrorism Project. The quality is average, and it took a lot of resources to make a useless plot mode. And then the guns in it can't be used casually, and they are all expensive to sell. There is absolutely no advantage. Nothing to say. Absolutely cool. Now Pei Qian just made a propositional composition through the 3 restrictions directly to Huang Sibo and Bao Su, and asked them to follow this standard on the premise of satisfying these 3 conditions. You can do whatever you want, and Pei Qian doesn't care. On the premise that the entire project team has no experience in FPS game production. It would be good to make this game reluctantly and make money? Impossible. Sure enough, after listening to Pei Qian's 3 requests, both Huang Sibo and Bao Su fell into deep thought. Huang Sibo was shocked by the degree of freedom and difficulty that I thought that President Pei, as an experienced producer, would plan and guide the game design in great detail, but he turned out to just point in a general direction, and he became a hands-off shopkeeper, a PFS game with a story mode, friendly to novices, and a very high ceiling. It's very difficult. However, Huang Sibo couldn't just say that he couldn't do it. He just decided before the meeting that he wanted to make a mess for President Pei, so he couldn't just retreat. The harder it is, the harder it is. Otherwise, how can it be worthy of President Pei's favorable treatment and trust? As for Bao Su, he does not have as many psychological activities as Huang Sibo. He was just constantly recalling his experiences while playing PFS games, thinking about how to successfully complete the tasks assigned by Pei Qian. Is there any problem? Pei Qian asked. Huang Sibo just opened his mouth to speak, but Pei Qian nodded immediately. Everyone has no opinion, it's good. Several people swallowed what they said in their throats. You didn't give us a chance to speak. Pei Qian looked around the crowd. Then, give the design team a week to come up with a design draft. Bao Su, you are responsible for the creativity and general direction. Huang Sibo, you will organize the design team to meet, refine the plan, and assign tasks. Ma Yang, you are mainly following others to learn more and help as much as you can. If you have any problems, let me know in time, especially the money problem. Don't be embarrassed. Dismiss. After the meeting was over, Pei Qian felt relaxed that I asked that what it's like to be a boss. Throwing all the work out and leaving it to the subordinates to do it, you don't have to worry about anything. Is it such a cool feeling? Of course, even if the average boss is a hands-off shopkeeper, he can't help asking things to understand the progress of the work. But if Pei Qian shakes his hand, that's a real shake, so he definitely won't ask a question. Whether the quality is good or bad, he doesn't care. Of course, several key progress nodes still have to be stuck a little bit. For example, when will the design draft be released? When will the first version of the demo be released? When will it be submitted for review? etc. It doesn't matter if the game sucks, but it must be able to pass the trial and not work in vain. Otherwise, the system will judge the violation. Pei Qian's goal is to indulge this group of people to toss and spend money hard on the premise that the game can be made smoothly. Chapter 42. Happy and uneasy, everyone left the meeting room. Huang Sibo stopped Bao Su. Brother Bao, then please hurry up and think about the plan. I need at least 5 days to make the design draft. In this case, it is best to have a general idea tomorrow, and we will communicate as soon as possible. Huang Sibo was very polite. Because Huang Sibo doesn't know Bao Su's bottom line, his judgment is only based on the following points. He looked very old, and his hairline had receded significantly. He is a hardcore high-level player, and has the privilege of working overtime. So he is deeply trusted by President Pei that he is silent and always seems to be thinking. Based on these points, Huang Sibo thinks that Bao Su is mostly a senior. Bao Su nodded. Okay, Brother Huang. Bao Su also didn't know the details of Huang Sibo, but he knew that he was a freshman student. How could Huang Sibo enter the industry after graduation, a proper senior? Both of them thought that the other's brother was some kind of courtesy and compliment between new colleagues, and they didn't take it too seriously. Who would have thought that this was the true intention of the other party? Huang Sibo returned to his workstation, both happy and apprehensive that I am happy because I found this place. The boss and colleagues are so friendly and polite, which is completely different from the strict and oppressive environment in the original company. The apprehension is because he is afraid of his own incompetence, which is holding him back. Huang Sibo hurriedly found out many of the design documents he had collected before to review and crammed it in this way. After Bao Su's basic idea has been obtained 2 days later, he still needs to write the design document. And Bao Su has quickly entered the conception stage. Memories of various FPS games continued to emerge like a tide, providing him with inspiration that it's not hard to make this game feel friendly to newbies, and it can be done with a few simple tweaks. For example, increasing the collision box of the character, especially the head, can significantly increase the headshot rate of the novice or speed up the shooting and cutting of the sniper rifle, so that the novice can quickly master the instant sniper through a short period of practice. Bao Su is not absolutely proficient in FPS games and cannot reach the level of professional players, but he can be regarded as a master among passers by as long as you adjust it according to your own feel. It is not difficult to do .as for Krypton gold weapons. It is nothing more than an increase in pricing, which is not a problem. For Bao Su, the only difficulty is that Pei Qian's first requirement is the plot. Bao Su was lost in thought. To be honest, he didn't quite understand this, because most of the FPS games currently popular in China do not have plots at all, and Counterterrorism Plan has no plots. Anyway, the battle is over. Some foreign standalone FPS game masterpieces do have plots, but what kind of company is that? And what kind of company is Tenda? 30 people, but also to do the plot according to the capacity of the foreign FPS standalone masterpiece. This kind of behavior can be said to be beyond one's ability. Although Bao Su has just entered the game industry, he still has a B number in his heart. Bao Su couldn't help but think backwards. There are only 30 people in the company, and it cannot achieve the kind of plot capacity of foreign FPS game masterpieces, which is obvious. Even the layman himself knows things, but the wise Pei always doesn't know. President Pei must know. Now that you know, why set such a rigid requirement? It's a test and a reminder. President Pei is testing our ability, and at the same time reminds us that we cannot do it according to the practice of foreign FPS game standalone manufacturers. So, what should be done? Bao Su fell in a deep thought. 5 p.m. Pei Qian walked away happily. This feeling of getting off work is so cool. Of course, as the boss, Pei Qian can absolutely not come to work. But in that case, I can't experience the excitement of waiting for get off work and the excitement at the moment of get off work. Just like the words of a rich second generation who has more than 30 houses in his family, but has to go out to collect rent every day. People can't be idle, and once they are idle, they are useless. Pei Qian also thinks so. Although the system has given him the golden finger that he can live and eat without any loss, he can't indulge in pleasure and ruin himself to go to class and commute to and from get off work every day depending on your mood, and let yourself experience the feeling of struggle, so that you will not be idle. In the previous week, Pei Qian would drive away people every day after get off work, and would drive away all the employees who stayed in the company too. Work overtime habitually, especially Huang Sibo, that he wants to correct the bad habits of these employees. Of course, Bao Su was an exception. Pei Qian tacitly allowed him to play games in the company, and he could spend more electricity. After a week of hard work, Pei Qian felt that most of the employees' bad habits should have been changed. After all, who likes to work overtime at the company? All of them have developed the habit of getting off work at the same time as Pei Qian, which makes Pei Qian very gratified. Huang Sibo was cleaning up the things on the table. After seeing Pei Qian gone, he immediately sat down again. That he decided to take a risk that he has to ignore President Pei's warning to deduct wages and stay to work overtime. This overtime work was completely voluntary. Because Huang Sibo was very uneasy, he felt that he was not competent enough to carry out the main policy work. So he had to stay to make up for a little lesson, make adequate preparations, and not let himself become a hindrance. Most of the other employees still leave work at a fixed time. After all, they don't have much to do now, and everyone is eagerly waiting for Bao Su's concept draft of the game. Huang Sibo was still thinking, if President Pei suddenly killed a carbine, how should he explain it? However, he soon found that his worries were unnecessary. President Pei was not so busy, and would not go to the company to check who was working overtime in the huge office area. Only Huang Sibo and Bao Su were left soon. Bao Su took a big bag of potato chips from the snack area with ease and went to the coffee machine in the water bar to pick up a cup of coffee. These are provided by the company in unlimited supply. Bao Su felt very refreshed at first, drinking coffee and beverages as water. But if he drank too much, it felt the same way, and now he is only taking it in moderation. Seeing that Huang Sibo didn't leave, Bao Su was a little surprised, but he didn't say much, just returned to his seat and wrote and drew on a blank printing paper. More than 8 p.m. Bao Su got up and came to Huang Sibo, holding a piece of printing paper that looked like a ghost painting, which was densely painted with various patterns and words. "Brother Huang, I think about it," Bao Su said. Huang Sibo hurriedly nodded. "Brother Bao, say it." Bao Su pulled a chair from the side and began to tell Huang Sibo his general idea. President Pei's last two requirements are easy to handle. The key is the first one, which is the plot mode. I think we will definitely not be able to achieve the kind of plot volume of foreign FPS masterpieces, whether it is character models, actions, scene resources, etc. It is far from reaching. Huang Sibo nodded. "Yes, I think so too." Chapter 43, this is President Pei's propositional composition. So, I think this is a test that President Pei gave us, a propositional composition. President Pei is best at fighting big with small, using a small amount of resources to achieve the best results. Lonely Desert Highway is like this, and so is Ghost General. So, we have to try to make the best results with the least resources. I have roughly considered the following aspects. Characters, scenes, and plot cuts must be saved as much as possible. Otherwise, this plot mode will definitely be meaningless. We have to use good steel on the blade. Bao Su was confident. Huang Sibo nodded frequently, agreeing with this. Bao Su continued. In fact, after determining that these resources should be saved as much as possible, we have very few options. First, the character aspect. The game uses a first-person perspective, which saves the character model of the protagonist, and only needs 2 arms and 2 legs. The game can choose the theme of zombies. There are 2 kinds of enemies in the game. One is a zombie, and the other is a mercenary. You can use a general template, and you can change it to ensure a rich variety of monsters. Just okay. Huang Sibo nodded. Well, I understand this is a good way. However, there are only zombies and mercenaries. I am afraid there is no way to show any plot. There must be supporting characters. I've already thought about the supporting role. I only need one, and that's a little girl. Bao Su looked at the printing paper full of ghost characters on his hand. In order to save resources, I plan to set this little girl to be unable to speak, so that the plot dialogue and dubbing can be omitted. The voice in the whole game, as long as there is some common battle voices, will do. Huang Sibo was startled. The only supporting character can't speak, so how can you show the plot? In Huang Sibo's understanding, the lines of the supporting roles are the key factors in expressing the plot and character. There is already only one supporting role, and he can't speak and has no lines. Could it be that the whole game is a pantomime? Bao Su thought about it for a while. Well, no way. This is the result of compromise. If we let the little girl speak, then we have to find someone to dub it, and we have to adjust the mouth shape of the little girl's model, which is a lot of work. Also, I think the little girl doesn't speak, and it doesn't affect the plot. We can show it in many ways. For example, her behavior, eyes, movements, etc. If it's a dumb character, a little girl is the best image. The existence of this little girl mainly serves 2 purposes. First, she is a kind of spiritual comfort and adjustment. Players are fighting zombies and mercenaries throughout the game. This little girl is like a light in the dark, which can regulate players' emotions, so that the game doesn't get completely mired in the monotony of chichida. Secondly, she can participate in some puzzle-solving gameplay. Many major foreign manufacturers' standalone games have a similar approach, that is, allowing players to interact with a certain NPC to solve puzzles. We can do some levels like this. The front door is locked, There is a narrow ventilation duct next to it, and the little girl can just climb over to help the protagonist open the door. That way, the little girl will be very important to the player, both emotionally and practically. Huang Sibo nodded. Well, it sounds good. But I have a question. How to set the background of the story? Is it the theme of the apocalypse? In this worldview, zombies, little girls, and mercenaries must be integrated at the same time, and it must be reasonable and not far-fetched. Bao Su swiped on the ghost like printing paper. This involves the second point, the scene. There is a premise that the scene must be reusable. Suppose we want to make a 3-hour story experience, and the general foreign standalone masterpiece will provide 3 or 4 completely different game scenes with different styles, which is too difficult for us. What I think is that the story takes place in a large fortress at sea, where some evil multinational corporation conducts virus experiments, and their goal is to use the virus to transform mercenaries into tireless and powerful warriors. In this way, the main goal of the protagonist in the whole story mode is to get out of this large fortress from the bottom to the top and finally escape. All the scenes that players see are the secret base inside the fortress. Just the style. We can have many ways to distinguish the levels, such as changes in monsters, minor adjustments to the scene, etc. It is also in the style of secret base. We can subdivide different scenes by adding a little texture and changing it. For example, some scenes are contaminated by viruses, and the walls and floors are rusty and bloody effects caused by various viruses. Some scenes keep the fortress as it is, but become a mess. Some scenes use mercenaries to use heavy firepower to clean up the zombies, so there is serious damage. In the same scene, we can make 3 or 4 kinds of effects which can directly solve all the scene needs in the game. Huang Sibo rubbed his chin. Well, this idea is really good. However, since it is the sea base of an evil multinational company, why is there a little girl? This is a good explanation, Bao Su said. The little girl has a special antibody on her body, so she was caught by a multinational company for the test. During the test, the little girl lost the ability to speak. Wonderful, Huang Sibo flashed. Also, this setting seems to be able to be extended. I think this can be done. The blood of the little girl can help the protagonist to immunize against viruses. For example, if the player is accidentally scratched or bitten by a zombie, the little girl will take the initiative to use it. Needle tube blood collection helps the protagonist heal. Good idea. Bao Su also thinks this idea is good. In this way, the little girl is more important to the player. Every blood collection can deepen the relationship between the player and the little girl. And with the excessive number of blood collections, the little girl will become weak and slow. In order not to let the little girl suffer, the player must improve their skills and solve the enemy better, which is also a way to increase the player's immersion. In the process of brainstorming between 2 people, many game contents were quickly finalized. The game takes place in a secret fortress at sea. The protagonist is a special soldier from the East who sneaks into the base to investigate, but just in time for the virus outbreak. The protagonist must constantly seize firearms from the enemy, defeat a steady stream of zombies and mercenaries, kill from the bottom of the sea fortress to the top, and escape. Then I end the process of escaping. The protagonist encounters a little girl who cannot speak, and this little girl becomes the reason why he must escape alive. And the whole plot mode revolves around the protagonist and this little girl. The whole plot is not complicated, but the content is not monotonous at all. Although there is only a supporting role of the little girl in the game, as long as you do it well, it will definitely leave a deeper impression on the players than the 10 supporting roles. Huang Sibo kept recording on the computer's documents, looking back at the entire document. Huang Sibo was even a little shocked. Such a perfect solution. Is this the result of Bao Su's hours of thinking? It not only perfectly solves the problem of limited resources in the game, but also achieves a reasonable plot, self-consistent logic, and complete emotions, which is impressive. Huang Sibo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Bao, you are amazing. Bao Su shook his head. No, I just finished President Pei's proposition composition. He should have wanted to do it from the beginning, just to give us a small test to see if we can understand as well. Spirit. Chapter 44, President Pei's Good Intentions. Huang Sibo didn't think so at first, but after hearing what Bao Su said, he felt a similar way. Because so far, Everything seems to be stuck just right, as if it was specially arranged by Pei Qian. Pei Qian forced the game to have a plot mode, and under the current conditions, the solution proposed by Bao Su was the best solution. And this solution happens to be pretty good. Is this a coincidence? No, Mr. Pei was able to make 2 successful games in a row, and he put forward 3 requirements before the game began to develop. Obviously, this is the direction he set from the beginning. Sure enough, President Pei is really unpredictable. Everything is under control. Huang Sibo couldn't help but think about it. Is this the world of a real design master? Wait, there's another question. Huang Sibo suddenly thought. How do you understand President Pei's other 2 requirements, and how do you plan to solve them? One is to reduce the difficulty of the game to better cater to novices. The other is to sell epics. Weapons, perpetual use rights are priced at $888. Bao Su is confident. I have also considered these 2 points. Reducing the difficulty of the game and catering to newbies are mainly a matter of feel. Just increase the player's collision box, adjust the ballistics, and adjust the speed of cutting the gun and opening the mirror. These can be adjusted slowly. As for why I did this, I haven't understood Boss Pei's spirit very well for the time being, but since Boss Pei asked for it, it's definitely not wrong, we just do it. And selling epic weapons is President Pei's foresight. I didn't understand this very well at first, and I thought it was just selling an expensive weapon. But I thought about it, how could President Pei make such a simple request? There must be a deep request behind this waiting for us to discover. It took me a long time to figure this out. Epic weapons, the price of perpetual use rights is $888. So, what about the price of non-perpetual use rights? If there are epic weapons, will there be ordinary weapons, elite weapons, and hero weapons? How can players get these different weapons? Are they also selling permanent use rights? No, absolutely not. President Pei only said that the price of the permanent use right of epic weapons is $888, which means that other weapons are not for sale. In other words, Pei is always suggesting to us that the weapons in the game must be graded and divided into different grades such as ordinary, elite, hero, epic, etc. All these weapons are divided into 2 types. One is for permanent use, and the other is for permanent use. It's a limited time use. In addition to the permanent use of epic weapons that sell for $888, we can let players get them in a variety of ways. For example, if players clear a certain level of the story mode, we will send one. How many times the players have accumulated in the battle mode, we will give one. How many days have players logged in, we'll send another one. I think this is President Pei's implication. Huang Sibo suddenly realized. So it is. I just said how could President Pei make such a mindless request. It turned out to be something else. Bao Su continued. In addition, in the process of conceiving the plot mode, I also found some scraps of the plot mode which can be used as special mode gameplay. For example, in my original consideration, there are many mutant zombies in the game, then we can make a biochemical mode. For another example, some mercenaries in the game were transformed into translucent ghosts by evil multinational companies. Then we can make a ghost mode. In addition to the chaos mode, group destruction mode, blasting mode, etc. that we originally planned to do, the gameplay of this game is very rich. And these gameplays don't use too many art resources, mainly the money for program customization, and the development progress won't be delayed too much. It's completely too late. Huang Sibo quickly tapped the keyboard with both hands and quickly recorded all the ideas that came up in his brainstorming. Perfect, so perfect. When he just took over this game from President Pei, Huang Sibo was at a loss and didn't know what to do. In particular, the 3 requirements of President Pei made Huang Sibo's head bigger. But after listening to Bao Su's analysis, everything suddenly went smoothly. It turned out that Mr. Pei did not deliberately make things difficult, but gave tips in. This way, Huang Sibo was suddenly moved. President Pei obviously knew that Huang Sibo and Bao Su were limited in their abilities, and they were not capable of independently planning a game, and it was easy to go wrong. Once a game deviates in the direction, it means that it will be sentenced to death. No matter how much investment is made, it will just go further and further in the wrong direction. Therefore, Mr. Pei passed these 3 requirements and nailed the direction of this game. It turns out that Pei is always taking care of our feelings. He doesn't want to do it all. That doesn't make any growth for us. In this clever way, President Pei gave us hints, and at the same time, let us use our brains to design an excellent game. President Pei, really well-intentioned. Huang Sibo's eyes were wet. He decided that he must write the design documents well, make this game perfectly, and must not live up to President Pei's expectations. Wednesday morning, November 14th. Pei Qian had classes in the past 2 days and did not go to the company. Mainly on the company's side, the main work at present is waiting for the design team to come up with a design plan, and there is nothing to do before the design plan comes out. Pei Qian has nothing to do when he goes to the company, and it may affect everyone's paddling. So he still doesn't go to today's class as the male teacher, who I didn't want to ask for a name, I just wanted to get to know everyone. Pei Qian clearly remembered that he had been overwhelmed because he trusted him too much. Oh, this time must not make the same mistake again. But then again, this class is really boring. Pei Qian yawned and took out his phone to see how long it was before get out of class. It turned out that Huang Sibo was at him in the company's group, and there was also a document. Mr. Pei, the first draft of the general design has been written in 7 or 8. Can you take a look first and determine the general direction? Also sent a document. 2 days. Is this fast or slow? It should be fast, right? Forget it, let's take a look first. Pei Qian himself has no idea about how fast the design draft should be written. He only knows that at this speed, it should not be a problem to produce all the design drafts this week. After all, it is a new employee who has just joined the job. Well, I hope you will find out sooner that it's okay to paddle. Pei Qian opened the document. Feel dizzy. This is the first time that Pei Qian has never written a design draft or seen a design draft. The first impression is dizzy because there is so much content. A large design draft is often dozens of pages, tens of thousands of words, and the content is one by one that maybe every little sentence is very important. Not a word can be missed. Moreover, Huang Sibo's document is the first draft, which means that it has not been revised. Some places are written too complicatedly, and some places are written too briefly, all of which need to be revised repeatedly in a later stage. What Huang Sibo thought about was to give this thing to Pei Qian to see first, to make sure that the general direction was okay, and then to revise and refine it. Otherwise, it is only after the revision that there is a problem with the general direction, and it is reworked from scratch. Isn't that a waste of emotion? As a result, Pei Qian was embarrassed. Originally, there was a lot of content, and the writing was a bit messy, and I was watching it on the small screen of a mobile phone. Pei Qian almost wanted to die. He had no choice but to turn the pages quickly and take a quick look. Take a look at the 3 points he asked, whether Huang Sibo did it seriously. Huang Sibo also seemed to know very well that Pei Qian wanted to see these, so he specially marked the content so that he could find it at once. First, the story mode. Well, there is, and it has been planned for 3 or 4 hours, which is already a long time. The second point is to reduce the difficulty. Well, there are. The third point, epic weapons. It is also faithfully priced according to Pei Qian's requirements, and the permanent right to use 888 soft sister coins. Very good. It's all done according to my request. Pei Qian was very happy that he immediately replied, yes, let's continue in this direction. Chapter 45, Overtime must be paid. Seeing President Pei's reply, Huang Sibo was very happy. Sure enough, the work was approved by President Pei. This shows that the direction he and Bao Su finally set was the direction that President Pei originally expected. President Pei really is farsighted. Pei Qian's image is a little taller in Huang Sibo's eyes. Mr. Pei, there is another question, the name of the game. Bao Su said that he wanted to be called Fortress at Sea. I think the name is a bit strange and a bit earthy, but I can't come up with a good name, and I can't think of a good name. Or Mr. Pei, you can decide the name of the game. Sea Fort? Why is this name so familiar? Pei Qian was stunned. Oh yes, this is similar to the name of a street fighting movie before he crossed over. Pei Qian immediately made a decision. Fortress at Sea is very good. So this is the decision. Huang Sibo. Mr. Pei, don't you think about it anymore? We're not in a hurry to decide the name. There's still time. Pei Qian replied. No, it's called Fortress at Sea. I like this name. Okay, Mr. Pei. Then I will continue to write the design draft. Huang Sibo dived. Pei Qian was very happy. Is Fortress at Sea a bad name? The name is so good. Sounds auspicious. It means you will lose money. Some people may not know the concept of 300 million investment and 100 million box office. Generally, we will call it super invincible blood loss. Since this movie can lose everything, it shouldn't be a problem to lose millions of dollars for a game with a similar name, right? Well, what a perfect game name. Pei Qian was very satisfied with the name. In the evening, Tenda Network Technology Company Limited, the members of the design team, are busy. Huang Sibo and Bao Su have been working overtime for the past 2 days. In order to drive out the design draft as soon as possible, let the game officially enter the development stage. The rest of the design team were also assigned work. After writing the general draft, each function must continue to be split. As for every detail, these work are completed by other members of the design team. And finally, Huang Sibo will check. Including the needs of art resources such as models and firearms in the game, they must also be sorted out. There are many things. However, Huang Sibo did not ask other people to work overtime. Instead, these people took the initiative to stay, and Huang Sibo persuaded them not to leave. Huang Sibo had no choice but to leave them alone. The mentality of these people is similar to that of Huang Sibo. They were originally the lowest level employees of some game companies, and they were doing repetitive work without technical content, and they were still being squeezed. But after arriving at Tenda, everything was different. They are each responsible for a function and design independently. The working atmosphere here is relaxed, the boss is open-minded, the colleagues are friendly, and everyone strives for the same goal. The most important thing is that the games they make are not inferior Kryptonite skin-changing games, but innovative gameplay. All kinds of factors have made them have a strong interest in work, and they are naturally willing to stay and work overtime. Huang Sibo had no choice but to let them go. Anyway, overtime is only a matter of this week. After the next week, the design drafts are all completed, and the workload is reduced, so it should be fine. Bao Su has been playing various FPS games continuously these days, especially some foreign masterpieces that it is not an easy task to do a good job in the plot of Fortress at Sea. Bringing players into and immersing themselves in the story just through a little girl who can't speak, and constantly pushing the player's emotions, requires a very nuanced design. Brother Huang, there's a good plot. I recorded the screen and sent it to you. You can see if you can use it. Bao Su said. Okay, brother. I received it. Huang Sibo clicked on the video sent by Bao Su to view the first-person perspective of the game in full screen. Both he and Bao Su put a lot of energy into the plot. After all, the plot is one of the highlights of this game and must be done well. This video sent by Bao Su is really good. After all, it is produced by a major foreign factory. The plot is fascinating, and Huang Sibo is fascinated by it that he didn't notice that a long face flashed past the door. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Outside Pei Qian's rental house, there was a knock on the door. Oh, it's so late. Pei Qian looked at the time. It was already around 8 o'clock in the evening. Assistant Xian and Ma Yang were the only people who knew about this place. Assistant Xian should not come to disturb him at this time, so it could only be Ma Yang. What is Ma Yang doing? Pei Qian opened the door and saw Ma Yang's long face. Brother Qian, I found something. Huang Sibo and the others are secretly working overtime. They are rubbing against the company's computer. Ma Yang seemed to have discovered a big secret. Pei Qian's face sank. Yang emphasized rubbing against the company's computer, while Pei Qian cared about working overtime. What does overtime mean? What happened to this Huang Sibo? Bad habits are hard to change. Didn't I drive people out every day last week? I told you not to work overtime. Why are you still working overtime? To take President Pei's words as a deaf ear. It really makes no sense. What is Huang Sibo doing overtime? Writing documents? Or designing? Pei Qian was very unhappy. Ma Yang recalled what he saw, playing a game. Pei Qian was taken aback that playing games. Pei Qian's face looked a little better, that he knew that Bao Su would stay in the company to play games every day after get off work, which was the privilege he gave to Bao Su. Why did Huang Sibo also start playing games after get off work? Was it taken by Bao Su? Pei Qian just doesn't allow employees to work overtime in the company. If it's playing games, it's fine. Thinking of this, Pei Qian's face became a little better. Are you sure you read it right? Huang Sibo is playing games? Ma Yang nodded. Yes, that's why I came to report to you. Are they a waste of company resources? Go to work tomorrow. Would you like to give him a little bit of help? Oh, no need. Pei Qian was relieved. Since overtime is not for work but for gaming, it is completely fine. You can eat more snacks, consume more electricity, and help yourself lose more system funds. How wonderful! And it seems that there is an additional reason for defeating the system funds. Pei Qian suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a very good idea. Old Ma, we are a game company, and our employees play games for the purpose of learning from, and absorbing the advanced experience of excellent foreign games. It is also part of the job, understand? Pei Qian said earnestly that Yang seemed to understand, but didn't understand. Oh, so you mean this matter will not be investigated? Not to be held accountable? No, 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 of course not. Pei Qian resigned sternly. The employees work overtime for the company and overdraft their health. How can we just forget about it? We Tingdao are a conscience company that is dedicated to our employees. The state stipulates that employees who work overtime must be paid overtime. We Tingdao must respond to the national policy. The overtime pay on weekdays is 1.5 times the hourly wage, and the weekend overtime pay is twice the hourly wage. Not a penny. Old Ma, I have a very important task for you. You can help me pay attention to how long they work overtime every day. At that time, I will pay them overtime by the hour, and I can't give them a penny less. Ma Yang nodded. Well, I understand. Leave this to me. After sending Ma Yang away, Pei Qian couldn't help but want to laugh 3 times. Why did you forget about overtime pay before? This overtime pay is added up. Isn't it easy to lose some more system funds in a month? I am such a genius. Chapter 46 Double the budget for me. In the new week, Pei Qian has some new melancholy. Call the system to check the funds. Wealth conversion system host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio 100 to 1. Loss conversion ratio 1 to 1. Next settlement time 73 days later. System funds 971,634.3. 471634.3. Personal property 1322.8. Looking at the long list of system funds and looking at the pitiful more than 1,000 yuan of personal assets, Pei Qian always has the urge to think about life. Why is this? Last time I checked it, I had already lost only over 200,000 in system funds. As a result of this review, the system funds have risen again. The net income in the past 2 weeks has added up to about 900,000. After adding it to the system funds, even if Pei Qian worked hard to purchase snacks, coffee, and various things that are useful and unnecessary in the office, he still did not spend it. How much to drop? Pei Qian felt a little brain pain. Is it really that hard to lose money? He just can't wait to take Ghost General off the shelves quickly. Don't make money for me. But he couldn't do this, and he could only endure because of the system's violation warning. But fortunately, there are still 2 months until the next settlement time. In these 2 months, Pei Qian has more places to spend money. At the end of this month, another rent payment will be made, and the employees' salaries and overtime pay will also be paid, and the hundreds of thousands of system funds can be spent. In addition, starting from this week, Fortress at Sea will also start to purchase at the resource station, including various art resources, program functions, music sound effects, etc. All need to be customized. After all, this time is not a mobile game like Ghost General. Since it is a terminal game, it must be strictly required by the standards of the terminal game. Pei Qian can't wait to set the requirements higher and spend more money. I don't know how many resources Huang Sibo listed that need to be purchased online this time, and how much can he spend? Pei Qian still has a little expectation. Mr. Pei, this is the current list of all the resources that need to be purchased online. Please take a look. Huang Sibo handed a long form to Pei Qian. Pei Qian reached out and took it, swept it roughly, and fixed it directly on the final total price point 670,000. Pei Qian couldn't help frowning. This frown made Huang Sibo very uneasy. Pei always feels that extravagance is a waste. Can't you? I'm already seriously controlling my budget. Pei Qian didn't speak. Huang Sibo had to wait. This figure made Pei Qian very dissatisfied. So little. This is a terminal game, and it only costs 700,000 to 800,000 yuan to buy game resources and custom functions. Is this a beggar? Too bad. According to this trick, when can I lose the system funds? Pei Qian did not attack immediately, but continued to look at the details of these prices. Shooting class basic template accurate tuning version 120.000. Scene template secret base style 50,000 plus 3 style customization effects and various breakable objects in the scene, etc. A total of 100,000. Character models, general models and actions such as zombies and mercenaries, plus the customization cost of fine-tuning and modification. More than 80,000. The little girl's model and action customization effects. 60,000. Various firearm templates, including ballistics, firearm appearance, etc. More than 90,000. Function customization of various game modes. Hiring programmers for about 2 months, 5 people, a total of about 70,000. In addition, there are other expenses such as music sound effects, voice dubbing of common characters, and so on. Subsequent expenses such as renting cloud servers have not been included, and these issues need to be considered after the game is made to see how popular the game is. Pei Qian was confused at what happened. He felt that considering the number alone, the price of 670,000 was too little. However, judging from this list, these prices, although a little underwhelming, are all within a reasonable range that I didn't deliberately buy some cheap resources. Why did I spend so much money? It is normal for Pei Qian to be puzzled, because he doesn't have a deep understanding of the game Fortress at Sea. According to Bao Su and Huang Sibo's ideas, it is to save resources as much as possible. The plot mode is done with only one scene style. The main supporting role is only a little girl, and the other zombies and mercenaries are all general resources. Done. The less customized content, of course, the lower the price. But Pei Qian couldn't see so many ways at a cursory glance, but he felt very uncomfortable with less money. Take it back and redo it and double the budget for me. Pei Qian directly handed the form back to Huang Sibo. Huang Sibo is stupid. Double the budget? But President Pei. Huang Sibo wanted to say something, but Pei Qian's eyes were firm that if you double it, you will double it, which is so much, probably means this. Huang Sibo swallowed his words when he reached his lips and went out silently with the form. Pei Qian leaned back on the chair, thinking silently in his heart. More than 600,000. Too little. Double it, 1.2 million, which is about the same. Otherwise, the funds of this system will be spent. There is still more than 2 months until the next settlement. Although the current income of Ghost General has begun to decline, it is still providing income. Don't spend too much, you'll have to eat dirt again next time you settle the bill. As for what resources Huang Sibo bought with so much money, Pei Qian couldn't control it. Anyway, buy whatever you like as long as you don't trigger the system's warning. Pei Qian can't be bothered. Huang Sibo returned to his seat and got into a tangle. Double the budget, okay. Before he went online to find resources, he basically went for cost-effectiveness. Looking for some cost-effective resources, good quality, affordable price. Some resources with great quality but high price, Huang Sibo did not consider. The result is good now. Mr. Pei is not satisfied with the price. Do you think the resources I found are not good? Well, there is such a possibility. President Pei is a person who strives for perfection. The original painting of Ghost General is an example. Okay, since that's the case, replace all of them with high-quality resources and use the best ones. Be responsible for the players. Keep improving. This should also be what President Pei meant. Huang Sibo opened a resource station and overturned and redone all the previous plans. All the resources, including the connected artists and programs, are all replaced, and the best ones. The doubled budget gave Huang Sibo more room to play, and all the flowers were opened, and he barely achieved the goal that Pei Qian required. The final budget was fixed at 1.26 million, and it also added a lot of content that Huang Sibo originally cut off. I have been busy until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is finally finished. Huang Sibo let out a long sigh. Should President Pei be satisfied now? He picked up a new plan and found Pei Qian again. Pei Qian took over the plan, swept his gaze quickly, and then settled on the price at the bottom point, 1.26 million. Pei Qian was more satisfied this time. That as long as the amount is up, he doesn't bother to care about what he bought. Well, yes, let's find Assistant Xian. Buy in 2 batches. The more important ones will be bought first, and the less important ones will be bought next week. Although Pei Qian spends a lot of money, he also takes his future income into consideration. Therefore, 1.26 million points are spent twice. Otherwise, the book funds will not be enough. Huang Sibo took back the plan, and this was the finalized version. Pei Qian emphasized. Also, if there is any place to spend money in the future, don't be embarrassed, let alone change the plan and compromise by yourself. You must come to me as soon as possible. Understand? Huang Sibo nodded sharply. Okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. Chapter 47, The Legendary Overtime Pay. The details of Fortress at Sea were quickly finalized. Within a week, the design drafts of each function were completed as scheduled. Huang Sibo reviewed them one by one and found that there were differences from Bao Su's original ideas, so he made changes at the same time. These designers also began to use the editor to make the prototype of the game. Due to the extensive use of general templates, the initial progress is not slow, but to achieve the desired effect of Huang Sibo and Bao Su, the follow-up needs to be adjusted slowly. All requirements for art resources have been handed over to the art team for communication and customization with the painters of the resource station, including some general zombies, role models of mercenaries, and image customization of little girls, etc., are also rapidly preparing. Taking the image customization of the little girl as an example, the members of the art team at Tenda need to communicate and confirm with the painter, Bao Su and Huang Sibo repeatedly. There are 3 artists responsible for the image of the little girl: 1 conceptual design, an original painting, 1 model, and 1 action, each responsible for different aspects of work. After this whole process, the little girl will become the most invested game character in the whole game. Including the movements and expressions of the little girls and some specific plot links, they are all custom-made, so it can be said that no expense was spared. Of course, the investment is still within the budget. Because those 3A masterpieces in foreign countries use this standard for every character, and there are 7 or 8 main characters at every turn. And in Fortress at Sea, only the character of the little girl is made according to this standard, and the budget is naturally controlled. It is good. Sometimes when he found better art resources, Huang Sibo went directly to Pei Qian, and Pei Qian definitely waved his hand. Bye. At the beginning, Huang Sibo was still a little uneasy, thinking in his heart, if the budget for purchasing resources is added, is it really okay? If it was in another company, I'm afraid the boss would have jumped and scolded people long ago. From 7.8 million to 1.2 million, then to 1.5 million. In other companies, Huang Sibo would definitely be labeled as unclear planning and poor cost control. But in Tenda, President Pei not only didn't blame Huang Sibo, but was happy instead. Huang Sibo couldn't help but sigh. This is the difference in the pattern. I'm so stupid, but President Pei still trusts me unconditionally. It's just a slap in the face, no reward. If I don't make this game well, I'm simply sorry for Mr. Pei's cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it's the end of the month. Today is Friday, November 29th. For Huang Sibo, this is an ordinary day. Present. His work has almost been completed, the design work has been completed, the details have been handled properly, and the resources in various games are also in production. As the main executive strategy. It is of course not within Huang Sibo's scope of work to manually adjust the editor, and naturally there are subordinates to do it. And Huang Sibo's task is to supervise the rest of the design team and promote the progress of the work. Compared with the design draft, this work is much easier, so Huang Sibo has not worked overtime for a while. With sufficient manpower and sufficient budget, the development progress is still under control, and naturally, there is no need to work overtime. Huang Sibo has never felt that work is so easy and comfortable. Ding! The phone rang. Huang Sibo picked it up and saw that it turned out to be a text message notifying the bank card salary has arrived. Ah, isn't it the 29th today? Huang Sibo was a little confused, because according to the general company's urine, the monthly salary is not paid until the next month. The salary on the 5th is basically considered to be very conscientious that a very rude company will not pay until the middle of the next month or even the end of the month, which is equivalent to suppressing employees' salary for a month in disguise form for no reason. Companies that pay wages before the 5th of next month are already considered very conscientious. This is the first time Huang Sibo has seen such a salary that is paid in the same month. Your account XXXX was credited with salary soft sister currency 5,375.8 at 11:09 on November 29th. XX Bank, Huang Sibo was stunned. This salary is wrong. He clearly remembered that his entry time was around November 5th, and the working time was definitely less than a month. The basic salary is set at 4,000 yuan per month. Plus the deduction of 5 insurances, 1 housing fund, and income tax, the salary amount should be less than 4,000 yuan. But how did this send more than 5,000? Huang Sibo is a little confused, but this kind of trivial matter is definitely not suitable to ask President Pei. Just ask Assistant Xin directly. Huang Sibo found Xin Hailu and expressed his doubts. Xin Hailu smiled and said, "Yes, that's all. There are overtime pay." Overtime pay? Huang Sibo was even more confused. Xin Hailu nodded. "Yes, it's not just you. Everyone who works overtime in the company has overtime pay. You should work about 50 hours of overtime in the company, and the overtime pay is calculated at 1.5 times the hourly wage and then deducted. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, personal income tax, etc. is this money." Huang Sibo opened his mouth slightly and was speechless for a while. Only in the legendary overtime pay, and it is still paid at 1.5 times the personal hourly salary. Overtime pay is something that most game companies do not have. Not to mention now, even 10 years later in most industries, companies that pay overtime can be said to be rare. Moreover, many companies pay overtime pay based on the hourly wage of the local minimum wage, which is the same as paying 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, according to the minimum standard. However, Tingda is different. Overtime is calculated according to the standard hourly wage of each employee. In layman's terms, it means more overtime pay. Take Huang Sibo, for example. His basic salary is 4,000 per month, calculated based on 20 working days and 8 hours a day. The hourly salary is 25 yuan, and the overtime pay is 37.5 per hour. After that, the overtime pay was calculated according to the number of overtime hours worked by Huang Sibo, added to the salary, and the payment of 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, tax deductions, etc., was the amount of money that Huang Sibo received on his card now. Just 2 words, open and bright. Huang Sibo has never met such a conscientious company. No, let alone never even heard of it. Back at his workstation, Huang Sibo couldn't calm down for a long time. That IT turns out that President Payne knows everything. He knew that we were ignoring his orders to work overtime, and instead of scolding us, he silently put the overtime pay on our card. Huang Sibo's heart warmed, and his eyes were moist at move. Really great boss. As for Pei Qian, he didn't know how grateful the employees who received overtime pay were to him, that he still has a headache. Why can't this system fund be spent? The reason why employees are paid at the end of the month is mainly because the system is settled at the beginning of the month. Pei Qian had to make sure that before each system settlement, the salary to the employees had been sent out. Otherwise, there would be an inexplicable backlog of salary, which would be very detrimental to the loss of system funds. Chapter 48 Exchange Study Surprise Money. This month, Pei Qian is already spending money. The money for the purchase of art resources is divided into 2 parts. One part was spent last week, and the other part was spent this week. The rent for the office space was also paid. The salaries and overtime pay of the employees have also been paid. There are all kinds of miscellaneous expenses. Pei Qian operated frantically and finally spent 7 or 8 of the system funds. But it's not over yet. There are still 2 months until the next settlement. During these 2 months, the money earned by Ghost General will continue to flow into the system funds, and Pei Qian has to think of other ways in addition to renting office space, staff wages, and other fixed expenses. Spend all that money. Pei Qian was a little melancholy. Assault spending money is really a science. Is there any good way to spend money on raids? Team building activities? By the way, team building activities? Pei Qian suddenly thought of a good idea. I said okay to use system funds for team building. More than 30 people went out to find a high-end restaurant for a meal. According to the standard of more than 100 per capita, it would cost thousands of dollars in an instant. Not right either. A few $1,000s is still too little. Pei Qian thought about it and felt that he was still too conservative, so he should leave this to assistant Xian that he called Xian Hailu to the office. At the end of this month, arrange a team building activity. You can plan the itinerary. Pei Qian said. Okay, please say it. Assistant Xian is a smart person. He never asks questions about what Pei Qian ordered, but only achieves the best results that Pei Qian wants. Pei Qian thought for a while. I plan to take the company's employees to Yangqing, have a good visit, exchange, and study. It doesn't take too long to go, about 5 days is enough. Pei Qian didn't really think about where to go. Even if you are abroad, you still have to apply for a visa, and it is very frustrating for those who are not familiar with the place of life that in China. Game companies are basically concentrated in Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and Yangqing. Pei Qian thought about it. Yangqing is the farthest away and the most expensive air tickets, so choose Yangqing. The system did not issue a warning. Pei Qian couldn't help but secretly smug. He really understood the temper of the system more and more. Pei Qian's guys' team building activities, visits, exchanges, and learning, which are very reasonable in all aspects that AS for what a visit communicate. And learn from a bunch of game companies? Don't ask, just ask is to learn the advanced experience of Yangqing's successful game company. For 5 days, I will visit a company every day. Assistant Xian, please remember to contact us in advance. You can also invite the designer or boss of the company over there for a meal or something. It's not a problem. It's best to find a company that makes large-scale games, and FPS game companies are the best, which will help us. Other time, let everyone move freely, enjoy the local customs, local cuisine, etc., relax, and help them work well. The cost of air tickets, accommodation, and group meals will be reimbursed by the company. Make an itinerary and estimate a rough budget. Pei Qian finished his orders quickly. Okay, President Pei, it will be done soon. Assistant Xian is as reliable as ever. Pei Qian didn't dare to play for too long. On the one hand, he was afraid that he would cause a system warning if he played too much. After all, the reason for this time was communication and learning. On the other hand, he was also worried that the progress of the game would be affected. That would be embarrassing. The development progress for next month is not so intense. Taking 5 days to go out to play and spend more system funds, Pei Qian feels very good. After all this tossing, why can't it cost 10 or 200,000? Although it still feels like a drop in the bucket, Pei Qian thinks it's pretty good to spend so much on a team-building trip. Assistant Xian is very efficient and made a list of the itinerary in the afternoon. Pei Qian was very happy, took the itinerary and glanced at the total price. Only less than 150,000. Pei Qian was a little confused. This is a bit different from what Pei Qian expected. Assistant Xian smiled. It's all based on normal business standards. Pei Qian took a closer look. Assistant Xian arranged a trip for 30 people because some employees may not want to go all the way to Yangqing. Pei Qian won't force them either. They all go to play anyway. Oh no, it's an exchange and study. It's all voluntary. The round-trip air ticket is about 2,000 yuan per person. The accommodation is based on the standard of 300 yuan per person, and the two-person room is 600 yuan per night, that as well as the cost of the dinner party, transportation costs, and other miscellaneous costs are all added together, and then set aside some extra budget for some personnel. If there are more than 30 people, use the extra budget. The total price is less than 150,000. Pei Qian did the math. It's really so much. Can I take the first-class cabin? As soon as this idea appeared, it was warned by the system. Obviously not. This is an ordinary exchange and team-building activity. It is too much for every employee to sit in first class, and the system does not allow it. Similarly, the standard of 300 yuan per person for accommodation is enough, and it cannot be added. Don't count on shit like everyone living in a presidential suite all by themselves. Pei Qian turned over the entire itinerary but couldn't find a place to add money. This made him feel a little sad. With less than 150,000 employees, can you take more than 30 employees to go to Yangqing? Well, it's a lot cheaper than Pei Qian imagined. Of course, Pei Qian felt that it was cheap, and that was based on the standard of system funds, that if it is evenly distributed to everyone, the budget is about 5,000 yuan. Asking Pei Qian to pay 5,000 yuan to go to Yangqing for a few days, he will definitely not feel cheap, but will feel painfully expensive. Forget it, 150,000 is 150,000. Just follow this standard and prepare in advance. Pei Qian handed the itinerary to Assistant Exine that he didn't dare to go too far. Although 150,000 was a bit too little, the system didn't deny it. Thank God. Pei Qian's scheduled time is the end of December. On the one hand, when the weather turns cold, you can go to Yangqing to warm up. On the other hand, there are many game companies in Yangqing University, and the atmosphere and environment are good. It is reasonable to say that it is to communicate and learn. Of course, now you have to prepare in advance, book air tickets, contact the game company over there, etc. Although Pei Qian didn't plan to make a statement. After all, everyone's ID card information was required to buy a ticket, so the news inevitably spread in the company. In the internal group of the design team, many people could not contain their excitement and were discussing, are we really going to visit and study in Yangqing? It should be true. It is said that Assistant XAN is preparing to book tickets. Our company's benefits are also very good, right? I have never heard of any game company that would take its employees to other companies to exchange and learn. Indeed, I've never heard of it. It feels like a lot of money to go there. I'd definitely be reluctant to go by myself. Which companies are we going to visit this time? There should be Tianhua Studio, right? Probably. Tianhua Studio is so famous, and it's good at FPS games, so I'm just going to learn it. Alas, when I entered the industry, I dreamed of going to Tianhua Studio to work. Isn't it going? Let's see how a first-class game studio works. The design team was very excited. As for other people, such as the employees of the art group and administrative posts, their interests are not here. They were thinking about what to eat and what to do in Yangqing as a public travel. This is normal because most of the design team is a teenager who is addicted to the internet, and they still look forward to some well-known game companies and game studios in China. As for others, they're not so interested in companies such as Tianhua Studio. But no matter what, everyone is looking forward to this public travel tour. New book for support and recommendation. Chapter 49 Skyfire Studio Yangqing. Skyfire Studio. Tingda Network Technology Company, Limited. Come to Yangqing. Come to our studio to visit and exchange. Zhou Mayan felt a little inexplicable. God's Special Game Company went to another game company to visit and exchange. I have never heard of such a thing before. Those who visit major companies are usually college students doing social practice activities, and they go to visit large companies under the circumstances of school organization, so as to prepare for their careers after graduation. Never heard of a game company organizing employees to visit another company. At least I haven't heard of it in my country. Because the vast majority of game companies in China want to create profits, it would be a huge loss to travel all the way to visit. Based on a team of 20 or 30 people, round-trip air tickets, hotels, and other expenses, plus the loss of working time due to employees not working these days, etc. This is not a small amount. What's more, even running such a long distance will not create any benefits. And it will only lose money. IT is said that it is exchange and learning. But in fact, can we communicate a fart? Which game company is so sick? Zhou Mayan instinctively wanted to refuse that he is the producer of Tianhua Studio and is quite famous in the industry. Of course, strictly speaking, it should be regarded as a mixed bag. Many people scolded Tianhua Studio. As a producer, he would inevitably be piggybacked on. Zhou Mayan is not his real name, but a nickname, which is quite popular among some companies in the South, as well as Tianhua Studio. Recently, Tianhua Studio is developing an FPS online game, which has been in development for more than a year, and is about to start an internal test. In this state of all staff working overtime. Zhou Mayan was really too lazy to take half a day to receive the employees of a game company who came all the way from Handong Province. Mr. Zhou, this company has a successful project, and they developed Ghost General. I suggest you take the time to meet. If you don't have time, you can ask brother's son to receive them. Anyway, take them around the company. It doesn't take much effort to go shopping, reminded the administrative girl who spoke with Xi and Hailu on the phone. They made Ghost General? Zhou Mayan was stunned for a moment, and then felt that what the administrative girl said seemed to make sense. As the saying goes, multiple friends leads to multiple paths. Although the peers are enemies, it would be a bit too impersonal for people to come from afar and think of your company to sit down and exchange ideas. What's more, Zhou Mayan knows Ghost General. This is a mobile game that has emerged recently, and the producer is probably not a generalist, that it's not bad to meet and get to know this kind of person. Anyway, It is nothing more than taking a day to meet and show them around in the studio, and it will not delay any work. Thinking of this, Zhou Mai nodded. Okay, then promise. Set the schedule in advance, and I will personally receive it when the time comes. Okay, Mr. Zhou. There is one more thing. The list of newcomers to be eliminated at the end has come out. Please take a look. Zhou Mai took the list and glanced at it. Let's fire everyone except Lin Wan according to the system. Okay. The administrative girl didn't ask any further questions and left with the list. The last place elimination system is very popular in many game companies, especially those companies with more school recruits. The same is true of Tianhua Studio. The newly recruited graduates will be evaluated during the working hours of the first few months after entering the job, and the bottom 15% will be eliminated. After these fresh graduates are eliminated, they will be in a very embarrassing situation. On the one hand, they are no longer fresh graduates and completely miss the school recruitment. On the other hand, they only have a few months of work experience, and they were eliminated by the former company, so there is no advantage in going to social recruitment. It can be said that with a wave of Zhou Mai's big hand, he has put a huge, stumbling block on the life path of this batch of eliminated fresh graduates. However, Zhou Mai didn't think there was anything wrong with this, although he knew that the person who was eliminated at the bottom would definitely greet him and his immediate family in private, but he didn't care. From Zhou Mai's point of view, the game industry follows the law of the jungle, natural selection, and survival of the fittest. In this cruel environment, it is impossible to be human. Of course, there is one exception to this list. Lin Wan. This is a girl, and like everyone else, she was recruited from a prestigious university in the imperial capital with a high degree of education. According to the scoring mechanism of the last place elimination system, she is also in the category of the last 15% to be eliminated. Lin Wan made the same mistake as many young people, that is, being a little optimistic and naive. For Zhou Mai, games are a business. Like many young people, Lin Wan regards it as an art or a dream, which is naturally incompatible with the scoring system of the last place elimination system. In other words, she is not the kind of talent that Tianhua Studio needs. But among all those who were eliminated at the end, Zhou Mai deliberately singled out Lin Wan. For nothing else, just because her background is so scary. Her father is the president of Shenhua Group, the largest telecommunications company and smart hardware developer in China, and Zhou Mai can't afford to offend her. It may not be accurate to say that you can't afford to offend. It should be that Zhou Mai is too late to kneel and lick. Of course, Lin Wan didn't know that her identity had been exposed because she entered Tianhua Studio through the normal school recruitment process. But obviously Lin Wan underestimated the importance and concern of his father to him. The day after Lin Wan joined Tianhua Studio, Zhou Mai received a call from the office of the president of Shenhua Group. 2 points of hope. First, I hope Zhou Mai and Tianhua Studio can help take care of Lin Wan and not let her overdraw her health. Second, I hope Zhou Mai can destroy Lin Wan's good impression of the game industry as soon as possible and make her give up this industry. What he said on the phone was very euphemistic, but Zhou Mai understood how smart he was. The old man didn't want Lin Wan to work in the game industry, but he didn't want to be too tough and make the father-daughter relationship stiff. So he took a detour. For this kind of thing, Zhou Mai naturally couldn't ask for it, and immediately agreed. That is the domestic behemoth Shenhua Group. If it can get online, the future benefits for Tianhua Studio are too many. Therefore, all those who ranked at the bottom of the list were fired, but Lin Wan continued to stay. Zhou Mai had already thought about how to kill Lin Wan's enthusiasm for games as soon as possible and let her leave the industry as soon as possible. That it's not difficult, as long as Lin Wan sees the truth of the game industry. That's it. The game industry, at least the domestic game industry, is a sweatshop. The last. Elimination 996. Giving up dreams and pursuits for money. Turning art into a money-making tool. These are nothing new in the domestic game circle. Of course, these things are not so absolute. There are also talented designers and content studios in China. However, relatively few. Zhou Mai believes that as long as Lin Wan sees the truth of the game industry, she will be very disappointed and leave the industry. This is almost a sure thing. Chapter 50 arrive in Yangcheng. Xiaolu, there are still some problems with the function here. You can change it. Please ask Brother Bao more about the feel. He is a great god. Huang Sibo pointed to the design draft and explained patiently. Xiao Lu is one of the members of the design team and is currently responsible for the functional design and production of Ghost Mode. His qualifications are lower than Huang Sibo. He was originally an intern of a game company, but he was basically not responsible for any core work during his work. In most companies, one looks at the position and then looks at the qualifications ability. Although the two have the same working years, they have different qualifications. Huang Sibo naturally plays the role of the elder brother. Okay, Brother Huang, I'll change it now. Xiao Lu immediately opened the editor and modified the function according to Huang Sibo's request. Fortress at Sea has entered the production stage. Various templates and functions that have been purchased at a high price before have entered the editor, and the designers of the design team have begun to use the editor to make games. Using the editor itself is not difficult. These designers have experience in using editors, and the production speed must be much faster than that of a layman like Pei Qian. Work hard, don't worry about all drifting to Yangcheng. Do your own work first. Huang Sibo reminded Xiao Lu when he saw that Xiao Lu was a little floating. Xiao Lu scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Hey, Brother Huang, I haven't been to Yangcheng, and I'm a little excited to go to the famous Tianhua studio. But don't worry, the work will be completed with quality and quantity. Huang Sibo nodded, turned around, and returned to his workstation to continue working. To be honest, he has never been to Yangcheng, that it's not just him. Most of the people in this company probably haven't been there. The air tickets from Jingzhou to Yangcheng cost several thousand yuan. Before entering Tingda, these people were all poor. How could they have money to go? When they first heard that they were going to Yangcheng to exchange and study, everyone else cheered, but Huang Sibo and Bao Su were not. Because Bao Su is a houseman himself, he is not interested in going out at all. He would rather spend 5 days in the company. And Huang Sibo is worried about whether the progress of the game will be affected. After roughly estimating the workload, Huang Sibo found that this trip should have little impact on the progress of the work, and Fortress at Sea should still be completed as scheduled, so he was relieved. Now Huang Sibo, he doesn't need to care about other things except for the progress of the game. That's 10,000 attention. Mr. Pei appreciates it so much and trusts him with heavy responsibilities and rewards, and takes everyone to Yangcheng to exchange, study, and engage in team-building activities. Such kindness is simply unrewarding. This game must be made beautifully, otherwise how can it be worthy of President Pei's cultivation? Moreover, Huang Sibo really wanted to go to Tianhua Studio to have a look. Because this is a well-known game studio in China, before Huang Sibo entered the industry, he also regarded Tianhua Studio as his ultimate goal in the game industry. After working, Huang Sibo also heard a lot of rumors about Tianhua Studio. Some people say that Tianhua Studio once issued 5 months' salary as a bonus. It is also said that the monthly bonus of the design team of Tianhua Studio is higher than the basic salary. It is also said that Tianhua Studio once gave a sports car as the highest award at the annual meeting. Huang Sibo has not verified these, but it is clear that many people who are engaged in the game industry regard Tianhua Studio as a dream goal. Being able to visit and study in such a place will definitely help you in your future career. A month passed quickly. Friday, December 27th, the employees of Tenda Network Technology Company Limited arrived at the hotel from the airport, entered their rooms, and put down their luggage. For Handong Province, it is now winter, and it is freezing to the bone, while the temperature in Yangcheng is much higher. Afternoon, the warm sunshine shines on everyone, and there is a very warm feeling. Huang Sibo couldn't help but feel a little dazed. This atmosphere, it feels like a vacation. Several girls in the administrative post are checking the itinerary with their mobile phones, planning which attractions and shopping malls to go to tomorrow morning. Several guys from the design team were looking for a nearby supermarket, and they were going to buy a case of beer and bring it to the hotel room and play cards while drinking at night. That a total of 27 people came here this time, and Bao Su didn't come either. He was not interested in this kind of thing and would rather stay in the company as for President Pei. President Pei didn't mix with the masses and went back to his room early in the morning, probably because he was tired from flying and was going to rest. The entire itinerary was arranged by Assistant Xian, and Pei Qian would not care. Huang Sibo and Xiao Lu lived in the same room. After putting away their luggage, Huang Sibo took out his laptop from the suitcase and began to check the design draft and revise the game plot. So far, The big frame of fortress at sea has been completed, but in Bao Su's view, there is still a lot of room for improvement, whether it is the feel of the game or some specific details. Huang Sibo is also worried about these things, and he wants to work hard to make this game perfect. When even an Ashes player like Bao Su can't find fault, this game is truly qualified. Brother Huang, I went out to play with other people. If you are tired, you can rest first. Xiao Lu greeted Huang Sibo and happily followed the others out, and in Pei Qian's room. Brother Qian, I'm so tired. The distance between us is alienated because of work. Ma Yang looked tired so far. No one in the company knows about the relationship between Ma Yang and Pei Qian except Assistant Exin. Therefore, when there are company employees, Ma Yang has to pretend that he and Pei Qian don't know each other at all, and every word of President Pei makes him very tired. It was obvious who was the brother who was in the bunk bed, but there was an insurmountable gap. For the sake of the company, you sacrifice. Pei Qian patted Ma Yang's shoulder. You are my important eyeliner in the company. You must notify me as soon as possible. If Pei Qian disclosed the relationship between the two, others would probably be a little wary of Ma Yang. At that time, it will be difficult to grasp the situation of the company. Pei Qian must ensure that he knows the company's situation well. Otherwise, if there is a deviation and the loss will not be made, wouldn't it be too rigid? Ma Yang's long face stretched longer. It's like I'm an underground worker. There's nothing special recently. Everything is normal. Everyone is making games according to the design draft. Pei Qian nodded. That's good. He had casually read the design draft before, but he didn't understand how it was written, but he did all the 3 points he asked for. As long as the design draft is not changed, the game is likely to be cold, so there is no need to worry. Oh, and everyone seems to be very interested in Tianhua Studio. Is the studio very good? Ma Yang asked. How do I know? Pei Qian didn't know much about the game industry at all, and he didn't know what kind of studio Tianhua Studio was. That he just slapped his forehead to come to Yangqing to spend money. And then Assistant Xian casually contacted several famous local game companies in Yangqing and just happened to contact Tianhua Studio. Other employees thought it was a deliberate arrangement by Pei Qian, but it wasn't at all. Pei Qian didn't even know the name of the producer of Tianhua Studio. The first game company we will go to tomorrow is Tianhua Studio. You can ask a few more questions when the time comes. Don't be in the dark. They are warmly received, so we have to be friendly. Pei Qian reminded As the boss. Pei Qian was inconvenient to talk or ask questions in person, which was a bit pricey. Therefore, this task is left to Ma Yang. Ma Yang nodded. Don't worry, Brother Qian, wrap it on me. Chapter 51. This office area is so crowded. Yangqing, Tianhua Studio. Outside the building of Tianhua Studio, Xiao Lu and the others were all shocked. Tianhua Studio owns an entire 7-story office building, which is lavish. There is a big sign of Tianhua Studio next to the entrance. The office building is surrounded by pines, cypresses, and green trees, and the environment is quite good. That a game company that can build a building by itself is definitely a game company with good money. Many people are looking forward to it, not knowing when they will be able to work in a similar place. Pei Qian didn't respond to this, that he just came to spend money under the guise of visiting and communicating. Besides, the office building is just a little bigger, so there is nothing to envy. Everyone came to the door, and someone from Tianhua Studio had already come to greet them. Hello, Assistant Xian. Is this President Pei? Hello. I'm the receptionist of Tianhua Studio. My name is Sun Shi. The person who came was a young man who looked 25 or 6 years old, and was in charge of the reception this time. That it said that Zhou Mayan, the producer of Tianhua Studio, will also meet with you, but as a producer, he definitely won't go all the way to the gate to greet him. Pei Qian and the others haven't achieved that kind of weight yet. Sun Shi led the crowd inside, introducing them as they walked. This is the bamboo forest in our front yard. Because we have an ancient game project, we planted a piece of bamboo here. Oh, there's also a guqin over there, sometimes played by a lady in ancient costume. There is a car park further down there, and some colleagues drive to work. The front hall is in front. I will take you directly to the reception area and the project team. Pei Qian watched as he walked. Sure enough, the big company is the style. Building such a big place should cost a lot of money, right? Build an office building, renovate it when you have nothing to do, plant a piece of bamboo, customize some statues, etc. All the money is expensive, so you don't have to worry about the money being spent all the time. Of course, it would cost tens of millions to build such a building. Pei Qian couldn't build it at the moment. The funds provided by the system are still at the level of 500,000, and although Pei Qian's games made him want to vomit, he only made a few million in total. That if you make tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of profits a year in the future, you can consider building a building. But Pei Qian hopes this will never happen. Rather than making a profit of tens of millions a year, he would rather have a loss of millions a year. The personal property, converted by the latter, is 10 times that of the former. Assistant XAN is someone who has seen the world and is indifferent to it. But the others, like Huang Sibo, Xiao Lu, and Ma Yang, had curiosity flashing in their eyes, a bit like a douchebag entering the city, seeing everything fresh out. Of course, strictly speaking, the office conditions at Tenda are better than that of Tianhua Studio. Regardless of the size of the workstation or the configuration of the computer, in the whole country, no, including foreign countries, it is estimated that few companies can compare with Tenda. However, their office space is large enough, and it is their own building, so it naturally looks more wealthy from the outside. When they came to the front desk, everyone couldn't help but feel a little proud. Take back a city. Tingda's front desk is a pair of sisters, and their looks crushed the front desk of Tianhua Studio and won. Sun Shi led the crowd to the 4th floor and met Zhou Mayan, the producer of Tianhua Studio. Zhou Mayan was wearing a casual suit, which was quite formal in the game industry. As a result, when he looked at the group of people across from him, his eyes instantly locked on Pei Qian. Nima, a custom suit. Zhou Mayan could tell at a glance that this suit was definitely expensive. At least it had to be 5 figures. Instead, Zhou Mayan was under a lot of pressure, and he felt like he was losing momentum. Zhou Mayan also wondered, how could this guy become the boss because he looked younger than the intern? Also made a successful mobile game like Ghost General? Could it be a rich second generation? Well, it must be so that if you are not a rich second generation, you cannot wear this kind of clothes. Generally, the bosses who start their own businesses are relatively thrifty and do not have the habit of spending extravagantly, not to mention that the game industry does not have a rigid need for clothing. The two exchanged a few greetings with each other and said long-term admiration to each other. In fact, no one knows who. Pei Qian didn't know what games Tianhua Studio had made, and Zhou Mayan also knew that Pei Qian was the producer of Ghost General before and knew nothing about it. Because they didn't know each other well, the two of them skipped the commercial exchange part very tacitly, and Zhou Mayan began to show everyone in the studio. This is our recording area. In front of it is the recording studio, which is dedicated to dubbing the game. Of course, the music and sound effects in the game are also made here. This is the work area. You can see our artists are working and drawing original paintings. This is the training room. We will regularly explain the knowledge of game design to the trainees. There is a set of costumes here. It was worn when I asked celebrities to endorse the game before, and it was later stored in the showcase. This wall is filled with some peripheral products of our game. This is the rest area. This is our cafeteria. Zhou Mayan took Pei Qian and the others to visit and observe their reactions by the way. Tianhua Studio is a relatively old game studio in China, so the way of working is still traditional. With its own recording studio, art team, etc., almost all work in the game can be self-sufficient. Unlike Tenda, art resources and music resources are bought from the resource station. What surprised Zhou Mayan was that the expressions of Xiao Lu and the others were all excited outside the building, but when they got inside, their expressions became dull. Do it the other way around. In the past, some students came to visit here, but they were calm outside and excited inside, because there are rest areas, canteens, water bars, entertainment rooms, etc. in the building. This is a very good working environment, so those students will be more excited after seeing these, and imagine the scene of entering this company to work in the future. But these people in Tenda, why are they all reversed? Look clearly, this is the entertainment room. There is also a seating area. Doesn't this big TV look good? Is this sofa uncomfortable to sit on? Why are you completely unresponsive? Zhou Mayan was very puzzled. IT is normal for people not to respond. Most people have only one reaction when they see the so-called recreation room and snack area. Here, that's it. There is only a small TV and a host in your little pigeon cage, and you are too embarrassed to call yourself a recreation room? There are only a few packs of biscuits and potato chips in this snack area, and there is a sign on it that each Employee can only use it in a limited amount. Is it embarrassing to call yourself a snack area? After blowing it for a long time, Tenda has it, and it is much stronger than you. Of course, everyone can't say anything, but they always feel a little boring in their hearts. Disappointed, quite disappointed. A first-class game company in China, just this office environment. Being thrown a few streets away by Tenda. This is it. The building outside was so beautifully built, but it turned out to be all facade works, and it collapsed when you saw it inside. Everyone's response was flat. A little cold, and a Yang remembered Pei Qian's instructions and immediately realized that it was time for him to behave. To don't let the scene cool down, take the initiative to ask questions. Give more feedback. Thinking of this, he looked at the full office area and asked casually, "Hey, isn't it Saturday? Are there so many people working overtime?" Zhou Mayan was a little confused. You asked this question, isn't this nonsense? How many domestic game companies are not 996? If it wasn't because I went to work normally today, could I receive you at the company? This question is so stupid that Zhou Mayan doesn't know how to answer it. Huang Sibo hurriedly said, "For work, it's normal to work overtime." Mayang nodded. "Well, yes, you can still earn some overtime pay." "Hey, with so many people working overtime in the studio, there should be a lot of overtime pay every month, right?" Overtime pay? Zhou Mayan continued to be stunned. He was a little puzzled. Where did this long face come from? Why do I feel that I don't understand the industry at all, and I just say some layman's words? The game industry has a hammer overtime pay. Aren't they all free 996? Seeing Zhou Mayan's slightly unnatural expression, Huang Sibo and the others instantly understood. Only Ma Yang didn't realize this, and seemed to want to ask some new questions. Pei Qian hurriedly pulled Ma Yang. "What the hell are you asking? Let you ask questions, not let you down here." At that time, Zhou Mayan will directly blast you out, believe it or not. "I didn't come all the way here to make enmity with others." Ma Yang scratched his head, not knowing why Pei Qian was pulling him secretly. "Isn't this a normal question I'm asking?" What's wrong?" Fortunately, he wasn't stupid enough to keep asking, so he just kept silent. Zhou Mayan was speechless, but he was a well-mannered person, so he ignored this episode and continued to proudly introduce the working environment of Tianhua Studio to everyone, that it's just that the people who saw the cruel truth have lost interest, and their expressions are quite perfunctory. Zhou Mayan was very puzzled. It stands to reason that everyone should look forward to it and be envious, right? The working environment of Tianhua Studio can definitely beat more than 90% of the game companies in China. You are not envious. It is very unreasonable. Xiao Lu looked at the seats in the office area and said in a low voice subconsciously, "This workstation, it's so crowded." Chapter 52, Successful Experience Exchange and Sharing. So crowded? Are you serious? Zhou Mayan looked at the workstations in the office area of his studio. It was not crowded. Isn't that the case with most companies? Everyone is a desk position. Isn't that the case for other companies too? And because Tianhua Studio is its own building, the space is relatively rich. Compared with other companies, the distance between the workstations is much wider. This is still crowded. You are blind. Huang Sibo understands that this is not to say that the workstations in Tianhua Studio are crowded, but mainly because the workstations at Tingda are too spacious. How can other companies do this like Tenda? Real estate companies can't do that either. But everyone has been working in Tingda for a long time, and they're used to that kind of working environment. If you look at the working environment of Tianhua Studio, you will not be able to lift your spirits at all. Everyone is very slack and has no interest, just like a group of people who are used to living in Seaview villas, watching the young lady in the sales office madly touting the luxury residence, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, without any feeling at all. The dream is shattered. Originally, everyone was full of expectations for Tianhua Studio, but now I look at it. But that's it. Workspaces are crowded. The office computer configuration is general, and the design team does not even have a dual-screen monitor. Put a few packs of snacks on the table to act as a snack area. There is only a small TV in the entertainment room. How about sending beggars? Moreover, the mandatory overtime, 996, has not yet been paid for overtime. This is the first-class game company in China? It's far worse than Tenda. This kind of feeling is as if she met her first love after many years of marriage, only to find that she has become out of shape and turned into a yellow-faced woman. Look at your own wife. Why is she so beautiful? Sure enough, President Pei is the best boss in the world. No one. Or don't think about those who are gone. Just hug President Pei's thigh for the rest of your life and go through fire and water for him. Zhou Mein was embarrassed to blow, and he felt a little embarrassed. The expression on the other side was very perfunctory, which made him not in the mood to continue blowing. Then let's continue. The experience exchange and sharing meeting has been arranged. Please come here. Everyone came to an internal large conference room of Tianhua Studio. Today's itinerary is all finalized by Assistant Xin and the staff here, including visiting the company and sharing experience. Assistant Xin made the arrangements according to the general company communication process. After all, he came all the way, and he couldn't just leave after looking at the office building. That would be ridiculous. Since it is communication and learning, it is definitely necessary to exchange successful experiences with each other, and this trip will not be in vain. There are more than 20 people on Tingda's side, and more than 20 employees from Tianhua Studio are also arranged to accompany them. The first person to come to the stage was Sun Shi, who came to receive him before. He is the core designer of a large-scale MMORPG project in Tianhua Studio. Sun Shi first extended a warm welcome to Mr. Pei and his party, who came from afar. Everyone applauded and the atmosphere was quite warm. Then, Sun Shi began to introduce the successful experience of this MMORPG that he is currently responsible for. Pei Qian held the small book, listened carefully, nodded frequently, and kept writing and drawing on the small book with the pen in his hand. After a while, a turtle was drawn. After a while, there was another mouse, a duck on it. I don't understand it at all. The key point is that Pei Qian is still sitting in the first row and cannot sleep. Sun Shi's speech is not really profound. Huang Sibo and the others can understand, but there are many professional terms and various English abbreviations in what he said. Pei Qian can only roughly guess this by his expressions and actions. The game is awesome, but to what extent it's awesome, I don't understand it at all. Soon, Sun Shi finished speaking, and the sleepy Pei Qian couldn't help but take the lead in applauding. Next, it's Tinda's side that IT is also indecent to come and go, and the opposite side shared the successful experience, and Tinda naturally wants to share it. Tinda sent Huang Sibo to explain the successful experience of Ghost General. Fortress at Sea has not been completed yet, and I am not sure if it can be done. Of course, it is not suitable to talk about IT, that in fact, strictly speaking, Pei Qian should share his successful experience. After all, the game Ghost General was made by him alone. But Pei Qian decisively rejected this proposal. First, he didn't want to come to power. Second, he couldn't tell how Ghost General succeeded. So after Assistant Xin told Pei Qian about the itinerary, Pei Qian quickly left the task to Huang Sibo and let him go up and talk about it, and it was over. Huang Sibo came to the stage, and there was a round of applause from the audience. First of all, I would like to explain to you that I did not participate in the production of Ghost General. This game was completed by Mr. Pei from beginning to end. However, during the time I joined Tinda, I also devoted myself to researching Ghost General. This game, I think I still have a certain understanding, and I also figured out a little bit of President Pei's design art. Mr. Pei, if I make any mistakes in the process of speaking, you are welcome to criticize and correct me in time. In my opinion, there are 3 main reasons for the success of the game Ghost General. First, keep improving the game quality and bold style. As far as I know, President Pei directly invested more than half of the funds to purchase art resources at that time, and he boldly used new painters. Once the epic ink painting style of Ghost General was launched, it was warmly welcomed by players. Thanks to President Pei's far-sighted vision and superb aesthetic level, Mr. Pei has achieved Ghost General and Ruan Guangjin, a rookie painter with outstanding style, which can be said to be a win-win situation. Second, conscientious in-app purchases. The total consumption of Ghost General is only 40 yuan, which is in stark contrast to card games such as Q-Meng Three Kingdoms. This way of standing to earn money and absolutely fair has won the love and respect of players, while small profits are more. The sales policy also makes the game's sales and word-of-mouth double harvest. Third, an ingenious way of promotion. Because all the funds have been invested in research and development, Ghost General is facing the situation that there is no money to promote. President Pei ingeniously used Weibo marketing to make Ghost General popular in the circle of artists, and successfully spread to the game circle, has played an excellent marketing communication effect. I think this can even be restudied as a classic case of marketing communications. Huang Sibo was fully prepared and talked eloquently that he didn't ask Pei Qin about the inside story of Ghost General. But he inquired side by side, found some game reviews from the internet, flipped through the Weibo of Wan Guangjian and others, and combined with President Pei's personality and design ideas. Probably can also restore the situation to 7788 during the explanation. He looked in Pei Qian's direction from time to time. President Pei smiled and nodded. Frequently. Sure enough, my guess was right. Huang Sibo is very proud. Although I did not participate in the development of Ghost General, I was able to accurately infer President Pei's design intention at that time. This is already quite a remarkable thing, which shows that I am gradually catching up with President Pei's pace. Pei Qian, on the other hand, nodded and sighed silently in his heart. Well said, how could I not know what I was thinking at the time? Offstage, Sun Shi and Zhou Mayan and other employees of Tianhua Studio were also listening carefully and recording. Zhou Mayan couldn't help but sigh, and sure enough, this is called a hero coming out of a boy. Although this President Pei is young, he is so courageous. Invest all the funds in research and development, keep no money for publicity, boldly use new artists and new painting styles, and drastically change the profit model of traditional card mobile games. This is not something that ordinary designers can do. This is a ruthless person. He is not afraid of losing everything. Sure enough, he is very likely to be a rich second generation. Otherwise, it is impossible to take such a big risk and still take it lightly. Is it a difference in mentality? The legendary lifting weight is light. Life and death are as usual. Zhou Mayan couldn't help but think frantically and paid more attention to Pei Qian. Soon, Huang Sibo finished speaking, and the audience burst into warm applause again. Pei Qian felt that there seemed to be a lot of pious and admiring eyes on him. That is the gaze of reverence for genius. Chapter 53. President Pei's smile. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Mayan came to power. This is the last part of the experience sharing session. Zhou Mayan will briefly introduce the FPS game they are developing. This is also a very crucial part of the itinerary determined by Assistant Xian. Although this meeting is an experience exchange and sharing, what is the size of Tianhua Studio, what is the size of Tenda, and who learns from whom? Isn't this an obvious thing, since Tenda's current development of Fortress at Sea happens to be an FPS game, and Tianhua Studio is also developing an FPS game? Then Tenda follows Tianhua Studio to learn the advanced experience of FPS games, and the research and development of Fortress at Sea is helpful. Huang Sibo and others were also listening attentively, trying to gain some experience from Zhou Mayan and go back and further improve Fortress at Sea. Zhou Mayan is personable. The FPS game we are developing is called Bullet Scar, and our goal is to surpass counterterrorism plan. The most important thing in FPS games is the feel. Most players of FPS games are very hardcore. We have done research, and most of the counterterrorism plan players are happy to practice skills such as pulling guns and instant mirrors for a long time, and even practice day in and day out to develop muscle memory. For these players, some details of the experience will directly determine whether they want to choose this game. So, Bullet Scar restores anti-terrorism project to the greatest extent in terms of feel, and we can guarantee that in terms of feel, Bullet Scar and anti-terrorism project can be 90% similar. This is for all domestic FPS games. It was an extremely difficult goal to achieve, but we did it. At the same time, we have repeatedly polished the art style. Whether it is firearms or clothing, we have absolutely restored the foreign special forces. We even invited special military experts to check to ensure that those military enthusiast players can choose there's nothing wrong with it. At the same time, we plan to transplant the item charging model from the successful MMORPG project to Bullet Scar and create a revenue miracle for an FPS project with a free plus item charging model. Listening to Zhou Mayan's explanation, Huang Sibo's expression changed slightly to broken. Fortress at Sea is about to smash. Why does Zhou Mayan's bullet cracks run counter to the idea of Fortress at Sea? Bullet Scar attaches great importance to the experience of old players and core players, restores the feel of anti-terrorism plan, to the greatest extent and faithfully reproduces firearms and clothing, and even invited special military experts to check. Both games do charge for props, but Bullet Scar has the successful experience of charging for props in MMORPG, while Fortress at Sea has nothing. What does that mean? It means that Bullet Scar will be much more popular among the old players of Anti-Terrorism Plan. Although Counter-Terrorism Plan is still popular, it is an old game, not an online game. Now many companies make FPS games, all of which want to make a pure online game and grab all the players from the Counter-Terrorism Plan. It is conceivable that if a player of Anti-Terrorism Plan sees Bullet Scar and Fortress at Sea at the same time, he will definitely choose Bullet Scar. Then our two games crashed. Isn't Fortress at Sea a dead end? Huang Sibo couldn't sit still. The more he listened, the more he felt that Fortress at Sea was going to be cooler. How to do? He looked at Pei Qian subconsciously. Unexpectedly, President Pei was not worried at all, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. Why is that? Huang Sibo is very puzzled. Why is Pei always happy to see that the design ideas of Bullet Scar and Fortress at Sea run counter to each other? Could it be that? Huang Sibo suddenly realized. President Pei is smiling with confidence. Obviously, President Pei also regards bullet cracks as his biggest enemy, so he came to Tianhua Studio to inquire about bullet cracks. And after hearing that Bullet Scar runs counter to Fortress at Sea, Mr. Pei's smile shows one thing. He is sure that Bullet Scar will fail and Fortress at Sea will succeed, so he can smile so calmly and so confident. Huang Sibo couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Pei is really unpredictable, and he's rotten and rotten. As for why Mr. Pei felt that Bullet Scar was bound to fail, Fortress at Sea would succeed, who knows? President Pei is far-sighted. How can his thoughts be guessed by ordinary people? It seems that President Pei's understanding and cognition of the game are even far higher than Zhou Mayan, which is why he can show such a gratifying smile. Thinking of this, Huang Sibo seemed to have taken a reassurance, and all his original worries were gone. President Pei is so confident. Fortress at Sea must be fine. Listening to Zhou Mayan's explanation, Pei Qian was delighted. Sure enough, heroes see the same thing. According to Zhou Mayan's point of view, Fortress at Sea is definitely hitting the street. What's more, Bullet Cracks and Fortress at Sea collided head-on, and the final result was definitely that Fortress at Sea was hit so much that Mom didn't know it. Tianhua Studio needs people and money, whether it is game quality, graphics, or promotion. They all crush Tingda. With the competing game Bullet Scar, Fortress at Sea will lose money, so Pei Qian couldn't help showing a relieved smile. After being scared for so long, now he can finally rest assured. This time, I will definitely lose out. Soon, Zhou Mayan finished speaking. Pei Qian and Zhou Mayan shook hands, and the two exchanged greetings again. It's really enlightening. I've been taught. Pei Qian said. Zhou Mayan also hurriedly politely said, "Don't dare, Mr. Pei is very talented, young and promising. I am very envious." The two sides chatted for a while, and then entered the free activity segment. Everyone could walk around the Skyfire studio and chat a few words. After that, Pei Qian and others were about to leave. "Mr. Pei, I have something else to do here, so I'll leave first." That, Sun Shi, if you accompany President Pei, you must receive it well. Zhou Mayan said a few words and said goodbye to Pei Qian. Pei Qian and others came to the cafe in Tianhua Studio, ordered a drink each, and prepared to sit for a while and leave at AT this time. A certain girl who had been listening in the meeting came to Pei Qian and said expectantly, "Hello, Mr. Pei, my name is Lin Wan. May I take a few minutes of your time and ask a few questions?" Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and he looked at the girl named Lin Wan. He looks good, with straight facial features, clear eyebrows, and no makeup, but there is still a little puff color on his fair face, which looks very cute. "Okay." Pei Qian nodded. Lin Wan thought for a moment and asked, "Mr. Pei, is the first purpose of the game to make money?" Pei Qian was stunned. Why did he ask such a profound question as soon as he came up? Is the first purpose of the game to make money? It might be true for others, but for me, the first purpose of making games is to lose money. Of course, this cannot be said. Pei Qian coughed twice. Of course not. I think the first purpose of the game is to bring happiness to the players. Lin Wan's big eyes flickered and lit up instantly. This is the answer she wants. Chapter 54. Lin Wan's resignation. Letter. Seeing Lin Wan's eyes light up, Pei Qian couldn't help but be taken aback. That what's the situation? What did I say? How did she react so much? Lin Wan calmed down a little. Mr. Pei, your company shouldn't have a last-place elimination system, right? Final elimination system? Pei Qian had heard of this system, but he would never use it. If he wants to eliminate people who work hard, how can he eliminate the bastards? It is only reasonable to have a first-place elimination system. No. Pei Qian shook his head. Every employee is my family. Even if the family has some shortcomings, we must improve and make progress together. How can we abandon it at will? Lin Wan nodded, then looked at Ma Yang. Sure enough, President Pei never gave up on such employees, and what he said was obviously true. Lin Wan asked again, so Mr. Pei, do your company's employees work overtime? Oh, this is also a problem that gives me a headache. Pei Qian sighed softly. I've tried my best to drive them home, but some people will still stay voluntarily, so I can only give more pay overtime to make up for it. So, Mr. Pei, are you making games to fulfill your game dream? Lin Wan's eyes were warm. Pei Qian was embarrassed for a while, smiled and shook his head. No, actually mainly for money, Mr. Pei is joking. If it's really for money, you can increase the price of Ghost General 10 times, but you didn't do that. I know that you are a person with ideals. Lin Wan seems to have found the answer. I see, Mr. Pei. Thank you for taking the time to answer my question. Thank you. Lin Wan turned around and left. Pei Qian was a little confused. This girl. Who is it? During the exchange and sharing session just now, she seemed to have been listening from the audience that IT should be a new employee in Tianhua Studio who has just joined the company. Pei Qian didn't care too much. Pei Qian and his party stayed in Yangcheng for 5 days and visited several different game companies. That it's just that the later game companies are far behind compared with Tianhua Studio. As for Xiao, Lu and others, their enthusiasm at the beginning turned into dullness. Are you here to broaden your horizons and learn advanced experience? I thought that Yangcheng is a popular workplace in the domestic game industry. Must have a good game company here, but after seeing it in person, I found out what it is all about. One is worse than one. The best condition here is the Tianhua Studio that I visited on the first day. Everyone thought that the working environment of Tianhua was already quite bad, but the game company behind it was getting worse and worse, which repeatedly lowered everyone's impression of Yangcheng Game Company. By the 5th day, no one cared about which company to visit and communicate with today. Some people want to go shopping and bring some local specialties back. Some people thought to quickly eat all the famous local snacks in Yangcheng. There are still some people who think that it is better to Tingda and go back to work in a down-to-earth way and make a mess for President Pei. In short, this time to exchange and learn completely had the opposite effect that IT was originally to see the world, but in the end it turned into a miserable conference of Yangcheng Game Company. Especially Tianhua Studio, the tall image in the minds of many people was instantly shattered. All 10 employees were educated in disguise that they loved Tenda Network Technology Company. Limited Huang Sibo and others carried large and small bags and boarded the plane back to Jingzhou without any nostalgia to go back and continue with Fortress at Sea. At the same time, Tianhua Studio. Mr. Zhou, I have decided. I want to resign. Lin Wan handed the resignation letter to Zhou Mayan. Zhou Mayan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but be ecstatic. Could it be that you finally figured it out, saw that the game industry is a Tianking, and finally decided to go back and inherit hundreds of millions of properties? Doesn't that mean that the task that Mr. Lin gave me has been completed? Do you want to leave the game industry? Zhou Mayan asked expectantly. Lin Wan shook his head. No, Zhou Mayan. Don't want to leave the game industry and want to quit your job. So you mean you don't like Tianhua Studio? What's the matter? Tianhua Studio didn't despise you. Did you in turn despise Tianhua Studio? Zhou Mayan felt a pain in his brain that, of course, the inner MMP still has to keep smiling on the surface. What's the matter? Is there anything wrong with your work here? Zhou Mayan tried her best to squeeze a kind smile that if it was another in turn, Zhou Mayan would never ask a question, just let him go. But Lin Wan is different. She has a good father. Zhou Mayan shoulders the heavy responsibility of letting Lin Wan down in the game industry, so she can't just let her run away. Even if he couldn't keep anyone, at least he had to ask why Lin Wan wanted to leave and where he was going. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the phone call from the office of the president of Shenhua Group. Thank you for taking care of Mr. Zhou all the time, but I don't think I can pursue my own game ideals here. Lin Wan looked out the window with a look of longing. I plan to change place. Where? Zhou Mayan was very puzzled. Manhwa Studio is already a first-class game company in China. Could it be that this little ant is planning to go abroad? Go to a foreign factory? Well, that's not impossible. I plan to go to Tenda. Lin Wan's eyes were firm, as if the decision had already been made. Tenda. Zhou Mayan didn't even know which company it was. Although he had just received Pei Qian and Tingda's employees a few days ago, this matter was not very impressive to Zhou Mayan at first, and was quickly forgotten. After thinking about it, Zhou Mayan was puzzled. Tenda is a startup company. It's just a mobile game. Compared with Manhwa Studio, it's 108,000 miles away. If you want to pursue the game ideal, I will not stop you, and I will endure if you want to go to a big foreign factory, but you go to a startup company to pursue a woolly game ideal. Zhou Mayan coughed twice. You can think about it over there. There must be no such good environment and atmosphere as Manhwa Studio. You are likely to be disappointed. Lin Wan shook his head. I believe in President Pei. I have seen some different things in President Pei, some qualities that are different from you and other designers. He seems to exude an idealistic brilliance. I can't read it wrong. Zhou Mayan's mouth opened slightly, almost thinking that Pei Qian had played a trick on this girl I just met a few days ago and kidnapped my employee. But seeing Lin Wan's attitude so resolute, Zhou Mayan knew that it would be useless to talk too much, and she didn't dare to stop her. He knew that this girl looked gentle and pleasant on the surface, but in fact her stubborn temper was too terrifying to Mr. Lin of Shenhua Group is a famous super entrepreneur in the country. Mr. Lin couldn't control his daughter, so he could only use this side-by-side approach to gradually guide her to go back to inherit the family business. Zhou Mayan didn't think he could. It's hard to come with Lin Wan and force her to stay. Zhou Mayan thought about it, but she could only go. However, after all, it is a small company that I went to, and maybe I can see the dark side of the game industry better at that time. Lin Wan will see through the truth of the game industry as soon as possible and go back to inherit the family business, which can be regarded as the same goal. Thinking of this, Zhou Mayan accepted the resignation letter. Okay, then I wish you can complete your game ideal as soon as possible. Manhwa Studio is your forever home. Thank you, President Zhou. Lin Wan turned around and left without a trace of nostalgia. Chapter 55, luckily not humiliated. After returning to Jingzhou, it will soon be New Year's Day in 2010. That everything is fine in the company. Wages are paid on time. Rent is paid on time, and the system funds are sufficient to cover all expenses. As long as he loses all the money and the game goes live, Pei Qian can directly reap 500,000 yuan into his account. The school has entered the examination week one after another. In order not to fail the course, Pei Qian rarely goes to the company again. Anyway, he doesn't care about how the game can be made, and it's best to lose. Thursday, January 7th, Pei Qian finished another exam, went back to his rental house near the school, and lay down on the sofa, indescribably relaxed, seeing that the settlement date of the system is approaching day by day, and the goal of losing money is gradually being achieved. Pei Qian's tense nerves relax a little. Call the system as usual to check the funds.wealth conversion system host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio 100 to 1. Loss conversion ratio 1 to 1 next settlement time. 25 days later system funds. 138,754.5, 36145.5, personal property, 1255 fruitful. Finally, it's almost all spent. Pei Qian was so moved that he wanted to cry. With his hard work, he finally managed to break even and gradually turn the profit into a loss. At present, Tenda's monthly expenses are roughly as follows: office space rent, employee wages and overtime pay, utilities and daily expenses, procurement of various company supplies, etc. And they also hold reunion dinners every now and then and spend money unexpectedly. After this set of operations, the money that Ghost General continued to earn was spent 7 to 88, and the system funds finally did not have much surplus. So far, the system funds have been in a state of loss relative to the initial 500,000. Next, Pei Qian only needs to do two things that I in the past 2 days. I posted Fortress at Sea online, which met the system requirement of there are no unreleased products on hand 1 week before settlement. Afterwards, he rushed to spend money and spent the remaining hundreds of thousands as much as possible. After that, when the system settles, just wait and collect the money. As for how to promote Fortress at Sea, Pei Qian didn't plan to promote it at all. Just put it on the official platform and it's over. It's better if no one finds out. It was originally to lose money, and I must try to prevent players from discovering this game. Just in case, after the game development is completed, we will start a team building and spend the remaining hundreds of thousands as much as possible. The less money left, the better. It's so hard for everyone to develop games. It's not too much to watch a movie, eat, and sing K together. Thinking of this, Pei Qian called Assistant Xin directly. Assistant Xin, make arrangements. Celebrate the completion of the development of Fortress at Sea this Friday night, and arrange a team-building activity. First watch the movie, then go to dinner, and finally go to sing K. You can book as much as possible. The time is right, it's Friday night. Saturday and Sunday are rest days. How can you take up employees' rest time for team building? Isn't that a hooligan? Yes, it's Friday night. Okay, send it to me to have a look after you've set the itinerary. It's still the same requirement as before. You have to go up the grade, understand? Pei Qian briefly explained a few words, and just about to hang up the phone, Assistant Xin said, "Wait a minute, Mr. Pei, there's one more thing. Do you still remember the girl who asked you a question when we went to Yangqing and Tianhua Studio? It's called Lin Wan." Lin Wan? Pei Qian was a little impressed by the name, but not very impressed. "What's up with her?" Assistant Xin said on the phone. "She has come to Jingzhou and wants to join our company. She has a very firm attitude. She can say she doesn't want a salary." Pei Qian was stunned. "Huh? Where is she?" Assistant Xin. "It's in the company. Not long after I arrived, I just received it. She was fine in Tianhua Studio. Why did she come to Jingzhou? If you want to join our company, don't you need a salary? How can that be done?" Pei Qian thought for a while and asked Assistant Xin, "What do you think of her?" Xin Hailu was silent for a moment, then replied seriously, "Mr. Pei, I think this girl may have a lot of background. She should be a wealthy girl who is not poor at home. I noticed that her clothes and bags are all famous foreign brands, and she is dressed all over. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of dollars at least. She's not very pretentious and has a good personality, but I'm a little worried that she's too silly and sweet. She's too naive, and she may not be suitable as an employee. Of course, it's up to you to decide whether to accept it or not." Too silly and sweet. Does that mean there is no ability to work? Yes, I like this kind of staff. Pei Qian feels that this Lin Wan seems to be very suitable for his recruitment needs. Isn't it great for a pampered rich girl with basically zero working ability? Okay, then recruit. Salary? First give her 4,000 a month, and then raise her salary. You can directly sign a contract with her. As for work, there seems to be no work recently, so you don't need to assign work first. Let her do whatever she likes. By the way, remember to include her in the Friday night event." Pei Qian explained a few words at will, but did not take it to heart, but continued to imagine his 500,000. On the company's side, the research and development of Fortress at Sea has begun to enter the final finishing stage. Bao Su didn't go to Yangqing. He has been repeatedly experiencing the plot mode of Fortress at Sea for the past few days. He recorded all the places in the process that he thought felt awkward and handed it over to Huang Sibo for revision. Bao Su doesn't understand those esoteric game design theories. He only trusts his own intuition. Intuitively feel that there is a problem, record it all, and hand it over to Huang Sibo. Huang Sibo, on the other hand, racked his brains to analyze what was wrong, and often he was able to find a modification plan. Huang Sibo knows that the plot mode is one of the highlights of Fortress at Sea, and it is the key to making this game more compelling, and we must strive for perfection. Of course, other aspects are also very important, such as the feel of shooting, the models and actions in the game, other modes other than the story mode, etc., which are also related to the player's experience. The demos of these contents are basically all covered by Bao Su. Anyway, Bao Su is a heavy game player, and now he is just using the time to play other games to play his own games. Bao Su didn't feel hard at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. When playing other games, Baosu will be very powerless when he encounters some unpleasant places, because submitting customer service feedback is basically a waste of saliva, and the feedback cannot be given to the project team. Even if it is fed back to the project team will probably not change it. But Fortress at Sea is different. Baosu felt that there was something wrong, so he told Huang Sibo directly and then corrected it at the speed of light. Some of the main changes in the early stage have been modified almost, and the rest is to adjust some details slowly, such as gun ballistics, character collision boxes, etc. Although it is very important to the game experience, it can be done by changing some parameters. The original R&D deadline was approaching day by day, and Huang Sibo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately not humiliated. The research and development of Fortress at Sea was completed on schedule, and the quality and quantity were guaranteed. Finally, it did not live up to the trust of President Pei. However, Huang Sibo has no idea how to promote this game, and he didn't care too much anyway. These are things that President Pei decided. President Pei is in charge of promoting the plan, so can it be wrong? Mr. Pei, who can think of using Weibo to promote Ghost General, must be able to think of an excellent way to promote it. Chapter 56 President Pei's acceptance of research and development results. Lin Wan sat in the reception room, drinking the tea brought by Assistant X and, I miss it so much that it's the taste of home. How long has it been since you had such delicious tea? It's been almost half a year. Lin Wan is a senior this year and has half a year to graduate, but she has been an intern in Tianhua Studio for half a year. During college, Lin Wan made the decision to join the game industry, and there were many disputes with his father, especially during the summer vacation of his junior year. This dispute reached its peak. So, Lin Wan didn't go home at all in a fit of anger, and went to Tianhua Studio for an internship. Since then, Lin Wan has lived a very difficult life. The designer bags and clothes that he used to buy can only be bought with savings. The tea that I often drink at home has not been drunk much outside. This was the first time that Lin Wan had a feeling of coming home. This made her favorability for Ten to skyrocket. This was the first time Lin Wan came to Jingzhou. When he got off the plane, he was still a little disappointed. After all, it is only a second-tier city, and its prosperity is not comparable to that of a super first-tier city like Yangcheng. However, after entering the Shenhua luxury view, this disappointment disappeared, replaced by joy and appreciation. Seeing this kind of office environment and seeing the working status of all employees, Lin Wan is sure. That's the feeling. The idealistic radiance she once saw in Pei Qian is vividly reflected. Here, Assistant Xin knocked on the door to enter, still holding a contract. Congratulations, President Pei has agreed. After signing this contract, he is a regular employee of Tingda. The salary is 4,000 yuan per month. Is that okay? Lin Wan hurriedly stood up. Yes, yes. She took over the contract and signed her name on it after a cursory browse. So, what is my job? Lin Wan's eyes were full of anticipation. Assistant Xin thought for a while. Your work? Come to the team building activity at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Watch movies, eat, and sing K. Huh? Lin Wan looked confused. Friday morning, Pei Qian, who was busy with exams and did not show up for a long time, came to his company because according to the original work plan, all the development work of Fortress at Sea will be completed this week, and it will be officially launched on the official game platform. The settlement was 2 weeks later because Pei Qian left a little advance. When determining the development plan, Pei Qian was worried that the development speed of these bastard employees would be too slow and the game release would be delayed, so he deliberately moved the deadline forward by a week so that there would be enough buffer time. Today is the time to accept the results. Pei Qian came to the company and went straight to Huang Sibo. President Pei. Huang Sibo looked full of energy, and he seemed to be handsome. That in the more than 2 months since he came to Tengda, Huang Sibo's income has increased, his usual rest time has also increased, and his mood has improved. Therefore, the mental state is no longer as hard as before, but has become brighter. It's winter now, and Huang Sibo just went to buy some winter clothes last week. Considering that he has enough money now and works in a place like Shenhua Haojing, Huang Sibo decided to get a decent outfit. So he spent more than 1,000 to buy a more casual suit, and now it seems that there are so many successful people as style. How is the progress of Fortress at Sea? Do I need to postpone it for a week? Pei Qian asked. Huang Sibo shook his head violently. No need. Don't worry, President Pei. We have tested it repeatedly. All the bugs found have been fixed, and the game can be launched at any time. Well, not bad. Pei Qian nodded, but there was not much joy on his face. Huang Sibo's confident attitude made Pei Qian a little guilty. Shouldn't this game really be done with quality and quantity? However, think about the qualifications of Huang Sibo and Bao Su, and think about the 3 rules that he set for the game. Pei Qian felt that even if the game was successfully developed, it would never be possible to make money. Do you want to try it out? Huang Sibo asked. You don't need to try it out. Pei Qian thought for a while. Show me the game's plot mode and epic weapons. Pei Qian knew very well that Fortress at Sea was mostly a garbage game, and there was nothing to tea, or why did IT doesn't make sense to eat the shit you make yourself. However, in order to ensure that this game can lose money, Pei Qian decided to check whether his ideas were firmly implemented. Did you put a lot of effort into making the story mode? Is there a 888 fire unicorn in the game? Pei Qian is still very concerned about these. Huang Sibo nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll show it to you. Open Fortress at Sea. On his computer, Huang Sibo began to introduce to Pei Qian. This is our story mode. Players need to play from the bottom of the sea base to the top. The story mode takes about 6 hours and is divided into 3 different scenes. The main game content is to fight zombies, fight mercenaries, and some simple puzzles. This is the mall system. This is the epic weapon rainbow, dazzling fire unicorn that we are going to launch in the month of launch. According to what you said, the price of permanent use, right, is 888. More epic weapons have been included in the follow-up development plan, and we plan to every 2 or 3 introducing a new epic weapon every month. Listening to Huang Sibo's explanation, Pei Qian frowned and nodded. The frown was because he saw the real game screen of Fortress at Sea. It's a little different than expected. He originally thought that most of the appearances made were similar to Crossing the Line of Fire, but after seeing the real picture, he found that it was much finer and better looking than that one. Whether it is the characters, firearms, scenes, or the UI of the game, they are all brand new. It cannot be said that it is the same as the top art level of foreign 3A masterpieces, but it is not too much. Pei Qian was a little angry and wanted to question Huang Sibo. Who told you to make the game so beautiful? Do you know how beautiful it is to die? But on second thought, isn't it just me? Oh, let's find out AT that time. Huang Sibo came to Pei Qian with an art purchase budget of more than 600,000 yuan. Pei Qian directly doubled it for him without looking at it, and it became more than 1.2 million yuan. The money was indeed spent. However, the quality of the purchased art resources has also improved several grades. Looking at this beautiful game screen, Pei Qian suddenly felt a little guilty. The key point is that he can't get mad, because he asked Huang Sibo to buy these beautiful art resources. However, after listening to Huang Sibo's explanation, Pei Qian felt a little more at ease. Fortunately, the time-consuming and thankless plot mode has been made. What about fighting zombies and mercenaries? It doesn't sound interesting. The 888 Fire Unicorn has also been made, and there is only this gun in the mall. There is no low-price gun. Most of them will be scolded by the players, but Pei Qian has already made psychological preparations. Like an old horse, he is scolded by players every day, and it doesn't affect him going out to take the bus, right? What's more, Pei Qian has already investigated clearly, and Tianhua Studios' Bullet Cracks is also scheduled to be launched in the near future. Pei Qian decided that Fortress at Sea will hit Bullet Cracks, and it is best to be hit to pieces. With such a powerful competitor, what's the use of Fortress at Sea? Even if the picture is better, the data is absolutely crushed and slapped in a fancy way. Mr. Pei, there are some other modes in the game. Why don't I tell you about it? Huang Sibo asked. Pei Qian shook his head. No need, just send it to the official mall for review. Everyone has worked hard for so long in research and development. Get ready, let's go out in the afternoon, watch blockbusters, and eat a big meal. Chapter 5017 Building is all about eating and drinking. On the first day of Lin's evening shift, there was an extremely grand welcome ceremony. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone gathered at the company and then smashed to the cinema in a mighty manner. According to the itinerary arranged by Assistant Exine, I first packed an IMAX field in the VIP hall, which cost a total of more than 4,000 to watch the latest movie Avatar. After that, everyone came to Swan Lake, the most expensive. Cafeteria in Jingzhou, for 128 per person plus 15% service charge, and ate more than 10,000 paid yen for a meal. After dinner, the group rushed to the KTV next to them nonstop, open a luxurious room with a minimum consumption of more than 6,000, and then Pei Qian operated at the bar to fix the number at 5 digits. Even so, Pei Qian still felt a little dissatisfied. Spend money on surprise. You can't spend it all. He could feel that compared to usual, today's system has loosened up in terms of funding. The limits of this system seem to fluctuate. Every time Pei Qian uses the system fund for different reasons, the maximum amount allowed by the system is also different. Like last time, under the banner of going to Yangqing to exchange and study, Pei Qian can spend money in full accordance with the standard of business travel. And this time, Pei Qian used to celebrate the completion of the research and development of Fortress at Sea. And the range of dinners and activities that he could choose from was also expanded, that if it is a general dinner event, the buffet will be controlled within 200 per person at most, and the system will give a warning if there is more. But this time, it was probably because Pei Qian had a very good reason to choose a buffet of 400 yuan per person, but the system did not respond and acquiesced. Pei Qian guessed that the standards of the system are most likely to change dynamically, not static. This is a good thing, which means that Pei Qian can gain higher and higher degrees of freedom and can use the system funds to do more things in the future. Of course, system funds are still limited to company-related affairs and cannot be used for personal consumption. Pei Qian has been working hard to spend money, but he still feels like a drop in the bucket. Taking today's expenses as an example, the total cost is less than 30,000 yuan, which is still a little different from what Pei Qian expected. But it doesn't matter. There is still more than a week before the settlement, and there is still time to continue to spend. Pei Qian was able to keep calm about this event, but others were different. Especially Ma Yang, Bao Su, Huang Sibo, and the others, with the progress of the team building activities, gradually fell into a sluggish state. Watching a movie, I directly packaged a VIP IMAX field, and the latest 3D blockbuster was great. Next is dinner. There are more than 400 people per capita. There are more than 500 kinds of dishes and more than 400 kinds of seafood, such as bluefin tuna, New Zealand crayfish, Australian Zaiking long, Fuguay shrimp girl. Everything. Ma Yang saw the unlimited supply of Haagen-Dazs ice cream, so he almost ate it with a bucket, but was severely criticized by Pei Qian in the blink of an eye. Will you pick? Which one is more expensive than your own? If you really don't understand, just ask Chindu. Everyone was so excited, they quickly shuttled through the restaurant one by one and saw some strange food, no matter whether it was good or not. Anyway, they all took away the expensive ones. Most of these people are in their early 20s, the age to eat, and the empty plates on the table are quickly piled high. Pei Qian was much calmer. Before his rebirth, he seldom ate this kind of buffet, and these delicacies were quite attractive to him. But now Pei Qian is more concerned about the 500,000. When you get the 500,000, what good food will you not be able to eat? You don't have to be like now. If you want to eat a good meal, you have to make a name for yourself, and you have to look at the complexion of the system. Pei Qian casually stuffed a piece of bluefin tuna into his mouth, thinking about 500,000. Lin Wan's attention was also not on the dishes. For her, these dishes are nothing new, and they're already tired of eating them. What interests her is the status of her colleagues in the company and President Pei. Look at how happy these colleagues are. That's a smile that Lin Wan's colleagues in Tianhua Studio have never seen before. Is it because you ate something good today? No, it must not be. This is nothing more than a buffet of more than 400 per capita, which is not uncommon. The reason why these colleagues are so happy must be because they feel President Pei's attention, and it is the brilliance of President Pei's humanity that warms them and allows them to gain heartfelt happiness from their work. Who says employees and bosses have to fight each other? Who says work can only be hard work? In Mr. Pei's place, this is obviously not the case. Such a pure gathering is really rare. In other companies, dinner parties are often chosen on rest days, occupying employees' rest time, and the dinner parties are drinking. The euphemism is to enhance the relationship between colleagues, but it is actually a kind of entertainment. A lot of people are terrified of it, but they can't do anything about it. When it comes to Tenda, this is not the case at all. Everyone should eat and drink, leader speeches, mutual toasts, and awkward team ice-breaking sessions. All of them are not there. Just simply enjoy the food. What a pure reunion dinner. Moreover, Linwan noticed that Pei Qian was just eating casually, not knowing what he was thinking. You must be thinking about games and company operations, right? Everyone was excitedly taking meals and eating haze. Only Pei Qian looked worried and didn't know what to think. Sure enough, this is the responsibility of a company boss. Linwan couldn't help but gain some new understanding of Pei Qian. After eating, everyone went to the luxury suite of the nearby KTV and had a good night. That, of course, for girls who didn't want to sing and wanted to go home earlier, Pei Qian specially arranged for a male colleague to take a taxi to take them back. Anyway, the private room fee is the same. Even if everyone leaves, it will not prevent Pei Qian from spending money. Pei Qian's principle is, as long as you don't hinder me from spending system funds, you can do whatever you like. There is a separate small bar and dance floor in the luxury suite, and all kinds of drinks are open to drink at a tea first. Everyone was a little cautious, but after Ma Yang showed his singing voice, like a death singer, and sang a song, Love Business, the venue suddenly became lively. Everyone let go of themselves, holding the microphone and crying. Linwan did not leave but sang a few songs, and the voice, like the original voice, ushered in a burst of cheers. She found that she liked the group a little bit, that it's like a big, loving family. Everyone is closely surrounding President Pei, and it's fun. This atmosphere made Linwan be sure that she had not come to the wrong place. Tenda, maybe it's the answer to her game dream that she's been searching for. Pei Qian was also very happy and drank several times, that half drunk and half awake. He seemed to see the system being settled, and the $500,000 system funds were being transferred to his card. At noon the next day, Pei Qian woke up from the bed in the rental house and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Although I drank alcohol yesterday, the good thing is that it was all good wine. That he got up, poured a glass of water, and opened his laptop. The laptop has also been replaced, and the previous laptop has been honorably retired, although it has only been bought for more than half a year since I started school. Now Pei Qian's laptop is the best Martian gaming laptop. Anyway, it's all about spending system funds. For Pei Qian, such a game book is not something worth looking forward to. Open the ESRO official platform, check Fortress at Sea, and find that it has not been approved yet. The game has a large capacity, and the review is naturally slower, so 20 hours have passed, and the game is still in the reviewed state. Pei Qian closed the computer and didn't care too much. Others care about when their games are reviewed because they have formulated a set of promotion plans. After the games are reviewed, they must immediately arrange for promotion. But Pei Qian has no promotion plan. In this case, does it matter when the game is reviewed? It doesn't matter at all. Chapter 58, this game doesn't seem to be advertised at all. Monday noon. The team building activity on Friday last week made most people excited. After 2 days off on Saturday and Sunday, they completely relaxed, except for Bao Su, who still came to the company on Sunday. No one else came to work overtime and enjoyed the weekend well. After all, the game has already been developed, and there is no reason to work overtime. Although there will be overtime pay for overtime, relatively speaking, it is still more attractive for a leisurely and comfortable vacation. That on Monday, many were still basking in that joy. And Huang Sibo was not blindly optimistic. His expression was a little serious. Have you also noticed the data of Fortress at Sea? Huang Sibo came to Bao Su's workstation and found that Bao Su was also paying attention to the background data of Fortress at Sea. In short, miserable. This game was reviewed on Friday and passed the review on Saturday night. As a result, the number of downloads was only a few hundred after 1 day on Sunday. Too little, too little. FPS games are different from other games. It can be regarded as a competitive online game, and it can be played with enough people. The basic gameplay of FPS games is player versus player. As a result, there are only a few hundred downloads in total, and there are only a few dozen active players. Is this still a woolly battle? Not to mention matching evenly matched opponents. It is hard to say whether it can match a living person. Can't let the players all go to the computer? That doesn't make sense. That, of course. What makes Fortress at Sea different from other FPS games such as Bullet Scar is that it has a story mode and can be played as a standalone game. However, after all, the story mode cannot support long enough game time, and players will soon get tired of it. What's more, most of the players who like to play Counterterrorism Plan prefer the battle mode and are not very interested in the plot mode. All in all, the situation is rather bleak. These hundreds of Downloads were achieved on the premise that Fortress at Sea is free to download. If Fortress at Sea is priced according to the standard of a standalone game, at least 30 or 50 yuan, the download amount, it is expected to continue to plummet. As for why Fortress at Sea is set to be a free game, it's because Pei Qian learned the lessons of Ghost General. Due to its very conscientious characteristics, Ghost General has caused a rapid expansion of the user group, with hundreds of thousands of new active players every month, and each new active player brought Pei Qian an income of 10 yuan, which caught Pei Qian by surprise. Originally, the price of 10 yuan was just a threshold to block those free players, but I didn't expect to be self-inflicted, but instead achieve the effect of small profits but quick turnover. Therefore, Pei Qian thought through the pain and finally reversed the pricing strategy of Fortress at Sea. The game is completely free, so even if there are some accidents and the game has a certain amount of downloads, Pei Qian will not be able to get a penny from these ordinary players. The threshold for 888's epic weapons is high enough. On the one hand, it attracts scolding, destroys the reputation of Fortress at Sea, and discourages ordinary players. On the other hand, it makes most players unaffordable. As for why not make it completely free? Doesn't Pei Qian want to? The key is that the system does not allow it. If the game itself is free and there is no in-app purchase service or advertising business in the game, this is unreasonable in itself. It means that Pei Qian paid money to produce a product, but it was all given away. This kind of behavior that is obviously exploiting loopholes and malicious losses is expressly prohibited by the system. Otherwise, it would be too simple for Pei Qian to lose money. As long as he buys a batch of goods at the original price and sells them at a low price, he can lose as much as he wants. The system would not leave such an obvious loophole for Pei Qian to exploit. Therefore, Pei Qian must design a profit model for the game. Whether it is selling sales by shares or adding in-app purchases to the game, he must ensure that there are profit points so that he will not be warned by the system. In short, so far, the status of Fortress at Sea is still under Pei Qian's grasp. Pei Qian set up 3 lines of defense for Fortress at Sea. First, there is no pre-promotion and no one cares about the game. Second, the game pricing strategy failed, and 888's epic weapons ruined the popularity of the passers-by, causing the word-of-mouth collapse of Fortress at Sea. Third, there is the excellent competitive game Bullet Scar that comprehensively suppresses Fortress at Sea. Now, the first line of defense comes into play, and Huang Sibo and Bao Su are also worrying about this. These two people are also paying attention to the performance of Fortress at Sea. After all, this is the hard work they have been working on for a long time. And this game also relies on President Pei's heavy trust that if the game is smashed, wouldn't that betray President Pei's trust? Absolutely not. Huang Sibo hesitated, as if he didn't know whether to say the next words or not. However, after hesitating again and again, he still spoke. Brother Bao, you said Pei always didn't promote Fortress at Sea at all. No matter what, this download data shouldn't be so bad, right? Although it is a little disrespectful to President Pei, from all aspects, this is the case. This year, the success of domestic games has a big factor in marketing and channels. Many junk games have also tricked in a large number of players by virtue of brainwashing marketing. Of course, whether the players who cheated and can keep them is another matter. But at least, no matter how trashy the game, as long as it is properly promoted and willing to spend money to promote it, no one will care about it. Only a few hundred downloads have been online for a day, which is simply unreasonable. Bao Su looked at Huang Sibo. Brother Huang, don't question Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei, who can come up with the idea of using Weibo to promote Ghost General, is a master in this field. How could he not know the importance of promotion? Huang Sibo scratched his head. The truth is that's right, but the current half-dead urine of Fortress at Sea obviously has no promotion. Huang Sibo also deliberately searched, and Fortress at Sea was not on any other game platforms at all, nor was it advertised, nor was it promoted in any other way. That can't Mr. Pei be silently holding back his big move? Seemingly seeing Huang Sibo's doubts, Bao Su said, I think it's good to trust Boss Pei completely. Boss Pei didn't explain that we worry about publicity, so let's not worry about it. Well, you're right. Huang Sibo thought about it, and the same thing happened. What kind of genius is Mr. Pei? Is it my turn to worry? So, Huang Sibo turned and left. However, 10 minutes later, Huang Sibo came back. This time, it's not about promoting the game. Huang Sibo explained, it's a matter of revision in subsequent versions. Oh, Brother Huang, you said. Bao Su nodded. Huang Sibo paused for a while. That's it. The official version of Fortress at Sea has been developed, and according to the general research and development process, we should now prepare the development plan for the next version. So? Bao Su seemed to understand that at present, he is still in a state of half understanding of the game development process. Anyway, he will cooperate with Huang Sibo as he arranges it. Chapter 59, you should find a few guinea pigs generally speaking. The work progress of the game company's R&D team will be one version or even two versions faster than the game content played by the player. For example, if the players are playing version 1.01, the test server should already be testing the game content of 1.02. The development team should be developing the game content of 1.03, and the development plan of 1.04 has already been put on the agenda. Of course, these are some of the more frequently updated games. But even for games with less frequent version updates, the development team's development plan is at least one version faster than what players are currently playing. After the game development is completed, of course, it must quickly enter the next development stage. Otherwise, the project team will have nothing to do during this time. Therefore, according to his previous work experience, Huang Sibo felt that the next stage of the research and development plan should be determined now, which is his responsibility as the main executive strategy. That it can't be that when President Pei urges the development of the next version, Huang Sibo starts to arrange it. That is a serious work mistake. Bao Su had no objection to this and raised his hands in approval. But the problem now is, I don't know what plan to make. I don't even know how to revise it, and I have no direction. Huang Sibo expressed his troubles. The new version is nothing more than two parts. One is repair, the other is improvement. That on the one hand, it fixes some bugs, loopholes, and unreasonable things that originally existed in the game. On the other hand, it develops new gameplay, new maps, and new content to improve and expand the game itself. But the problem Huang Sibo now encounters is that Fortress at Sea itself is already in what he and Bao Su think is the perfect form, and it seems that there are no bugs and design flaws that need to be fixed. As for developing new content, to be honest, there is enough content for now. There is a plot mode, a battle mode, and a variety of subdivided gameplay such as biochemical mode, ghost mode, and blasting mode in the battle mode. Nothing new to add at the moment. Before players get tired of the current game content, is it not enough to struggle with new gameplay and new maps? Bao Su is also a little bit hurt. This is beyond his ability. Play games. Bao Su is on the line. But for the planning of the game itself, Bao Su is completely useless. I don't understand this either. Brother Huang, look at it yourself. What do you think you should do about this? Bao Su asked. Huang Sibo thought about it. I think we should find some core players to experience the game and give us some opinions and suggestions. Brother Bao, don't get me wrong, it's not that your advice is not enough. It's just that the authorities are fans. We still have to find as many other players as possible. The larger the sample, the more accurate the data will be. Bao Su didn't care but nodded, thinking that what Huang Sibo said made sense. The balance and feel of the previous game depended on Bao Su alone. Bao Su felt that the ballistics of the gun should be changed and which movements did not feel good, so Huang Sibo arranged for the design team to change them immediately. However, Bao Su is only one person after all. No matter how powerful he is, he can only represent him personally. The game is aimed at hundreds of thousands of players, who can guarantee that their taste will definitely represent the tastes of most players. Therefore, Huang Sibo felt that he still had to find a group of players to experience the game, that if the faults are picked out, they can be arranged in the next stage of the version plan to continuously optimize the game. In this way, Huang Sibo will have a clue when he wants to formulate the next work plan. I agree, but which players are you going to find? We asked them to help us test the game for no reason. Would they be willing? Do they have to pay a fee? Bao Su asked. Well, this is a question. Huang Sibo frowned slightly. I think about where to get a few guinea pigs. Back at his workstation, Huang Sibo was also a little worried. Indeed, it is time to get a few guinea pigs. No, it should be a large number of guinea pigs to test the game. In fact, before a normal game is launched, there should be a public beta test for players. In many cases, the test team with strong business ability is no better than those sand sculpture players with bug physique. But on the one hand, after the popularity of game editors and the speeding up of ESRO review, the development process of many games has become more and more compressed, and the link of public testing has become dispensable. On the other hand, President Pei has never explained it. To arrange the public beta, let Huang Sibo arraign the game directly. Therefore, Fortress at Sea was directly linked to the internet, and there was no public beta for players at all. Now Huang Sibo feels that it is necessary to catch a few guinea pigs to give advice on the game, but where to catch the guinea pigs has become a big problem. No connections. No way. Or, ask President Pei. Inappropriate. Even asking President Pei for such a simple matter. I can't afford to lose this person, Huang Sibo repeatedly warned himself. You are now implementing the main policy. President Pei has entrusted you with a heavy responsibility, but I don't want you to ask him all the details like a primary school student. But I hope you can be on your own and do your own work properly. Some small things are best handled by yourself, and don't always trouble President Pei. Besides, Boss Pei doesn't seem to be doing anything like catching mice. Although Boss Pei has great powers, he can't roll up his sleeves and find players to try the game in person, right? Therefore, Huang Sibo suppressed the thought of asking Pei Qian for instructions and decided that it would be better to do this dirty work by himself. After trying to seek help from Chindu to no avail, Huang Sibo sent a message within the design team. I want to find a group of players to test the game. Who has a way? It's best to find some fan groups who like to play FPS games, follow the group owner PY, and help pull a group of guinea pigs over. Of course, let's be embarrassed. It's impossible to give money, but you can give them some limited edition firearms in the game. You can definitely find someone if you spend money. But if you spend money, you have to let President Pei know. Huang Sibo felt that there was no need to trouble President Pei about this, and he couldn't put money into it himself, so he could only give some in-game benefits. Although it is not very attractive to players, it is always better than nothing. Soon, everyone responded. Most of them, like Huang Sibo, have no connections, don't know similar people, and don't have a similar group of players. Xiao Lu suggested that he could search for some player groups of anti-terrorism plan to see if he could successfully infiltrate and PY with the group owner. But the success rate of this scheme is not high. Players who enter other people's groups advertise and let them play other FPS games, but they can't give enough benefits, and I'm afraid they will be kicked out on the spot by the group owner. This moment. Lin once spoke. I have the contact information of a few large groups of FPS game lovers. They basically have 1 or 2 player groups, and there should be hundreds or thousands of players in the group. Huang Sibo hurriedly asked, Can I have a PY with them? Oh, sorry, let them do a little favor. Huang Sibo realized that he shouldn't be open-mouthed in front of cute girls, and hurriedly corrected his words. Lin Wan didn't care. No problem, I'm familiar with them, just a word. Huang Sibo was a little curious. How do you know so many FPS game lovers? It's a bit unreasonable. Lin Wan is not an FPS game lover, and even if she is, there is no reason to know so many FPS game group owners at the same time. Lin Wan explained, Oh, because when I was an intern at Tianhua Studio, the project team specially found a group of core FPS game players as testers to develop Bullet Scar, and I was responsible for connecting and liaising with them. Chapter 60 What Sand Sculpture Weapons Can Be Sold for 888. Huang Sibo couldn't help but feel happy and amused at the same time. That's what happened. He almost forgot that when Lin Wan was in Tianhua Studio, the project team Bullet Scar was also an FPS game. At that time, Lin Wan was an intern and had little work experience. So Zhou Mayan arranged for her to connect with these testers who were selected from the core players of FPS games. These testers don't need to go to Tianhua Studio to work. As long as they receive the test package of Bullet Scar from the internet at their own homes, and they can experience the game in depth. After that, these testers will write out their game experience in detail, form opinions, and submit them to Lin Wan, who will then organize them and feed them back to the project team. The project team will improve Bullet Scar in response to these comments. Of course, if Tianhua Studio is so rich, they will definitely pay a fee. Unlike Tengda, Huang Sibijing is thinking of prostitution for nothing. Lin Wan is responsible for receiving the game experience of these testers every day. In other words, Now that Tengda can find these people, it is completely equivalent to planting trees in the sky and Tengda enjoying the shade. For this kind of unearned behavior, Huang Sibo just wants to say great. Then please get in touch and find as many players who like FPS games as possible to try it out. For each player who tries it, we will give a commemorative Desert Eagle as a reward in the game. In addition, if it is a player who pulls a lot of people, we will consider increasing the reward as appropriate. If we pull up to 100 players, we can give permanent epic weapons. Or, you can also pick out some excellent test players and reward them with permanent epic weapons. What Huang Sibo gave was quite conservative. He can't give monetary rewards, but as the main policy, he has background management authority, and it is no problem to issue firearms, coupons, etc. to designated players. Although the Eternal Epic Weapon is expensive at 888 yuan apiece, it is only data on the game company's side that if a player can really pull 100 players to try it out or test some deadly bugs, it makes sense to give them a permanent epic weapon. Okay, wrap it on me. Linwan agreed immediately. This is the first task she got in Tenda. It is not difficult, so she has to complete it carefully. Linwan immediately contacted the owners of these FPS game player groups. The first is a group owner whose online name is Breaking Halberds and Shinsha, that he is a veteran of FPS games. He is a well-known figure in the counterterrorism plan circle and is the owner of a player group or his own fan group. His group is a large group of 2,000 people, and there are hundreds of people who are very active down on the side of Tianhua Studio. They attach great importance to Chinsha's opinions, and many changes are made according to Chinsha's suggestions. However, Lin Wan only knew his name and could vaguely feel that he was a person with good money in reality. As for other specific information, such as what job he did, he was not clear. Old Chun, stop diving, help test the game. Lin Wan and Chinsha are also familiar with each other, so they don't have much politeness and go straight to the topic. Soon, the other side replied, "Isn't Bullet Scar all tested and ready to go online? Are there any follow-up testing requirements?" Chinsha asked casually. Lin Wan explained, "It's not Bullet Scar, it's another game." "Hey, I haven't told you yet. I've already resigned from Tianhua Studio." Chinsha, "It's also a show that you left the game as soon as the game was launched. I heard that after the game was launched, the R&D personnel received a lot of bonuses. Isn't it hard for you to live with money? What bonus is not a bonus? It doesn't matter. Let me tell you, my current company is much stronger than Tianhua Studio. Hey, no nonsense. Please help me test this game." Lin Wan urged. "Sensei, okay. Is the price still the same as Tianhua Studio? 500 yuan for one evaluation." "Oh, that's not true. After the evaluation, I will give you a limited edition Desert Eagle in the game as a reward." Lin Wan answered truthfully. The other side didn't speak for a long time. Chinsha was a little confused. "What do you mean? Your gap is too big, right? Aren't you just trying to prostitute me?" Tianhua Studio asked Chinsha to help test the game. "No matter how many questions you ask, as long as you can point out the problem, there will be a reward of 500 yuan. After all, as a great player, Chinsha can experience subtle differences and feel that ordinary players cannot feel, and his evaluation is irreplaceable. Bullet Scar is a game that caters to hardcore players. Chinsha is a representative of hardcore players. It is not too much to give more money. Of course, 500 yuan is a bit expensive, and this new company is reluctant to give it, which can be considered excusable. But if you give 400 or 300, the meaning is okay. There is no reward, just give a limited edition Sand Eagle in the game. What about trouble? Who cares about your Sand Eagle? That's just dummy data in the game." Chinsha was a little bit hurt, but after all, he and Lin Wan knew each other before, so he didn't directly get blacked out. "I said your new company is too stingy, right? Let me help with the test results and not give me a penny? Do you want to prostitute me for free?" Chinsha was speechless. "Come on. No, I guarantee with my personality that this company will never do it. Not only is it not, but it's incredibly generous. I know this might not be convincing, but I'm definitely not fooling you. Well, as long as you test carefully, I will apply here. In addition to the limited edition Sand Eagle, I will also give you a permanent epic weapon reward." Lin Wan tried hard to persuade Chinsha. Chinsha was still uninterested. Snake Essence Disease. Who cares about weapons in this game? Besides, How much money can a permanent epic weapon have? Even $100 or $200 will endure it. This is my psychological expectation. The price is also too different. Let me tell you, no negotiation if it is less than 300. As far as I know, the permanent epic weapon in the game seems to be sold for 888. Linwan thought for a while and said, Chinsha? Question mark? How many did you say? 888. Coupon or soft girl coin? Linwan replied, of course it's soft girl coin. Chinsha put his face close to the computer screen and looked carefully that's right. There is no decimal point in this 888. Crazy, really crazy. Selling an epic weapon for 888 soft sister coins? Why don't you go grab it? With such a high price, will any sand sculpture really buy it? Why do I feel more and more that this game, and the company that developed it, are so unreliable? Chinsha was speechless for a long time. After 2 minutes, he replied, you send me the game and I'll take a look. Let's talk about it first. If this game is too rubbish, don't blame me for not being loyal enough. I really can't help with this. In fact, Chinsha was not persuaded by Linwan. He was just a little curious and wanted to see what the weapon that sold 888 soft girl coins looked like. The game is called Sea Fortress, and it is already available on the official game store. Linwan was full of confidence. Don't worry, although I haven't played this game yet, I believe it will be a very successful game. Because the person who made it is the most ideal genius designer in the country. Chinsha. Chinsha is skeptical of the statement, the most ideal genius designer. He was mainly speechless about the name of the game, Fortress at Sea. Why do I have a hunch that this game will probably suck when I see this name? Chapter 61, this is the Fire Unicorn. With 3 points of curiosity and 7 points of doubt, Chinsha found Fortress at Sea in the official game store, downloaded and registered. To his surprise, the capacity of this game is not small, larger than that of Bullet Scar, and far more than Counterterrorism Project. However, Chinsha didn't think too much about it. After all, there are not many bad games with large capacity. There was a domestic game before that, due to poor optimization, the best graphics cards on the market could not bring its garbage graphics, creating the legend of Titanfall. Therefore, large capacity and high configuration requirements do not mean anything. The key is to see how the content in the game is. Soon, Chinsha entered the game. His first reaction was, looks not bad. The game screen is much better than expected. Originally, Chinsha thought this was a very unreliable garbage game, and he didn't have any hope. He just wanted to come in and see what the epic weapon that sold for 888 looked like. However, the first impression this game gave him was actually pretty good. Although there is no opening CG, both the login interface and the scene UI look great, and they are not inferior to Bullet Scar. Chinsha first found them all. What catches the eye is the legendary epic weapon, a rainbow dazzling fire unicorn. At first glance, it has the common shape of AK, but has made a lot of magic changes in the appearance details. The whole gun body is shiny with gold, and at the same time, there is a colorful coating on the barrel, which spreads to the main part of the gun body, like a colorful rainbow swaying with ripples, which is very dazzling. There is a unique golden bayonet under the barrel. According to the name in the mall, this is a unicorn thorn. At the connection between the barrel and the gun body is a huge unicorn head. Kieran's big mouth opened, just to swallow the barrel and bayonet. The eyes of the unicorn are blood red, and with the movement of the gun body, there will be a flashing special effect of red dots, which makes people feel that this unicorn seems to be alive. The unicorn's hair shows the color and texture of fire, and it is still fluttering like water waves. In addition, the magazine, gun handle, but in other positions have also been modified to some extent. On the basis of retaining the original shape of the AK, the size has been exaggerated or the shape has been uniquely processed, which makes people feel deep impression. Chin Sharon is stupid. This is too handsome. Right? He is an Ashes player of Anti-Terrorism Project, and he also played Bullet Scar in depth during the test before. But whether it is Anti-Terrorism Plan or Bullet Scar, they all restore the firearms in reality to the greatest extent. For a gun like AK, at most it is just a change of paint, and the basic shape will not change too much. Afraid of being scolded by fans who are keen on military games that, on the other hand, in Fortress at Sea, this kind of magic change can be said to be extremely bold. Of course, strictly speaking, this fire unicorn is suspected of being a bit too fancy. Exaggerated shapes, bold transformations, and exaggerated special effects all made Qinsha feel some instinctive discomfort at first sight. This is because Qinsha has been playing FPS games for so many years and has long been accustomed to the appearance of AK, and the style of painting has suddenly changed from realistic to fantasy. It is normal for him not to adapt, but I have to say, this weapon is very handsome, and it's getting more and more handsome. Qinsha stared at the special effects on the fire unicorn for a long time. Especially the fire red hair on the fire unicorn's head would flutter like a flame texture, with a breathing effect, plus the dazzling paint on the gun itself. Once you accept this setting, does it seem unexpected? Look at the price, a handful of genuine 888 soft sister coins. Qinsha couldn't help but sigh, awesome. Dare to set the price of a single weapon so high. This designer is really awesome. Courage is too big. According to the general situation, the pricing of in-app purchases in the game is increased step by step, slowly testing the psychological bottom line of players. Like Qming Three Kingdoms, the ceiling of Krypton Gold in the game was not high at the beginning. Later, many players reached this limit of Krypton Gold, and Qming Three Kingdoms added some new payment points, gradually adding nobles to the game. The system and Krypton Gold caps have been pushed up that it's too rare for something like Fortress at Sea to be priced at 888. Qinsha flipped through them all again, and suddenly found a problem. In the mall, there are no tabs and no product fields, because in the entire mall, only this item is sold. This is also the only payment point in the game Sea Fortress, in other words, Fortress at Sea, doesn't sell anything except 888's Fire Unicorn. Of course, there are some other firearms in the game, all of which can be found in the weapon function. Here, their specific attributes will be marked and how to obtain them. There are various ways to get it. Some are unlocked by clearing the story mode, some are unlocked after completing an achievement, and some are purchased through in-game tokens. Tokens in the game are obtained through daily activities and battles. Although they are not unlimited and obtained in large quantities, they are not difficult to obtain. Qinsha was surprised to find that, except for the Fire Unicorn, none of the weapons in the huge arsenal were obtained by recharging. Qinsha scratched the back of his head, completely ignorant of the charging mechanism of this game. Is this Fire Unicorn so good? Sell 888. He carefully looked at the description of the Fire Unicorn. The firearms in the game are divided into 4 levels, namely Ordinary, Elite, Hero, and Epic. Compared with lower-level hero weapons, epic weapons are only a little higher in various attributes that if you don't look carefully. Qinsha can't even find the difference between the attributes of the epic weapon Fire Unicorn and the hero-level AK. The same is true for other levels. Each level of the same weapon has a small increase in attributes, but it is not obvious that in addition to that, epic weapons have some special effects. Player experience gain is increased by 200%. Experience affects the player's level, and the level is actually useless, except that each level will send some game coins, and the level may be a limitation of some functions. Players in the same room experience a 50% increase. Players in the same room will get 30% more game coins. After the player dies, the weapon will drop as a normal AK, and if the player voluntarily throws away the weapon, it will still drop as a Fire Unicorn. The Fire Unicorn's clip-changing speed and gun-cutting speed will be faster, and the clip capacity will be larger. Other than that, no more. There is indeed a slight advantage, but it is not obvious, and it is far from the effect of hanging and beating. Because this is an FPS game, an ordinary level AK headed is a one-hit kill, and a Fire Unicorn head is also a one-hit kill, no difference. The Fire Unicorn is indeed faster to change the clip and cut the gun faster, but it may be only a few tenths of a second faster or when passing through walls and kicking feet. The damage of the Fire Unicorn will be slightly higher than that of ordinary AK. In Qinsha's opinion, Fire Qilin does have a slight advantage over other weapons in terms of attributes, but this advantage is not worth buying with 888 soft sister coins anyway. Qinsha doesn't know how to define this game anymore. You say it has a conscience, right? Dare to sell this weapon to 888. It has nothing to do with conscience anyway. You say it pits? Except for the Fire Unicorn. This game is a completely free game, and the Fire Unicorn bought for 888 did not form any actual numerical crushing. Qinsha feels that the designer who designed this paid model can simply be awarded the prize for human confusing behavior. It's really It's completely unpredictable. Chapter 62, there is a plot mode. From this point of view, Lin Wan said that he could help to get himself a fire unicorn, which is actually quite a preferential treatment. After all, the market price of fire unicorn is 888. However, Chinsha quickly shook his head and dispelled this ridiculous thought from his mind. What the 888 fire unicorn? This is just a bunch of codes in the game. How could someone really pay for it? No one spends money to buy it. Isn't the fire unicorn worthless? Well, as long as everyone doesn't buy fire unicorn, isn't this a very fair game? Chinsha really can't figure out the pulse of this game. He has seen Anti-Terrorism Project, a FPS game that only sells sales without any in-app purchase service, and Bullet Scar, which is free but with various in-app purchase settings. Latter, first-level Krypton Gold FPS game. The only thing I haven't seen is Fortress at Sea. Curiosity drove Chinsha to quit the mall and continue to check other modes of the game. There are many new ways to play in the battle mode, ghost mode, biochemical mode. I don't seem to have seen it before. Fuck. Why is there a plot mode? When seeing ghost mode and biochemical mode, Chinsha was surprised but not too surprised. After all, it is a battle FPS game, and it is not new to make some gameplay innovations. But after seeing the plot mode, Chinsha was shocked. Because neither Anti-Terrorism Plan nor other domestic manufacturers of FPS games have produced a plot mode. Making a plot in an FPS game is quite a thankless thing, and domestic manufacturers are basically unable to control it. Some foreign masterpieces have plots, but those masterpieces often have a huge investment, which is not the same concept as ordinary FPS games. Manhwa Studio has been polishing Bullet Scar for so long, and strives to be the ultimate in all aspects, but has not added a plot mode to it. Because Zhou Mayan felt that firstly, it was unnecessary, and secondly, he lacked self-confidence. Even Manhwa Studio's Bullet Scar didn't dare to do the plot mode, but this little-known Fortress at Sea did it. This aroused Chinsha's interest that he didn't immediately close the game as he expected, but decided to play the story mode casually, and ready to be boring and shit-fed. Enter story mode. Black screen. A slightly long black screen. Chinsha almost thought it was a bug in the game, but soon a sound came from his headphones. Already dead? I don't know. There may be a breath left. However, with the G virus, there is a dead end. Just throw it here. The voice is authentic English, but there are subtitles on the black screen. In the darkness, the screen seemed to vibrate, representing the semi-conscious protagonist being thrown down. Then, the sound of footsteps drifted away. The screen was still pitch black, but it seemed to reveal a little bit of light. Just like the vision that ordinary people get when they close their eyes during the day, the light passes through the eyelids and is perceived by the eyes. There were more voices in Chinsha's earphones. There are heavy gasps and low moans, which are mostly from the protagonist. There is a rustling sound. Something is crawling or staggering. There was a muffled sound in the throat, like pulling a broken bellows full of holes. It was a standard zombie roar, but it took a long time to come from a distant place. Soon, two arcs appear on the screen, with a blurred vision between the arcs, an effect that mimics the protagonist's efforts to open his eyes. After a few blinks, the protagonist's vision returned to normal, and Chinsha also saw a clear game screen. The first thing that catches the eye is a hand, a pale, blue-veined, dead man's hand. Both the protagonist and Chinsha were taken aback. The protagonist struggled to get up, but then saw an even more terrifying scene. The place where he lay was not a soft bed, but a pile of corpses. The corpses were in different states of death, some of which were bloody and horrific, enough to make people spit out the overnight meal. Others are relatively intact, and no obvious trauma can be seen, but the skin is pale and the veins are exposed. Some have begun to rot, or have grown strange flesh and blood tissue, and have undergone terrifying mutations. A lot of blood has dried up and solidified, and these corpses seem to have been entangled together, and it is no longer difficult to separate them. This time, the protagonist is about to become one of them. The protagonist is at the edge of the corpse pile. Obviously, the person who brought him here doesn't want to go deep here, so he just tossed him casually. After a while, the protagonist rolled from the pile of corpses to the ground, took another breath and regained some physical strength, and finally barely stood up. This time, Chinsha found that he had gained control over the protagonist, and at the same time, He had also gained the freedom to move his perspective and walk that a fairly simple prompt appears on the screen. Move the mouse to look around, and use the AWSD key to move back and forth, left and right. These are the basic operations of FPS games, but considering that some people may be playing this type of game for the first time, Fortress at Sea has been carefully guided, which is completely in line with 4 and 3A masterpieces. From the first-person perspective, Qinsha has completely substituted himself into the role in the game. The surrounding light is very dim, but it is still vaguely able to tell that the protagonist is inside a building similar to a military base at this time. There were originally several chairs, a large conference table, and several computers in the military base, but they were all abandoned and thrown aside at will, and there were also many corpses piled up on them. And when looking at the largest corpse pile, Qinsha couldn't be sure if he was dazzled. He seemed to see an outstretched arm in the corpse pile, as if struggling to move. This scene made Qinsha a little hairy, and he began to look for an exit. There are 3 exits, all with green lights on them, and one of them has the word exit written on it. The lights lit in the room are not on, and the protagonist can vaguely see the surrounding scene, completely relying on the light from the lights on these exits. Qinsha manipulated the protagonist to walk towards the nearest door. The protagonist does not walk very fast, and his vision will be blurred from time to time. His right hand swings as he walks, but his left hand is pressed on the lower abdomen. Obviously, he is a little uncomfortable. Came to the first door, pushed it hard but couldn't open it, as if it was locked or resisted on the other side that I came to the second door again. This door has access control and requires a special access control card to open it. Qinsha then manipulated the protagonist to approach the corpse pile again with heavy steps and walk towards the third door farthest away. From a distance, this door seems to be hidden and can be passed through. The surrounding environment seems to have become very silent. Only the protagonist's breathing and footsteps remain at this moment. A zombie suddenly jumped from the corpse pile, hugged the protagonist's right leg, opened his mouth, and bit it. Chapter 63 plot following the prompts on the screen. Qinsha shook the mouse quickly, and then clicked the left button to break free. The protagonist screamed in pain, struggled to break free, kicked the zombie aside, and stomped on its head. Of course, the shots are slightly offset at key moments to prevent overly tasteful shots. Although YesRO in this world is itself a rating agency, Baosu and Huang Sibo also do not want Fortress at Sea to be classified as a game type unsuitable for teenagers, which will lead to a shrinking of the player base that on a similar screen, some simple processing was done, so as not to be too obvious. The protagonist fell to the ground because of pain. From the first-person perspective, you can clearly see that the right leg was bitten by a zombie with a bloody mouth. The protagonist struggled to get up again and moved with difficulty towards the exit. Finally, he came to the last door. The door was hidden, and a faint light could be seen in the crack of the door, and there seemed to be some slight noises. The protagonist pushes the door with both hands, but just as the door was pushed open, a blood-stained zombie suddenly rushed over from behind the door, throwing the protagonist to the ground. It's hastily. Qinsha was so frightened that this zombie's face was so close that it directly occupied the entire screen, and the blood stains and carrion on his teeth could be seen. Although the face of this zombie is not particularly realistic and detailed, the zombie that suddenly appeared was completely unexpected by Qinsha, scaring him so much. This is a zombie wearing a mercenary uniform, with a healthy body and strong muscles. Unlike the zombie just now, which is mutilated and weak, this mercenary zombie directly threw the injured protagonist to the ground, desperately stretched his head towards the protagonist, while making a hee-hee roar, while trying to bite the protagonist's neck. The protagonist's right hand is firmly pinching the throat of the mercenary zombie, and his left hand touches the waist of the zombie. Boom! A gunshot rang out, and in the blood-blurred vision, the mercenary zombie was pushed away by the protagonist, and the corpse fell to the side. There is a pistol on the waist of the mercenary zombie. The protagonist pulls the pistol and shoots his head. The picture imitates the gradually blurred vision effect due to more blood loss. So Qinsha did not see the details of the headshot of the zombie, but this blurred vision and the voice of the protagonist can highlight this tense atmosphere even more. Qinsha was frightened. This is it. It was an FPS game, but it turned out to be the same as a horror game. scaring people to death. In fact, these two battles are equivalent to just passing scenes. As long as you have a hand, you can pass the mouse with a flick of the mouse, but Qinsha is still in a cold sweat. Mainly, the first zombie to bite the thigh and the second zombie to open the door appeared without any psychological preparation, so the effect of fright was particularly obvious. Then entered a regular teaching mode. The system begins to introduce how to aim, fire, change magazines with a pistol, and squat and other normal operating modes. The operation mode is basically the same as other PFS games, and Qinsha got started quickly. In the plot, the protagonist found a medical kit in the cupboard in this room and wrapped a bandage on the wounds on his abdomen and right leg at the same time. He also found the access card on a corpse in this room. After giving yourself a simple treatment and dressing, the game in the story mode can be regarded as the official start. The first encounters were some weaker zombies. They didn't move very fast, and they basically shot one at the head. However, the number of bullets of the protagonist in the early stage is very small, and zombies always appear suddenly in some inexplicable places, and they will be bitten or knocked down if they are not careful. Qinsha's marksmanship was good, but he was still frightened. The game does not tell the player the identity and purpose of the protagonist very directly and bluntly, but with the advancement of the early plot, Qinsha generally has a reasonable guess. The protagonist is obviously inside a secret base, where a mysterious virus broke out for some reason, and a large number of humans were infected and turned into zombies. The protagonist was not only chased by mercenaries in the secret base, but also bitten by zombies. Although the protagonist uses the first aid kit to bandage the wound to stop the bleeding, the virus will strike sooner or later, and it is only a matter of time before the protagonist is transformed into a zombie. There are no friends or companions here, nor any equipment to communicate with the outside world. The protagonist can only search for supplies in the dangerous base alone, deal with zombies and some living human mercenaries, and do everything possible to survive. In the process, players will face a variety of challenges in terms of combat. When faced with zombies and mercenaries, it is a completely different way of fighting. Zombies have well-developed hearing, and shooting rashly may cause nearby zombies to swarm. Unless the player has extremely accurate marksmanship, it is very likely that the car will overturn when under siege. Moreover, even if the zombies are killed, they often cannot be replenished with bullets, and they will soon fall into the situation of running out of ammunition and food. Therefore, the best way to deal with zombies is to use melee weapons and sneak assassinations in sequence. The mercenaries often patrol in groups of 3 or 5, and if one person goes missing, the others will immediately be alerted, loudly reminding other companions and all martial law. Therefore, assassination is not a good way to deal with mercenaries. Players should fight with these mercenaries as quickly as possible. Anyway, after killing mercenaries, you can get replenishment of bullets, and sometimes new firearms can be seized out of course. In some cases, players will also encounter mercenaries and zombies at the same time, which can completely lure zombies and mercenaries to kill each other. In some levels, players can use special props to refresh themselves. For example, heavy machine guns can be used to shoot zombies in certain locations, but most of the time, players must carefully plan the use of weapons and bullets, and survive carefully. Every bullet is extremely critical. Although the scenes in the game are all the same bases, the layout still has the feeling of a maze. Some doors are blocked and cannot be passed through, some require access cards, and some can be destroyed with special props. In the process of continuous advancement, the enemy is getting stronger and stronger, and there are more and more types. To make matters worse, the mental state of the protagonist is getting worse and worse. The specific manifestations are: the screen instantly becomes blurred and returns to normal. The protagonist's hand trembles, and the crosshair will automatically shift, walking slowly or unable to walk in a straight line. Finally, Qinsha ushered in the first small boss battle. The first small boss is a powerful mutant zombie. Compared with other zombies, its advantage is that it is large and its blood volume is greatly increased. However, this is only the first small boss after all. With the various weapons accumulated in the front, Qinsha successfully solved it. Then, the protagonist fell to the ground exhausted, his vision gradually blurred. His physical exertion was severe, and the virus he contracted was eroding his consciousness. Finally, the protagonist closes his eyes, and the screen goes black. Chapter 64. I didn't expect the plot to be so brilliant. After a while, the protagonist wakes up again that he found that he was still in the same room as before, with the corpse of the mutant monster lying next to him. But his health has recovered a lot, and the fever after contracting the virus has disappeared. That a little girl was hiding behind some abandoned counter, staring at him curiously and warily. The protagonist tried to greet the little girl in multiple languages, and found that the little girl seemed to be able to understand Chinese, but could not respond. She pointed to her mouth, then waved her hand. Oh, she can't speak. Is this a plot character? Chen Xia was a little curious. The plot continues. The protagonist stood up, approached the little girl kindly, tried to talk to her, and found that the little girl saved him. The little girl showed the protagonist a special needle tube, which is probably a special instrument developed by the researchers in the base, which can be used for blood collection and injection. The protagonist roughly understands that the blood of this little girl cured the virus he contracted, so he did not become a zombie. The little girl took the protagonist to a nearby laboratory. That it was a mess, and it seemed that a fierce conflict had broken out. There was a pungent smell in the air. The protagonist took a gas mask from the soldier's body next to him and put it on before he dared to enter. From the remaining documents and the state of the scene, the protagonist deduces the ins and outs of what happened. This little girl contains antibodies to the virus, and her blood is the antidote to the virus. After the virus broke out in the base, in order to be able to transfer the little girl, a mercenary team was ordered to come and take the little girl away. However, in the process, they were attacked by zombies. In the fierce battle, the mercenary team released special poison gas to kill the zombies. However, the number of zombies was too large, and the entire team was wiped out. However, the original zombies and the team members who turned into zombies also failed to survive and died of poison gas. The equipment was damaged and failed, and the little girl escaped. She has antibodies on her body that are immune to biochemical viruses and biochemical poisonous gases. And her blood can also heal the infected. That it's just that blood collection requires a special blood collection device. That is the special needle tube that the little girl used before, which will be scrapped after 1 USE.in this way. The protagonist took the little girl and began to continue looking for the exit of this base.in the process. Chen Xia began to face more challenges. Maps started to get more complex, sometimes requiring some simple puzzle solving to move on. The difficulty of monsters continues to increase, and some zombies with mutation ability appear among the zombies, such as zombies with extremely fast speed, particularly thick blood, and can become translucent, etc. The weapons of mercenaries are getting better and better, and the number of them is also increasing. In addition to fighting these enemies, Chen Xia also has to collect a lot of resources on the map and plan carefully so that he will not fall into the dilemma of running out of ammunition and food. In addition to searching for ammunition and medical drugs, the protagonist also needs to collect needles. The blood of the little girl does not help the protagonist to be permanently immune to the zombie virus. When the protagonist is bitten by a zombie, he will be infected with the virus again, and the little girl still needs to be transfused with blood. If there is no needle, the little girl cannot give blood to the protagonist. Moreover, the role of the little girl does not stop there. Although she has little fighting ability, she can help a lot. For example, because the little girl is short, agile, and immune to poisonous gases and viruses, some specific puzzle-solving levels require the cooperation of the protagonist and the little girl to pass. The blood of the little girl can relieve the infection state and restore the health value. In the non-combat state, the little girl will help the player find some collectible items hidden in the scene. The little girl has an instinctive perception of the nearby zombies. If the little girl suddenly finds a place to hide while walking, it means that a battle is about to break out. During the battle, Chen Xia felt that his emotions were also affected by this little girl. I would be very proud to work with a little girl to break a trap. Seeing that the little girl is besieged by zombies, she will be very anxious, and she can't wait to rush over immediately. Seeing that the little girl became lethargic because of blood collection, I would feel very distressed and scolded myself for being so stupid. Unconsciously, Chen Xia was addicted. Strictly speaking, in all aspects of Fortress at Sea, whether it is the quality of the game, including pictures, models, actions, details, etc., or the richness of the plot, there is a big gap compared with some 3A masterpieces abroad. but Qinsha was still addicted because he felt the difference between this game and foreign AAA masterpieces. The protagonist is a Chinese. He is a Chinese special soldier who sneaked into the secret base of a multinational organization to investigate the truth. Although he can speak many languages, he often talks to himself in Chinese or speaks to the little girl in Chinese and asks Qin to speak in Chinese. Sand is very immersive. A countryman's own protagonist is very lovable in itself. That what's more, in all fairness, as a domestic game, this game can achieve an excellent level of plot mode, which is a very incredible thing in itself. You know, the story mode is not even dared to touch games like Anti-Terrorism Plan and Bullet Scar. The plot mode of Fortress at Sea may be slightly lacking compared with some ultra-classic foreign 3A masterpieces. After all, the conditions are limited. But it is not much worse than if it is compared with domestic games. It is simply super-level performance. Full marks out of full marks. What is rare is that although the plot mode of Fortress at Sea is not complicated, the Sparrow is small and complete. The level design is reasonable, the types of monsters and firearms are diverse, and the level difficulty setting is moderate. The most outstanding point is the design of this little girl, which can be said to completely revitalize the entire plot mode. If you remove this little girl, this can't be called a plot mode at all. It's an endless mode at most. Anyway, it's just breaking through levels, fighting zombies, and fighting mercenaries. What kind of plot is there? But after adding this little girl, the plot mode seems to be completely revitalized. The originally boring AtoZ seems to have a soul because players put their real emotions into it. A game that can inspire players to resonate can be regarded as a real plot. At the end of the game, the protagonist went through untold hardships and finally reached the top layer of the Sea Fortress, defeated the last mutant monster boss, and climbed into the escape plane. On the helicopter, the protagonist pressed the detonate button, and the entire maritime fortress raised a huge mushroom cloud. Ugly virus experiments, terrifying mutant monsters, greedy multinational executives, and mercenaries all died at the bottom of the sea. The protagonist is driving the plane, and the camera is given to the little girl in the cabin. She had fallen asleep peacefully, still covered with the coat that the protagonist took off in the afterglow of the sunset. The protagonist flew away with the little girl on the sea where the explosion rippled, and the plot mode ended. The staff subtitles appeared on the screen. What surprised Qinsha was that there were so few staff in the production team, only about 60 in total. Among them, Tenda has only more than 20 R&D personnel, and the rest are personnel from various outsourcing companies, including model making, customization functions, dubbing, music and sound effects personnel. But even so, Qinsha was still surprised. He didn't expect that only so many people could make such an unforgettable plot. In fact, in retrospect, the entire plot mode did not actually invest too much resources, and the only person who could be remembered is this little girl. However, the plot mode of Fortress at Sea is still impressive, which just shows the superb level of the designer. Qinsha was shocked and didn't recover for a long time. That I thought that this company was joking about developing a plot mode, but I didn't expect people to have such strength. Chapter 65, it's really special. In addition to the shock brought to Qinsha by the plot mode itself, there are many places in Fortress at Sea that surprised Qinsha. For example, the feel of the battle. As an Ashes player of FPS games, Qinsha has quite superb skills. Whether it is a series of operations such as burst shooting and pulling guns, he is very skilled. To put it simply, the marksmanship is excellent, and it has extremely high requirements for the feel of FPS games. It can be said that most of the game experience of FPS games is focused on the feel. When Qinsha experienced the game Bullet Scar, he was a little shocked. He didn't expect that domestic game manufacturers could polish FPS games to this level, even close to Counterterrorism Plan. But Bullet Scar is more of a parody of Counterterrorism Plan. This is normal because Anti-Terrorism Project is the most perfect FPS game that has been proven in recent years. Especially in the domestic market, it is almost impossible to find opponents. Try to imitate the feel of the Counterterrorism Project, at least not make a big mistake. But the problem is that no matter how much you imitate, you can't do better than the original. Bullet Scar imitates Anti-Terrorism Plan and feel, but because of a little flaw and deficiency, it is always difficult to truly reach the height of Anti-Terrorism Plan. Although Chinsha also proposed many revisions for Bullet Scar, even he himself couldn't tell where the nuances of the two games lie. Feeling is a very difficult thing to quantify. Sometimes you know it's wrong, but it's hard to tell how to fix it. In this regard, Fortress at Sea has taken a completely different path. This was felt when Chinsha experienced the plot mode. The feel is very different from anti-terrorism plan. For example, the firearms of Fortress at Sea are more stable. It is easier to press the gun. It is easier to hit a headshot. And the speed of cutting the gun and opening the mirror is faster. The first feeling I gave to Chinsha was that it was fun. If Counterterrorism Plan is an FPS game that requires high concentration and complex skills, then Fortress at Sea greatly lowers the operating threshold and makes shooting games simpler and more enjoyable. If he had experienced this feeling in the battle mode at the beginning, Chinsha might be more disgusted. Because this game lowers the operating threshold, it is undoubtedly bad news for players like them who have spent years studying the counterterrorism plan and put a lot of effort into practicing. But Chinsha has been experiencing the plot mode all the time, in the story mode. This kind of shooting feel that lowers the operating threshold makes Chinsha feel silky smooth and can't stop at all. Although the plot mode itself limits the number of bullets, in the face of a large number of zombies, Chinsha still has a good time by skillfully switching a variety of firearms and accurate headshots, all because Fortress at Sea reduces the difficulty of the game operation, makes the game experience more enjoyable. After a few hours of plot mode, Chinsha was surprised to find that he was completely accustomed to this mode of operation and could not feel any resistance at all. It seems that cutting the gun should be so fast, and pressing the gun should be so easy. Moreover, in the plot, Chinsha also experienced a lot of content in the battle mode, as if it was a preview of the battle mode. For example, there is a boss in the story mode that can become translucent zombies, which corresponds to the ghost mode in the battle mode. The zombies played in the plot mode have become the gameplay of the biochemical mode. There are also various mercenaries in the story mode. They have sophisticated firearms in their hands, which the protagonist can capture and use. These firearms can be purchased or obtained in other ways in the battle mode, which is equivalent to letting players try the advanced firearms in the battle mode in advance in the story mode. The plot mode has become an excellent guide, allowing Chinsha to transfer from anti-terrorism plan to Fortress at Sea without any problems. Chinsha looked at the time. He started playing the story mode of Fortress at Sea at noon, and it took more than 5 hours to clear the level. The time of the plot mode is not long, much lower than some foreign 3A masterpieces, but the emotional process is extremely complete, and the emotional mobilization of the players is also very sufficient. Chinsha hurriedly opened his own group and sent the address of Fortress at Sea in the official game market. This game is too awesome. Come on, let's play it. Everyone in the group was surprised because it was rare to see Chinsha recommending a game so excitedly. Just bad money is this? Can't either that it's not that Chinsha doesn't have bad money. He often does it, but after doing it, he won't be so excited to publicize it. He just shouted in the group rather perfunctorily, and it was over. For example, when Chinsha was in the group to test Bullet Scar, he just said good brothers have money to make money together, and didn't say anything good to Bullet Scar at all. Chinsha is a very demanding person. He thinks that Bullet Scar is well done, but it is only good, so he just treats the test task for Bullet Scar as a business, and he will not work too hard. But this time, the attitude is a bit of a mystery. Could it be that, Brother Chin, have you been hacked? Someone asked in the group. Chinsha was speechless that God's account has been hacked. Can a person who is usually very cold seriously recommend a game? No account hacking. It's really a very special game. You can go and see it. It's free anyway. Chinsha tirelessly. Where is it in particular? It's more fun than anti-terrorism plan? Another curious baby asked. Chinsha thought for a while. Well, it's hard to say. It's a very special kind. In FPS games with plots, it's the best in combat. In FPS games with battle mode, it's the best in combat. The plot is the best. It's obvious that it has done too much kryptonite content, but it makes people feel cheap and conscientious. Everyone in the group was stunned. Puff. What the hell? Brother Chen, did you drink too much today? Laughing to death. God is the best in the plot. And the plot in the battle is the best. Okay, I'm about to get off work, and I'll play after get off work. Chinsha typed again and said, Does anyone want to play the special mode of this game together? I want to experience the biochemical mode and ghost mode of this game. Does anyone want to join us? Chinsha didn't want to kill him. The point is, the number of players in Fortress at Sea is too small at present. There may only be dozens of players online at the same time. And if you enter the special mode, there will be no one at all. I can only call people in the group and organize myself. Soon, the players in the group began to discuss Fortress at Sea. Everyone was surprised to find that this game is done quite well in every aspect except for its ugly name. Ask for a ticket. In 2 days, I will revise the previous content a little and then add more. Chapter 66. The situation is not good. There are not a few group owners who have the same experience as Chinsha. When Linwan found them and asked them to help test the game, the first reaction of most group owners was resistance to "don't give us money and let us test." Whore. But because of Face, many people still download it and play it. You can't stop playing this game. Fortress at Sea simplifies the operation, which is conducive to improving the sense of refreshment for novices. But for veterans, especially the ashes of anti-terrorism plan, this may cause their instinctual discomfort and rejection. But the plot mode of Fortress at Sea solves this problem very well. After entering, most of these people were attracted by the plot mode. In the several hours of plot mode, they gradually adapted to this unique feel and achieved a perfect transition. And after getting used to this feeling, many people have obvious discomfort when they come back to play anti-terrorism plan. Why is the gun cutting so slow? Why is it so hard to press a gun? Very slow response. It's so hard to play all of a sudden. Counterterrorism Plan is an excellent competitive game, and it is bound to impose restrictions on many mechanisms. For example, the fast cutting speed may cause the master to be too strong, which will destroy the balance of the game to a certain extent, so the cutting speed is deliberately slowed down. But Fortress at Sea doesn't care about these. It's just right to make players cool without brains. Balance. I've even made a fire unicorn, and you still tell me about balance? These Ashes players of the counterterrorism plan seemed to be liberated at once, and the game experience was extremely smooth. I felt that this game was really simple and easy. As a result, I went back to play anti-terrorism plan, but I didn't get used to it. This is called from frugality to luxury. If you're used to games with simple operations and then go back to play games with complex operations, you will naturally find it difficult to adapt. Moreover, Fortress at Sea not only has a plot mode, but also a variety of battle modes. Compared with Bullet Scar and Counterterrorism Plan, the Ghost mode and Biochemical mode of Fortress at Sea are all new gameplays, which make most players have a refreshing feeling. Of course, these new modes were conceived by Bao Su and Huang Sibo Wen. They were working on the plot mode. The original intention was to make good use of the leftovers in the plot mode, such as zombie models and other art resources. In terms of gameplay, it is not considered especially mature. The balance is very poor and needs to continue to improve. But the point is, there are no other games on the market that do these modes, and there is no competition. Therefore, compared to the serious battle mode, many players prefer unfair PvP such as Ghost mode and Biochemical mode. Although the balance is poor, it is an entertainment game anyway. Everyone doesn't care at all, but they have a great time. In just a few days, Fortress at Sea spread like a virus among a large number of FPS game players. Friday. After finishing the last professional course, Pei Qian finally relaxed a little. He has decided to go to the company and bear the painful fact that Fortress at Sea hit the street. In the few days after the launch of Fortress at Sea, Pei Qian carefully prepared for the professional class exam and completely disappeared from the world. Pei Qian was afraid that Huang Sibo would urge himself to promote the game when he saw that the game data was not good. So he explained to Assistant Xian in advance that no matter who came looking for it, he would reject it and say that I was not free. For a whole week, I didn't look at the background data. This Fortress at Sea should be cool, right? All the money in the company's accounts is managed by Pei Qian. He has basically lost almost all of the money, and he doesn't plan to spend a dime for publicity. Even if other people want to promote Fortress at Sea, there is no way. Before Ghost General met Ruan Guangjian, it was because Pei Qian was too unlucky. How could such a talented painter who happened to be in the circle of painters be so easy to meet? There is no such artist in Fortress at Sea. This time, coupled with a very different feel of this game and anti-terrorism project, the 888 Krypton gold weapon. Under multiple insurances, it will be rushed. Pei Qian deliberately endured so long before appearing at the company again, mainly because he didn't want to laugh out loud when everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of failure. Now, Fortress at Sea should be a foregone conclusion. Pei Qian, the boss, needs to go to the company to appease the mood of the employees. He deeply regrets the failure of Fortress at Sea and tells them not to be discouraged, quickly pack up and start preparing for the next stage of the goal. The follow-up income of Ghost General is enough to maintain the company's operation for a period of time, and Pei Qian can happily get 500,000 yuan and then continue to lose the funds provided by the system in the next stage. Perfect. So perfect. Come to the downstairs of Shenhua luxury view. Pei Qian rubbed his cheeks, letting the corners of his mouth that couldn't help but drop slightly, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, finding a sad expression flowing into a river, and letting this expression freeze on his face that I took out my mobile phone to recruit. This acting is basically qualified. Pei Qian stepped into the elevator and came to the company. As soon as he walked into the company, Pei Qian keenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. Huang Sibo stared at the computer screen and refreshed it over and over again, half paralyzed on the chair. Xiao Lu looked restless, shaking his legs and scratching his head, as if suffering from ADHD. Bao Su was not playing games, but looked at the green plants by the window and the scenery outside the window, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing this, Pei Qian suddenly felt guilty. Seems a little sorry for them. Although everyone is a bunch of bastards, they couldn't make any decent games. During this period of time, it was a dinner party and a vacation, and there was no time to develop games, but everyone more or less still bet some emotions on this game. Seeing no one cares about it now, it's emotionally difficult to accept that it's so bad. This is also a normal thing. Huang Sibo was probably a little unbelievable when he saw such miserable data, and Xiao Lu probably didn't know what to do. What about Bao Su? Maybe you were doubting your life. Pei Qian sighed lightly. This time, I need to be the boss myself to provide psychological counseling for the employees. After all, this game is hitting the street, and I actually have to take 90% of the responsibility. Pei Qian quickly calculated in his mind what he should say, but at this moment, the two twin sisters at the front desk discovered Pei Qian. President Pei is here. The two little girls suddenly took the lead in applauding. The whole office became lively in an instant, and the applause and cheers exploded violently, which startled Pei Qian. What's going on? Pei Qian noticed that there were smiles on everyone's faces, not just pretending, but really from the heart. This made Pei Qian instinctively feel that something was wrong. Huang Sibo stood up, walked quickly to Pei Qian, and bowed sharply. President Pei, you have been taught. I didn't understand why you didn't arrange promotion for Fortress at Sea before, and I was suspicious of your behavior. But now I understand. You told me with facts that a good game does not need promotion. As long as the player's word of mouth and running water, they can stand out from the fierce market competition. Mr. Pei, your confidence makes me admire. Pei Qian's heart froze for a while, but he almost burst into tears, trying to control the muscles of his face and put on a serious expression. Our game is on fire. Pei Qian asked tentatively, feeling like he was falling into an abyss. Huang Sibo nodded sharply. It's on fire. I have been refreshing the data background just now, and I can't even believe my eyes. We have completely crushed Bullet Scar in terms of popularity, number of active players, and profitability, without any publicity and promotion. Chapter 67 President Pei. Open champagne. Pei Qian took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Something is not right. Calm down, keep calm. Only now did Pei Qian understand what the real expressions of these three people were. Huang Sibo stared at the computer screen and refreshed it over and over again, because the game's data far exceeded the best situation he expected, and he felt incredible. Xiao Lu was restless, obviously because of excitement. And Bao Su is really thinking about life. But the reason for thinking about life is completely different from what Pei Qian expected. Mr. Pei, champagne. Xin Hailu smiled and handed a bottle of champagne. Pei Qian glanced at it. This is a bottle of champagne with a unique shape. The bottle jacket is made of platinum, and it is written in English. It is conservatively estimated that it should be 5 figures, But Pei Qian was in no mood at all, because he knew that with the money that Fortress at Sea made him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to spend hundreds of bottles of this champagne. However, under the watchful eyes of the public, Pei Qian couldn't walk away. He can't make anyone doubt the existence of the system or the challenge itself. Pei Qian took a deep breath, took the champagne, and opened it with a bang. The light golden liquor spewed out, accompanied by the unique aroma of wine, and the warm atmosphere exploded in the office instantly. Everyone started cheering. The two little girls at the front desk took out the handheld salutes and fireworks that had been prepared, and a golden rain started falling in the office. Everyone began to sing and dance, and Xiaolu even slipped to his knees in excitement and was pulled by Huang Sibo that I in this warm atmosphere. Pei Qian tried his best to squeeze a smile. Everyone did a good job. Keep working hard. Pei Qian kept smiling, walked into his office, and closed the door. Looking at Pei Qian's back, Huang Sibo couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, everything is in President Pei's plan. He had long expected all this to happen, so he was not excited at all. For President Pei, this is a common thing. Hey, compared with President Pei, we are really like a group of children who have never seen the world. We are complacent with a little achievement. When can I have a mentality like President Pei? Huang Sibo sighed and refreshed the backstage again. Fortress at Sea is completely on fire. Of course, Huang Sibo believes that after all, this is a game that President Pei pointed out the direction. It is normal and reasonable to be popular, and there is nothing to make a fuss about. After analyzing President Pei's design intentions, Huang Sibo and Bao Su had a feeling that most of the game was going to be successful. It's just I didn't expect it to become so popular, and even the bullet scar developed by Tianhua Studio fell to the ground. What made Huang Sibo even more unexpected was that this time President Pei played a new trick. The game Ghost General, President Pei has already shown how to achieve the best marketing effect with the least cost. At that time, President Pei took a unique approach to publicize it in the circle of painters and successfully spread it to the general player group. This time, Huang Sibo has also been expecting that President Pei can find another unique path and use a similar method of 4 or 2 to achieve the effect of publicity, that he even thought of several more cost-effective ways of publicity. But now it seems that all his brains are wrong. President Pei didn't plan to promote it at all, because President Pei knows very well that this game can be popular even without publicity, and it is enough to rely on word of mouth, tap water, and the official automatic recommendation mechanism from players. How arrogant and confident this is. This kind of confidence is in mind, and how much accurate judgment of the market is needed to achieve it. Even when President Pei opened the champagne, he maintained that indifferent and confident expression, as if he had just accomplished a trivial matter. Huang Sibo was convinced. Pei Qian's own office, he slumped on the chair and did not recover for a long time. What's the matter? Did the script get it wrong? Why? Why didn't have any publicity at all? This game is still popular. Is there any king law? Are there any laws? This is totally unreasonable, right? This time, Ruan Guanjin didn't take the initiative to promote it for me, so what part went wrong? Pei Qian worked hard to calm down, turned on the computer and tried to restore the context that if it's not clear, Pei Qian will die. After landing on the official game platform, Pei Qian saw the accurate data of Fortress at Sea that he couldn't help shivering. The number of players online at the same time has reached 100,000. Moreover, this is probably not the limit data. The number of online players reach 100,000 at the same time. Not because there are only 100,000 players, but because the bandwidth of the cloud server rented by Fortress at Sea is only enough to carry 100,000 players, and many players are queuing outside. According to common sense, the server cost and the online game operation cost is not a big cost, unless it can achieve the terrifying volume of World of Warcraft or League of Legends that in general mobile games. If there are about 3,000 active people on a server, renting a cloud server will only cost a few hundred yuan, and the expensive place is mainly in bandwidth. At the same time, the more people online, the higher the bandwidth requirements and the higher the cost. More and more exaggerated. For a light card mobile game like Ghost General, the server cost is not a big overhead. The same is true of Fortress at Sea. As a battle FPS game, many people are playing the standalone mode, all of which are local operations. And the battle mode is also divided into rooms, and there will be no hundreds of players playing national wars at the same time happening. After the room is divided, the server bandwidth pressure is much smaller than that of the MMORPG game with massive multiplayer on the same screen. Though what's more, Pei Qian predicted that Fortress at Sea would be a big hit, so he didn't prepare too much bandwidth for Fortress at Sea at all. However, after a few days, Fortress at Sea has skyrocketed from a few hundred active people to 100,000 online at the same time, and many players have begun to line up. And so far, what Qilin has sold more than 1,000 units, making a net profit of more than 400,000. Pei Qian slumped on the chair. More than 400,000 yuan is not difficult to spend. The problem is, from the experience of Ghost General, this is just the beginning. With the continuous popularity of Fortress at Sea, next week's income will definitely be more than 400,000. And with the number of people skyrocketing, this fire unicorn will definitely sell more. If the income is less, it must be more than 3 million. This is still the effect after discounting. Because of Pei Qian's pricing strategy, Fortress at Sea is basically a free game. It costs no money to download, and it doesn't sell anything else in the game except Fire Qilin. In other words, a small number of local tyrants will buy fire unicorns, but the average player has nowhere to spend. If Pei Qian learns from other Krypton Gold games and organizes more gift packages, promotions, etc., it is estimated that this income can be pushed up by 2 or 3 times. Under the condition of deliberately using the pricing strategy to hold the hands of the players so that they do not stretch into their wallets, they still make a net profit of more than 400,000 yuan a week. What the hell is this? Pei Qian was dizzy. Chapter 68 Analysis Report. Searched the internet for a long time. Pei Qian was stunned that he didn't understand how Fortress at Sea became popular. Looking through the comment area, the attitudes of the players are basically divided into 2 groups. One part is blowing, the other part is black, and the 2 groups are arguing. As for the rating of Fortress at Sea, a magical C shape appeared, with a lot of 5 stars and 1 star. And finally, the overall rating of the game was fixed at 7.3 points. Although the length of 1 star is short, it is also longer than the length of 2 stars. The word of mouth is not good, but it is not bad. As for the evaluation of players, it is mixed. Pei Qian scoured the game platforms, major websites, and forums for comments on Fortress at Sea, and saw several hot posts discussing the 3 games Fortress at Sea, Anti-Terrorism Plan, and Bullet Scar. As a result, Pei Qian became more and more confused. I can't believe that the domestic game can make the plot mode so well. It must be praised with 5 stars. 4-star praise. 1 point is deducted for the name. This is a good game that was almost delayed by the name. I burst into tears at the scene where I finally escaped with the little girl and the sea fortress exploded. I was really moved. I really completely replaced the protagonist. This kind of feeling is rarely brought by domestic games. The battle mode of this game is really innovative. Both the biochemical mode and the ghost mode are ingenious, and the entertainment effect is perfect. I am a handicapped hand who was abused into a dog in the battle mode, and I can play the biochemical mode very much. It's all the Navy hired by the game company to blow this game. This sloppy feel, and the face blowing, pulky feel. I'm dying of laughter. The feeling you are not used to is a sloppy feel. I think this game is better than Counterterrorism Plan, and the crazy headshot feels great. This sand sculpture game sells 888 for a weapon, and the weapons are also graded. It's still a competitive game? It's an insult to the word competition. I thought about it, and no one said that this is a competitive game. And this game is only bought by very few local tyrants, right? It is a free game in other aspects, and there is no charge for the game itself. Not to mention the fire unicorn. The added attributes are minimal. I think this game is just too conscientious. I also think it's too conscientious. On the other hand, looking at Bullet Scar next door, please don't discuss Bullet Scar. We are now discussing Fortress at Sea and Anti-Terrorism Plan. Whoever discusses Bullet Scar is the Navy invited by Manhwa. Fuck. What did you say when you Fortress at Sea rubbed off on the popularity of our bullet cracks? Do you still need a face? Take your heat? Don't make a fuss. It's because your game is too rubbish. The players of Fortress at Sea just ran off to tap water, and they still take your interest. Why don't you say that anti-terrorism plan also takes your interest? Pei Qian's brain hurts when he sees it that I don't understand. I really don't understand. He searched over and over for a long time, but he didn't understand how Fortress at Sea was so popular. Lonely Desert Highway became popular, and Pei Qian found the original video of Qiao Laosher. Ghost General became popular, and Pei Qian found Ruan Guangjin's Weibo. But Fortress at Sea became popular, and Pei Qian did not find any culprit. That it's weird that IT stands to reason that, for a game to become popular, there must be a first wave of people actively promoting it and forming a hot spot. And then the game can be better recommended on the official platform and slowly start to spread. The key question now is, where did the first wave of people come from? Pei Qian didn't understand, but he had to understand that he must figure out where Fortress at Sea failed. As the saying goes, eat a cut and gain wisdom, and analyze where Fortress at Sea failed so that you can avoid making the same mistake next time. Otherwise, the next time I make a game, it will become popular again inexplicably. Who can stand it? Man, you must never fall in the same place twice. Pei Qian thought about it for a long time. Got it, I really can't analyze why this game failed, but I'm the boss. Why do I do such a thing myself? Let Huang Sibo analyze and present the analysis report to me. Thinking of Huang Sibo, Pei Qian's teeth itch with hatred. Although it's still unclear what's going on, but Fortress at Sea is so popular. This guy whose abbreviation is HSB can't get rid of it. Is the story mode great? The battle gameplay is very innovative. This is obviously a good thing done by Huang Sibo and Bao Su. Let Huang Sibo produce an analysis report. I will take a good look at who is in this pot, and then settle accounts in the autumn. Thinking of this, Pei Qian sent a private message to Huang Sibo. Huang Sibo is still excited about the success of Fortress at Sea. Suddenly, he found that President Pei had sent him a message. Publish an analysis report on the success factors of Fortress at Sea. Comprehensively analyze it from various angles such as design and publicity, and send it to me directly. Huang Sibo was stunned for a moment and immediately replied, "Okay, Mr. Pei." Although he came to live, Huang Sibo was not only not angry at all, but very happy. His current mood is like that of a top student who is assigned homework by the teacher. Why does President Pei want this analysis report? Is it because he doesn't understand why Fortress at Sea is successful? What a joke, of course not. The general direction of this game was set by President Pei. The publicity strategy of inaction and governance was also decided by President Pei. Obviously, for the understanding of this game, President Pei must be higher than everyone else. So why does he want this analysis report? Very simple. This is helping us consolidate our knowledge points. Just like the teacher will ask the students to hand in a final summary after completing a test, the teacher hopes that in this way, the students will continue to learn from experience and make continuous progress. This is President Pei's high regard for me. Otherwise, why is this task not handed over to others, but to me? Huang Sibo was very excited. He immediately opened the document and wrote down everything he knew about the success of Fortress at Sea. A few hours later, Pei Qian received the report. Quick view. The front is an analysis of the success of the gameplay of Fortress at Sea. For example, reducing the difficulty and catering to a large number of ordinary players. The excellent plot mode, coupled with the player's love for domestic games, has won a good reputation. Rich battle modes. The game has no threshold, allowing players to download experience without pressure. The pricing strategy of Huakalin 888 satisfies the desire of local tyrants to pretend to show off. The Fire Unicorn attribute is within the controllable range, and it has an experience bonus effect on other players in the room. So instead of rejecting the local tyrant players who use the Fire Unicorn, ordinary players are very welcome. Looking at these analyses, Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. That what's the situation? Not quite what I expected. Is the script wrong? Shouldn't this be the reason for Fortress at Sea? How did it become a reason for success? Pei Qian forcibly suppressed his urge to die and continued to look down. The following is an analysis of the publicity effect of the rapid spread of Fortress at Sea. That he wants to find out who the inner ghost is. Chapter 69 White Busy. Pei Qian's eyes scanned the second half of the report word by word. After reading it, Pei Qian blinked his eyes inexplicably, looked out the window, and then read the report carefully from beginning to end. According to the report, it all originated from Lin Wan. Huang Sibo, seems to be unable to escape the relationship. However, it is difficult to say that this pot belongs to a certain person. Huang Sibo didn't plan to promote and publicize Fortress at Sea at all. He just felt that after Fortress at Sea was launched, the next stage of research and development plans and revision plans should be formulated as soon as possible. So he wanted to find some guinea pig players to experience and collect players' opinions. As a result, because the number of players in Fortress at Sea was too small, Huang Sibo had no way out, so he only had to turn to members of the design team. When Lin Wan was in Tianhua Studio before, he happened to be in charge of connecting with some influential FPS players. Therefore, Lin Wan recommended Fortress at Sea to these people and let them experience it. And Fortress at Sea has aroused a warm response among these people due to its excellent game quality, especially the plot mode, which is simply praised. And Chinsha and others soon became really fragrant and began to frantically pull people in the group for the sake of 888's Fire Unicorn. At the beginning, Chinsha didn't like Fire Chilin and thought it was a fancy local tyrant. He was a high-end professional player and didn't need such a thing at all. But when I got it, I realized it was delicious. As a unique weapon, this is not a matter of attributes, but a matter of face. There are so many people in a room. As soon as you take out the Fire Unicorn, other people will immediately come around and worship you. Moreover, Fire Unicorns can also add experience to everyone in the room, so people holding Fire Unicorns are very popular. After Chinsha got the Fire Unicorn, basically everywhere he went was the focus of everyone's attention. This feeling seems to be really interesting. Others also tried their best to get the Fire Unicorn, and they started running water at the same time. Fortress at Sea quickly spread among many FPS game players and won the first batch of core players. After that, Fortress at Sea became a better recommendation on the official game platform due to the soaring data in the short term. But this alone is not enough for Fortress at Sea to gain so many players and such high popularity. This time, Bullet Scar is also online. After its launch, Bullet Scar spent a lot of resources on promotion, and all kinds of advertisements were overwhelming, and many video authors had a good meal, making the game Bullet Scar instantly entered the field of vision of a large number of ordinary players. According to the normal script, after these people enter the game Bullet Scar, some of them should be lost and some of them should be left behind. However, many players who have already played Fortress at Sea go to play Bullet Scar and immediately feel that this game is so rubbish. It doesn't feel good enough. The battle mode is not rich enough. No. Story mode. The charging mode is much more pitiful than Fortress at Sea. And you can't get a cool weapon like the Fire Unicorn without spending money. Bullet Scar is in a realistic style. Some very expensive weapons are at most just slow down the texture. Compared with a weapon full of special effects like the Fire Unicorn, it is really bad. Therefore, many people also deliberately went to the comment area of Bullet Scar to leave a message. Trash game, hang by Fortress at Sea. The light of domestic FPS games? Sorry, this title can only belong to Fortress at Sea. This game is too serious and looks ugly. It is recommended to learn about Fortress at Sea. Wait for these remarks, filling the various common areas of Bullet Scar. Some are from the heart, and some are to fight. After all, this world lacks everything, and there is no shortage of people who are so idle. Originally, there were not many such remarks. But how can the players of Bullet Scar stand this kind of grievance? There was a quarrel on the spot. The two sides were tit for tat, fiercely confronted, elicited from the side and scolded. In short, the louder, the more noisy, the more people join in. Many players were just here to eat melons. Seeing the quarrel between the two sides, they couldn't help but join in the argument. So things got out of hand. Many players who were attracted by the advertisements of bullet cracks tried Fortress at Sea out of curiosity and immediately found that they would never go back. These two games are not the same grade at all. The plot is over, the feel is over, and Fortress at Sea is free, which is far more conscientious than Bullet Scar. As a result, bullet cracks became an interface, and those players attracted by advertising basically went to Fortress at Sea. After such an operation, the data of Fortress at Sea exploded. Not only players who like FPS games poured in, but even many players who didn't play FPS games very much before were also attracted. In fact, strictly speaking, anti-terrorism plan is still strong, and many old players are still insisting. However, Just these new influx players are enough to make a lot of money for Fortress at Sea. What's more, this is just the beginning. Although Anti-Terrorism Plan is good in the final analysis, it is only a standalone game, and it is inconvenient for friends to open the black. Sea Fortress is an online game with rich entertainment. In the long run, it will inevitably erode the player group of Anti-Terrorism Plan. Except for the Fire Unicorn, Fortress at Sea is almost completely free. Under the circumstances, the future of Fortress at Sea is bound to be unlimited. Pei Qian felt as if he was paralyzed. Did I ask this fate kidding me? How can this kind of thing happen? He never imagined that Lin Wan, who seemed to know nothing, even brought his own channels. Of course, strictly speaking, this is not her own channel. She just happened to know a few FPS game player group owners and some influential players in the FPS game field because of her previous work. These people were all gathered by Tianhua Studio to make Bullet Scar, that as a result, it was a single spark of this group of people, and with the help of the dead grass and bullet cracks, it burned into a prairie fire. Pei Qian, who wanted to share the pot, was suddenly confused that who's to blame. Blame Huang Sibo and Bao Su? They did exactly what I said they made the game. Wei Linwan. She just found a group of players to be guinea pigs according to Huang Sibo's request. Tianhua Studio and Bullet Scar help a lot that on the one hand, the opinion leaders of so many FPS players gathered together, and on the other hand, they advertised wildly, which led to the promotion of Fortress at Sea. But it seems that I decided to hit the schedule with bullet cracks by myself. Could it be that the cauldron is on me? Something seems wrong. Pei Qian couldn't help but fell into deep doubts about himself. This kind of feeling, as if I already had the chance to win, but was suddenly taken away by a wave. Pei Qian's heart went cold. 3 months. Busy work in vain. Calm. I'm going to save myself. Chapter 70 salary increase for all staff. Friday, January 29th, starting from the 18th, the profits generated by Fortress at Sea have been recorded successively, and the weekly income is around 400,000 to 500,000. The next settlement is January 31st, and there are 2 days left. During this time, Pei Qian was still trying to spend money. The servers and bandwidth of Ghost General and Fortress at Sea have all been expanded, and the rented cloud servers are all given the highest specifications. I outsourced the most expensive customer service team with the best service attitude and the most high-end Tai Chi Kung Fu. Although it still doesn't cost much every month, it is still an expense. But even so, Pei Qian still felt desperate. Wealth Conversion System Host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio 100 to 1. Loss conversion ratio 1 to 1 next settlement time. 2 days later system funds. 1,124,355.3, 624355.3. Personal property. 708.3. Pei Qian felt a little unlovable. The original system funds, there are still 7 or 8,000 left, which could not be spent in the past 2 weeks, even though Pei Qian was working hard. The system funds still broke through 1 million. The good news is that with the continuous decrease of new players, the revenue of Ghost General finally began to drop sharply after 3 months, and it only recorded more than 200,000 this week. The bad news is that Fortress at Sea has started to make money, and it has made a net profit of more than 400,000 this week. The worst news is that this is likely just the beginning. Sea Fortress is different from Ghost General. The difference between the two games is too great. At most, Ghost General will only make a fuss in the circle of mobile games, and because the price is too conscientious, at most, it will buy a 30 yuan lifetime card, so the stamina must be insufficient. But Fortress at Sea is different. As a successful FPS game, it is aimed at the largest client player group at present. Also, it's free and extremely diffusive. It has a high ceiling of Krypton Gold. And although there are not many players who buy Fire Unicorns, as long as one comes out, it can stand up to the 88 ordinary players of Ghost General. In the future, the income of Fortress at Sea will probably be higher, but he considered that if he wanted to update the versions of Ghost General and Fortress at Sea, and then spend a lot of money to buy a batch of art resources, he would be able to spend another sum of money. However, when a new version is released, there must be a new charging point, which is a requirement of the system. And there cannot be any unreleased products a week before settlement, otherwise settlement will be delayed. Therefore, the similar idea of making a new version can only wait for the next cycle. For other expenses, whether it is for celebration or bonus. Although the system allows it, it is not unlimited and can only be maintained within a reasonable range. That is, want to hit a loss in 2 days? Very difficult. But Pei Qian did not lose hope. Pei Qian considered it before, but now he has only 2 choices. Choose one, no longer lose system funds, and wait for settlement. The advantage is that about 6,000 personal properties can be converted. The downside is that most of the target amount of funds replenished by the system this time is around 1 million, and the current system funds have reached this number, so it will definitely not be replenished, just like the last settlement. Option 2, continue to lose the system funds, and lose as much as you can without affecting the settlement. The advantage is that no matter how much money is lost, the system will inevitably replenish funds, which is very comfortable. The downside is that there are fewer convertible personal properties, and 5,000 may shrink to 3 or 2,000. However, if it can make a loss of less than 490,400, it will be more profitable than the current surplus. After a little thought, Pei Qian wanted to understand. Still have to keep losing. As for how to lose, new tricks are needed. During this time, Pei Qian's understanding of the system has also deepened. According to the regulations of the system funds can only be used for aspects related to the company's business activities, and the use of personal property is completely unlimited. However, how to use the system funds is not so rigid. It can be slightly flexible within a certain range. Take the simplest meal, for example. Pei Qian can't spend system funds when he eats by himself or invites friends to dinner in private. However, it's fine to invite employees to dinner. However, such things as gatherings should not be too frequent, not every meal, nor more than a certain amount. For example, if you just had a dinner yesterday, if you want to have a dinner today, you can't unless you find a reasonable reason. Like the reasons that Pei Qian found before, exchange and learning, celebrating the success of game development, etc., are all possible. In this regard, the system behaves quite intelligently, and the judgment of violations and the restrictions on the use of system funds are in a dynamic situation. Many things are not absolutely forbidden, and sometimes they can be done in a disguised form. Similarly, Pei Qian previously rented a house, rented a car, bought a high-end suit, bought a high-end game book, etc., all of which passed on his personal needs to the name of the company through smartly established names. Of course, this smartly established name is not a panacea. For example, Pei Qian wants to buy a pair of tens of thousands of sneakers, going to buy a concert ticket for a favorite singer, buy a set of high-end cosmetics, buying a luxury supercar, rewarding a female anchor. Anything that cannot be done in the name of the company is not allowed. Now that Pei Qian has 1.1 million system funds, he decided to continue to spend money by surprise after thinking about it. In the last settlement, Pei Qian was powerless because he was alone. But this time is different. Pei Qian has his lovely staff. Pei Qian has made a detailed plan. After confirming, Pei Qian called Assistant XIN to his office. Has the salary standard been revised? Pei Qian asked. XIN Hailu nodded. Yes, Mr. Pei, I have done exactly what you explained before. The first is the salary adjustment of all staff. According to the rank, the salary of the supervisor will be increased by 60%, and the salary of the others will be increased by 30%. The second is to implement the project bonus system. 15% of the net profit of the game is used as a project bonus and distributed to all employees involved in research and development. And to take care of the employees' lives, each employee will be issued a shopping card of 1,000 yuan per month. Pei Qian nodded. Very good. These expenses, whether it is the increase in salary adjustment or the proportion of project bonuses, are the highest values allowed by the current system. Pei Qian wanted to give higher, but the system did not allow it, so he had to give up. Before the launch of Fortress at Sea, Pei Qian also thought about making project bonuses and issuing shopping cards, but it didn't make sense because Ghost General is entirely made by Pei Qian himself. It is really unreasonable to use the money from Ghost General to give bonuses to people like Huang Sibo. But this time it's different. Fortress at Sea was created by Huang Sibo, Bao Su, and the group of people in the design team. It is reasonable to give some bonuses. Moreover, the profitability of the company has risen, and it is also very reasonable for each employee to issue a shopping card as a benefit. Assistant XIN held a small book. The salary should be credited today. Do you have any other instructions? Pei Qian was relieved. And when the salary was sent out, the system funds could kill more than 300,000 yuan. This time with the project bonus, it is almost the rhythm of the monthly salary of all staff exceeding 10,000. Are there any other expenses? Chapter 71 Special Reimbursement. Pei Qian suddenly thought again. Wait a minute, I think of another one. I decided to give each employee a certain amount of reimbursement, which can be reimbursed for a certain value of office supplies in one cycle. As for the specific amount, in a cycle of March, each employee can be reimbursed for 3,500 yuan of office supplies. Pei Qian is not thinking. He is testing the system that if the period is shorter than 3 months and the reimbursement amount exceeds 3,500 yuan, the system will not allow it. Xian Hailu was a little puzzled. Mr. Pei, we currently have unlimited reimbursement for employees, including their overtime taxi fares, travel expenses, etc., all reimbursed in full. The 3,500 yuan limit refers specifically to, Pei Qian explained. This is called special reimbursement. With this money, they can freely purchase anything related to work. For example, doesn't Bao Su like to play games? He can use the money to buy some cards and equipment. Another example, an employee already has enough headphones, but if he feels that a better headset will allow him to hear better game sound quality and help make the game, then he can use the money to buy a gaming headset. Xian Hailu nodded. Understood, President Pei. Pei Qian also noticed this recently. The same as reimbursement, and the system has different tolerances for different behaviors. The original reimbursement was a unified standard for all employees. For example, everyone who works overtime and takes a taxi can be reimbursed in full, and everyone is the same. As for office computers, everyone is standard with mechanical keyboards, dual-screen monitors, and so on. However, some special requirements are not recognized by the system. For example, Bao Su said, if I want to experience a certain game, what should I do if I have to pay for it? The system does not report. And Huang Sibo said, I want a $2,000 mechanical keyboard or a $3,000 gaming headset, which will help me experience the game. Okay. The system does not respond. These slightly far-fetched reasons were originally not allowed. The system has different criteria for the necessities that everyone in the company needs to do their jobs. Pei Qian's boss's standards are very high, and buying high-end suits is also allowed. This should be a special treatment from the host or boss. And the limitation is that the host, as the boss, can't pay himself a salary. Other employees can only be reimbursed for necessary expenses within the scope of work. This is also very reasonable. If the system reimburses the full amount of recharge the game and high-end headphones purchased for a better experience of the game, Pei Qian only needs to let all employees play domestic Krypton Gold games and smash them like crazy. Money can destroy the system funds. The system is clearly not stupid. But now Pei Qian went in a circle very subtly that he found that the system is not completely intolerable to such non-essential expenses, provided that there is no unlimited reimbursement. There must be a fixed limit. Therefore, set a limit for each person, and they can spend the system funds under the banner of work just like Pei Qian. Pei Qian pinches fingers that I end this way. Only this special reimbursement item can increase the monthly expenses by 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. What's even better is that these money are not involved in the production process at all and are purely employee benefits issued in strict accordance with the company's system. That is, without delaying settlement. Pei Qian couldn't help but secretly rejoiced, I'm such a genius. Workspace. Lately, the entire company has been in a state of ecstasy. The design team is refreshing the game data almost every day. Seeing that the popularity of Fortress at Sea is also increasing, it completely crushed Bullet Scar. Although everyone can't see the specific data of Bullet Cracks, judging from the rankings and follow-up recommendations of the official game platform, this crash, Bullet Cracks, is miserable enough that it can be said that it is getting worse. Although the charging structure of Bullet Scar is much more reasonable than that of Fortress at Sea, it is useless. How much money the game makes is not based on the fee structure, but on the number of players. No matter how reasonable the fee structure is, what is the use of players running away? The quality of Fortress at Sea can be said to be better than Bullet Scar in an all-round way. So the result of this collision is all kinds of crushing, and slowly all the players of Bullet Scar are snatched up. Players spend less, Fortress at Sea makes more money. The only thing is Bullet Scar. Huang Sibo couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Pei is Really unpredictable. Maybe he had expected this scene when he exchanged successful experiences with Tianhua Studio, deliberately released at the same time as Bullet Cracks, just to let Bullet Cracks promote Fortress at Sea and rub off their popularity. This is too hard to rub, and rubbed Bullet Cracks bald. In fact, everyone is very curious about the current state of Tianhua Studio, but they dare not ask. Asking now, it is easy to be regarded as showing off. The hatred value is full, and hatred is formed on the spot. But after thinking about it, even if you don't ask, the hatred value is already full. Forget it. After all the money, what do you want to do? Just as Huang Sibo was thinking, the phone rang. Pick it up and take a look. Salary text messages. What do you mean? Why is the salary so much more? The question mark on Huang Sibo's head. This month, he actually didn't work much overtime, and it stands to reason that there shouldn't be much overtime pay. But upon closer inspection, the salary amount almost startled him. The basic salary was originally 4,000, but after a 60% salary increase, it came to 6,400. The project bonus is 15% of the profit of the game. Fortress at Sea, which is about 130,000 yuan in 2 weeks. As the main executive strategy of the project, Huang Sibo can get a little more than other employees, about 8,000 yuan. ASA result. This month's salary reached an astonishing 15,000. Of course, you have to pay the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund in full, and you have to deduct taxes. However, the monthly salary in 2010 exceeded 10,000 yuan, which is a proper income that can be used to pretend. What's more, with the continuous popularity of the game Fortress at Sea, the more game income, the more project bonuses Huang Sibo can get. In this way, the salary for the next month can only be higher. The project he was responsible for was completed, and President Pei generously distributed a large bonus. Simply double the joy. But it's not over yet. Xi and Hailu came to the office area and started to distribute shopping cards. This is a pale gold shopping card with the logo of the largest shopping mall in Jingzhou. After all were distributed, Xi and Hailu came to the middle of the office area and introduced with a smile. Don't lose the shopping card in your hand. There will be a limit of 1,000 yuan every month. You can go to the mall to buy some necessities at will. In addition, starting today, President Pei has formulated a special reimbursement system for everyone. Every 3 months, the company can reimburse you for consumption of no more than 3,500 yuan, including the following items. Assistant Xine briefly introduced the scope of this special reimbursement. For example, game recharges can also be reimbursed. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Especially Bao Su, the whole person is full of energy. And what about this good thing? Doesn't that mean that in the future, you won't have to charge your own money to play games in the future? Chapter 72 is paid shopping okay? Everyone is a little embarrassed. On the company's side, high-end computers are arranged. Overtime is paid for overtime. Project bonuses, snacks, and daily reimbursements are all filled. Now, is it okay to reimburse employees for recharging money for playing games? Seen to see everyone's concerns, Xi and Hailu smiled and continued. Don't be embarrassed. This afternoon, Pei will always go to the mall with everyone to celebrate the success of Fortress at Sea. Everyone pack up, get off work on time at 3 p.m., and the bus will be waiting downstairs on time. Pei Qian had expected that someone might be embarrassed. Especially for this special reimbursement of 3,500, Pei Qian was very worried that some people would be embarrassed to use IT.so. Today he is going to take this group of people to the mall specially, so that they must use up all the shopping cards and special reimbursement quotas. After all, Pei Qian is now spending money in a surprise attack, and it will naturally be replenished when the system funds are settled. He calculated a little. System funds are now around 1.1 million. The cost of salary and bonuses this month is about 400,000 yuan, and the shopping cart is more than 30,000 yuan. Everyone's special reimbursement limit is full, and it is in the early 100,000 yuan. Pei Qian buys something for himself and spends more than 100,000 yuan. Doing the math in this way, there is still hope to make a loss if you spend money on surprise. It is a pity that the rent and other expenses have been paid at the beginning of the month, and it is impossible to pay the next month in advance. Pei Qian became happier the more he counted, and decided to take everyone to the mall to spend money. Everyone must spend the 3,500 special reimbursement for me, and not a penny is left. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone took the bus to the mall. After getting out of the car, Pei Qian clapped his hands gently, signaling everyone to pay attention. Today is to celebrate the success of Fortress at Sea. Everyone has worked hard, so everyone is rewarded for paid shopping. 1,000 shopping cards must be spent, and the special reimbursement limit of 3,500 must be spent. If one person can't spend it, everyone is not allowed to leave. Okay, let's go. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and then there was a burst of cheers. It is good. Thank you, President Pei. A few young people immediately ran to the counter happily. Paid shopping is too showy. I have never seen that kind of treatment from that company, such a big mall. You can buy it. The money they can spend is not only the 1,000 yuan shopping card and the 3,500 special reimbursement limit, but also the salary. Everyone's salary has just experienced a general increase, plus the bonus of the project. All of them have saved a huge sum of money. There must be a lot of things to buy. Pei Qian quickly saw that the employees under his command were divided into several groups and dispersed. The fastest runner should be the one with the strongest desire to shop. It is not a problem to spend all the money. Those who are hesitant and go in when they see the storefront may spend a little ink, but it should not be left at AS for the last handful of people who are dawdling and not having a strong desire to shop. Pei Qian felt that he had to focus on them. These people are very likely to spend money. This bad habit of not spending money decisively must be changed. Huang Sibo, Xiao Lu, Lin Wan, and Ma Yang gradually fell into the final echelon, and Pei Qian decided to focus on them. Except for Lin Wan, the other three belong to the type who don't spend much money, and their material needs are not high, so they don't have much enthusiasm for shopping. As for Lin Wan, she really felt that she didn't lack anything. If she was lacking, she would have bought it long ago and would not have waited until now. For her, observing Pei Qian is more important than spending money. In Lin Wan's opinion, Pei Qian is so special as a boss. Is it not enough to issue a shopping card and give everyone a special reimbursement amount, but also take the initiative to bring everyone to the mall for shopping? So sweet. Could it be that this is the legendary warm-hearted boss? A few people wandered aimlessly in the mall, and soon came to the store of Shenhua Digital.as, the largest communication technology and hardware manufacturer in China. Shenhua Group also engages in real estate and high-tech industries, but its main business is digital products, computers, mobile phones, earphones, and so on. Xiao Lu picked up the latest flagship mobile phone and couldn't put it down. In Pei Qian's view, compared with the mobile phones of the same period in the previous life, the sales of these mobile phones are actually quite good. In 2009 and 10 in the previous life, smartphones were not yet popular. There are various mobile phones on the market. Many of them have physical keys, and many even have full keyboards. In this world, the popularity of smartphones is earlier, and most of these mobile phones are full touchscreen, which is about 2 or 3 years faster than in the previous life, which is not too different from the first generation of Xiaomi. Xiao Lu is now holding a Shenhua G9, which is a rare mobile phone on the market that is slightly biased towards mobile gamers. The price is $39.99. After watching for a long time, Xiao Lu silently put it down. Pei Qian was not happy at that time. Why, don't you like it? Pei Qian asked. Xiao Lu hurriedly said, no, I just think my current mobile phone can fight for another year. Also, $39.99 is a bit expensive. Expensive? Use special reimbursement. Pei Qian said. Ah, President Pei, can this be reimbursed with special reimbursement? Xiao Lu was a little confused. I bought this mobile phone. It has nothing to do with work. Pei Qian shook his head. Why doesn't it matter? We can't rule out that there are mobile game development plans in the future. Maybe a new version of Ghost General? What's wrong with buying a game phone as a test machine? Xiao Lu was at a loss for a moment. The reimbursement limit for special reimbursement is 3,500. You can use the shopping card to offset the remaining $499. Isn't it just right? Xiao Lu blinked. But what is it? Don't you want this phone? Your G6 is a phone from 2 years ago. It's almost stuck in PPT, right? I'm going to criticize you. Using this kind of phone will obviously slow down your work efficiency. If I have something to call you in the future, but your phone is blocked, isn't this a delay? For the sake of work, quickly replace it for me. Pei Qian sullen. Xiao Lu had no choice but to nod. Okay, President Pei. With some excitement, he picked up a brand new, unopened cell phone on the counter and went to checkout. Remember, swipe the card for $3,500, use the shopping card for $499, and then give the receipt to Assistant XIN for reimbursement. Don't spend your salary. Seeing that Xiao Lu went to checkout, Pei Qian was a little unsure. He looked at Huang Sibo. I think your phone should be changed too? Huang Sibo hurriedly waved his hand. Don't, Mr. Pei. I just changed my phone more than 2 months ago. But your phone is a youth version, and the youth version is digital garbage, you know? Pei Qian saw it at a glance. No need for President Pei. I have other things I want to buy. Huang Sibo still refused. Pei Qian nodded. Since there are other things he wants to buy, he will wait. That he looked at Lin Wan again, but Lin Wan raised his left hand and showed his Shenhua M10 that this is the latest business flagship mobile phone, and the minimum configuration is more than 5,000. The color matching of this one in Lin Wan's hand is quite special, and most of them are high-end version. Lin Wan said, I basically have everything in this store, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian, okay, the rich second generation can do whatever they want. You are amazing. Chapter 73, A Historic Turnaround. Pei Qian walked around the store again and turned to the headphones. Ma Yang, I remember your earphones are still a street stall for $20. Pei Qian looked at Ma Yang. Gee, oh no, Mr. Pei, it's a street stall, but it's very useful. Ma Yang stopped the car in time and did not reveal his relationship with Pei Qian in front of others. Then how can it work? The goods on the ground are goods on the ground. How can they be enough? This latest earphone, $29.99, take it and listen to it if it is less than 10,000. Pei Qian put the earphones directly into Ma Yang's hands. That Ma Yang was taken aback. President Pei. But my current job has nothing to do with headphones. Ma Yang is currently doing errands in the design team. Basically, he occasionally fills in a form, uses an editor, or raises resource requirements. The work really has little to do with headphones. Pei Qian thought for a while. Prepare for future work. In the future, you may need to communicate with outsourcers to ask for music and sound effects. If you don't have a good pair of headphones, you can't hear the music and sound effects from the outsourcing company. How? Ma Yang scratched his head. But aren't the headphones equipped with the company's computer already good? Pei Qian's face sank. Can you take back the headphones that come with the company's computer? After get off work. What if there is an emergency that needs to be communicated with the music outsourcing company? Ma Yang was speechless. That IT seems. That makes sense. A smile bloomed onto Chang's face. Ma Yang took the headset and ran to the checkout. Like Xiao Lu, he really wanted to buy it, but he was reluctant to pay for it himself, and he was a little embarrassed to use the special reimbursement amount. But when Pei Qian urged them like this, they had no psychological burden at all. When you get something in your hand, it's just one word, beautiful. The key point is that this is equivalent to not spending a penny, and the company has all reported it. Where can I find such good things? Soon, the two of them settled the bill. Xiao Lu put on a new phone on the spot and couldn't put it down. That a few people continued to stroll in the mall. Pei Qian stared at the employees while walking around to see who would dare not spend well. Forcing Huang Sibo to buy a new tablet, euphemistically called improving productivity. Forcing the two little girls at the front desk to buy some beautiful clothes, euphemistically calling it improving the company's image. There are also some other things. Anyway, as long as you see what your employees want to buy, you can immediately make a plan and arrange it. In some cases, there is really no reason to make a clever name. For example, a male employee wants to buy a women's bag to send back to his girlfriend. This Pei Qian really can't think of a way to do it, so he can only change it. After visiting the mall, Pei Qian expressed his satisfaction. Well, everyone's money is pretty much spent. After checking it, the system funds were originally 1.1 million. Today, Pei Qian made a frantic operation, paying wages and bonuses, issuing shopping cards, and engaging in special reimbursement. He has already done more than 530,000, that there are 570,000 remaining funds in the system. Well, then I can only rely on myself. Pei Qian knew that the other employees had done their best, and the last 70,000 yuan had to be paid for by himself. After losing 70,000 yuan, every extra penny spent could be converted into personal property 1:1. Now is the last step of the long march, and it must be completed in one battle. Pei Qian first came to a high-end suit shop, deliberately avoiding Jixia, who had bought it before. However, he soon left silently. System rejects? Probably because Pei Qian bought too many suits last time. The system thinks that he has no need to continue buying clothes now. Afterwards, Pei Qian came to Lalix's store and wanted to buy a watch. This time, the system did not directly reject it. However, Pei Qian has seen all the way from the most expensive watch of more than 200,000 yuan to the end, and the system only allows him to buy the most basic entry model, 40,000 yuan. Although it is also a rookie, it is too cheap. Pei Qian felt a little pain in the ass. But thinking that 40,000 yuan is also money, he took it decisively. As the saying goes, the more you wear, the more responsibility you take. Pei Qian believes that as a boss, he is the person with the greatest responsibility, and it is reasonable to wear a $200,000 watch. But obviously the system doesn't seem to think so, and probably thinks that Pei Qian is only worth 40,000. Pei Qian is very painful. Continue shopping. You can't even buy a watch that's too good, so you can't buy other things that have little to do with work, such as very expensive men's perfume, men's skincare products, and so on. Pei Qian was not in a hurry. He finally felt a little bit in his heart after spending more than 40,000 yuan. Come on, this is the final stage of the rush to spend. Lin Wan and Huang Sibo had already completed their shopping quotas, and they followed Pei Qian around while silently observing President Pei. Especially Lin Wan is quite curious about what Pei will always buy, but after watching it for a while, she found that her understanding of President Pei seemed to be overturned again. In terms of personal life, President Pei is actually such a frugal person. She could clearly see that there were some things that Pei Qian really wanted to buy. For example, the classic luxury perfume gift box of the brand starting with G, which costs about 1,000 yuan. Mr. Pei obviously likes it very much. However, after looking at it, I put it down again. And that custom suit, which Mr. Pei tried on a little bit, it fit and looked very good. The price was only in the early 10,000s, but he didn't even buy it. There is also the watch of Lalix. Mr. Pei looked all the way from the watch of more than 200,000 yuan, and actually only took the cheapest entry model, which was only more than 40,000 yuan. A successful boss like Boss Pei actually only wears more than 40,000 fishing luxuries. Lin Wan couldn't help but be shocked. Pei Qian continued to shop, buying things sporadically. If the system prohibits the purchase, you can only give up. The system didn't say no to buy it, just put it all together. But even so, Pei Qian couldn't buy too many things, because the system has too many rules and regulations. I took a buy Balong pen, more than 7,000, bought a belt with a golden G beginning, more than 3,000, bought a men's business bag, more than 20,000. Some of the most expensive, some are mid-range, and it all depends on the limitations of the system. What Pei Qian has to do is to buy the best ones within the range allowed by the system. Walking around, Pei Qian found that there really seemed to be nothing to buy. After doing the inventory, Pei Qian felt that he had bought a lot of things, but there were not many bags in his hand. The total price of everything is 73,000. Completed more than 3,000 losses. Pei Qian couldn't help but look happy. A historic step. This is the result of the surprise spending, and it is also a lasting victory that has been adhering to the concept of not the best, only the most expensive. Every penny you spend in the future can be seamlessly converted into your own personal income, and Pei Qian's smile has some different meanings in the eyes of others. Lin Wan was very emotional. Fortress at Sea is so successful, it is conservatively estimated that Mr. Pei has to make $2 million a month. As a result, it is still so frugal. Chapter 74, A Big Step in History. Lin Wan noticed that President Pei passed by some luxury brands of personal products several times, and he left without even entering a luxury perfume gift box of more than 1,000, but I didn't even buy it. And what Mr. Pei buys are all things that are related to work, even belts and leather bags. They are the types that are more conducive to business negotiation. Altogether, it cost less than 100,000 yuan. Lin Wan was shocked. What a powerful self-control. Ask yourself, if someone else earns 2 million a month, no, even if it is 1 million, it is estimated that tens of thousands of dollars of clothes, bags, and watches will have to be bought. But Mr. Pei only spent less than 100,000 yuan and was satisfied. Simply admirable. thinking of Mr. Pei's generosity in office conditions, as well as his generous salary and bonuses. It is a stark contrast to the current scene. Lin Wan, Huang Sibo, and the others couldn't help but feel a little wet in their eyes. What a fairy boss this is. As for Pei Qian, he didn't notice everyone's reaction at all, that he's still racking his brains. Where else can he spend more money? Now it has entered a state of loss, and any extra penny spent is a bloody profit. However, he has already walked around the mall, and he has basically bought everything that is not restricted by the system. To everyone's shopping was almost over, and they came to the lobby on the first floor to gather. Everyone was carrying shopping bags, and their faces were full of smiles. Paid shopping is great, but Pei Qian didn't want to leave like this. Finally lost more than 3,000. Not reconciled. He looked at Exine Hailu with a flash of inspiration. I want to buy some gifts for a friend who is a boss. Any suggestions? He can't directly say that it is for his own use. It will look very strange and trigger a system warning. Everyone will think, if you want to use it yourself, buy what you want and ask us what to do. But if it was bought for a friend, everyone would make some suggestions, and Pei Qian just took this opportunity to sort out what he still lacked and didn't buy. Exai and Hailu began to quickly make some suggestions, and others also made suggestions, such as high-end suits, perfumes, watches, pins, and so on. Pei Qian shook his head again and again. Most of these he has seen, bought everything he could, and the rest the system would not allow him to buy it. All of them were mentioned again and again, and everyone was a little exhausted, and they didn't know what was left to give that AT this time. Lin Wan said tentatively, "Would you like to give me some glasses?" Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Glasses? Lin Wan nodded. Yes, if this friend of yours is short-sighted, you can send myopia glasses, but the premise is that you need to know his degree. Even if you don't know the degree, or he is not short-sighted, you can only send the frame. Some good-looking glasses can also enhance temperament and represent taste. Pei Qian just wanted to give Lin Wandian 32 likes glasses. Why didn't I think of that? Pei Qian is not short-sighted and doesn't wear glasses, so he didn't think about it at all. Now that I think about it, it seems reasonable to buy glasses for my own use. He looked at Assistant Exine. Where are the most expensive glasses? Exai and Hailu thought for a while. There is a Louis Vuitton store here that sells glasses which should meet your expensive requirements, but most of them are sunglasses. I don't know if they meet your needs. Take me. The two quickly reached the Louis Vuitton store by a straight ladder and found a counter selling glasses. Pei Qian took a look. This price is okay. The cheapest is more than 2,000, and the most expensive is more than 9,000. A pair of glasses sells for more than 9,000. I have to say that this is a bit beyond Pei Qian's understanding, but this is a good thing. It's just that Pei Qian picked up the pair of more than 9,000 sunglasses, and the system banned it. Pei Qian is speechless. Doesn't the system allow you to buy it? Wouldn't that be happy? He tentatively picked up the more than 8,000 glasses next to him. This time the system has no warning. Pei Qian couldn't help but be overjoyed. After carefully comparing the two glasses, he found that the front model was too exaggerated. At first glance, it looked like sunglasses, and the frame was too fancy, which did not meet the needs of business at all. And this more than 8,000 glasses, although the standard is also sunglasses, but the very thin gold frame, the shape of the lens is quite satisfactory, not so exaggerated. Pei Qian put it on and looked at Exayan Hailu. How is it? Exayan Hailu nodded. It's very temperamental, President Pei. Pei Qian was ecstatic, and no wonder the system did not warn, because this glasses can be used as business glasses, and it does have the effect of improving temperament. In the concept of the system, this kind of glasses can be worn during business negotiations to enhance the temperament, which is the same as that of a high-end suit, so it is not limited. Pei Qian directly took two pairs. The shapes were slightly different. This is the maximum quantity allowed by the system. Bought it. Pei Qian swiped the card immediately. The shopping guide was flattered, and hurriedly took out a beautiful gift bag and wrapped it up for Pei Qian. Just after wrapping one, Pei Qian waved his hand when he arrived at the other, indicating that he didn't need it. I wear this myself. Pei Qian directly cut out the light ink sunglasses and put on the frame. Looked in the mirror. Well, it does seem to have a bit more refined temperament. Okay, wear it. Anyway, glasses cost more than 8,000 yuan, so you can't just leave them to eat ashes, right? Looking at the system funds again, Pei Qian was satisfied that I used all my strength to breastfeed and finally managed to lose more than 20,000. This is a small step for Pei Qian, but a giant leap for defeating the system. Back in the lobby, everyone keenly noticed some changes in President Pei's image. There is a pair of gold wire frames on the bridge of the nose, which seems to have improved a lot. President Pei is so handsome. Did President Pei buy a pair himself? It's beautiful. How much are these glasses? It's estimated to be thousands, right? Facing the rainbow farts of the employees, Pei Qian smiled slightly, and his heart was indifferent. Everyone, go back to your own home, and the taxi fare company will report it. Have a good rest on the weekend. On the 31st, the system will settle. The light curtain appeared in Pei Qian's field of vision again. Wealth conversion system host. Pei Qian profit conversion ratio 100 to 1. Loss conversion ratio 1 to 1 to be settled soon. System funds 478,723.5 to 1276.5. Personal property 608.3. Payment in progress. Wealth conversion in progress. System fund 478,723.5. Personal property 21,884.8 to 1276.5. Pei Qian was so moved that he wanted to cry it out. Finally, after so much effort, I finally managed to lose 20,000 yuan. Don't underestimate the $2,000. This is a historic step. That's one small step to lose, but one giant leap to success. Soon, more was revealed on the light curtain. The next settlement time 90 days later. The system funds will be replenished soon. The target amount 1 million. The system fund 521,276.5 is being supplemented. The system funds are replenished. System capital 1 million. Personal assets 21,884.8. Special tasks in this cycle. The company has any physical store under its name, and it needs to be located in the downtown area or around the university. Special task completion reward. On the basis of the original conversion amount, an additional 10% increase. Sure enough, just as Pei Qian expected, this time the amount of system funds has been raised again from 500,000 to 1 million. If Pei Qian's system funds were higher than 1 million before, most of them will not be replenished this time. Pei Qian made a surprise attack and spent more than 470,000 yuan. Not only did he successfully convert 20,000 yuan of personal property, but the system also automatically replenished the funds to 1 million yuan, which can be said to be a bloody profit. And Pei Qian noticed that compared with the previous settlement, there are several differences this time. The first is that after the number of funds reaches 1 million, Pei Qian no longer needs to count the zeros. Secondly, the system has released a special task. The company owns any kind of physical store. If this goal is completed during settlement, the original wealth conversion value will be increased by an additional 10%. Chapter 75, the first elimination system. Start. Great. I just like such a bright system. After gradually figuring out the temper of the system, Pei Qian felt that he was using the system more and more easily. This particular task difficult. Some difficulty, but still acceptable. Moreover, even if there is no special task issued by the system, Pei Qian has long had a similar idea. Pei Qian is very clear that one of the major trends in the next 10 years is that the physical stores are getting worse and worse. There are two main reasons for this. First, rents have risen, and the cost of renting shops has risen sharply. Second, with the rapid development of online shopping platforms and takeaway platforms, more and more people like to stay at home. I used to open any store at the entrance of the university, and I could make some money. Even if it is to open a commissary or a print shop, you can basically make a lot of money. If you open an internet cafe or a restaurant with a good reputation, the profitability will be stronger. But then, more and more brick-and-mortar stores became sluggish and began to close their doors, because many functions of physical stores have been replaced by e-commerce platforms. In the past, many college students bought computers and went to the nearby computer city, and they were tricked by their mothers. Later, everyone went to Godong, and who would go to the computer city to be pitted? Some daily necessities. Some people go to the supermarket to buy, but some people choose to have it delivered directly. For meals, more and more people are ordering takeaways. At most, they go to a high-end restaurant on holidays and generally do not go to the fly restaurant on the roadside. In short, no matter what form of physical store it is basically getting worse and worse, a veritable sunset industry. And this is what Pei Qian likes. But what kind of brick-and-mortar store? The system didn't say what to do. Anyway, as long as it is a physical store, the only restriction is that it must be opened in the downtown area or around the school. Even commissaries, bookstores, print shops, etc. are completely okay. Pei Qian fell into short thoughts and comprehensively analyzed the probability of success of this matter. Although the physical store will get worse in the next 10 years, but at this point in time, will it be possible to pay for it? It doesn't seem to be, because it is 2010. Online shopping and takeaway are still in their infancy, and brick-and-mortar stores are still quite profitable. For example, bookstores, small supermarkets, internet cafes, etc. in front of the school are all booming. Even opening a print shop in a corner can make a lot of money. Students usually print papers, print homework, copy certificates, etc., and they inevitably have to go to a print shop, which is just needed. Looking at it 10 years later, most of the brick-and-mortar stores will lose money. But in the short term, there is a great possibility of profit. And Pei Qian is also confused. How exactly does this physical store open? The less money you invest, the less you lose. If you are lucky, you won't lose if you make a little bit of money. If you invest too much money, what if the quality opens up a lot of other stores? What should you do? This is a technical job, and you have to think about it in the long run. However, before opening a physical store, Pei Qian decided to implement the first elimination system that he had planned for a long time. Originally, I just wanted to attract a group of bastards, but they all turned out to be potential stocks. Is this okay? Especially Bao Su and Huang Sibo. They will have endless troubles if they stay. With them around, it is really difficult for Tenda's game business to lose money. As for Lin Wan, you can observe it again. After all, she was able to contact those players before, just because she happened to be in charge of liaison work in this regard when she was in Tianhua Studio. Doubt if you change the project, her connections will be completely useless. So Pei Qian thought about how to arrange Bao Su and Huang Sibo. It is definitely not possible to fire on the spot, nor to demote. There is no basis and no evidence, and even a reasonable reason cannot be given, and the system cannot agree. Pei Qian was lost in thought. Monday, February 1. Workspace. Brother Huang, look, there are a lot of people on the internet who are discussing our game fiercely. It seems that there are many people in the industry. Xiao Lu swiped the web page, as if he had found some big news. Huang Sibo nodded. I see. I've been watching. Huang Sibo looked at Bao Su. Brother Bao, what do you think? Bao Su's expression was calm. What does it have to do with us? Huang Sibo thought about it. Yes, what does it have to do with us? There are indeed many people on the internet who are arguing fiercely around Fortress at Sea. This issue has been hot for almost half a month, and it has not stopped since the game was launched. At the beginning, the players of Fortress at Sea and Bullet Scar scolded each other, but they were arguing, and I don't know why this topic became more and more popular. At the beginning, everyone debated which of the two games, Sea Fortress and Bullet Scar, was better. Later, after arguing and arguing, there was no bullet crack or anything. Everyone began to argue, is Fortress at Sea the conscience of the industry or the cancer of the industry? There are also many practitioners from other game companies participating in the discussion. Just click on a post, and you can see that the two factions are arguing inside. Fortress at Sea is very likely to be the initiator of the big Krypton Gold era of domestic games. It can be said that it is unprecedented to sell a permanent weapon for 888. And as an FPS game, it sells attributes? Does this company still have a little bit of love and integrity for games? Any 200 or 300 yuan in-app purchases in other games can be scolded by you as a dog. How come this game has made a weapon of 888 and you still lick it? And the server of this game, it's always full and it's stuck garbage. How many sailors did you buy for this game? It's obviously a rubbish game with a lot of money, and it has become the light of domestic FPS games? But these views will soon be refuted. Heavy Kryptonite junk game? Hee hee. It seems that you haven't played it at all. Yes, I am the sailor of Fortress at Sea, tap water. What's wrong? Emphasizing. Why do you say this game has a conscience? Because it only sells one 888 weapon, and all other content is free. For you other in-app purchases, the items can be turned over. Can this be the same thing? The plot mode of this game has a lot of shadows of 3A masterpieces, and it is very well done. Why do you have to sell 3A masterpieces for 200? This is cut in half and sold for 100 yuan, or even 50 yuan, which is reasonable. But this hand-in company is completely free. The plot mode is free to experience. Isn't this what conscience is? 888's weapon is nothing more than transferring all the money that everyone had to pay before to the local tyrants. And the local tyrants buy this weapon, and one is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. Isn't everyone happy? As for the person who said the server card, I'm sorry. Fortress at Sea is no longer stuck. It should be renting a new server and expanding the bandwidth. Hey, now, some people just don't know the priorities. When their company develops games and provides services, they can't use love to generate electricity, right? The threshold fee was waived for you, and it was passed on to the local tyrants, but you were still not happy. In the end, whether it is the industry's tumor or the industry's conscience, no result has been discussed in the end. But no matter what, everyone is so noisy, and the popularity of the game has gone up. The key is that 888's Fire Unicorn is too topical. Many passersby who don't care about the game at all will subconsciously remember the name of the game when they hear that a weapon in this game is sold for 888. Therefore, the data of Fortress at Sea continues to rise. Huang Sibo was originally worried that these quarrels would affect the reputation of Fortress at Sea. But now it seems that not only did it not affect the word of mouth, but it also had an objective communication effect. Huang Sibo was relieved. It seemed that everything should be in Mr. Pei's plan. At this time, Pei Qian came out of his office, wearing new glasses, frames. Mr. Pei seemed to have a bit more temperament in his chest and victory, which made Huang Sibo admire him from the bottom of his heart. Look at the internal group. I launched a poll. This is a secret ballot. Please select the best employee you think. Pei Qian smiled and said, there are mysterious rewards. Chapter 76 Dream Fund. Best Employee, Mystery Reward. President Pei, is this a reward for meritorious deeds? Everyone clicked the mouse and chose the best employee in their minds. Soon, everyone voted out. Pei Qian looked at the voting results. Huang Sibo came first with 14 votes, while Bao Su was close behind with 10 votes. Lin Wan still has 3 votes. I don't know who voted. Pei Qian gestured to Assistant Xian with his eyes. Xian Hailu immediately took out the small custom trophy that had been prepared and handed it to Pei Qian. Pei Qian came to Huang Sibo and presented the trophy. Congratulations. Huang Sibo was a little bit incredulous. He was stunned for a moment before he quickly stood up and took the trophy with both hands. The office area immediately burst into warm applause. Most people do think that the title of the best employee is Huang Sibo. Who is it that urges the development progress before and after running? Who is it that works hard and works overtime every day? The great success of Fortress at Sea must be attributed to the R&D team and Huang Sibo as the executive main. Strategy of the R&D team contributed the most. Of course, some people think that Bao Su's creativity is very important, so Bao Su also got 10 votes. However, the creativity is due to President Pei. After all, it was President Pei who put forward 3 requirements, and Bao Shucai came up with this idea on the basis of these 3 requirements. It is equivalent to the correct answer made after reading the prompt. Moreover, Huang Sibo is always responsible for promoting the development of the game after he is busy, and has the strongest sense of presence. So Huang Sibo was the one who won the first vote. Huang Sibo held the small trophy in both hands, and the excitement in his heart was indescribable. This small trophy looks quite unique, and it is specially customized at first glance, completely different from the lousy street goods that are casually engraved with dozens of dollars. What's more, it's not about money. Trophy, it's an honor. The words Best Employee of the First Phase of Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited engraved on the trophy are the greatest praise and affirmation for his work. No amount of money can buy him. In the applause of the crowd, Huang Sibo felt that he should say something, but he cleared his throat and said, thanks to President Pei for his trust and cultivation, and thank you for your cooperation and help all the time. For the success of Fortress at Sea, I think it should first be attributed to Mr. Pei for pointing us in the right direction, so that Brother Bao and I can continue to move forward in this right direction. Secondly, it should be attributed to Brother Bao's unrestrained inspiration. If he hadn't come up with such a great plot mode and such an innovative battle mode, it would be difficult for this game to reach its current height. It should also be attributed to the unremitting efforts of all of us. During this period of time, the design team worked overtime with me, and the progress of the Liver project. Others also gave maximum cooperation. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. I think this trophy should belong to everyone. After Huang Sibo finished speaking, there was another round of warm applause immediately. There were tears in Lin Wan's eyes, and she was very moved. Look, isn't this what a real conscientious company should look like? Sure enough, I didn't make the wrong choice. I really came to Tenda. The applause gradually subsided. Pei Qian continued. Next, we will announce the special rewards for the best employees. Huang Sibo, from today onwards, you are no longer part of the design team. The position of executive master plan will be held by Lu Mingliang. Xiao Lu was stunned at Huang Sibo was also stupid. What do you mean? Didn't I just get the best employee? What's the situation? Dismissed on the spot? Everyone else was stunned, and they didn't know what Mr. Pei's move meant. Huang Sibo has done a good job in the position of implementing the main strategy, and the results are remarkable and obvious to all. ASA result, it was directly slapped down. Not only is he no longer serving as the main executive policy, but he is also directly kicked out. Of the design team, Pei Qian continued with a smile. As the best employee, I decided to give you a dream fund of 1 million so that you can fulfill your dreams. You are still an employee of Tenda, but you will not be in the game department in the future. You could choose any industry you like and invest the 1 million yuan. Whether it is successful or not, a company will pay for you. Huang Sibo, who was so scared that his hands and feet were cold, suddenly made a 180-degree turn in his mood. Great, President Pei is not trying to fire me. Moreover, it also rewarded me with 1 million dream fund to fulfill my dream. Huang Sibo felt like he was dreaming, and he couldn't believe that all this had actually happened. Everyone else's eyes widened. Envy and hatred written all over their faces. Did I ask this the perk for the best employees? It's too incredible, isn't it? 1 million venture. Capital, a high degree of autonomy. No matter whether it is successful or not, the company will pay for it. Envy in capital letters. Huang Sibo's hands trembled slightly, and he was almost unable to hold the trophy. Mr. Pei, I am afraid that I am not competent enough to be competent. Pei Qian shook his head slightly, signaling him to stop talking. Be the best employee. You've proven yourself. I believe in you. And you should believe in yourself. Pei Qian spoke very sincerely. There were tears in Huang Sibo's eyes, his lips twitched slightly, and it was difficult to express in 1,000 words, so he just bowed deeply. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will work hard. Pei Qian looked relieved, but was secretly happy in his heart that IT worked. This is the first elimination system. This is what Pei Qian came up with after racking his brains. The success of Fortress at Sea has proved that this group of people is definitely not a bunch of scumbags, especially Huang Sibo, who is definitely a buried talent in the game field. Pei Qian also has no time to think about why he is so unlucky that he always encounters buried talents. The most urgent task is to find a way to solve this problem. Otherwise, let Huang Sibo and Bao Su continue to toss like this and come up with a blockbuster game. How good is it? Therefore, the first elimination system is imperative. However, Pei Qian can't fire Huang Sibo, nor can he demote. It doesn't make sense in reason. It will cause suspicion from other people, and the system will not allow it. Therefore, Pei Qian thought of such an excellent solution. Transfer Huang Sibo away. Okay, probably does have a little bit of flair in game making. Okay, no problem. If that's the case, then stop making games. Let him go to an unfamiliar industry and give him 1 million to make casually, and most of them will fail. At that time, the game side will lose money because there is no Huang Sibo, and Huang Sibo's side will also lose 1 million due to poor management. Isn't it the best of both worlds? I am truly a genius who can come up with such a perfect plan. Pei Qian simply admired himself. But then again, Bao Su is also a confidant that a large part of the success of Fortress at Sea is attributed to Bao Su's creativity, which may be due to Bao Su's extremely rich gaming experience. Pei Qian looked at Bao Su and said, the second place in this vote is Bao Su, who has also made great contributions to the company. Although it is a pity that it is only the second place, the company will not forget your contribution. As the second place in the selection of the best employee, you can get a 1-month paid vacation. From tomorrow, you won't have to go to work, go to various places to play, and see the world, which will also help you in your future work. Chapter 77 Planning. Bao Su was stunned, not very happy. Ah, President Pei, I don't need it. I think it's good in the company. This is his truth that going out to play? What's there to play with? Don't you still want to stay in internet cafes? How can there be a company in an internet cafe? Everyone here is talented, and they speak nicely. I really like it here. Pei Qian had long expected that he would say this, and his face immediately became serious. You're wrong to think so. You're so wrong. As the saying goes, read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. Game design is not a closed door. If you want to achieve success in the future, you must broaden your horizons. In this month, you can't go to internet cafes. I'll ask Assistant XIN to make a schedule for you. You have to visit all the famous attractions in China, check in one by one, and then go to the major game companies in China. Study and improve yourself. This is a job requirement and can't be refused, understand? Seeing the color of Boss Pei's face, Bao Su didn't dare to neglect, so he nodded. Okay, Boss Pei. The conversation between the two was taken aback by the people beside them. What a fairy employee and a fairy boss. The boss wants to give employees paid leave, but the employees would rather work overtime in the company. OMG, there must be something wrong with this world. Lin Wan was even more moved and even hoped to be able to capture this scene with a camera. She was very worried that if she told others about this scene in the future, no one would believe it. However, such a company, a boss, and such an employee are real. After successfully killing 2 outstanding employees, Pei Qian felt refreshed and comfortable. Huang Sibo has left the game industry under his arrangement, and Bao Su will be traveling outside this month, and it is impossible to intervene in the research and development of new projects. When Bao Su comes back a month later, the design draft of the new project has already been written and has already started. No matter how good your ideas and creativity are, it will never work. Of course, Pei Qian hasn't made up his mind at all about what the new game project is going to do. However, it is absolutely right to give these 2 people away first. After the outstanding employees were commended, Pei Qian called Ma Yang to his office, while the others returned to work. Xiao Lu, also known as Lu Mingliang, feels that his enthusiasm for work has never been higher. The commendation for outstanding employees this time is a large amount of high-quality chicken blood. President Pei told everyone with facts what the result of hard work was. As long as you work hard and get the best employees, you can get a dream investment to realize your dreams. Even if you don't get the best employee, but you just get the second place, you can get a month's paid vacation. This kind of real case, as long as there is one case, is more useful than other bosses drawing 10,000 cakes. Pei Qian's office that A Yang obviously had some criticisms about Pei Qian's arrangement. Brother Qian, although you are my boss now, with the relationship between us, I have to speak honestly, and if you don't like listening to me, you must say it. I don't think it's right for you to ask Lu Mingliang to take Huang Sibo's class. I don't think Lu Mingliang has any special abilities. If he can be the chief executive, then I think so can I. I have also participated in a lot of design work during this time. I have never eaten pork, and I have seen pigs run away. Pei Qian crossed Erlang's legs on the chair and smiled at Ma Yang. Don't worry. What's the relationship between us? Can I treat you badly? Old Ma, although the best employee today has nothing to do with you, you have to believe that I always regard you as the person I trust most. The reason why I didn't assign you any important position is because I have more important tasks for you here. This is a key step for Tenda Group to develop into more fields. I'm going to leave it to you. Are you ready? Ma Yang's eyes gradually brightened. Really? Pei Qian turned the computer screen slightly, pointed to the map of Jingzhou City above, and said, Come on, look. Here, and here. They are all popular business districts in Jingzhou. Oh, and around our university. This location is not bad. I'm considering choosing the best one of these places to open a large chain of internet cafes. This matter is entirely up to you. What do you think? Ma Yang's eyes showed confusion. Brother Qian, the important position you are talking about is the owner of the internet cafe. Ma Yang felt the huge gap. Pei Qian frowned. What internet cafe owner is not the same thing? In my plan, this is not a simple internet cafe. It should be a large entertainment center integrating internet cafes, game experience, hardware monopoly, movie viewing, and other experiences. You haven't understood the significance of this. Our main business at Tenda is now in the game field. But what are we lacking? We lack a window and platform to communicate with players. Our goal of Tenda is to become a giant company spanning games, entertainment, hardware, and other fields. And offline is one of the important layouts of our company. I don't trust others with such an important task. It must be handed over to you. Looking at Pei Qian's sincere eyes, Ma Yang was sure that Pei Qian was definitely not joking. He is serious. Ma Yang's hands trembled slightly. Brother Qian, aye. Pei Qian patted him on the shoulder. Don't say anything. I understand everything. But I'm just a bear commander. I don't have anything. Ma Yang looked embarrassed. If you have money, what else do you want? If you think you lack talents, go recruit them. Don't worry, our Tenda has a big business now, and the two games in hand are cash cows, so you can do it with confidence and boldness, and I will give you the bottom line. What are you afraid of? Pei Qian was full of pride. Then, how much budget can I get? Ma Yang asked. Budget? There is no ceiling. Pei Qian waved his hand. How much do you want? Even if you say it. However, you have to say it in advance. After all, capital turnover also takes time. Ma Yang nodded fiercely. Okay, I will definitely complete the task. Okay, let's get ready. Let's make a rough plan first. Let me remind you, we 10 are going to do big things. Even if we set up a physical store, we can't be like other internet cafes, understand? The decoration standard must be in line with our company, and the price cannot be dropped. Pei Qian urged thousands of times that Yang patted his chest. Don't worry, wrap it on me. Ma Yang pushed open the door and went out. Pei Qian couldn't help sighing when he saw Ma Yang's leaving back. Sure enough, passersby are unreliable that in the end, it's up to the brothers. The failure of Fortress at Sea is largely due to Pei Qian's mistrust of Huang Sibo and Bao Su. If this project was handed over to Ma Yang from the beginning, the result might be different. Now, Huang Sibo is busy with other things with 1 million, while Bao Su is forcibly arranged for paid leave. The game project was handed over to Xiao Lu, and the internet cafe was handed over to Ma Yang. Last time, Pei Qian made a big surprise to spend money and finally lost more than 20,000. That tasted a little sweet, but not thirst-quenching at all. In the next settlement, as long as Pei Qian controls the system, funds to be around 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Then 700,000 to 800,000 yuan of funds will be credited instantly. At that time, all the things that the system does not allow you to buy can be bought. Chapter 78 Game Name. Game Producer. Meeting Room. Liu Mingliang was very nervous and apprehensive, because on this conference table, the thighs that used to be relied on are gone. Bao Su didn't come to work yesterday. He took a month's paid vacation. President Pei forced him to go to major scenic spots across the country to check in and exchange and study with various game companies. Huang Sibo hasn't shown up recently, and he doesn't know where he plans to spend the 1 million dream fund given by President Pei. These two bosses will no longer be in the front, and Liu Mingliang suddenly took over the responsibility of executing the main strategy, feeling inexplicably under great pressure. At this meeting, after President Pei stated his recent work goals, Liu Mingliang was even more worried, because President Pei said that Ghost General and Fortress at Sea will not arrange an update plan recently, and all the manpower will still be put into the development of the next game. This was a bit unexpected for Liu Mingliang, and it also made him worried. According to normal thinking, there are 2 successful games in hand, which is the time when you should be desperate to make money. Open a new version, make some new cards, and create a new epic weapon. Being able to make money lying down is a huge profit. And taking this opportunity, Liu Mingliang just finished the handover of work. Make a new version of Ghost General and Fortress at Sea first, get used to it a little bit, and then develop a new game. This is the safest way. However, Mr. Pei has no plans to develop a new version at all, and he is about to launch a new project. This made Liu Mingliang, who inexplicably took over as the chief executive 2 days ago, felt extremely flustered. Of course, Liu Mingliang knew very well that Mr. Pei must have his own reasons for this arrangement. Pei is always a progressive person, not the kind of mediocre boss who counts money on the credit book. Instead of developing a new version that makes money while lying down, it is a new project with great risk, which reflects President Pei's ambition, as well as a broad vision in mind. I already have an idea about the new game. Let's listen to it. At the top of the conference table, Pei Qian's calm aura easily held the audience, making Lu Mingliang more firm in his judgment. However, Pei Qian was completely out of diametrically opposed considerations. Why not develop a new version? Because of the development of a new version, it must be accompanied by a pay point. Either charge for DLC or add new in-app purchases. The completely free new version is not allowed by the system. But the problem is that the player base of Ghost General and Fortress at Sea is very large and the payment enthusiasm is very high. In this case, after the new version is released, the new payment points are likely to be instantly bought out. Therefore, Pei Qian feels that it is more reliable to start a new project. After all, it is much easier to smash a new project than to mess with an old project that has been successful. Many new games are killed when they are launched, and even professional star producers cannot turn things around. And many successful old games, even if they repeatedly die, they still linger. Therefore, Pei Qian decided to start over and learn from the previous lesson. What was the biggest mistake last time? It is because I trust Huang Sibo and Bao Su too much. Pei Qian never imagined that. His three-point request would be misinterpreted by them and turned into the selling point of the game. This time, Pei Qian decided to strengthen his control over the entire game a little bit, and a situation like Fortress at Sea should never happen again. He didn't even dare to let Xiao Lu play freely. What if Xiao Lu secretly consulted Bao Su in private, where he had a flash of inspiration and came up with a good idea? Therefore, Pei Qian wants to engage in a one-word haul that he looked around and said slowly, "This time, we're going to make a game that can be remembered in history. It's called Game Producer." Everyone in the conference room looked at Pei Qian attentively. I don't know why. Sounds pretty cool. Is this to adapt Tenda's story in the game industry into a game? But on this subject, it should be possible to make a documentary, and it should also be possible to do an interview. How can this be made into a game? Everyone listen carefully. Pei Qian is confident and speaks out. The content of the game is very simple. The player acts as a game producer. In the game, he needs to make constant choices, and each choice will lead to a different ending. For example, you can freely choose the type of game, payment method, promotion strategy, etc. At the same time, players will also encounter a series of emergencies. Ultimately, players will develop a game and see the profitability and sales of the game after it goes live. Probably this is the model. If you have any questions, you can ask them at any time. Everyone didn't speak, and the expressions on their faces were a little confused. Pei Qian smiled confidently. Confused, that's right. This is a niche theme that no one has ever done before, and the content is not attractive, nor can it make a big scene, and the gameplay is very simple. The game industry is so hard and boring, making a game will definitely not be fun. This subject matter is absolutely awesome. Even if it gathers a small wave of players as an independent game, it is difficult to become AHIT that time. It is very simple to spend more money on art resources, set the price lower, and not recover the cost. Of course, Pei Qian has another set of rhetoric for these people. Lu Mingliang was the first to raise his hand. "Mr. Pei, I understand the general flow of this game. I want to ask, what is the form of expression of this game? Is it an independent game similar to a text adventure?" A text adventure game, to put it bluntly, is a game of talking to a paper man. This type of game is simple to make and has a wide range of applications. It only needs to create a series of 2D scenes and original character paintings, and then add a lot of text, and the entire game content can be easily displayed. According to Lu Mingliang's brain supplement, the form of this game is closer to the game production version of Chinese Parents. That, of course, Lu Mingliang didn't know the game Chinese Parents, but he had seen other text adventure games. Pei Qian shook his head. "No. Made into a text adventure game? Of course not. How much does a text adventure game cost? There are just a few broken original paintings. Even if you find a few well-known voice actors to dub it, it will only cost hundreds of thousands of dollars if you die. Isn't that a drop in the bucket? Now, Fortress at Sea has to make 400,000 to 500,000 yuan a week, and it turns out that the new game has only invested so much in total. Doesn't solve the problem at all. Pei Qian's budget for the new game has to be spent at least 2 million, so that it is possible to make a loss. Otherwise, in front of the two cash cows, Ghost General and Fortress at Sea. The loss of hundreds of thousands is not an enemy of Unity. We want a full 3D scene, all with the most advanced 3D modeling. Whether it is a character or a scene, all use the best. Lu Mingliang was stupid that he couldn't imagine what kind of picture it would be like. How do you think there is a sense of inconsistency? All using 3D materials, text-adventure games? Lu Mingliang asked tentatively. Why are you on the fence with text-adventure games? Pei Qian shook his head speechlessly. I don't plan to use the form of text-adventure games. It's too old-fashioned. We're going to wrap this game in a more abstract, postmodern way.